Ladies and gentlemen, we are live, and this is going to be an awesome day. So, what we prepared is 12 hours of GrooveAthon, which means that we'll be answering questions, building out things together. Um, People were asking if this will be recorded. So, we will give our best to actually record it, but a lot of platforms cannot handle 12 hours of content that is play. Most probably it will stay on YouTube, but Facebook has a limit of 8 hours, I believe, of live streaming. So we'll just test the limits of the Facebook live streaming today, absolutely. And we have a couple of goals to test the Facebook live streaming, to test StreamYard streaming as well, how well it can handle so long streams. Also YouTube. We are streaming on Twitch as well. So we just recently created a Twitch account. So in case you are more familiar with Twitch and you want to follow us there, it is live streaming on there as well. So you can follow us through our Twitch channel or Twitch. Yeah, I believe it's called a channel as well. So yeah, this is really true. If somebody's asking, is this really true? Actually, it is. So what we will try to do is set up a live stream to go on for 12 hours. And this is what you are currently watching right now. So let's just have a look. There is on, but it only goes for 30 seconds. So I don't believe that there is a possibility to set up a timer. So we're just going to be working without that one. But yeah, I'm so excited for this one. There is so many good things that we planned for today. Just to tell you a brief overview of what we will be doing is first we will do a Q&A session. I planned around 1.5 or maybe 2 hours of Q&A session, just answering people's questions in the group. And then let's just do a live build after that. So after all the knowledge has come out of my head, I believe I will be exhausted answering questions. So we need to do something creative. So what I planned is to create something. Maybe we could do it with a free Groove account just to showcase what we can create with that. Build something with the free Groove account and tie in all the apps. So Groove Pages for building out our pages, tie in Groove Sell to create our product and actually set up the selling of the product. Groove Video to actually upload a video on there that we will be using on our pages. Groove Mail to set up our sequences, and also GrooveMember. And GrooveMember is getting an update today. So hopefully this will be the last thing that we will be setting up. And by that time, we'll be able to review the update that is coming out. And this will be coming out today. There is no time frame yet and for when that will be happening, but I'm just looking forward to seeing what is new. It is no new features, but the features that were in there are going to be much more stable, and it will be allowing us to do a lot of amazing things. So I can see a lot of people joining in. This 12-hour GrooveAthon, I just want to get this intro out of my head because there is so many things I wanted to talk to you about before I actually start answering questions. This 12-hour GrooveAthon was just an idea that popped into my head. I went to Skype and I messaged Donna, can I do something crazy? She was like, yeah, absolutely. What is it? I want to do a 12-hour marathon answering Q&A sessions. I love it. That was her answer. And then that was 2 days ago. So it was on Thursday and today is Saturday. So we are actually doing it. No time to think about it. This was the worst night I've slept in almost in my entire life. My son was up jumping all the time, and we didn't sleep much with my wife. So that is not an excuse. There is no delaying it. I could have just come on and, oh, I'm tired, I cannot do this. No excuses. We're jumping in and we're answering your questions, and this is how it should be with your business as well. There is no actually right time when you're fully ready. There is no time when the system, when the software will be fully ready. There's no time when all the stars will align, so you will feel ready enough to launch your business, or to have a child, or things like this. So in case you're delaying things in your life, it's just excuses, I believe. So today there are no excuses. Let's just jump in and then do this thing. um yeah, so this idea is crazy, but it is necessary, I believe, because a lot of people in the Asian countries are not able to follow our live videos or live streams, and also a lot of people in Asia, Europe, and America that are working in those crazy hours, when we have these live streams, and they cannot follow the live stream. They don't have actually opportunity to ask questions. Also, sometimes on the weekends, our support is not working. So when you actually have some time to jump in on your computer and build things out, and you get into an issue, or a hiccup that you don't know how to solve, um, there is nobody to ask for help except our Facebook group, which was very, very helpful for now. But people sometimes need more technical questions or technical answers. So this is why this 12-hour grooveathon is good, so that we can help you out. So this was my long rant and an intro that I wanted to explain what we'll be working on today. So I do have one thing that I would like to ask you to do. I want everybody that is coming on to our live stream to be able to see this live stream. So if you could please just head over to YouTube channel, to our YouTube channel, and press the like button, and then of course subscribe to it. This is something that will push our video up, so that everybody that joins in later on will be able to see it and find the video very easily. And do the same on Facebook. So press that like button, give me a heart or anything, just so that this video goes up, so everybody can see it very easily. I can see now 5 likes and 5 hearts. Let's see how many we can get from the 50 people watching us live now. So that's something I would like to ask you before we go into answering questions. I prepared a lot of good stuff for you, but I believe we can get a couple of likes on there. So that would be something I would like to ask you to do. Also, hopefully, after 12 hours of live streams, we will also break the record for the most commented post in our Facebook group. At this moment, I believe we have a post with 700 comments, and I believe in 12 hours we will easily break this. But let's just see. Let's just wait out and see. Yes, so hopefully you give me all those likes and hearts in the comment section, and then I am ready to go and welcome everybody here. So I see a lot of awesome peeps here in the group. Let's just see. Geraldine Baker saying howdy, namaste from India, from a Facebook user. So if this is you, please head over to streamyard.com/Facebook. This way I will be able to see your name and see your image when you're commenting. Ed is saying, looking forward to 12 hours of lemonade. Ed in Rhode Island. Awesome. Well, Ed, I hope you will not lose the whole day of watching us. We will have a lot of great stuff. Hopefully there will be a replay if Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch allow us to have a replay of 12 hours. But yeah, it's a long time to watch a video. Hello from London, UK, from Lakshmi. Good to have you here. I have a Facebook user from Berlin. If this is you, I would like to ask you please as well to head over to streamyard.com so I can see your name when you're commenting. Amazing. I haven't slept either. 6 a.m. here. Absolutely. This is commitment, guys. This is commitment. When you're joining in a live stream of 12 hours without sleep, and you join in at 6 a.m., that is something that is awesome. I look forward to what comes today. Hello for Sergipe, Brazil. Sergipe, Brazil. I don't know how to Sergipe or how it is pronounced, but yes, welcome. You're a machine, David. Thank you very much. Well, if you would head over to StreamYard, I would be able to see your details. So if you haven't yet, please do it. Thank you very much. Pierre Newell saying, good for you. When an excuse is good enough, it becomes a reason. So good for you. No excuses. Absolutely. Hello from Estonia. Thank you very much. Hello to you as well. If you would like, I would suggest you to please approve StreamYard to access your details so I can see your name and your profile image. Morning from the UK, from Ilya. Good morning from Curry. Let's just see who is here with us. Xuan Ling Chen, hi from Singapore. David is here. David Thomas, hi David. Using the member site, is it possible to build a coaching site in the same way you can with Thinkific? Yes. So Thinkific is more of a stable platform. GrooveMember is just not even an alpha platform yet. It just came out a couple of weeks ago, and our dev team is working day and night on fixes. And hopefully today, during this 12-hour GrooveAthon, we'll see a live deployment. We'll need to go in and actually test it out together. So this will be something cool. I haven't published content like that yet. Usually when the devs said that the new deployment is out, I would go in, I would do the hard reload and empty cache, and then I would dive in and test things out, how it works and if it breaks. And I believe this would be good content for you to see actually live testing the platform together. So what I will be doing is, when I'm changing the subject, so first I will start with a Q&A. After I read all your names, I will post into the Facebook group. We're starting with our Q&A. I will also do a comment in the YouTube chat. I actually don't know how to do a chat, or how to put things to the Twitch chat in case somebody's following from there. But I will make these little notes and different posts so that people after when the live stream is done, hopefully when they're watching the replay, we have some types of timestamps when we started the Q&A, when we started the live build. And this will be done the same with the member. So when the update is deployed, I will be posting a post inside our Facebook group, which will allow everybody to see when we start reviewing the actual new version of GrooveMember. So Pierre Newell is giving us stars over here. Simon Leong, let's do this. Simon. Okay, Jaco. Hello, David, everyone from sunny South Africa. Awesome. It's good to have you here. Neil Stevenson is here from Johannesburg, South Africa. Awesome. Marwin Webster from Philippines. Facebook user from South Africa. Nice, good to have you here. Could you drop the link to the YouTube channel, as I searched for Groove Funnels and found nothing live? So it is Groove Digital Facebook, YouTube channel. And let me just share the link with you here. This is where we are live streaming. So I will open the Facebook post of this live stream, and let me just find it quickly. Here we go. So this is our YouTube channel, and we are live streaming on YouTube here. Alupur is watching us. Hi, David. Hope you're good. It's good to see you here, John. Thank you very much. Jema is here. Sandra Noble already on YouTube, so don't know how to do hearts. No problem at all, Sandra. Thank you very much. You can just leave a like on it, and then that will be helpful as well. Vibur Naryani is watching us. Namaste from India. Now you can see. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Let's have a look who is with us. Jamie from California. Sarah Browett is watching us. Hi, David from Australia. And Curry has found the link, so it is there. Perfect. Greg Hamlin from G'day from Shell Harbour, Australia. Nice. So good day. I love it. Facebook user, hello. So if this is you, please head over to streamyard.com/Facebook. So when you are commenting, we can see your name. Like Sham, you love your commitment. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, supporting us. Absolutely. So John Ward is saying, hi, David. Hope you're good. I'm good. Thank you very much. We'll see how it goes after 12 hours of me talking into a small little black box on my monitor. Corey Russell, good morning on YouTube. Nice. Sarah Browett is here with us. Derek, thanks, Doc. Hi, David from from Melbourne, Australia. Nice. Hello, David from Orlando. Nice. So if this is you, please head over to streamyard.com so I can see your name. So this is the link just that is revealed now. Simon Leong is watching us on Facebook as well. Jema, good morning from California, 3 a.m. Oh my God, 3 a.m. I don't know if you haven't gone to bed yet or you already woke up, but very good. It's good to have you here. Hi again from Berlin. Awesome. Now I can see you. Thank you very much. Hi, David from wet and rainy South Australia. Nice, good to have you here. Dara Salas, hello from Ohio. Jamie from Miami. Jamie, if you could, would please recommend heading over to streamyard.com/Facebook just so that I can see your profile image and the name when you are commenting. And then we have GHT, Knigit. I don't know how to pronounce it properly, so I apologize. Hi, Mr. David, this night. Okay, so that's it for now. So let's just do a post in the Facebook comment or the Facebook chat, Facebook group. We are starting with our let me just bring this over here so you see what I'm doing. We are starting with our Q&A session in our 12-hour GrooveAthon. Head over there and ask your questions. Oops, here we go. And this will be the link for the YouTube, but people will probably naturally know about. Let's just not leave it on people's interpretations of what to think. Let's just give them the proper link for the Facebook group as well. So let's just get the link from here. And where is it here? Here is the link. This is the post. There we go. So now people know everything. Facebook has a bug, and Facebook is buggy. Yes, when we actually put styling on the text, sometimes it doesn't show it. Let's hope it shows now. So perfect, they fixed it. So this is now the link. We're starting with our Q&A just now. Awesome. So in case you have something to ask, please put your questions in the comment section, and please also use a Q in front of your questions so that we can see that this is a question intended for me. You're not answering each other's questions in the chat. So yes, I would appreciate in case you put a Q in front of your question, dash, and then your question, or anything actually, Q colon and then your question or something like that, so that I can see it and find it very easily. So I can see now 14 thumbs ups on the video. There is 70 people watching us live. If you haven't yet, please just press the thumbs up on the on that comment, on that post where you're watching. If you are on YouTube, please just put us just press the like button, or in case you're watching us on Facebook, I would appreciate in case you give us a thumbs up so that the post pops up on the top of the group, so everybody new can come and see it very easily. So we are getting comments in, but I'm not getting the Q in front of the question. So please, guys, in case you're asking questions for me, just to make it easier for me to find the questions, I would appreciate in case you could put a Q in front of your questions. Okay. Hi, David Lamb. When is Groove Card going to be added to the free tier? I don't have a date for that. I have just the information that it will be done soon, most probably in October. I have no dates yet. So that is about that. Hi, are you going to be talking about videos as it was working, but now my videos are not on the preview page? I have been trying to get this sorted for nearly a week. Thank you so much. I don't know your issue with the video, so in case you could explain it a bit more in detail, I could be able to look into it for you. Question from Renaldo Jr. I would like to know how to anchor a button to a block on the same page. Very good question, and let's just jump in and demonstrate this together. Not together. Let me demonstrate it for you. So if we head over to GrooveFunnels, Renaldo is asking about Groove pages. And let's just start a new site for this project. I'll start with a blank template over here, and I'll use blocks to put a couple of blocks in there so we can see how it goes. So let's just put this block. Okay, I added in this block as well. I want this to be on the top. Let's just add on something with a big parts like that. And let's just add on another one. Here we go. And another one. So this will be the block that I want to link to. Let's just put it below this. Here we go. Nice. So as you can see, we have now a couple of blocks on there. So this blue button will be linked to the white section where you see feature 1, feature 2, feature 3, feature 4, and so on. So now for me to explain how to read, where do we need to actually link it to? As you can see here, this blue box is one block. This is block number 1. This one is block number 2. This is block number 4. And this is block number 5. So we need to link the button to the block number 5. Let's just quickly press the save button and link in this blue button to the block number 5. So you click on the button, you come to configure, and then you choose link to block. And as we know, this is block number 5. And let's just see. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, sorry, block number 4. I made a mistake. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So block number 4. Click update. And now let's just save and publish it. The buttons and the linking is not working when we preview the page. Preview is not loading in the functions of the buttons and links. Okay, so we need to actually publish it. I just usually do it on a Groove Pages subdomain so that we can test it. So let's just type in block linking and then publish it. When we get this content saved, let's just open it in a new tab and have a look. So we linked this block, and as you can see here at the bottom of the page in the left hand side, you cannot see because we have a banner, but it is loading in very small, that it shows up that the button is linked to something. Okay, so when we click it, it actually links it to this block. It is scrolling all the way to the top of the block. As you saw, it is giving us, so this is the upper block, and now our block number 4 is starting from here. So it actually puts the screen right on this edge like that. So let's just click on it one more time. Bam, it is right on the edge of there. So that is how we link in buttons to different sections. There is a more manual way that does the same, but that is a bit more complicated. So let's just leave it at this by counting the number of blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then linking it to there. That is the best way to do it. So let's just put this back and then head over to the comment section to see what we have. I just pressed the like button. Did the total go up? Absolutely. Now we have 23 likes and hearts inside inside my stream that I can see. If we can confirm it over here. Let's just refresh this. Perfect. So we have here 49 actually, 50. Perfect. So I believe my count over here is not showing the proper numbers, but I am super happy that we have already 50. We're just live for 24 minutes. We have 50 likes and hearts and all kinds of different wows and 48 comments. So I believe we'll be able to easily go over the 700 comment record that we have at this moment in the Facebook group. So remember to hydrate during the GrooveAthon. Thank you very much, Eugenio. I do have my water over here. So guys, before I continue, I received a lot of comments. They were more of a more of a like do this because it's better comments, so I appreciate that. What people were asking me to not jump from question to question when I'm teaching, and this I will do in the training videos, but today is going to be more of a conversational type, so I will be probably building, then have a look and maybe answer a question, because I want to keep it a bit more friendly and engaging, because otherwise it would be boring to just watch a 12-hour video and then only at the end I will answer your questions. That's just not how it works when we do these types of live streams. So I want to keep it conversational, I want to keep it fun, so we'll just do a little bit of everything. Okay, nice. So from Atlanta, I just figured out how to do an emoji. Wash hands. Nice, great. Karen, hi, David Lemon. Hi, everyone. David Lemon rooting for you. Thank you very much. So, Steve, question: please do a quick rundown of the status of each module, especially Groove Card and Groove Video, and when we will be able to import full websites with Groove pages. Thank you. Importing full websites is not going to be an option. The import feature is a page import feature, and this is why you don't see it on the site. So when you come onto the site, when you create a new site, you don't have an import feature available here, because we don't have the option to import sites. What we do have an option is to import pages. It is not 100% yet. It is still in alpha version, and we're doing updates to it all the time, but there is still a lot of room to improve on our page import feature. So it is a page import feature and not a site import feature. So when you actually come over here, you click on the page, and this is where the URL importer is. It says copy pages from web. So to actually do a word, so a complete website importer, that is going to, I believe that this is not going to be done by us, importing separate pages and then you set them up inside your dashboard. That will be done, and actually not even that long in the future, because we have staff working on the URL importer, so this will be something that will be coming out soon. But he wants a rundown of status of each module. So there's a lot that is coming, and if you have a look at the infographic page, we're past the middle of the infographic page. So let's just go to groove.com / oops, not this one, but / infographic. And this is not even all the updates that we have planned. So as you can see, in August we have published almost everything. We are waiting for the order bumps and affiliate links and tracking links. This is going to be coming in October 9th for now, as you can see here. So we are waiting for that one. GrooveMail is out. Improved Groove Cell checkout forms inside Groove pages, that is done. On canvas control and spacing is out. Kajami integration is released. Cookie acceptance pop-up is released. The all new Groove card. So the merging of the platforms is scheduled by the end of this month. For now, there could be delays. I don't know of any delays so far, so we'll just our goal will be to do it by this date. In case we need a bit of more time, we'll just need to update these numbers and delay it a little bit, because we want to actually do it correctly so that it is usable inside. What we are doing here with a new Groove card, so the design and everything came out already. When you log into my Groove card, my.groovecard.com, it is already done, as you can see. So Groove card 2.0 is released, and what we are waiting for, what it means over here, September 30th, this is going to be the merging of the platforms, where you have one login for GrooveFunnels, and there you also have access to Groove Card. we are merging databases. So we have a database of customers and apps and the platform and everything for GrooveCart, and we have one for GrooveFunnels. Now these two are going to be merged to become one, and this is being done at the moment. So this is something that we are working on, and this is scheduled to be done by September 30th. So the goal of our developers is do it by September 30th, but it's a huge task, so it could be delayed. In case it is, please don't come with pitchforks and shovels and like demand uh, explanation for it, because it just takes a bit of time to get everything done properly. Senshark. So Senshark is something that we wanted to do, but Senshark as a company didn't prepare their API, and they don't have the API, so we are unable to have a direct integration with them. They said they will do it. That is not done by them. We were ready. We went to them to ask for the connection, but that was not something they finished yet. I don't know if they are working on it, if they're not working on it, but Senshark is delayed because Senshark does not have an API and is unable to do direct integration at this moment. September 18th, so there is a Braintree integration. Braintree is a payment processing platform from PayPal. I believe the PayPal is the company that owns Braintree. Let's just have a look. I believe that is correct. Continue without protection. Yeah, so Braintree is a PayPal service, as it says in the logo. So this is something that allows you to sell your own products using this Braintree, and it is something similar to Stripe, I believe. I haven't used Braintree yet, but this will be an option to choose inside the GrooveSell platform in there. Pipedrive is a sales platform which is going to be following the sales process of, okay, I have a client that is now in the phase of learning about their software, then you can move the client over to purchased, and then you can move the client over to follow up, and then you can move the client. So this is Pipedrive. It is I pipe Drive. I haven't used it yet, but a lot of companies are using it. It's a CRM as well, and it is doing this. So you have a client, and then when it purchases, then you can follow it how they're going through the sequence of onboarding, and then interest, and then purchase, and things like this. So this is something that a lot of companies are using to track the sales process for each and every customer in their flow. So that is coming soon. It is scheduled for September 28th, which is 26 now. I'm not sure what's the update on this one. We'll just need to see next week. GDPR compliance. GDPR is being talked about. We are working closely with our attorneys and the lawyers that are advising us how to proceed. So this is something that is being worked on. I haven't seen anything visual regarding GDPR compliance and how it works, but that doesn't mean that it is not being worked on. I know that it is being worked on because there were talks about it in the company. So share funnels with funnel organization. This was moved a couple of times because it is a big task that we have a couple of developers working on. It is going to be released soon. October 9th is the new goal, what we're trying to keep. And I'm so looking forward to this one. The funnel organization is the big one that I am looking forward to. And this will be a button inside Groove Pages. When you're editing your pages, here you will have a button which says funnels, and there you will be able to do all kinds of funky stuff. We'll have also templates for funnels, and it's like amazing things are coming once this is out. What we have now is just pages, like you create your pages and you connect them together, and you have to do all kinds of different things. What the funnel flow will be doing is you'll say, okay, this is the home page, and then if you pull a page below that, then this will be the next place where the people will be sent to after they did the action on the home page. So if they purchase something on the home page, they will automatically go to the next step and to the next step and to the next step and things like this. So it will be a visual way of creating your funnels, which is what a lot of other companies do, but we will have that as well. And also we will have share funnels, which is going to be much more powerful than what Groove when then not I don't want to say names, but other companies have. What we will be doing is not only sharing funnels, but you'll be able to share websites. We have the website, basically Groove Pages is a website builder as well, website platform. You'll be able to just go in there and share the full website with pages already done. You'll be also able to connect it with GrooveSell and create partner contracts. So in case you have, for example, um, you create a template, a website template, and you want to give it out to somebody, for example, to your clients or your partner to work with. Here you go. This is like um, a mini company in a box that you can give out. You set up the template, you set up the website, you set up the pricing in the GrooveSell, you set up everything, and you give them a share funnel. When they import it, automatically the partner contract will activate. They just need to agree with it, click confirm, and this way you created your own franchise of some sort where you are actually creating the product and then giving others licenses to use it. So this is actually fun, and I haven't heard other companies do this, so I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, list imports is something for GrooveMail. You'll be able to import your list. This is coming soon. We are still waiting for our platform to be stable enough and to handle the load. And basically, people need to start sending out emails using GrooveMail. After our recent updates, it is now possible to do it very nicely. And I shared and I did a training on this one yesterday, so you can actually start using GrooveMail for the most basic sequences and the email automations. You can already use it for. And today, hopefully in one of our builds, I will be having a chance to show how to actually do like connecting Groove funnels, different apps from Groove funnels like Groove Pages and GrooveSell and GrooveMail and GrooveMember and Groove Video. So this is coming today, hopefully. Yeah, I could continue, but I believe this is enough for now. Yeah, let's just go on and see what others have, what other questions are in there. But I believe this gives you a uh, good vision of what is coming soon. Awesome. Sandra Noble, will you cover how to implement private label right funnel where they gave me images, files, and HTML for the pages? Um, I actually don't know what this means. Private label rights funnel, where they gave me image files and HTML for the. I don't know what this means, Sandra. If you could explain it a little bit more in depth, then I would appreciate it. Thanks, David. I used embedded Groove video and it didn't show on my preview. Then I used Vistia. Now the Vistia shows in your video block on the preview, but not my video. My video shows in the edit template page as well as the Vistia video. Don't use preview. Try to publish it and then see it on a published version of the site. Wow, live on Asia Friendly Hour. Absolutely. So if this is you, please head over to streamyard.com/Facebook, and this will actually allow me to see your name. You'll just need to do it once, and then we'll have you in our system for the future. So yes, this is good for the people that are living in Singapore, in China, in Malaysia, in Philippines, in Australia, and all kinds of different Eastern countries that are not usually able to attend our live streams. So I'm happy that I was able to do it. I'm Kay from Singapore. It's good to have you here. It's nice to see you. Okay, let's have a look. Simon Leong is answering questions from people. Dara Salas, I'm creating a podcast page for the podcast I'm launching, and I'd like to add a player that plays the latest episode. How can I do that? So Dara, it is possible to do it. What you could do is you could have, at this moment, we have Groove Video, and this is the only player we have in the Groove Funnel suite of tools. So in case you would like to use our own player, which will be allowing you to target and tag people at a later point, you can start using Groove Video for that. To do that, just need to um, using a video platform. You can create a video from your podcast, or in case you're recording your podcast in like a visual way, you can upload that to Groove Video and have Groove Video player play your podcasts on the page. The other option is to actually have an audio player embedded onto your pages. So there are audio players like SoundCloud, and I believe not Shopify, Spotify has its own audio player, and I don't even know what other Apple or iTunes has its own, I believe, embeddable player that you can use, and you just take the code and you pop it onto your pages inside Groove Pages. Let me just demonstrate how that looks like. So, for example, you come over here to Elements and you scroll down to the bottom where it says Code Embed. Here, this is now our placeholder where we can embed some code. So if we head over to SoundCloud, we can find some music just to embed. Okay, a little techa. Good. We click on the share button, and then in the share button, we have an option to embed. It gives you options to embed it like a full screen like that, or just a smaller player, or just this one in case you are on a pro version. I believe this player is nice. You can also enable automatic play. You can choose your own color over here, and then you just copy over this code. Then you head over to Groove Pages. You click on this cogwheel from the embed code that we just added. You paste the code in, click save, and now there is your player. So you can just do this for your pages. You can create your nice podcast page, and you can use embeddable players like this one from SoundCloud. You can use it from other companies like Spotify and things like this. Yeah, so let's just try to move this out from there. There we go. And let's just see. It pushed it together because I believe the the container is set up to show this small. So let's just see if it shows up on here as well. Yeah, it shows up a little bit small, but I believe this could be managed over here. So width 100%, height 166. Yeah, so relative to the parent, let's just put it up to 100% just to see. I'm just testing the sizing quickly here. 100%. Okay, that didn't work. Here we go. So it's much bigger now. So I believe the sizing needs to be set up again to relative to the parent, because otherwise it's a bit small. But yeah, you see how easy it is to embed your player, and now people can come and play the music from your website. So that's about the podcast. You can do the same thing with Groove Video. In case you just set up your podcast in a video format, you can just embed a Groove Video player in the onto your pages, and then you can use the same thing. The video player from Groove Video does not have all the player features that maybe you would like. There is no like a speed control at this moment. There are also no for example, it doesn't show these kind of visual way of sound waves and things like this. So you may want to embed a Spotify or some type of player that is used for audio players. How is GrooveMember status? Last time I checked, YouTube link not working and registration link not working. Chushi Way, there is an update coming to GrooveMember today. Hopefully we will be able to see it together here on the live stream. I was informed that it will be done in the next couple of hours, so hopefully we'll test it out together. It's a 12-hour stream, so I will be posting updates into the um, Facebook group once we change the subject or we do something else or something different in the live stream today. How do you know why a membership site will show? Okay, so do you know why a membership site will show 500 server error once the GrooveMember site is built out? Yes, because there is an issue with the server. This is getting a fix today. I want to build a mobile focus site. Need to create 2 columns in a row for mobile. What's the trick? I don't think it's out of the box, but I'm probably wrong. Yes, you are correct. So there is a workaround, and I showed it in the video. Let me just show you here. I don't want to do this now. I don't want to demonstrate this now because I just did it 2-3 days ago. If we come to the Groove Digital YouTube channel, and there is a video making a long form sales page responsive. Okay, so here there is so we have timestamps on these videos, importing a page to code, editing laptop responsiveness, editing horizontal, editing vertical, and mobile phone responsiveness. Okay, so here we start with editing the mobile and the vertical tablet, and as you can see here we have a section where we have 4 images. Let me just show you here. So now, when I'm designing let's just put this a bit faster. And here, I'll show you in a second how it looks like. So we have 4 images on the desktop device, and on the mobile, it is stacked up, this section. You can see here 4 images on top of each other. And then over here, I showed how to actually create, and this is somewhere around 1 hour, 2 seconds. I show how to create not 2 images stacked below the other, but to actually have 2 images next to each other. So this is making a long form sales page responsive using Groove Pages. And as you can see here, this is something that I created in there. So you can have a look and it will guide you through how to create it. So let me just share this out to the person that asked. I cannot see your name, so I would appreciate it in case you could click the link in the description of this video. There is a link to streamyard.com/Facebook. This will allow me to actually see who you are, and then I can help you out in the next questions. So 1 hour, around 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 minute. Share, start at that time. Okay, and let's just paste it into the chat. Here we go. Whoever asked this question, this is the answer to that question. Okay, so let's just see what we have here. How can I share a Groove page with another member? When I use the export feature, there is no import from export feature. There is, but there is 2 ways to do this. If you want to do the design only or the actual full setup. Let me just show you what I mean by the full setup. Good. Let me close these pages that I don't need because I don't like to have it very busy. So on here, how to start with this? Yes. So one way of exporting the page design is to do it through this button over here. Once you do this, it will only export the design of one page. Okay. So once you click over here, you can copy this over, and then you just paste this into, for example, let's just start a new page, a blank page. Let's just say that now this is my client's account or somebody else's account. I would just go here next to the save button, click on this code, paste it in, click save. Okay, and it is loading in. Let's just refresh. And then it shows up. It is a page 2. So this is how you can transfer the design to another client. Just the design of the canvas. Okay, so in case you are using the actual export feature, if you export the site, it exports multiple pages. So let's just see this zip file. When we open it, you have the index page, which is the home page, and this is the page 2 that we just now created. So it exports both of the pages. Okay, so Curry, you were asking how to actually import now this design. In case you open the HTML, you can head over to view page source, and you see the code. You copy it over, and then you import it as a, again over here. So you import it using the source code, but this time it exports all the HTML code and all the, okay, so I just need to save and refresh. This exports also the pixels that you set up. It exports also the page CSS settings and all the settings that you created, that you added on the page. So in case you added on here a meta title, meta description, different codes, in case you edited the OG title, in case you did the site settings as well. So let me just refresh this one. In case you edited the site setting, the same thing with the, for example, page 3, as you can see here, it will be now loaded. So this is now copied over from the exported zip file. If you add on any site settings, any custom CSS or any of these settings, it will be exported inside that zip file. So if you want to export only the design, you can do it simply by copying over this this source code. In case you want to export everything, all the site settings as well, you can export it using this one. Or you can just simply publish it. Let me just show you. You can publish it, publish your page, and then copy over the source code from here. Again, copying over the source code from a published page will copy over the entire everything, basically the pixels and the tracking codes and things like that. So I don't suggest you to copy from somebody else, because that is not possible to be deleted afterwards. So in case you design websites for your own clients and you are setting it up this way, that you actually set up everything on your side, and you just give them the exported files, then they can import it, but it will already be set up and it will not show up. Sometimes it doesn't show up the settings that were changed. In case you added some custom CSS, it will not show up over here as an editable custom CSS, but it will be in the source code. Great. So I can see Simon is answering the questions in there. Very good. Can I bring over a page from ClickFunnels and still edit it if it's not yet published? I tried what you showed on a video. I brought it over but could not edit it. Yes, so you can do that, but you cannot edit it. We have the page import feature, but ClickFunnels blocked the URL importer, the page import feature, because they are afraid that you will be leaving and you will not be paying them enough. So as some people in the company said, they don't want to let you cut off the umbilical cord while you are paying them huge amounts of money. So they blocked us, so you're not able to import the site, unfortunately. We did it on our test accounts before they actually blocked us, and it was importing the ClickFunnels pages quite nicely. Even Mike did a demo on it, and you can have a look at on our YouTube channel. We have a demo of the URL import feature. Import. I believe it was shown on here. When he demoed it, it's quite good. So yeah, basically they blocked us and they don't allow us. Now our dev team is working around it. They are working on a different solution that we could use, but it just takes time to create that. We didn't think that they will do this, but we need to do something else, so that is taking a bit of time. Hi, is there a way to overlay text over a YouTube video on autoplay? Just tried converting a WordPress page to Groove pages, but I'm struggling to get it to look right. There is no way to put an overlay text over a YouTube, because that element is an embed code. So you cannot put an element on an element. So it's like putting in a round image on a button. That's just not how it works. So that is not possible. Pum, pum, pum. Why is it so hard to align center embed codes of videos that are put in templates? Even the red visual lines aren't trying to adjust. There are issues even on a blank page and adding elements. Same issue. So I don't know who you are. I cannot see your name, but let me just show you how easy it is actually, in case you're familiar. And if you haven't seen, there is a video which explains how to align elements on the page. And once you see this is a 26-minute video which has timestamps, even if you don't need timestamps for this one. Aligning buttons, centering elements on every device, centering text, centering images. This is actually the guide of how to do it. So in here I show you how to actually center this, but I will do a quick demo for you. It's actually not that hard to do it, and you can do it yourself. So let's just delete everything from this page. And now I want to put an empty container. And then in the empty container, I want to put, I'll just use a YouTube video for now, which is over here. And I will show you how to do it. Good. So now when I actually have a YouTube video, I see that it is too big. I don't want it so big, so I will just resize it. Now, note, I'm not using these functions because sometimes they don't look good on all the devices. So instead of the drag handles, I use this one. So I use the sizing to control the size. Okay, so I'm not too keen on using the drag handles, because if you are not sure what they actually do, it could break your site. So when you do this, I suggest you to use the styling. Okay, the sizing is not done for doing sizing like that, because you see it is leaving a lot of empty space in the below it, and when you resize it, then the space of the container just moved up, so it's not controlling the spacing quite properly yet. And this is known, and if you had any issues with the drag handles, this is because it just needs a bit more time to be done, to be shown correctly when used. Okay, here we go. But that out of the way, when we resize using this option, you can see that it is aligning to the left hand side. And now why it is doing that? It is doing it because the browser, the CSS code, how the browser reads it is not setting it up to center in the middle. So when you're resizing, it centers it towards the left hand side. But what you could do is you can do this one, resize it to relative to the parent, and then center it in the container. And this I actually show inside this video. So you can click on the container that is holding the video itself, and in the layout, you can center it by one click. Okay, so that is an option. Or if you want, you can just resize the video using the relative to the page options. So you can click on size relative to the page. Okay, so it is not resizing this video for some reason. I think this may be an issue. That is an undocumented feature. But when you resize using relative to the page, then it actually keeps the video in the middle of the screen. For some reason, it didn't work now, but we'll just need to have a look at why that happened. But for the time being, and the correct way to do is basically resize using this one. So you resize the video using the sizing options that I showed you. You click on the container that is holding the video, and in the layout, you just click the center button. What happens in case you want to have, for example, text on it, and you don't want it to look like this one. You want it to be stacked on. So basically the text is on the top, video on the bottom. You select the container. As you can see here at the bottom, we have the container. You click the layout and you click vertical. So now, as you can see, it is stacked up vertically. And I want it to be centered, okay? So now what we have is we have text. We just move it up above the video. So now we have text, and then below the text is the video. So we can now add on some padding here to the bottom, top, and we can size it, and now we have a nice video with a headline above it. So that is it. It's pretty simple. Basically, you put the video, you resize it, you choose the container, and you just center the elements inside the container how you want it. That's basically it. It's okay, Mr. David, I'm Knight and not feel hesitation to describe you that I joined Groove almost 3 months ago and still can't manage some main features and unsucceed to earn cash, although from starting attending you and Mr. Tom Bill's session, now my time has been wasted for nothing. Kindly personally give attention to become me successful Groovian. That is not something that I will be doing. I don't do consulting and I don't do one-on-one coaching, so I will need to decline this offer. However, there is really loads of ways to make money. If you haven't seen, there is a way. There is a video which actually explains how to make money. If you type in just money inside our YouTube channel or in the Facebook group or anywhere, you can find this video, how to make money using GrooveFunnel suite of tools. Okay, so this is the video you need to watch, and you need to actually do the work. Nobody will do the work for you. So Night, nobody will learn for you. Nobody will do the job for you. In case you don't want to do what is actually shown, unfortunately, you will not be able to earn cash, as you just said. So you need to do the work. Unfortunately, there is no easy way to do it. Don't focus on earning cash. Focus on helping out people. In case you actually just want to earn cash, that's a good goal, but that's a wrong goal to have. You need to have a goal that actually helps somebody. If you help somebody, they will, in return, give you cash for it, and that's basically how the world works. So if you want to just have one goal and one goal only, to have money, that is not going to get you far. In case you have a goal to help people and solve their problems, that is the thing that will get you money. So don't focus on money, focus on solving issues and problems and finding solutions, and that is the thing that will get you the cash. Good morning, Darcy. It's good to have you here. How to change sender name in GrooveMail. Ramiro, I explained this already a couple of times yesterday and before that in the Facebook chat and everywhere. Sender is something that is an extra feature that is coming, so at this moment it is not available. Will Groove have CRM and sales tool like Pipedrive? We will have integration with Pipedrive, so we will not create our own. Derek Bainbridge, are we able to log into GrooveCart? Yes, I am. I just logged in earlier. If you are not able to log in, you have to be at this moment. Platinum members got access to one free GrooveCart store, or one GrooveCart store. It's not free. If you are a free member, you can join in for a little bit of time. So we will have all our all our members will be able to create Groove card stores. The free members will be able to create unlimited Groove card stores. The paid members will be able to create unlimited Groove card store. There will be a difference between the two. So the paid members will have no transaction fees, and the people that will be on the free account, they will have certain transaction fees, small ones, but basically it will get you started. So in case you want to have 100 different stores online, it will be possible. How to remove text undefined at the top of the page? Please answer, David Lemon. Please, Hamid Neem, put in the chat somewhere your site ID, and then I can have a look. Site ID is this one over here. When you're building your page, you can see there's five numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, actually 6 numbers, followed by a hashtag. So Hamid Naim, please put in the chat your site ID, and then we can have a look. Okay. Do you know if there is anything being done to be able to be website ADA compliant? I don't know about this one. This would probably need to be asked by Donna. I hope that she will become coming live today, so we'll be able to ask her that one. Yeah, ADA compliance, that's a good question. Do you know if anything? Okay, so again, the same question. Thank you very much, Ron. There is really no need to ask it twice. I am going through the questions and then we'll see them. Yeah, I can see the difference. So here you included the queue. Thank you very much for that, Ron. I watched your video on the GrooveMail, did the hard reload, and then tested it to the best of my knowledge, using your suggestion with the pop-up form, but no success. Would it be possible to have a step-by-step in writing? Go to GrooveMail, create a list, create a form. Pierre, that's a little bit of work that I'm not able to write all these down. I have a person that is doing captioning, so we have custom captioning on our emails. So you will have it in writing once that is done. Yesterday was Friday, so the captioning was not done yet for this one, but you'll be able to follow the captions after that is created. When you don't see that button for the captioning, we don't have it activated because we didn't fix the captioning. But let's just have a look at this one. You can see that here we have the subtitles activated because we have a person that is going through and it is actually adding it. On my side, it is looking like this because I'm one of the admins, but on your side, it should be nice and white. So you can follow everything that I say, but at this moment, we don't have a written step-by-step. I can show you again how to do it. It is, I don't know where you had the issue, but it's pretty simple, and let's just do it together, okay? So empty container, we pull in a button on it. You can use this with a template or anything. The button is used for opening a pop-up. We will open a pop-up with it. At this moment, we just need to create it, okay? So let's just save our page and head over to GrooveMail. So step 1, open GrooveMail. Step 2, click on Forms. Step 3, click on Forms over here. Then you basically create a new form. Enter the form name. Test form Groove. Okay. Add a name, you click the Save button. Now, it says step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5 over here. You need to go through this one. You can add on all the details you want to ask from people. Email, first name, last. Let's just add on the last name. I like to have people's first name, last name in there. Okay, so I just added this on. Email, first name, last name. Now we have this form created. It is, you can also add in case you want to have these fields mandatory. So you can turn on the mandatory this way. Okay, and we can save and next. Then we are now at step 2, opt-in settings. In case you want a single opt-in basically the people will not need to confirm their that they want to receive email from you. You just leave on here, okay? There will be no email sent out to them. Double opt-in is when you actually want them to join your list, but then you send them an email that they need to confirm, and then you are good to send them emails in the future. Here you want to do a double opt-in by sending out an email. Here you can put in your confirmation email, what will be sent out to them. Okay, so you write that here, and then after they clicked I confirm, where are they redirected to? So this is what you need to put in here, a URL. What I do suggest is just to put a thank you page. Thank you for subscribing. Okay, and here the success page is where your customers are redirected after they filled out the form. So let's just leave it at GrooveFunnels, and let's just leave it as a single opt-in. Step 3, welcome. Okay, you can send out the welcome email immediately in case you're offering a freebie. This is where you actually put in the freebie inside your email. Please click here to access your downloadable guide or something like that. I don't want to send an email just for this to training, and we can, in this step number 4, choose the list that we want to put the people to. So in yesterday's video, we created the list, which is like a bucket where we put in all the people that are filling out the form. So here I have created the lead generation training list yesterday. We can add them on here. You can also do tags, you can do sequences. We'll do more videos on that one, but for now let's just use this. Okay, so now the next step is to paste this code in the landing page or do a pop-up. So now we went through setting up the form. It is very, very simple. As you've seen, we didn't do a lot of customizations. We just created our form and then clicked yes, yes, or save and next, save and next, save and next. Now we have a button. We want to create a pop-up. We create a pop-up and then we just set it up to have a template. So with this template, I want to have a code embed. Okay, I pull in the code embed, and then inside this code embed, I want to paste in my code that I got from GrooveMail. Once I did this, my GrooveMail form appears here inside this embed code. I can actually delete all this text and all these forms and everything that I don't need. There we go. Now I'm happy. After I close this, I can resize the whole container. I can just set up the sizing to, I don't know, 40. And then it looks a bit better like that. Save and exit. And let's just save it like that. Now, the next step is to connect my button to the pop-up. Like that. So we select the pop-up 1, update. And if we preview, now we should have a button that is opening a pop-up, which is having the form on it. So now people can actually fill this out. And then once they submit, they are now redirected to the success page that we left as groovefunnels.com. That's just the simplest overview I can give you. It is very easy to create, as you've seen. Forms, add a name, go through the wizard. Once you set it up, you get a code, you paste it in. In case you were having difficulties with something, try to do a hard reload properly. So right click, inspect, long click on the reload button. This works in in Google Chrome. So you have to have a Google Chrome browser for this. Okay, so reload, empty cache, and hard reload. You choose this one. I will not do it because it will take a long time for me to go back to everything, but that's just the way to do it. Okay, nice. So I just lost the comments. Give me just one moment. Okay, there we go. So John PV. Aligning and centering embedded GIFs or videos are difficult even with the red visual lines. Okay, so John, I believe I answered your question earlier. So if you have seen my answer, we have a video. If you type in centering anywhere inside the Facebook group, in YouTube, in support even, you will find the video on centering elements on the page, and that will actually explain it to you exactly how to do it. Katarina loves Sen. I love your name. Beautiful. Hi, David. Thanks for all the help and support. Just wondering when newsletter templates for broadcasts will be released. Great question. We will, at this moment, have developers working on the system of sending out emails, and then hopefully at a later date we will have templates. We'll have rich email templates. We'll not do copy templates, which is textual based templates, which is hi, da da da, here is the and basically the whole text. We'll not write the text out for you, but we will design the templates like what you can see in MailChimp, like email MailChimp email templates. You can have a look at the MailChimp's email templates, which are looking like that. It looks like its own web page, so you'll be able to create all kinds of interesting newsletter templates like that. So that is something we will be having. We'll also have a drag and drop builder for our emails, which is a rich email editor that is going to be coming as well. So something like this, where you have elements and rows and you pull them on the canvas, and then you put in content and things like this. We will have this in GrooveMail at a later point. We just need to create the systems to be able to handle all these new features. Pam pam pam. Hey Lemon Legend, thank you very much, Jamie. It's good to have you here. I think Sandra should be able to just import HTML file to make her PLR pages appear in Groove pages. Sandra, I don't know who Sandra is. This question. Will you cover how to implement private label rights funnel where they gave me image files and HTML for the pages? Okay, so yeah, I believe you are correct, Karen. Sandra, you can take the HTML in case you have HTML code that somebody gave you to be used on Groove pages. You copy over that code, you open an HTML file, which we did just recently here. So let's just say this is an HTML. You double click it, you right click inside Chrome. Okay, so inside Google Chrome, view page source, you copy this over inside your Groove pages builder. You need to have an empty canvas. You click over here on this button, which is the source code button, and you paste in your code. Okay, I will not click the save button because it will be just reloading the same page I have over here. So that is how you actually import the funnel over there. And then, by the way, thank you, Karen, for explaining that and helping out. Katarina, okay, so I believe I answered this one. If I wake up and he looks exactly the same, robot. I don't look exactly this. I changed my t-shirt. So yeah, thank you very much. I built a test form in GrooveMail, embedded it in a Groove page. Worked perfectly. Awesome. That is what we like to hear. Nice. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Thank you. Actually, I own the domain easy peasy lemon squeezy, and it is looking like this. Easy lemon squeezy, like this, but with a double e at the end. .com. Okay, so easy peasy lemon squeezy with the double e at the end. And I was planning to do a Groove card tutorial using this domain, selling lemon squeezers. Okay, so I'll very soon I'll create a tutorial on how to sell lemon squeezers. So we'll go over how to set up the store, how to how to set up the settings, the shipping, the things like this. So for this purpose, I purchased the easy peasy lemon squeezy domain because I want to start doing groove cart tutorials as well. So yeah. Hi bro. It's good to have you here. Alicia Verdell, good morning. Sarah Browett is here. Nina, hi David, a bit of long question. Nina, I cannot see all the question that you have here, but I've seen your post on inside the Facebook group. You were having issues with HostGator. So with HostGator, if you have your domain through HostGator, you need to follow a different steps. HostGator is a hosting company, and it already has I believe you purchased hosting with the domain. In case this is not the case, in case you only have the domain, you can easily change the name servers. So in case you did the name servers, you can follow the video that is shown um, inside the support. I believe you shared one of the no, this was support from HostGator. So in case you come to support.groove digital, so Nina, this is for you, this is for this person over here, guys, or anybody that is having difficulties with connecting domains. So in HostGator, you need to find a place where it says name servers. When you find that place where it says name servers, you need to use this one, publishing using your own domain. Okay. um, you you can watch this video, add the domain to Cloudflare. You can click on this one and you will find the video which shows how to add a new domain to Cloudflare. You will need to use the name servers that Cloudflare gives you. So register on Cloudflare, you will get name servers, and you can do it for free. Cloudflare is free. Once you go through all this, you get name servers like Norman and rafe.ns.cloudflare.com. It doesn't matter what it says. You just need to copy this over and paste it into your HostGator account. You just need to find in HostGator which says name servers. Once you did that, Cloudflare will find your domains, and then you can follow the video which we did, which is basically this: how to publish a domain. Or no, there are videos on here. So how to publish with GoDaddy. Okay, it is going through GoDaddy especially, but it is following the Cloudflare steps. So once you did everything in Cloudflare, you just need to basically paste the name server, and then it will pull in the details into Cloudflare. So it's very simple process. I believe you can do it, or if you need help, reach out to support. They can assist you with this one. But support.groovedigital.com, you can find information on this one. Guys, we have 93 likes and hearts over here. If you could, please just do a couple more so that we have 100 or more, because I would like to have this video to be the most liked and the most commented video in our group. So we will have a new record to be able to be broken at a later time. So if you didn't press that like button or a heart button on this video inside Facebook or on YouTube, please do it so that we break some records today. So Nina, that is the answer to you. I hope you're having a glass of wine over the next 12 hours, David. You definitely deserve it. So a fun fact about me: I actually don't drink anything else, only water. Like I don't drink alcohol for the past couple of years. I haven't drank any alcohol. Even like we in our family have, during this corona crisis, whenever we came in from we were in town, for example, we came in to the house, the first thing that my family does is we need to disinfect ourselves. So we put a shot of brandy, and it's like they are just taking the shot of brandy just to disinfect themselves inside, because brandy is full of alcohol and we use it as a disinfectant. I actually don't drink alcohol, and I didn't do it, but yeah, it's a fun fact about myself. Um, but thank you very much, Jamie. I will absolutely have a glass of water. um, okay, so Derek is saying Cart won't let me log in with my credentials. Derek, that is because GrooveCart has separate logins. If you have seen the video at the beginning when I was showing the timeline, it says that GrooveCart 2.0 is coming soon, towards the end of October, towards the end of September. We will merge it together so that we have one login for GrooveCart and one and for GrooveFunnels together. So you will have one email, one password, and you will have ability to use all your apps. For now, in case you want to use it before that, you need to reach out to support and let them send you their details, because we had a system that was automatic, but at this moment, as we are merging the platforms and merging the systems, that system is not sending out the details automatically anymore. So please reach out to support in case you want to use GrooveCart in the next couple of days before we actually merge it together. Unbelievable, for almost 24 hours ahead of you. All the best and no sleep. Thank you very much. Can I open a template in other template? Well, I have no clue what this means. Can I open a template in other template? Ramiro, if you could explain what you mean by this one, I will be able to help you. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Karen, if we are a lifetime platinum member, how do we get free SSL certificates for more than 3 websites? So Karen, SSL is not given out to you by Groove, but Cloudflare. So you just need to connect your domains over to Cloudflare, and that is it. What we are doing is not giving away free SSL certificates. We are allowing you to connect your own custom domains, an unlimited number of custom domains. So in case you go to Cloudflare, I'll show you how my account looks like. You need to take your domain, connect it to Cloudflare, and here is where you actually get the SSL. As you can see, most of these are on my platinum account, but even if I would have 12, 13, 50 more domains added on here, I would be able to use it with my free accounts on Groove, with my paid accounts on Groove, and have each domain load in using the secure lock in the browser, which is the SSL. So that is something that is done by Cloudflare, Karen, and it's not a Groove related thing at this moment. We will have the system which will be connected to Groove. Basically, we will have an inbuilt system for managing your DNS, for getting SSL certificates and everything inside Groove very soon. But at this moment, everything is done through Cloudflare. Question from Alan. I have a customer who asked me for a type of font that we don't have. Are we going to have more fonts eventually? Yes, Alan. You can also use Google Fonts as well. I haven't played with it, but it's simple to use, and you can also have a look at YouTube videos how to use it. Google Fonts are fonts that are loaded online, and using a couple of lines of code, you can use it on your sites on Groove pages. So in case you go to Google Fonts, you can find the font that you like. Here, there's loads of fonts that you can use, and these are already loaded in and ready to be used online. So you find your font over here, and then you can head over here and then use Google Fonts CSS. You type in this one, you will get W3 schools or developers Google or other sites, even videos how to add Google fonts in HTML, CSS. You can see videos So what I do suggest is reading through. There is an article for W3 schools for the Google fonts and CSS. So in case you, I believe you add on this code into the head section somewhere, and then you used this font, this code inside the attributes of the element, you can use custom fonts from Google Fonts. So I believe you can find this out yourself. I haven't played with it, to be honest, but I want to learn it. So I will probably have some time next month, and then I will play with this one. But it's possible. I've seen other sites on Groove pages have it. They created it, so it is not an impossible task. I'm just moving my camera a little bit down because when I'm explaining, I sometimes lean on to my chair, and then my face just disappears from the camera. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Dun, dun, dun. Simon, you're a beast. Actually, all the questions are answered by Simon before even I get to them. So thank you for that. Danny, how can I add copyright down in the bottom of the website I'm building? So copyright is just a piece of text. So in case this is your site, you could do an empty block like that. Then the next step is you click inside, you go to layout, center, okay? And then after that, you just pull in a paragraph text. Where is a paragraph text? Here we go. You pull in a paragraph text, and let's just find a site that has a copyright. Groove funnels. It's lazy typing, so I just want to copy it over. Yeah, this one. Ah, here we go. And if I paste it in here, so this is how simple it is. What I did now is use the first block over here, okay, an empty container, and it leaves a bit of space at the bottom. And I like to do this for the copyright. If you don't want this space below, you can use the other block, which is this one with a one column. Let me just show you the difference. Okay, so same here. We click inside, we do the vertical, basically the centering option, and then we duplicate the text from here and bring it up over here. So what this did is actually the same thing. That was not something I wanted. But I wanted to show that there is a difference when you're using the empty container and the other one. But I believe the devs worked on it, so it doesn't show up differently anymore. Let's just put it to auto. Layout as well to auto. Yeah, it actually doesn't show up anymore. So previously it was that that the wireframe, this first container showed up with spacing, and then the other one didn't have this spacing below. But at this moment, it seems that it is the same. So it doesn't matter. Basically, what you need to do is pull in an empty container, or also we have footer blocks, which have this type of thing already. You can use, for example, this one, which already is prepared to be a footer block. You just change your text, you change your details over here, and then you're good to go. That's a new thing. I didn't see this one being fixed, but good. Okay, let's go to the next question. Absolutely. I know this answers the question from before when people wanted to get cash. And please don't do this. I see somebody spamming the comment section. This is not allowed, and I will probably just go there and then see who this was, because I don't want to allow this kind of spamming, and I don't feel good when I'm watching a live stream and somebody's spamming. So this is not something I want to have when I'm doing the live stream. So I'll just going to moderate it. Okay, let's just find this comment if we can. If somebody didn't already delete it, please don't do this. Please don't spam the comments. This is not something we want in the group, and most probably this person will not be there anymore very soon if he continues to do that. Okay, so I don't see it anymore. I believe Simon got rid of it already. If this is you, Facebook user, you're a bad person. Don't do it. There are rules that you need to follow, and we have rules, because otherwise it would be a chaos. If you don't like those rules, you can go and find other groups that you can share your links in. Ours is not allowed. Question: will there be a plan to add live support on Asia Pacific Work Hour? We are planning to do 24/7 live support, or not live support, 24/7 support. With that, I believe there should be live support as well, live chat. So this is something being worked on. We are still growing. We are still doing different processes and management and things like this. So it is not in place yet, but this is being planned. Yeah. I'm a platinum user, but do free users also get Groove Card access? It will be. It is not yet. Did you write how to align form fields side by side and not on top of each other? A little late. Hope you haven't already answered. Yes. So today I need to be more flexible, because usually in my live stream, which are 1 hour, 2 hour, I can refer back. Yes, after the live stream, please go and watch the replay. But today it's a 12-hour GrooveAthon. As you can see, we will have a little bit of issues with referencing previous answers, so I'll just need to repeat the answers again and again. So how to align form fields side by side? There is, if you're talking about GrooveMail, in the forms at this moment it is not possible. When you go into editing the forms are like this. At this moment you cannot put them side by side. This is not a feature that we have yet. I believe it will be coming. But the next thing that we will have with GrooveMail is HTML forms. We'll have some kind of an integration which will be added, so you can create your normal forms. Like, you can use also forms from templates, and you can also so we'll have it in my integrations. It will be GrooveMail in here, and then you can create your own forms. You'll also be able to use these forms that are pre-made. Let's just say that you want to use this form and you want to use this styling. You'll be able to choose the actual form container and set it up using the GrooveMail integration. This is coming, and you'll be able to do all kinds of things. In case you want to create this type of style to have the form fields next to each other inside Groove Pages, not GrooveMail, okay? Not with this one, but with this one, I can assist you with this, because I created a video on that, and it is, I'll just use YouTube for searching, because it is easier for me to explain here. If you type in custom, we have how to create a custom form inside Groove Pages. I showed step by step how to do it. We built out, I explained what the form is, how to manage it. We created also our own custom contact form. We edited the form. I showed you how to how to style it and things like this. And then the next step was where I actually showed you how to create a side-by-side forms, which looks like this. So if you want, you can have a look. We also have timestamps, so you can have a look at the different parts of the video. You don't have to watch it from the beginning. This is how to create a custom form in Groove Pages. Did you write? I will paste this inside the Facebook comments. Sorry, this is YouTube. I will paste it also in the Facebook comments so you can have a look for yourself. But yeah, sometimes people just need help finding different answers, and I do understand that. But the first place I suggest you to do is just search. Um, Search with keywords that you think are matching. If you don't find them, I believe that the next logical thing is to ask. So don't hesitate to ask in case you didn't find it, but please try to search for answers yourself. Today I had a strange comment from a user that was commenting on a templates that were published. Then he went in there and he asked about, can we use Google Tag Manager? And I said that this comment was irrelevant to the post, where I actually said that new templates are available. And I was actually told that, yeah, if you don't want to answer my questions, then you don't have to, but don't be like da da da. Like, I just said to search for the answer, and it is possible to search inside the support, inside Facebook, inside YouTube, and that the comment was irrelevant to the post. So, and I do believe it, and I stand by it. um if you are looking for an answer, first try to look for it inside our group, inside the support help desk, inside our YouTube. You can find a lot of keywords yourself, even before asking it. So that's just a tip in case you're just a newbie here. Okay, nice. So actually, when I share this out, it shares it on Twitch as well, so people that are watching us on Twitch can follow us. Hello. Nice. So nice. Let's have a look at, this is where we stopped. The next question is from the Facebook user. I was wondering, are Groove Pages template final? As in, can we add extra blocks and elements? I'm asking because I tried to add a block and the mobile version came disorganized. So I removed the extra block to keep it clean on mobile, but I would love to add some content. I tried to add a block and the mobile version became disorganized. Yes, I understand the question. The templates are not final. So the templates are a guide which you can imagine your website on, or imagine your pages being built on, but it's not final. You absolutely have the option to modify it, change it as you wish. When you add your own custom content, you will need to modify it to be mobile responsive. If you have a template which is created to be mobile responsive already, and you add something on it, you'll need to make sure that everything looks good. So for that one, you'll just have to learn a bit of mobile responsiveness. Otherwise, you can just duplicate the blocks, for example, from the template. If you are using these blocks that are saved in the system, the wireframe or the design blocks, you can use those are already mobile responsive, as you can see here. It is looking good on all the devices. However, if you do create your own custom content, like I want this one, and then I want text, and then I want the video on one side, and on the other side an image, and things like that, for that one you would need to make sure that it is aligned nicely on all devices. So that's just something that you would need to do yourself. There are a lot of training tutorials on how to make responsive sites. The one I suggest you to watch is responsive. Basics of making pages fully mobile responsive. This is something that I that I created for the reason of people learning how to make responsive pages. Um, Also, a more in-depth tutorial is this one, making a long-form sales page responsive using Groove Pages. This is one day we built out a custom long-form sales page. The next day, I turned on the camera and made the sales page that we created together responsive. And this is the 2-hour video on me explaining each step, making it fully customized to every device that is out there. Hi David, is there an ETA on the CSV import option yet? CSV import for GrooveMail is going to be coming soon. CSV import for GrooveCart is not something that I've heard of. So I don't know which one you are talking about, but an ETA for GrooveMail is going to be probably in 2-3 weeks. How do I ensure my first page goes directly to my second page and at the same time the email address they put in first page goes to GrooveMail? Thank you, and thank you for this support. Absolutely. No problem at all. I can answer this one, and the answer is a video which I did yesterday. This is GrooveMail. You want to use GrooveMail, there is a video on GrooveMail, which is this one, creating your first campaign in GrooveMail. Yesterday, I created a page. I created a button which had a form on it, and after that, I sent people somewhere else. And this is done inside GrooveMail settings, inside the form settings. So I'm not quite sure who you are because I cannot see your details. In case you are on Facebook and you are just watching us for the first time, I would suggest you to head over to streamyard.com/Facebook. This would allow me to actually see your details and to be able to answer questions directly to you, because otherwise I don't know who you are. So I'll pop this link in to the comment section and also here on YouTube. um, Good. Hey, David, how to integrate third-party email autoresponder that is not listed in GrooveFunnels? So that is not listed in GrooveFunnels. There are two ways. One way is to use Zapier. Zapier is the duct tape of the internet. In case you want to use this form with something else than what we are integrating directly here, you can always use Zapier. In case you come to zapier.com, you can have a look at all the apps that they have, and let's just go into the explore. You can choose marketing, email. Let's just click on email. So here you can also see that they have inboxes, email inboxes like Gmail, Outlook, Microsoft 360, Zoho Mail, and things like this, like Proton Mail. But they also have email marketing, which is marketing. Here we go. Email newsletters, I believe they call it. So MailerLite, Sendinblue, GetResponse, all of these you can integrate through Zapier, and it is pretty easy to do so. I created a video on Zapier, of course, as I do with everything. So most of my answers will be I created a video on this one because I don't want to give you long answers here on this live stream. I know that I have 10 hours left to go, almost 10 hours left, but I really want you to get a detailed response, and I want to answer everybody's question. And this is why I answer with videos, because there is training already done. So setting up Zapier to automate your forms on Groove Pages. So this is one of the videos that you can watch. On that one, this is the option number one. The option number two is to actually use, where am I here? Use embed forms. So instead of an actual form like this, you have something like this, code embed. Okay, let's just do that here. Here we go. So instead of this form, I'll just delete it. You have the embed code element. Now, let's just say that you have an email autoresponder or an email software that is not as a inbuilt integration in there. So you can then use something like that. Moosend. Moosend is one of the email platforms I was testing because it is free and I don't have to commit to actually. Okay, let's just try to use this. I didn't have to commit on buying anything. I was just testing it out. So when we actually have integration with Zapier as well, but you can also do forms, subscription forms, and you can have a form embedded. So let's just have a look at the embed code. So the form looks like this, and when you go to publishing on this one, most of these email marketing platforms will have some sort of embed. So you can find the embed, and then it gives you a piece of code like this, okay, which you can copy, and once you paste it in Groove Pages, will actually show up the form which is giving you. Now with this one, we need to also put another code inside the website so that it shows up. But this is basically it. This is how it would work, and then it shows a form that you design, and it is working once you publish the page. So these are the two options for doing forms that are not integrated. I suggest Zapier. It is much smoother to set up, and it looks better because you can design it within Groove Pages. Was unable to post in YouTube, so moving to Facebook. PLR means I purchased a funnel someone else created. Purchase gives me what I need to build opt-in and landing page as well as the product or products being delivered. All that comes as an HTML for the page, file images on the page, and files for the product, PDF or MP4, etc. So Sandra, if it was created in a different platform, you will be able to embed it, but you will not be able to edit it. I don't know who built this and for what platform it was built, or if this is just pure HTML. If it is pure HTML, then it was meant to be a static page on a server. If you want to import it to Groove Pages so that you can edit it, it would need to be done using the page importer. However, to have an option to embed it, actually to import it, you would need to publish it somewhere online. So it's a bit of a hassle to do it. In case you can, the suggestion is just to recreate it or rebuild it inside Groove Pages. You can use all the images that they provided you, the videos and everything. That would be the best and easiest way to do until the import feature is not fully functional yet. But once it is, and if you don't want to rebuild it yourself, you can wait for this import feature to be a bit more stable. Then the next step will be to publish your HTML website somewhere and then import it. That is it, what I can offer you. Are the directions you gave me applicable if hosted as at HostGator as well? So your domain is most probably connected to a hosting. Inside the hosting, you have a cPanel, and inside the cPanel, you have an option to edit the name servers. It is applicable. If you have option to change name servers, you can do that, yes. Brandy to disinfect. Absolutely. This is something that is going in my family. What is the way to post opt-in data to GrooveMail from squeeze pages hosted elsewhere? You would need to embed a form. That's the only way for now. Just take the embed code that GrooveMail gives you. So you created a form. Let me just exit out. Not that way, but it's okay. So you created a form, and once you get the code, you can embed it anywhere, in any page builder, on any website. It will be connected to your form in GrooveMail, and it will be pulling in all the information in here. Let's see. Candice Engel would like you to demonstrate a page import feature, please. I did a video on this one, but I guess we can do it. We have time. So the page importer is working the best at this moment with published HTML files. So I will find an HTML file that is online. Actually, don't need this anymore. So let's go to theme forest. Okay, theme forest. Let's just click marketing for this one, and let's have a look. I believe this code line. I like this code lander. Okay, so if we click on the live preview, we will have a preview of how it looks like when it's published. Ignore. Let's just remove the frame. Your connection is not fully secure. Okay. Let's just continue. Okay, so this is now a website that is in there. As you can see, it has this sticky header already in there, and it has images, and it has containers and text and things like this. So I will take this URL, bring it over to my pages, click the URL importer, and paste this link in here. Import layout, and then we wait, it loads in, and then it imported. As you can see, we get a layout that looks like this, and we can see that when we click on different things, we can edit it. So it doesn't look quite right yet. As you can see, there are images all over the place. There is text. Once you click on it, you can start typing in your own text. And things like this. So these are containers with different things. As you can see, it is putting in a lot of things for not much. So for example, for an image, it put it in a container that is a stylable element, the stylable element in a block. So it's a bit, it creates a bit cluttered websites, but it pulls in the details that we need. So you've seen how it looked like on a live account. I cannot delete this image. You see, there are things that need to be fixed, but what I really like, it actually recognizes how website is built. For example, this is a container. The container has borders which have these dashed lines in the same color as it had on here. You see, so it recognizes it, and it puts it into the right flow. So it recognizes that this is text, that this is text, that this is what is this? This is a list item which has an icon or an image over here, which was already done using the same color as you see here. So there are things that are working very nicely. There are things that are not working very nicely yet, but it's just a matter of working on it a bit longer. So that is it. We have things that we cannot delete on the page yet, but when it works, it will be really, really amazing. And you will be able to import pages from the internet and start building your site. Just fill out the content that you have here, and you can create sites looking like this very, very quickly. And this makes me very happy. So that is just a short demonstration of the page importer. It works, as I mentioned, it works well with HTML pages that are static. So in case you have a lot of these code, for example, these sticky headers and some kind of animations, that is not going to be pulled in. As you can see here, it has an animation and a dynamic um, like a scroll thingy that is not being pulled in. And WordPress sites, for example, are going to give you issues because most of the WordPress is dynamic, which is being pulled in from sources outside, and it's not actually built in to the page. So that's just an example. There we go. Hi, David. Thanks for answering my last question. Can't wait for the newsletter templates to be released. Absolutely, Katrina. You're very welcome. I have another question about GrooveMember. I have 2 meditation courses. I want one membership site under my custom domain. Is this possible? How do I set this up? So at this moment, Katrina, we don't have options for custom domain yet inside GrooveMember. This is something that is coming. We are building in domain settings. Actually, I can show you a sneak peek of it. I believe I did it on one of the previous videos, but now that we have almost 100 people watching, it is a bit more interesting. So let me show you something. I talked about this earlier, but today I'm forgetting about the word. I already mentioned it. So I'll just show you what I mean. So what we are working on is a lot of things. One of these things is going to be this option over here. Let me just I will just make the screen bigger so you can see it. So what we're working on is actually a different type of publishing, and this is going to be on our infographic, and this is scheduled to be coming out soon, which is improved publishing for Groove pages, page builder, and SSL. Okay, so you'll no longer need free Cloudflare account. We'll handle all the details for account hosting and publishing on the backend. So once this actually comes out, we'll be able to publish things on custom domains inside Groove itself. So what we are working on, this is now specifically done for Groove pages. We will have a publishing options over here, select domain and things like this, but we will have domain settings as well. Manage existing and add new domains inside the domain settings. Okay, let's just have a look at the next image. So this is going to be the domain settings. It will be in your account details. So the account details are the button when you press here and my account. Okay, so personal account, contact, change password. We will have another one here, which is going to be called domains, as you can see. This will be the domain settings, and here you will be able to set up your own subdomain. But not only that, you'll also be able to set up and purchase domains, so buy domains, and connect your existing domains from outer sources. So in case you have purchased the domain on Namecheap or GoDaddy or something like that, you'll be able to import it. And this will be done within the domain settings. So let's just have a look at the other pages. Here you'll be able to see when you're configuring the domain, it will be looking like that. And then you can assign your domains to different apps, Groove Pages or Groove Cell or GrooveMember or Groove something. This will be done inside the domain settings. Here it is showing how to connect a domain that you already own. So you just type in your domain details. Then you choose the app you wish to connect it for, Groove Pages, Groove Cell, or something else, Groove Cart, for example. Then here it gives you the name servers you need to use to bring in your point your domain over. And then this is how it looks like. So you'll have the DNS record, you'll have a little copy button you can do. And then that is basically it. Now once it configures it, then it will be looking like it will give you the DNS records as well, so that you can manage the DNS, add the records in case you want to add on an email platform or something like that. You'll be able to manage all kinds of different things with that. You can add a new record, which is choose the record, you add on these DNS records on there, and then basically that is it. So this is coming, and once this is implemented, we will be able to have custom domains for most of our apps. So let me just reveal my beautiful face again. So the answer to your question, Katrina, it is going to be possible. However, it is not yet. Can you share the links to the training videos you reference? I actually think I did it. I don't have any open now, but I will make sure that I do, even though I think I shared them out. But yes. Hi David, can I make a pop-up that plays a video that I have uploaded? Yes, absolutely. So we created a pop-up earlier, which has an embedded form. So instead of the form, you can embed a Groove video. So let's just go into Groove video. So we passed the 2-hour mark, guys. So we still have 10 hours left to go. So that's good. So inside the videos, you can take, let's just take this video. You can take the embed code, you can copy and just change over from the form and paste in the video. It will show up the video. And once the video is actually on there and you set up the video with an autoplay, then it will be showing up like this. So let's just save it and let's just preview. Okay, there's no way to activate the pop-up. Wait just a second. We need to put in a block and a button on the block. Here we go. Configure pop-up. Okay. Save and let's just preview it. So now I have a button which opens a pop-up, and there we go. You can see there's a video playing, and it is a Groove video that I created as a test. So the answer shortly to you, Tony, yes. Darcy is asking if possible. I think it would be helpful to leave questions up while answering, so people popping in will know what you're currently answering. Good idea. I'll try to do that from now on. Let's just have a look. Okay, I just had a look at Skype because some of my colleagues were messaging me, but I will be continuing now. Alan Fournier, can you use the divider element to add a line between H1 text, please? Let's have a look. So there are pre-made blocks which have divider with text in the middle. So you can choose this one, or if you go to wireframes, you have different ones. So this line is a solid line. There is a line that is dotted and things like this. So you can make the background, stylable element background, you can make it white or the color you want. And then let's just have a look. Yeah. So instead here, you just type in, this is my heading. You can see it makes the container bigger, so it looks like the divider is nicely spaced out. So that is a pre-made block which is inside the wireframes dividers. Aloha and bonjour. Let the GrooveAthon begin. Yes. So Coach Deb is the person that was doing the live stream or the webinar yesterday with Donna, and I believe they did an amazing job. I will be posting the replay of that webinar as soon as this um, live stream has ended, because I haven't had a chance yesterday to do it. After the webinar ended, I went to sleep because I wanted to relax, but that was not a chance because my son was up for a party. Will the agency option be available with Groove eventually? Yes, Alan, this is an option and it is already on our schedule. As you can see, one of the first ones is the agency, and with the agency, even if you don't want to have an agency, we'll have the option to have additional users and roles in case you don't want to manage clients' websites and things like this, but you just want to have your own assistants, for example, but not let them see all your transactions and financial information. You'll be able to have that at a later point. It says over here that it is coming in the fourth quarter of 2020. So by the end of the year, we'll have these probably done. It says that sometimes in October we will have more specific dates as to when these are going to be released. And Simon answered this absolutely, as always. So much value on the YouTube channel. Absolutely. So I'm not quite sure who you are over here, but in case you are watching and you have not done this yet, please head over to streamyard.com/Facebook. This way we will be able to see your name, your profile image, and then when we're answering questions, we'll be able to do it specifically to you. Nice. So let's just have a look where we stopped. So many questions. I just need to scroll a little bit. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, here I am. Howdy, David. I'm keen to work with members of my family to assist them to build out their first GrooveCart ecom sites. I have a successful WooCommerce site, but WordPress is a bit technical for beginners. Are you able to let us know when we might be able to create more gratis stores in GrooveCart? Very good question. Thank you very much for deciding to bring your family members over to us. I believe they will be able to learn GrooveCart easier than WooCommerce. I was testing out WooCommerce and all kinds of different apps in WooCommerce, and I find it clunky, and I find it that you need to install a plugin for each and every little thing that you want to do. So GrooveCart will be a relief for your family members in case they already went in and tried WooCommerce. Unfortunately, I don't have a release date for the additional stores in GrooveCart and when that will be coming, but I think sometimes in October it will be an option. I'm so waiting for that one myself as well. I have a couple of ideas that I could do, but most probably most of them will have training videos when I'm building it out. So that will be something we'll need to just work on and have a look at what the designer think, what dates will be scheduled, basically when this feature will be out. Hi Dave, is there a replay after this? So Shin, very good question. I hope there will be. Facebook allows us to stream 8 hours on there, so I believe the first 8 hours will be on Facebook. But I believe the full replay will be available on YouTube. I'm not 100% sure because I don't know if YouTube leaves a replay after this one. So this is something that I was searching for but couldn't find an answer. So we'll just need to see and test it out. Hopefully it does, but I am not 100% certain. Simon is saying yes, so I'm not quite sure if he explored this, but we will try to get this as a we will try to get this as the as a replay. We cannot do it 100%. Okay, so I believe we reached a point when we got to, I want to show this one because it's hilarious. As we are streaming on Twitch as well, they're asking, how did you lose the virginity? So I believe we need to go in and then try to moderate Twitch as well. This is the first time we're streaming on there, and all the people that are usually watching live streams on video games and playing music and all kinds of different things are jumping in now and revealing themselves. So I'm happy that we have a new audience. Question from Alan. I noticed that Groove had been translated into Portuguese. Will the next language be French? There is no confirmation of yes or no on this one. We'll try to have the biggest languages available inside Groove. The Portuguese is available because we have a partnership that was done using not using, but with Brazilian members, with Brazilian team members. So we wanted to do a Portuguese version of the app, but even then, not all the apps that are available are being translated into Portuguese immediately. Mostly, I believe Groove Pages and GrooveCell have translations, but the rest we still need to work on. However, that is not where we are stopping. We want to have all kinds of different languages set up in our software so that it is more versatile and more people can use it for their own businesses. Any update related API than webhook? And webhook. I'm not quite sure what update you are looking for. API for what and webhook for what? We have webhook in Groove Pages and also in GrooveCell. API could mean a lot of things, so if you could just please explain that would be great. I'd be grateful to figure out how to get my payment options set up, PayPal, Stripe, etc., and my products added. We will be working on that. Yes, so we will need to work on that one. Let me just do something quickly. Okay. So I'm just communicating with my team. They are managing the Twitch. Copy. And let's pass. There we go. So I'm ready to get back on. Great. So let's see the next question. Hi David, which template? Sorry. This question, I'd be grateful to figure out how to get my payment options set up, PayPal, Stripe, etc., and my products added. Dave, there is an in-depth tutorial on this one. I can show you where to find that video. I created that when I started working for Groove, which was, I believe, oops, not here, but on YouTube. It's also in the Facebook group, but it's easier for me to search here. So if you type in checkout, if you have a look at the building out a landing page with embedded GrooveCell checkout, and you come into the timestamps, okay, here I am building out a page first, building out a landing page, building out a thank you page, setting up a product in GrooveCell, and this is from 43 minutes 42 seconds. You can have a look at the video. This is for you. It was already copied into this timestamp, so this is something you would need to watch. However, we will also be doing a live build today where I want to take take a free account from Groove and build out something awesome with it using Groove Pages and Groove Cell and Groove Video and Groove email or Groove Mail and GrooveMember. Potentially, GrooveMember is going to be getting an update while we are doing this live, so we can reveal and find out what's the news with it, and then also like build something with it. So that is something I'm planning to do. We'll see how it works out with the development side of it, but I would really love if that would be possible. So yes, let's just see the next question from John. Hi David, which template would you recommend for a virtual health summit I'm putting together? Many thanks. So health summits are different than the templates what we have. If you head over to the template request, we have Groove Pages templates. Here is where people ask for the templates. So let's just see if we have Summit. So there is no Summit. Yeah. So first, if even before you do anything else, I would suggest you to jump in here and request the Groove Pages template Summit funnel or something like that. That would be needed, and we are looking into this one. We are following the Groove Pages templates. Every designer on our team has this link, and this is something that they're following when they are doing the templates. So John, that would be your first step. The second step is to have a look at what you are trying to create. If this is a summit, there are different types of summits that you can create. You can have a look at the templates that we have, and we have, I believe, a website for a membership course, and I believe the membership course homepage. I believe this type of a template would work well with a summit. So have a look. It has different pages over here. Then it has all kinds of different explanations. You can modify this as you want. You can put in different videos and maybe speakers instead of these icons. You can put in speakers and then head to the video, and then when somebody presses the button, then they go to a checkout page or some sort, and things like this. So you can modify this one to be your summit page very easily. And with this, you also get additional pages for single course template. Let's just have a look at that. So this is how it looks like in case somebody wants to go to the checkout, for example. You can line up all the you can explain what your summit will be about and who will be speaking and things like this, and then you can update these buttons with the actual replays of the summit. So that is something that would work nicely. Also, you have additional pages for about us, for contact us, for pricing, for course list. You can import all these into your account, and then you can save different blocks. For example, if you want to use this pricing block that was already pre-designed on your main page, you can just do that. You load this in. I will just demonstrate it here for you. So this is the answer for the virtual summit, but I want to move it. I want to move the question away because I'm working with the builder, and it could look a bit too small. So I'll just remove the question, and then let's just say that you want to save this block. You just click on the block itself. It needs to be saying block here, and then you can see a star icon in this small menu. Once you click the star icon, you can choose where to save it. So let's just save it into our pricing like that. And if you want to save this one somewhere else, like this is a money back guarantee or a Q&A type of thing, you can also save these blocks, and you can load in the homepage in case you want to work with the homepage, for example. Let's just select this. Okay, so now we have the homepage. Now we're working with this. And let's just say I want to have a pricing somewhere around here before my testimonial section. So I go to blocks. Inside the design blocks, I go to pricing, and here I can see the pricing that I saved. Okay, I just pull it out, drag it out, and I have a design block that is having the same colors, having the same um, type and feel um, as the rest of my page, and then you can modify it this way. So you can take blocks from different parts of the template and use that on a page where you actually want to that you actually want to use for that. So I believe this template could work well. You can look through other templates. We have a lot of sales page templates. We have a lot of I don't know, booking templates and things like this that could work nicely. So that is the answer to John's question. Okay, I'm just looking through the questions. What are your relations with Builderall company? You're just 100 miles apart. There is no relations whatsoever with Builderall. In case you're asking my personal relations, I have registered to Builderall, never used it. I find it too clunky, and they try to do a lot of things, but not great. Not even one thing that they are doing great that I found. And also, I didn't like that a lot of users that are promoting it, they are promoting it a very spammy way. So I just stayed away from Builderall. It's not the company's fault. It's just how others are promoting it. I believe uh, a lot of users are promoting Groove as well, the very spammy way. But there's not much that we can do. We are asking users to report in case they see spams and things like this. We can do actions against those things, but we cannot police each and every user and how they are promoting. And I understand that. If you're asking what our company Groove has to do with Builderall, it doesn't have to do anything. We are not partners whatsoever. What we are doing is creating a software um, that is similar to what Builderall is doing, but better and more stable and faster. And like we're implementing all these updates lightning speed, and we'll be there where Builderall is in a year and a half. And Builderall is, I believe, a couple of years old company. So we're doing it better, faster, and I believe we are doing it. Just overall, we have a better base. We have a lot of experts that are supporting us. We have a lot of uh, founders that are coming from all walks of life, and they are bringing all their expertise and all their connections into this company. And even if we look at the founders and who is the founder, I don't even know the Builderall founders. Let's just Google it. I don't have anything against Builderall, and I'm not doing any type of contra promotion. It's just that I am quite familiar with a lot of page builders, but Builderall was not one that I looked into a lot because Eric Salgado, I haven't heard from about him yet. I believe he is also a big name in the marketing industry, but I have heard from Mike Filsame and even our competitors. Like for example, Russell Brunson talked about Mike Filsame as his um, as somebody that he learned from. So I believe we are in the better position from that perspective immediately. Hey David, can you show us how to build a full website connecting the 5 new templates pages uploaded today and getting the heading correct without them doubling it on up on each page if you have time? Absolutely, Jamie. This is something I was planning to do. This will be done a little bit later because this is more of a build type of thing that takes a bit more time, and I just want to answer questions a little bit longer. So, hi David, I'm using Groove Pages to write reviews and have trouble getting my text to HTML ratio above 15%. The highest I got was 13%. I don't understand what the text to HTML ratio is. I doubled my amount of text from 2,000 to 400 2,000 to 4,000 words, and my text HTML ratio actually went down to 11%. I am already styling my font size for device via enclosing containers, nothing for each different line of text. What are the best ways to improve the text HTML ratio when using Groove? Could someone timestamp the answer as I'm currently in trans? Okay, I cannot see the full comment, but okay, so this is something about SEO. Good text to HTML ratio is anywhere from 25 to 70%. Um, this percentage refers to the visible text ratio as opposed to HTML elements, image tags, and other non-visible information. You may notice that many high-ranking websites in search results have visible text. Um, I actually didn't hear from this one, and I learned from a lot of SEO um, experts. So I wouldn't be able to answer this one without looking more into what this actually does. I just learned from this one today, just now. So I'm not able to answer this one, unfortunately, Chris. This is something you would need uh, to wait for an answer or just find out yourself. Um, I will need to learn myself more a bit on that one, and then I can assist. Or if maybe Simon is here answering comments, maybe if he has something, he can just pop in and answer the question. But unfortunately, I don't know about this. Um, Question: you only did a part of PLR question. How to load the image files and download files and product to be delivered? This you need to upload into your own hosting, be like Dropbox or Google Drive or something like that, and you just use the links from there that you send out using email. That is it for now. We don't have hosting on our platform at this moment. Does Groove have a project to gather all the training videos into one application for easy reference when we need a quick answer? We are collecting them all inside a YouTube channel, and we are also doing it for a Groove Digital Academy has all our videos. This is an app that we are using. We also have Groove Video Search. Groove Video Search is a platform that allows you to search keywords. So, for example, centering elements. I want to find where was this talked about. So there was something um, like center elements that was talked about in February 18th, Groove Pages updates and training with Mike Donath and Tom Beal. There is also from Live Build number 1, how to align elements on the page. If you actually click on it, it opens the video on that exact spot where I'm talking about it. There we go. So this is something that you can use. Not a lot of companies have these types of things where they show the training videos to be searchable. We do have that. It's groovevideosearch.com. Let me just type it in here. This is for YouTube, the Twitch people, and for the Facebook people. Nice. So we are getting close to having 100 people watching us. So if I could ask you one more time, please, in case you could click the like button inside YouTube and the Facebook, and if you haven't yet subscribed to our YouTube channel, because we'll be doing a lot of new stuff now that are new features to, and basically the new apps to GrooveFunnels are coming out, and the new training is coming out. You don't want to miss the trainings, and some people don't follow the Facebook group that much. So what I do suggest is to subscribe to our YouTube channel. This would help you a lot when you need to follow up with some training videos that we are doing. So if you just click that like button, give me heart, give me a like, I would be happy with it. Yes, so we're approaching 2 hours and 30 minutes into our live stream. So that means we are 9 1.5 hours away from ending, but I'm not looking forward to ending this. I'm looking forward to just continue. Maybe I will feel differently later on, but yeah, we'll see. Nina, my concern is I'm on day 4 of waiting for it to connect. Is this normal? To confirm, I was able to change the name service on my cPanel and HostGator to follow your instructions successfully. 4 days, it is not something that is normal. So in case you are waiting for 4 days, something must have gone wrong. So try to reset it and try to start from scratch. In case you are in Cloudflare, in case you did it in Cloudflare, okay, first go into your HostGator account and delete the name service, put it back as it was. And also, in case you already connected it with Cloudflare, just click on the domain that you connected, and once this loads in, this type of overview analytics and this screen, just scroll down and click remove site from Cloudflare. So basically you will start from scratch. Then you try again. 4 days for getting a domain name connected, it's not normal. There must be something that have gone wrong or a step that is missing. So try to redo it, or if you want, you can ask for some help in the Facebook group. We have a lot of very active community members that like to help out, so that is something that is an option also. Peut-être. I don't know which one is this for, but peut-être means maybe in French for the people that are not speaking French. Coach Deb was answering Alan's question. Facebook user, bummer, I can't hear you. My computer sound works because I just listened to news report. I really don't know what to what to say to this one. We have 3 different streams going on live now. Twitch, Groove Digital Official, YouTube channel, Groove Digital Official, and our Facebook group, which is also called Groove Digital Official. So you can get into any of those. Dear Facebook user, I cannot see who you are. Please jump over to YouTube. And I'm just thinking, I'm talking this and you cannot hear me, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. In case somebody could just link in YouTube to this person over here, I cannot see the name, that would be super helpful. Awesome. So that is good. So I'm just getting confirmation from Simon that the long live streams are still saved on YouTube. There are examples of 12-hour live streams of on Facebook. So I believe the replay will be on the YouTube. Sorry, I said Facebook. I believe live streams are still saved on YouTube. So we will have a replay on YouTube. That is almost certain. Question from Sandra. To switch hosting to Groove, does switching the domain servers actually move the data files into Groove? I know it repoints the domain, but not convinced about moving the files. So domain, if you just put the name server or the domain name server, which is the DNS for short, over, and you point it over to Groove, that doesn't bring in any files. That is just the name. Like, for example, in this case, deveracosmetics.com would not open one page, but it would open a different page. So it's only the name that you're bringing over. It's like, I don't know, if you have 2 Barbie dolls and you give one Barbie the name Jennifer, but you don't actually want this Barbie doll to be Jennifer, you want the other Barbie doll to be Jennifer, then you just transfer the name, and this is what the domain transfer does. You just point over the name to the other pages. This was a very dumbed down question. It's not because this is something that popped into my name in my head first. I don't think about Barbie dolls that often, but this case, it was something that I thought of. So, Nina, lastly, I just want to confirm that I don't have to transfer domain if I set up all the name server stuff, and that's it's okay to keep waiting on it to complete. Thanks for everything. you don't have to transfer. Transferring a domain is still possible to Cloudflare, and it is a good option. And let me show you why. Cloudflare has a registrar. It doesn't have any markups. So when you actually purchase a name, and this one I found out very recently, when you purchase a domain name through Namecheap, let's just try to find this domain. Okay, so it's available. If we add it to cart, this is only the first year. Okay, so when you add it to cart, you register it for 1 year. When you have a look at what you're actually buying, you are buying the subscription at this price for 1 year, but then later on it will be renewing at a different price. Okay, let me just have a look at how to see how much money I will need to spend if I need to confirm order. Okay, so it doesn't actually show, but the domains will be more expensive at a later date. What Cloudflare does, it allows you to bring over, actually transfer your domain over to Cloudflare, but it will not charge you more. And the prices with Cloudflare are usually cheaper. So let's just have a look at lemontemplates.com. Okay, so I have this over at Namecheap, and okay, so it allows me to purchase it from here, but I want to transfer over the domain. So there is an option somewhere, I have seen it, and it actually doesn't charge you more. So if you transfer over to the Cloudflare registrar, here we go. So transfer, it is much cheaper than if you leave it on there. So it says you could save up $75 per year with Cloudflare registrar in case I would bring all these over. So you see, it is a good option to have your domain transferred to Cloudflare. You don't have to, but it's also an option. So that's about that. Please demonstrate 1 best practices for optimizing images for best page speed. Very good. Let's do that. I want to share this with the live stream people. So I created today a GrooveAthon Skype group. We chat in Skype in our company, and this is what Deb Cole shared. So we just created when I shared out the Barbie analogy, David just made me bust out laughing. The Barbie doll analogy putting smiles on viewers in wee hours of morning. I love this so much. Dave is a champ. Thank you very much. Deb, you are awesome. Yeah, so sometimes we have chat while we are doing these live stream, and today it's a special day, and I wanted them to participate as well. They're helping out manage the comment section, so I appreciate that they are actually here and helping out. So what I was going to do is to go out there and open just Google optimize images, optimize image. Okay, then what you get when you Google that, let me just zoom in, you get a couple of different pages: image compressor, imageoptimizer.net, tinypng, compressor.io. These are all viable options for compressing your images. Let's just see what this does. Okay, Optimizezilla. Let's find an image that I would be willing to use for this case. Let's have a look at what this does. Okay, so this is a JPEG, and let's have a look how big it is. 293 kilobytes. Okay, I want to find something that is a big image. So let's just, I will actually do that here. View, sort by size. Okay, here we go. So there is a mock-up of the templates that just came out yesterday. So this image is 1 megabytes and 1.07 megabytes. So let's just drop this in there. Okay, so it says it's compressing it now. Now, this platform, OptimizeZilla, imagecompressor.com, by default, the original image is 1.1. It's 1.07 actually, but it says 1.1. It can compress it to 350 kilobytes. So it's approximately 68% conversion. And it gives you an option to have a look and view what the compression does actually to the image. As you can see, this line is a little bit more straight. This one has a little bit more pixels in it, but when you zoom out, it actually looks almost identical. But I'm very happy with saving 68%. So I will just click apply, or it is already ready. If I don't change anything, I don't need to click apply. I can just download it. And now I have a file that is called the same. It just have -min, which is a minimized version of it. So now when I come into my page builder, I can easily upload this file, which is the smaller version. So for example, I can come over here and the background upload that image. There we go. And you can see that this image is full HD image. So it's a big resolution, but it's actually 350 kilobytes or so. Okay, so it's 905, it says over here. I don't know why. Let's just try to download it one more time. Let's just see over here. Properties. Yeah, so this says that the size of the image is 349 on my computer, and this is the min version, as you can see here, and this is the one I uploaded. I'm not quite sure if Groove tells the correct details on here or not, but even then the image is much smaller and it will load much faster now. So let's just have a look and let's just download this background image. Inspect. So this is the image, and we want to have a look at the background, which we can find somewhere over here. So in CSS, it should give us the file details. Maybe over here. I'm not sure if I'm looking at the correct details. I wanted to save it, but I don't want to mess with it. But I believe it is correct because it's 300 something kilobytes when I uploaded it. So now it is much smaller, and it looks actually quite good. Yeah, that's basically it. So this is one of the questions. So this is an online image compressing platform. There are also image optimizer software that you can download. So let's just have a look. Cesium. Okay, so this is one that I was using, and you can download it for free. You click on the downloads, and you basically download it to your device. You can use it on Mac or Windows, and this is the same thing. It just does it through a software. So in case you want to upload multiple files at the same time, you can do it with online software, something like this. You can upload a lot of files at the same time and then compress it, or you can do it with a software that you download and it's actually offline. You don't have to be online for compressing your images. In case you have thousands of images for a portfolio website or something like that, I do suggest you to download that software. For example, Cesium. There is a lot more. I just know about Cesium, which you can use instead of the online platform. So next question, please demonstrate different image resizing option. I replicated a WordPress site, but the image appears fuzzy on Groove pages, even though image upload. Um, okay, so even though image uploaded. So the sizing, image resizing options. So the sizing for images, this is for the background. So let's just put it back. Oh yeah, I deleted it. Never mind. So what I will do is I will start over here from scratch using a block like that, using an image. Okay, so in here I will paste, or I will put in the image we just uploaded together. Update. So now, as you can see, it is set up to be big image. Okay, and what I mean by big is to have 100% of the width of the parent container. Okay, so the image is in this container now, and the container is set up to be this size. Okay, so this is why it is showing up. So it is set up on 100%, but if we want actually to be full width, we set it up 100% like that. So let's just leave it at max width. Okay, so now it pops back 80, 50. Let's just leave it at 50%. This is now our container. So what the image is set up to is to take up the 100% of the container, and the container is set up to be 50%. Okay, so it is now, the image is 50%. If you actually want to resize the image within the container, you can do that as well. So you click on the image, you have the image selected, and in the sizing, you just do relative to the parent, and then you resize the image using these options over here. See, then it will not be 100% to the parent, which is this box over here is the parent container, but it will be smaller because it will be 80% of the container itself. So when I do resizing, I do not suggest you to use at this moment these options, because the resizing of elements on the page using these drag handles may sometimes show up incorrectly on the canvas. What the resizing does, it is changing the height and the width at the same time, and sometimes it doesn't show up correctly when you actually publish it. So this is something, as you can see here, it's just cutting off the image and putting in a little bit of side scroll. So when resizing the images, I do suggest you to use these sliders over here. And you see now this is happening. It is sizing it because the height needs to be set up on auto, and then it actually takes up the automatic sizing options. So this is for image resizing. I don't know why it shows up fuzzy, but that is how it should be done. Is this for mobile only when enlarged screen on PC becomes megapixelated? I don't know what you are talking about. What is for mobile only? If you're talking about stream, it is not for mobile only. It is for any device where you can where you can watch a video on. If you are watching a pixelated version, you can head over to YouTube and have a look if on YouTube it is better. Good, guys, so now we're approaching 3-hour mark, and there is 100 and something of us watching this live stream. So one more time, I would suggest you just to please head over to our YouTube channel and hitting the subscribe button and the notification bell icon over here. We will be publishing more and more videos soon, because we will be doing a lot of new training videos on the new apps and the new features that are coming out, the new updates, and we live stream on YouTube and the Facebook group. Most of the people are not very active in the Facebook group. We have 100,000 users, but 101,000 users, but around 40, I don't know, 49% of the users that are joined to the group are active. So a lot of you may be missing out. So I would suggest you to just go over there to YouTube and and subscribe to the channel, because then you will be receiving notifications when we push out a new video, so that you can learn from it. Because if you learn how to use the platform, our support will have an easier job handling the newer customers, the newer users. This is one of the benefits. The second benefit, you will be more confident, you will be able to create better sites faster. And the third, will not have repeating questions in the group, will not have repeating questions on our live streams and things like this. So there's a lot of benefits that are coming out from being there on trainings. And we push out trainings a lot, and we try to educate our users a lot. So yeah, that's just one of the benefits. I do suggest you to subscribe. Let's just see where we started. Love the Barbie analogy. Yeah. Good. We have the Groove Girl here. Good morning, David. Good morning, Groove Girl. Let's see where we stopped. So many questions. I love it. Here we go. So thanks, David. Nice work. Thank you. Teresa Marshall. Do you know if a replay of the Groove Solo ad webinar from the 18th will ever go up? Yes, I actually uploaded it, but something went wrong. It is in the Groove Digital Academy, but I just need to actually publish it live. I will do that, and also upload the webinar from yesterday. So we will have both of them live after this live stream ended. Brilliant initiative. Thank you very much, Daniel. Ryan Tina here from the Facebook group. Can't see anything pixelated. So's to moan. I have visual snow syndrome. I'm not quite sure what I can say about that. Please have a look at YouTube and see if YouTube works better for you. Great. So wow, I'm glad I'm watching this live in case this maxes out and there's no replay. Well, hopefully there will be a replay. Simon confirmed that there will be, and that there are actually live streams on YouTube which are 12 hours long. So yeah, that would be a bummer for the people that say, oh, I need to go to work, or I need to do something else, or I actually need to go to shopping or something, and they come back and there's not a replay. But unfortunately, that's out of our hands. We really want to give replays for everything, but it's just sometimes limitations of platforms. I know Facebook will be dead very soon after 8 hours, but we'll just be there to test it out. So everybody that is watching on Facebook, I suggest you to subscribe to our channel, because you'll be able to continue watching on YouTube once Facebook maxes out. What I will try to do is try to restart the stream on Facebook after it ends up quitting on us, but the YouTube solution would be the best in case you are now on Facebook. Question: I use embed code element to add Groove Mail from a form to Groove page. It's not showing up. Do I need to put the code in a form element? No. So embed code is going to be handling Groove Mail. So that is something that would be handling it. I did a demo just recently on, for example, I took a form. Let's just do this one, test form GrooveAthon. I set it up earlier, and I got an embed code. We can copy it, and if we have let's just delete this, and if we have a container over here, we just need to pull in a groove. It's not a groove, it's a code embed. Sorry, I'm just thinking about Groove all the time. It's just a code embed. We paste the code in, and then we click save. Then it loads in the builder. If it doesn't load in, just try to do a new form. It could be that something went wrong. Another thing that you could try to do is click the inspect element, inspect over here, then you click and hold the refresh button. Empty cache and hard reload is something you would need to choose. I will not do it, but once you choose that option, it will reload your whole system. It will reload the Groove follows from scratch. Then the next step is to just log out. Okay, you log out and log back in. Then you should be seeing the newest version of the platform. GrooveMail had an update yesterday which fixed a lot of issues. One of those issues was the form as well. So try to create a new form and try to embed it on the page. It should be working there. Good. When is the payment integration for GrooveMember? So Louis, the integration with GrooveMember for payments is becoming soon to GrooveCell. So GrooveCell is the platform that is handling the payments and the payment system. So once we have this one, we will do an announcement. At this moment, it is more manual process. So once you set up a product, you have the option to choose in the fulfillment section, in the step number 8 of GrooveCell, you have the option to choose no access page, a downloadable file, which is also coming soon, and the integrated membership. So the integrated membership will be the one that will be handling the connection between somebody that purchases and then immediately getting them access into GrooveMember. This is not live yet. This is being worked on. We are still in need of a couple of updates for our GrooveMember platform, and then we can set up the integration between the two platforms, so GrooveCell and GrooveMember, so that they communicate with each other. But for now, it is a manual process. And in case you want to learn how to work with it now without that integration setup, you can come and find the video which I did on that exact process, which is creating a funnel using Groove Pages, GrooveCell, and GrooveMember. And let me just share this one with you. So this is for the people watching on Facebook, and this is for the people watching on Twitch and YouTube. There in this video, I explain exactly how the manual process of fulfillment happens. So this is something that you can learn in this video. Hi David, I've been experiencing an error 504 gateway timeout in GrooveCart. What could be the reason why this is happening? The error 504 gateway timeout is not something I know about. So at this moment, if this is not happening anymore, then this could be just due to an update. In case this is still happening, please reach out to support. They would be able to look into that for you. At this moment, I don't know what this was tied into, but I know that we are publishing updates and bug fixes all the time. So if you still have this problem, I would suggest you to just go into GrooveCart and do this exact thing, which I will show you now. If you could also, it would be appreciated in case you head over to streamyard.com/Facebook so that I can see when you're commenting and I can see your name in the profile image. That would be lovely. But the answer for you is when you open GrooveCart, right click anywhere on the page, go to inspect, and then click and hold the reload button, click and hold the refresh button, and choose the empty cache and hard reload. Okay, once you did that, you log out and then log back in. So this is how you can see the most freshest version of the platform. And in case errors and issues are happening, if it is due to updates or deployments, this will fix it. Okay, if you do this and it is not happening anymore, then we can confirm that this was due to a fix or an update. Question: in Groove Pages, do you intend to add a visible 12-column grid for desktop to aid design and layout, and then different columns down through laptop, tablet, and phone. So in case you're talking about the visual guides, like what you can create in Photoshop, or it's like a grid layout of some sort, so that you can pull in elements, like for example, what Adobe XD or Sketch have. This was talked about, and this is on a requested features list. For now, it is just not something we wanted to do for this launch. Could be that in the future it is added on into our builder, but for now I don't think that this will be coming out this year. We were talking about that, and it would be helping out a lot of designer and a lot of agencies that are using Groove Pages to design clients' websites. But for now, I don't believe that this will be added on this year. Let's just open this one for the moment. Question: I have one of my main sites developed in PrestaShop. I understand one of your company. Okay, I believe I answered this one, but let's just give it an answer again. This question was asked on our previous Lemonade. So I understand one of your company directors was previously involved with PrestaShop. I have put a feature request in to see when I could host my PrestaShop site with Groove. This is currently not possible. Any idea on a time frame? So PrestaShop is a platform in itself. PrestaShop has its own code. It has its own pages and dynamic elements and products, and how it displays the products and all types of different things that is not the same as with Groove and GrooveCart. So at the moment there is no integration intended with PrestaShop that I know of, and at this moment there is no way to actually have PrestaShop hosted on Groove, because that is not something that we are doing. We have our own solution, which is called GrooveCart. And in case you would like to use an e-commerce platform from Groove, you are welcome to use GrooveCart. Very soon, you will be able to create an unlimited number of free stores. In case you are a free member, or in case you're a paid member, you will be able to also create unlimited number of stores for your self, very similar to what you can do with Groove Pages. But for now, it is not an option yet. So no time frame, and no time or no information on the integration or with PrestaShop yet. Do you have a rough time for the live build? I have to go out for an hour, so I want to avoid missing it if possible. Absolutely. So at this moment, I just want to answer questions from people, but as I am going on and on, just questions are just coming in. So I will give it half more hour, and in the next half an hour, I will wrap up with the comments for now. Then we can maybe have somebody on from my team until I go to a place where even kings go walking. And then in the time frame, we can also do an interview with somebody that jumps in, and then after that we can do we can start our live build. So let's just say in an hour and a half. So it's now 3 hours into the GrooveAthon. Let's just say that in hour and a half, so at the 4 hour 30 minutes mark, we will start with our live build. Mahfouz Alam, I have a question. After publishing the site, the contents of the page has slightly changed from preview of the design. How to deal with it? So I would need, this is something that would need to be looked into. I don't know what your settings are on the page. I don't know how it looks on the preview, and I don't know how it looks on the live. So I would not be able to just tell you a right or a wrong answer on here, because I would be able to give you a wrong answer, absolutely. But I would not be able to give you the exact thing you would need to do in order to fix this issue. So if you could, Mahfouz, please record a short loom.com video and reach out to the support team. They would be able to look into that for you. If they will need if the support cannot help you, they will reach out to me so I can look into that myself. But for now, try not to post that video that I asked you to do inside the comments of this, because we expect to have a lot of chit chat and a lot of comments in the this live stream comment section, so we'll probably just not find it there. So reach out to support with your video that you created, explain exactly what the problem is, how it looks on a live preview, and how it looks on a published page, and then we can have a look into it. Thank you. Facebook user, question, do you have a rough time for the... Okay, so I answered this one previously, and let me just put this one back. Okay, with the affiliate program, can I link that to my PrestaShop site, offering affiliates commissions across either single product? This one is also been answered on our Lemonade. So this person that is asking it, I cannot see their name. They asked a question for the Lemonade Q&A, but haven't seen the response of the Lemonade Q&A where I actually answered this one. So my answer there was, in case you have a product on one platform, but you want to create an affiliate program with a different platform, that is not going to be working, because you're making the payment on one platform, you're fulfilling the product on one platform, and then the other platform cannot tie into this by taking commissions out of that money. So that doesn't work like it. In case you want, you can create an affiliate program within Groove, inside GrooveSell, and then sell your products through GrooveSell. That is a viable option, and that is something that is that can be done. You are not able to actually create your affiliate program through a different platform where you're selling, because we need to handle the payment, we need to handle the signups, we need to handle the this backend processes that are necessary for so that we can actually create the affiliate structure and affiliate system, basically the links, the promo tools and things like that. There we go. I'm having trouble with responsive. When I change the position of text and blocks in mobile, it changes the positioning in desktop and vice versa. Is this a bug? Nope, it's not a bug. And let me explain to the people watching this. Most probably, if you are working with responsiveness, you know what this person is talking about. But let me just show you something very simple. Okay, so when we have now 3 containers, I will put in some text, some paragraph like this, and then one button. Okay, we will make this button green. Oh, yeah, let's use this one. Okay, and then I will duplicate everything that I see here onto the other. Oh, come on. Here we go. There we go. This one as well. You've probably seen these types of things. These are most of the times used for presenting features on your website. So which is 3 column blocks with different buttons like that. Come on below. I want you to have position on here. Okay, so the first one will be green, the next one will be blue, and the third one will be red, which is, I said red. Okay, so now when you actually view this on the horizontal devices, it looks kind of okay. When you preview it on here, it doesn't look okay because it's too stacked up to each other. So let's just select these devices, so this one and this one, and let's just move them away. So the way I am usually doing it is by selecting the whole container, which holds the heading, the paragraph text, and the button, and I'm adding on margins on it. Okay, so now on here it looks good. As you can see on these 2 devices, it had changed and it's not all stacked up with one another. But when we go back and we see that now the middle has been also moved. And this is a change that happens because we didn't set up exactly how we want it to look like on a horizontal devices. We didn't set up that we don't want the sizing on there. So we set up that we want sizing on here, but a system thinks that we want to also have the sizing on the other devices. And this is a very easy fix. So if you just change one bigger device, so one device bigger than the one that you changed, and you just put back the settings on this container. Okay, let me just do it here. There we go. So spacing, top and bottom, if you just move it back to 0, now on this one, it still stays. You can see we have this nice separation, but on here, now it moved back on here as well, and on here as well. So now that we set up how we actually want it, we want it on horizontal devices to be showing up completely on the top of the page without any spacing, but on the vertical devices. So this is the difference: vertical, horizontal. Devices, we want it to stay like that. So this is not a bug. This is how our system works, and this is how if you actually understand the concept of setting it up for each device, then you can easily handle all the responsiveness. And I talk about this more depth in my videos about the responsiveness. So in case you want to learn how to do more in-depth responsiveness, there is a video making a long-form sales page responsive using Groove Pages. I can share this out to you as well here inside the Facebook and YouTube. And as well, not this one, but basics of making pages fully mobile responsive. Okay, so these are 2 videos that I created on the responsiveness, and that I'm proud of how I explained the responsiveness, and people that watched this video said that now they fully understand it. There's another one in case you want to build something in the meantime as well. There is a video that I created that I also go in depth, but simply how to create this is just a second. I find this one, building a simple domain page. This one as well. This one is the shorter build that I did. This is a 1 hour, but in 1 hour I built out a site, and I made sure that on each and every one of the devices it looks perfect. So in case you want to learn about responsiveness, I would suggest you to watch this one. I'm just messaging a team so that we have a look. Who will we have as a guest on there? So I love your honesty, David. If you don't know something, you tell us that, and don't try and BS your way through like a lot of people do. That's not something that I'm trying to do. I try to be honest with you guys, and this is where we ask you to be honest with everybody else as well. And this is where people that are trying to scam their way or spam their way get in trouble, because basically the truth always comes out sooner or later. So yeah, that is not a good tactic to do. Monique, I'm looking at the GrooveFunnels packages overview you posted the other day. What does transactional only mean for the free account for mail? Transactional is actually when you have transactions. So in case you purchase something, in case somebody purchases from you, they get a receipt, or okay, they get a confirmation of the purchase, or things like this. That is, for example, you signed up an affiliate and then you send out an automatic welcome to my affiliate program, things like this. So it is these automated transactional emails that that happen when you have somebody purchase something, when you have somebody sign up to something, when you have these little things that don't require a lot of customization, but you set it up once and it runs in the background. So these are the transactional messages. Okay. One of 3-part question regarding this GIF. Can we animate squiggle underline text? Okay, so I will need to try to find that GIF. Pum, pum, pum. I'm just going through the questions now. There is loads of them, and this is what I expect exactly. So this is the GIF that there is nothing in there. Okay, let's have a look. I'm not able to see the GIF, Darcy. If you could somehow share it differently, I would be able to assist. Yeah, it just doesn't show up. Okay, so the next guest who we will have here in the next 10 minutes will be the Mr. Simon Leong. He was very active in answering your questions, and he is one of the people that I looked up to whenever I was still a customer. I saw Simon start when he started working for Groove. I saw how he started creating videos, and I was like, oh my god, I want to learn more, and I want to learn this, and I want to learn that. So whenever he posted the first video, I was like, Simon, can you do a video on this? Can you do a video on that? And this is where I met Simon the first time. He was new to the company as well, and he was starting to do all these creative videos. So this is where I met him. But now he grew much larger, into a much larger role in the company. He is now going to be taking over a lot of different big projects that we are planning, and maybe he can share some of those details with you. But let's just in the meantime answer some of the extra questions that we have here. So I see Simon is joining in, but before we bring him on, maybe we can actually answer this question. Please close the question at the bottom of our screen after you read it. Sometimes blocks things on your screen. So this is something that users ask me to do, because when they come on live, they don't understand what I'm answering. So I am still learning, and the next time when I'm actually building out some things and then you need to see my screen, I will be hiding it away and then revealing it back so that people can see what I answered. So with that said, I want to bring on Simon just to say hi and just to welcome you all here. I believe this is the first time he is going to be showing up inside the live stream. So let's just welcome Simon Leong. Hey, Simon.
Hey, what's up, David? Wow, 12 hours, man. You're one crazy fella.
Yeah, I have a big goal that I want to do a record on inside our Facebook group for the most commented post. I want to do also some tests of testing out YouTube, Facebook, and StreamYard as well, of how it works with long videos. So this is all going to be done today, hopefully. So Simon, I want you to just introduce yourself for the people that are new here that don't know about you. Some people may know you from your previous ventures, but for those that don't know you, just tell us who Simon Leong is.
Sure. I think probably nobody knows me from a bar of soap these days, because I've actually been doing internet marketing for quite a while, made money for the very first time in 1997. But then later on, that was around the time of the .com bust. So everything went kaboom back around 2000. And then I started working for Google as an employee, started their Google AdWords team at the time. And it was during the 4.5 years that I was working at Google that I discovered internet marketing. I discovered through a lot of the clients that I was working with, because they were spending hundreds of thousands of dollars every single day just on ads. And I knew just because they were spending so much money, it must have been working really, really well for them, right? And so I started looking into internet marketing, went to my very first internet marketing seminar back in 2006 in San Antonio. And that was when I met Mr. Mike Filsame and his inspiration to get me out of the 9 to 5 and become an internet entrepreneur. I remember his story when he said that he left the car industry on August 5th, 2004. And that was when I made the commitment that on August 5th of 2006, I was going to quit my job at Google. And the rest, as he said, is history, right? I've been an internet entrepreneur ever since and been speaking all around the world, and doing a lot of really cool things, I would say, in internet marketing, but also in terms of seminars and doing trainings. And over the last 15 or so years, it's been an incredible ride. I had the opportunity really to share the stage with some of the best. And now 2020 is a brand new, different year for every single one of us. We're living in unprecedented times for sure. And I believe with the opportunity that has been given to all of us as a result of Groove Funnels, not just with the products, not just with the state-of-the-art technology, but also with the opportunity itself. There is no better place to be. You and I both know there are so many people who are struggling right now, both financially, economically, and we're all kind of concern for health and wellness and safety for everyone around us. I think now is the best opportunity for every single one of us out there who wants a fresh start, who wants to start shifting their focus in their lives towards doing something that they've always wanted to do. This is basically an opportunity for anybody to completely change their lives and make it for the better. Because I'm telling you, here in Malaysia, where I am right now, our country is locked down until the rest of the year. Okay, so we're not going anywhere. I'm going to be at home. And I know many people who are in this country, as well as surrounding ones around the world, they're all going to be stuck at home as well. And are you going to be looking for a job? Are you going to be concerned? Are you going to worry? Or are you going to take advantage of what's in front of you right now? Because with the 40 something 55 people here in the room on YouTube, and how many do we have over here? 50. There's like a very small percentage of the people who are actually watching us right now. Do you realize outside that window, outside the door, right outside in the real world, what kind of huge opportunity you have as being the minority of the people who are watching this? Because you have the opportunity to learn from David Lemon, right? You have the opportunity to learn from the top leaders of Groove Digital. You have the opportunity to be in the minority of people who have discovered the power of this technology. And believe me when I tell you, they say that everything happens for a reason. And they say that you're at the right place and at the right time, all these different cliches, right? But nothing can be further from the truth right now, simply because of the true to life potential that is sitting right in front of you. And I know we cover this a lot and we say that, we're in beta and there's a lot of things that don't quote unquote work correctly right now. And sure, there are bugs, but this is what is called growing pains, right? It's all a part of the growth. The reason why you have the opportunity, and I call it an opportunity because it is an opportunity for you to experience these bugs, to experience all these errors, to experience all these problems, is because we're brand new right now. You are at the forefront of the opportunity itself. By the time that the bugs are gone, by the time that we're out of beta, you won't have this opportunity to grandfather yourself into the lifetime platinum membership. You won't have the opportunity to be one of the first premier veterans of wherever Groove Funnels is going to be for the next 6 months, a year, and beyond, right? Because now you're actually where you are supposed to be if you're going to be quote unquote a founding member. Right. So you are actually at the right place at the right time, not just as the cliche, but definitely spend your time invested learning the system, learn from David Lemon's crazy, every single day he gives you content. Every single day there's brand new information for you to consume. And today, 12 hours, right, of craziness. And I don't even think that I've seen you take a sip of water. You're
One.
just one, right? I mean, you are a machine, as we like to as our team has already been calling you, right?
Yeah.
You are a machine. You just devote and make the commitment to our users, to our members, and definitely take full advantage of that. I guarantee you, I had a Freudian slip earlier, but it doesn't really matter. Compared to GrooveFunnels, any other competitor, any other related software companies or internet marketing companies, I guarantee that you are not going to see this kind of commitment, this kind of dedication to you, our users, our members, and to make sure that we devote what we can towards your success, right? I've seen many companies who want to upsell you one thing after another for one monthly fee after another monthly fee. And that's just the beginning of what we call that funnel, right? I have never seen something where you can get right now a lifetime membership into something so incredible, watch the company grow, right? And still get free education every single day, free support every single day, free community for you to connect with the top leaders, not just within the company, but within the entire world. We have some of the top marketers in the world, in the entire globe, who are right here in the GrooveFunnels community, right there in the GrooveFunnels Facebook group. You can connect with them directly if you wanted to. I don't think that there was anything close in existence from any other so-called community or any other so-called company or product, software, whatever, as a customer, as a student, or whatnot. So I believe that we are definitely at the very beginning of something very incredible. Even though we've been here for a few months now, both David and myself, it feels like we are very veteran already, right? It feels like we've been here forever, just because we've seen so much growth, not just with the company, but also with the team members, and also with so many of the revelations in the developments of the products, right? However, it is just the beginning. There is so much more that will be released. There is so much more announcements that are coming as soon as just 2 days from now, right? And there is so much more to learn. And so by all of us being right here right now, we definitely need to appreciate what we have, because we also like to say in the internet marketing industry, you don't know what you don't know, right? A lot of people, they say, GrooveFunnels is not for me. Internet marketing is not for me. Making money online is not for me, blah, 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 whatever. What they don't know, they don't know. So for us, we are as we said, the minority of the people, right? Think about it. 100+ people across multiple platforms, and you happen to be one of those 100+ people right here, right now. So I don't know if you actually see the value of you being here. The rewards are definitely gonna come, and the way that's gonna happen is you commit. You make that commitment, that dedication to inspire yourself, to motivate yourself, because at the end of the night, we can do everything that we can to provide you the best customer user experience, but nobody can be that inspiration and motivation except for you, right? However, if you're there already, there is no better place, there is no better time, and there is no better person than the guy that you see on the screen right now. We've been watching him for the past few hours. You got how many more hours to go? Another 9 or 10 or something like that. You're crazy, man. And I thought
Well,
that
if
usually when I
you
fly
say
from
if you
Hong
say that
Kong.
I'm a beast, it's like you're pumping people up. It's like, it's true. Oh my god, you're so good. Like, if you see the comments now, you're facing away from comments there. Just love you. Um, you say that I'm a beast and that I'm crazy and that I'm working day and night. I believe you're in the same position. So maybe if you want to talk to the people of what you are working on, like, you are working crazy times as well. Sometimes we have a meeting in the company. It's like 3 hours, 4 hours a.m. in the for Simon, and he's there with his eyes open. He's always online. So if you want, I will just run out for a second, but if you want, you can just mention what you are working on in the company and what's coming from your side.
Yeah, sure. So it's really funny because before this whole, pandemic thing started, I was actually focusing a lot of my time on live events. And I've been doing live events ever since 2006. And for the last several years, I've been doing a lot of focus in Southeast Asia, particularly in Malaysia, many different cities in Malaysia where I live, as well as surrounding cities like Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, things like that. Overall, I've spoken across 16 different countries and literally hundreds of different cities. And so where my background came from is through seminar speaking, right? I've done a lot of sales presentations. I've done a lot of motivation talk. I've done a lot of personal training as well. And so obviously when the pandemic hit, the entire country locked down, as I mentioned, since March and through the rest of the year. I'm not going to be able to leave the country anytime soon. And so very different from what I've been used to over the years, because I literally was traveling every single week to do a seminar somewhere, right? And so when things changed, a lot of my friends, they came to me and they said, hey, so what are you doing now, right? Are you doing a lot of different online webinars these days? Are you taking your courses online to become digital courses? And I told them, you know what? No, I'm actually not doing any of that, right? Instead, I've been applying a lot of the skills towards my own businesses. I've been applying a lot of the talents that I teach my students. And I've been implementing them not only for myself, but also for my friends, right? Including my friends at Groove Digital. And so what's really cool is that now we're proving that internet marketing as a skill is definitely something that is still relevant in this day and age. So I don't know how many of you have been seeing all these different ads from internet marketers or newbies, right? Some wannabes. In our industry, we call them fake gurus. Fake gurus because they tell you this and that doesn't work anymore. They tell you that SEO is dead. And one of our new additional members to our team is Deb. We did an interview yesterday my time, right, on SEO and how a lot of people are saying SEO is dead, but that's because they were doing it the wrong way, right? And it's the same regardless of what it is that you do. Now, if you say website building is dead, or if you say if you're not using WordPress, then nothing else is going to work because website builders are dead. Well, congratulations. You are in the minority of the people who believe that what we do is still very much worthwhile. And so when you see all the things that we are doing in the company, when you see all the different things that I personally do, whether it's leveraging on my skills or my experience in coaching, in training, a lot of the things that I do now is I basically converted all of my online mentorship, right? Online marketing mentorship, internet marketing, business coaching and training and consultations and agencies. I've gone ahead and really just leveraged on the GrooveFunnels platform to make sure that we can deliver as much value as possible. So this means, number one, I provide free mentorship. I'm providing free coaching. I'm providing as much free value as possible. A lot of the things that I would be answering, right, to a lot of the members in this group, or if I'm talking in different webinars and I'm doing different kinds of presentations. This is very different than what I was doing even last year. At this time last year, I was still on the stage sharing of a lot of very similar things. And I was charging thousands and thousands for those type of services, right? But now we don't need to anymore. It's not that we don't need to, it's because we don't want to. It's because times have changed. It's because times are unlike anything that we have seen in the past. And so we want to make sure that as much as possible, we are going to adapt to the times. We're going to make sure that whatever it is that we can do, especially since I have now personally aligned myself with some of the best in the industry, talking about people like Mike Filsaime, of course, right? Like Donna Fox, like Tom Beal, all these people that I looked up to back when I first got started back in 2006. I met them for the very first time at live seminars, and they were already back then mentor figures to me, and they taught me a lot. They inspired me a lot to do many different things. Up until now, I still feel indebted to all the things that have been happening. And so I think that when it comes to what we can leverage on these days, how you can also leverage on the power of GrooveFunnels in order for you to actually get into your own next step, right? See it as a stepping stone. See it as the next big thing that you want to do. I believe that you can also do it. Why? Because if you want to start something new, first, figure out what it is that you want to do. Maybe you already have a new business. Maybe you want to start a new business, but guess what? Every single business needs some kind of online presence, right? So when you have this type of online presence, what can you do with it? You can market yourself. You can sell products. You can sell services. There are so many different business models that you can get into that if you want, right? That it is literally something that you can build all the way from the beginning just with GrooveFunnels alone. You want to build up your own brand? Well, guess what? Every single business, regardless of what you're trying to sell, promote, right, product or service, every single business needs a website. So using the power of Groove Pages, build your own websites, do something for yourself, leverage on the templates. They're already kind of pretty much 80, 90% pre-built for you, right? It's so incredibly easy for you to do all of that just by clicking around and just doing something for yourself. And so if you say, I want to brand myself as some kind of a consultant, as a real estate agent, right? Or some kind of expert, you can do all of that with Groove Pages. You want to help other clients to create their own websites, right? As one of the quotes that I put up here, because David earlier was talking about how, if you focus on the money, then it's probably not the direction that you want to go, because the more value that you bring to the world, the more money, the more abundance is going to come back around to you. And I personally believe that as well. And that's why right now I'm offering so much of my mentorship, so much of my services for free. As previously, as recently as a year ago, they were going for thousands of dollars. Why? Because we are now at the times where we want to deliver as much value as we possibly can to people just like you. Because Mike says it a lot, Donna says it a lot. You're not just a client. You're not just a customer. You're not even just a student. If you are here within our groups, if you're watching this right now, you are family, right? And so we take care of our family members. We take care of those who are a part of us. That's why we give you all this free education every single day. And so when you are here, I definitely recommend that you take maximum advantage of everything that is possibly available, right? So I believe that this is something that you can do. I believe that this is something that anybody can do as well. And of course, if you're just getting started, you don't know how to build a business, you don't have an existing business, you don't know how to get started. Well, guess what? Every single member of GrooveFunnels, believe it or not, whether you know it or not, you have a free business that comes with it. What do I mean? Well, I'm sure you've heard of the Groove Affiliate Program, right? Now, affiliate marketing has been something that has been around for so long. When I first got started back in 2006, I've learned about internet marketing, and the first thing that I want to do was affiliate marketing, right? And that was how I made my first dollar online as well. And that hasn't changed. That has not changed to this very day. It doesn't matter if you are just getting started. It doesn't matter if you've already been doing internet marketing for a very long time. It doesn't matter if you're an expert and you already make 7, 8 figures. At the end of the night, the affiliate marketing part is yet another extra source of income for you. It's something else that you can do on the side. And for so long, the basis of how you can make money with affiliate marketing has been so simple, right? The concept itself is so simple. It's just that you don't have to have your own products. You don't need to have your own service. You can be a newbie and you can be an affiliate marketer. True, absolutely. However, when people just get started, they learn about things like, Amazon or eBay or commission junction, right? Share a sale, maybe ClickBank. All these different affiliate directories, affiliate programs, they're all great. It's been responsible for making people hundreds of thousands, millions, myself included, right? But the problem for many people who are just getting started, they're not comfortable making sales. They're not comfortable selling things, and they're not comfortable with the fact that they need to sell something before they actually are able to make any kinds of commissions. Why do I say that GrooveFunnels is now yet another revolutionary force? Not just in technology, not just in software, not just in the communities that we have built, but also in the affiliate marketing game. Well, as we all know, GrooveFunnels has a freemium model, right? Which means that if you're not comfortable selling anything, if you don't want to sell anything at all, and you don't want to be in that spot where you need to tell your friends and you need to tell your family that they need to buy something for a monthly fee or invest in something for 1,000 plus, just so that they can get access to some kind of tools, right? You can leverage on the freemium model, give away free accounts. So never have I seen something so effective where you're literally able to leverage on the community, the GrooveFunnels community, all working together for all of us. Me, for you, for David, for anybody who wants to promote. All you need to do is deliver the value, deliver the free value, and say, hey, if you're an internet marketer, what do you need? Well, you need to have your own websites, right? But what happens when you are first starting out and traditionally people don't have money to invest in some other kind of funnel building software, right? Well, unfortunately, it means that they are out of the game. They cannot even get started. They don't know what their opportunity is or could have been if only there was an opportunity for them to not only just get started for free and not just have some kind of 14-day free trial, right? You want to have something where you can give something free for life. And when you give that kind of value, when you are now responsible for delivering these kinds of valuable resources for other people, well, guess what? You're actually doing them an injustice if you do not go out there and promote this program. And guess what? It's going to be a win-win-win situation. It's going to be a win for you because ultimately these are your leads. These are the people who will thank you for changing their lives. Your customers, the people that you refer, right? They will be winners as well because now they are a part of our family. And of course, with Groove Digital, the company wins because that adds to the overall success story of our company as well. So I honestly believe that with this, whether it's to engage and invite other people to get a taste of the free website building program, such as Groove Pages, or a free autoresponder, such as GrooveMail, or a free membership site creator, such as GrooveMember, or revolutionary video marketing software, right? All these different tools that give you free access and freemium instant lifetime membership. I think it is just an incredible opportunity for you to take advantage of all of that, just for you to be able to make money online, become an affiliate. So how did I leverage on all of these? Well, basically with a lot of the free mentorship that I'm providing, a lot of the free services that I'm providing, at the end of the day, regardless of what people ask me, right? They say, hey, Simon, I want to start a business. I want to make more money. I want more global presence. Well, guess what? Yes, I'm giving you a free consultation worth 1,000 USD an hour, which is how much I was charging for my hourly consultations. But guess what? Now I waive all of it. Why? Because I want as many people to know about GrooveFunnels as much as possible. And so when they say I need all those things, I tell them you need GrooveFunnels. This is what you need, and you can get started for absolutely free, right? And in the far chance, maybe not very likely if I don't directly engage, but there is still a chance, and it has happened, right? I get them in. It's possible that I don't even need to tell them anything anymore. I don't even talk to them anymore. They come into the community, they receive our emails, they learn from David, right? They learn from Mike, they learn from Tom, they learn from Donna. They want to upgrade. And what happens when they upgrade? You earn the commissions, right? So this is the very first time that I have seen such an incredible affiliate opportunity where not only do you don't need to be responsible directly for the sale, but you have an entire community all helping you to make the sale as well. And some other things that are very exciting that's also coming as well. Don't want to let the cat out of the bag too much. But of course, when it comes to affiliate marketing, I think many of us here in this group, we want to learn more about it, right? And we know that, yes, it's very easy for us to deliver the value, to give away free accounts, but how can we convert those free users into paid members so that we can also earn more commissions? And so the good news is that as part of GrooveFunnels, we are in the talks and we're working things out to help you do that as well. And of course, it wouldn't be a team. It wouldn't be anywhere as impactful or powerful without Mr. David also being a part of that as well. So we're going to have some really exciting announcements coming very soon in relation to that, to not only help learn, for you to learn how to, use all the different cool tools, but also to help you make money online as well as an affiliate marketer using the power of GrooveFunnels. So all these things, I think, super, super cool, and a lot of great things coming soon. But none more exciting than the next several hours that we continue to have with you, Mr. David.
What I really enjoyed, and you said it correctly, Simon, people that are actually struggling now with this corona crisis and everything, they are looking for a way to actually bring their business online, because when you're online, you have a machine that is working 24/7. If you have a website, it doesn't have like a business close or something like that. And the first thing that people need is to buy a website building software or a website or anything, basically, and any software that they need for bringing their business online. Granted, there are free versions, but the free versions are very limited. What we actually do is we didn't limit almost anything. We give you 3 sites, bring your own domain, bring your everything for free, start for free. Not only the page, you have free emails you can send. You have you can create a free membership site. You can create unlimited products, sell them for basically without any commissions. You can set up affiliate programs so that other people sell for you, and everything on the free account. So this, you explained it very clearly, and thank you for that. If you think about it, the people actually, the first step they need to do is to purchase something, and this is already stopping them in their way. And what you just explained just completely makes sense for everybody that just wants to start out and doesn't have a way to. So this is where we help. And also, I don't know if you heard, maybe he was sharing a lot of details. Simon was a beast. He was just like, somebody turned him on and he was like But what Simon said just now at the beginning, that what he is working on, he's working on a way to actually simplify how we talk and how we actually help you guys sell more of GrooveFunnels and sell more of the affiliate program, the Groove Partner program, how to actually get more people on. So this is what he is working on. He has a team that he is working with, and he is the brains of the project that will simplify selling the affiliate program, which is the Groove Partner program. And this will bring you knowledge. This will bring you more commissions. This will help you learn with somebody hand in hand. And is just, I didn't see this done by any company that I have used previously. That it's not a consulting, like we tell you and it's 50-50 chance that you can do it. This is actually, we guide you through. It's like it's some sort of a guide thing, but more on that later on. So yeah, Simon, do you have anything else that you want to share? I mean, you did a very good job. People are so stoked that you were here. It's like, if you read through the comments, they're pumped. Like, you really pumped them up. You really did a good job.
That's funny. Well, definitely. I mean, I'm here. I'm in the group. I'm doing a lot of things that I believe is, behind the scenes. But at the same time, if there's anything else that you feel like we need, I'm all ears, right? Because I think in the last couple of weeks alone, we came up with multiple brand new ideas on how we can improve the community. Better, bigger, better things that we can do for each and every single one of you towards your success, right? And one thing that I really am a big advocate of and very, very proud to be a part of this community is just because the vision is so different than everything else, right? Mike, I believe he said it best. We are not a marketing company teaching you or providing you with technology. We are a technology company that is providing you and helping you with your marketing. And so when we do that, it means that a lot of the value that we can now focus on is part of that vision, right? There are many things that you will see here that we do better for free than what many other companies out there are charging hundreds, even thousands a month just for you to have a small glimpse of that access to. And we're providing you the whole thing for free, in terms of the education, in terms of the support, in terms of the community. And so if there's any other way that you feel would be beneficial to you, not just to you, but could be a huge contribution towards the Groove community as a whole, definitely I'm all ears. David is all ears. Our entire team is all ears because we want to deliver that value to you. This is what we're all about. It's been so long since we've seen anybody do anything outside of just money, right? And you can go all day and all night saying, yeah, well, you guys are a business and there's different membership levels and blah blah whatever else. But if you really think about it, who else out there provides you all this kinds of value, even if you never intend to upgrade ever, right? There's hundreds of thousands of people inside of the GrooveFunnels membership. And there's over 100,000 inside the Facebook group. A good number of you, right, are free members. Nothing wrong with that. If you want to spend more time to invest in learning the software, learning from David, and later on seeing whether or not it's good for you. Sure, maybe you would miss out on certain opportunities because you've waited too long, but at the end of the day, there will be a lot of thousands, tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people eventually who will be a part of our company, a part of our community, a part of everything that you see, right? And be able to interact with them, and they never intend to upgrade their entire lives, right? But they still get the free education, they still get the free support, and I guarantee there will be no other company out there that is willing to give you this kind of value. And not only that, but we want to give you even more, right? And so, I tend to ramble, but going back full circle, what I was saying is if there is anything else that you feel like could be a contribution to the community that you feel should be an added product or an added service, definitely let us know, and we will do what we can, and maybe even myself personally, right, take the lead to making sure that we help you to make it possible for you to reach your dreams and turn them into reality.
Oh my God, Simon, this was a great speech. I think we will record this or just take the replay, cut out this part, and then we will use this in our marketing. You will sell us a lot of stuff. So thank you very much, Simon. It was a pleasure to have you on. Guys, if you need anything, if you have any questions for Simon, he'll be here in the background answering questions, and he can answer any kind of questions that is not even related to what we'll be showing on screen. In case you have anything else, he will be able to give you guidance and help in the comment section. But I do have somebody else that is here with us and would like to maybe say hello to you guys. So I will bring on the next guest that we have, and this is the one and only lovely Coach Deb. So Deborah, welcome.
Aloha, good morning, or well, good afternoon, and bonsoir. No, actually, it's bonjour for you, right? It's morning, David?
It is not morning. It is almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon now.
All right, so bonjour works, right? The other day it was bonsoir because it was your evening, my morning. And then Simon, it's your afternoon?
It's 10 p.m. for me.
All right, so it's evening for you. It's like
Yep.
around the world GrooveAthon, as it should
I
be.
know, right?
Simon, you pumped me up. I was like, I don't even need coffee this morning at 6 a.m. I got Simon Leung pumping me up. Vote Simon 2020, Joel says. Yes, yes, Joel. We're gonna put you as a write-in, Simon. And I think, by the way, I don't know if I can tease this. I'm looking at the GrooveAthon in our Skype, but we may have a very special guest coming on in 2 hours. So that'll be fun. I think he says he wants to take a shower first. I don't know why. You don't need to shower or wear pants to come on the GrooveAthon. Just come and use GrooveAthon. Yeah. So, David, first of all, I want to shout out to you. By the way, I loved your Barbie analogy. I literally cracked up. Everyone else is asleep in the house, and I cracked up in my studio this morning. And then the best was you used the Barbie analogy with the GrooveFunnels platform on how you can use things. I think you made everyone smile and laugh. But the best was the comment after you go, I don't really think about Barbies all the time, but in this case it worked, and it really did. So bravo to you for a 12-hour GrooveAthon. I'm curious how much more crazy it's going to get as the 12th hour comes along. But you've been doing wonderful answering all these questions, and so many people had so many questions, and you've got all this energy. Where do you get it from, David?
This is mainly for not sleeping and not drinking enough water. So I'm like, when a person needs drugs and then he's like, oh, active and all sleeping. This is me right now.
Just drink more water. Drink more water, David.
Will do.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Deb, yesterday we had a nice conversation on our webinar, but we didn't get to or at least I didn't actually clearly get to know what you will be helping us and the users of Groove, what you will be assisting us with. So if you maybe want to talk about that a little bit.
I'm going to pump you up. No. That's the coach in me that I can't help. And toward the Q&A session yesterday, I couldn't help but share some of the excitement I have about the GrooveFunnel system, right? It's just an amazing platform. I was just talking to a travel blogger earlier, and I was telling him how excited I am about this system. And not a lot of people know, but back in the day, I created the first website builder, right? It was the automated builder. We had WordPress, but people had to code it or hire someone. So we created that. And what I shared with them is this is it fulfilled. It took this and then some, and it was a lot of work being in the software business. We sold it because it needs a lot of love, a lot of updates. GrooveFunnels has done such an amazing job getting amazing backers last year to build the system. Now we have a lot of beta testers. So congrats if you're in here very early on. I loved what you said earlier, David, about this is an opportunity to be part of something big. And then Simon was just piggybacking that, like, we're making history. I was writing down as you were talking about it, about how we're a tech company helping you with your marketing. And back in the day, right, when internet marketing first came out, Simon, and you were there, and you were working at Google, the largest search engine company in the world, and you were there for 5 years. And then you went to one of these workshops with Mike Filsame, and you were part of history, right? And a lot of things that were new came out. Twitter just came out. Facebook just came out. So that's one of the things to answer your question, David, as far as what I'll be helping with. But right now, we are part of history, right? We are part of the GrooveFunnels family, and this platform is only going to get bigger. If you've been here since last year, you know how much more has been added, right? GrooveMembers just launched. Again, it's in beta, but we'll be able to create our own membership site. Groove Mail, will be able to send mail out using our system. I'm most looking forward to Groove Blog that you're adding, because then you can blog on the platform. You can link over to your sales page. You can actually sell things, right, with Groove Cart. So it's just this all-encompassing platform. I've been waiting for this for 10 years since I sold QuantSite. So I'm super excited. And then I'm going to help members with their social platforms and then integrate things, be there to answer some questions, send them over to all of the wonderful videos that you've done, David. As you were answering some of the questions in here, I'm now creating a spreadsheet of all the videos to answer some of these questions that come up again and again and again. So I'll just be that resource for them. And then anything on social. So I encourage any of you that are just joining the GrooveFunnels platform, if you have a question on social, how do you market on social? How do you use Facebook or YouTube? How to start a YouTube channel? Happy to answer any question that you want about social. Yeah.
Awesome, perfect. So, if somebody is starting out with their business, let's just
Mhm.
say you as a social media strategist and professional in this industry, what would you suggest? How they should start, and what would be the first steps that they would need to do in order to actually get out there to the world, be seen by users? And what is your suggestion of what are the first steps when somebody creates a business?
From a social perspective, is that what you're
Yes.
asking? Yeah. So what's nice about it is, say you're just getting started in GrooveFunnels and you're starting to build it, but you need some type of platform or you need them to go somewhere about you. I tell them just to create a Facebook profile or Facebook page that you can send people to. Right. And then as you're building the funnel, you can drive them over there. This is your profile picture. This is your video. This is your everyday life, to get people to know you, to like you, trust you. Right. So your sales page will be your VSL, your video sales letter, hosted by GrooveFunnels, right? But then the social channel is the place you don't necessarily sell. It's connecting with people, right? What are your hobbies? What are the things you love to do? And these are what we call the nuances in life that connect us as humans, right? It connects all of us. We find out what people do that we like to do. Is it golf? Is it tennis, right? Is it crocheting? What is it that you like to do? Those are the things that you share on social, so that you're not always selling on the platform. And then I like Gary Vee's book, The Jab, 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 Right Hook, except it's very masculine and dominant. So I don't think you should beat up your people and your clients and the people you know, but it's along those lines where it's give, 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 and then you can sell, right? Then you can ask for the sale. So there was, for a very long time on social, I don't think I sold at all. And people are like, what is it that you do? How can you help me, Coach Deb? So it's interesting that people will reach out to you. Like I had people this summer, especially this year in 2020, people just reaching out saying, hey, do you coach people on accountability stuff? I just need an accountability coach. Do you help us on, beyond just social media stuff? And they would literally reach out and ask. So you'd be surprised if you put the title of what you do in your name, like Coach Deb. Started that very early on, as people were just calling me Coach Deb. And I thought that's a great moniker to use, because then people know what you do. So realtors, I tell them to do the same thing. Don't worry about your last name. Just say realtor. So it's Realtor Jen, Realtor Dave, because it combines your industry in it. So if you're grabbing a social media account, try to grab your brand name of what you do. Or the other part is an emotion. So if you've got an emotion that you want to elicit from them, combine the emotion with your name. But yeah, so don't think about social media as a place that you're going to sell, although you will. It's the place to connect. And right now, as Simon was saying, he's not going anywhere for a year. He's in Malaysia. He cannot do live events. He can't bring people to gather together. So he's gathering with his tribe, his friends, his community on social, on YouTube, right? On Facebook. So go live. And that's one of the tips too, just as a motivation component. You'd be surprised at how easy it is to go live on Facebook or on YouTube or wherever it is. Ever since March of 2020, when we had all of these TV show talk show hosts go live, I think everyone in our community was like, come on, James Corden, put Jimmy Fallon, turn your computer down. Like, we can't see you. We just see like your forehead, right? The lighting was bad. So people are very forgiving right now. So go live now while you're just learning in this year that the digital age has accelerated and it's met people where they're all waiting to watch you. We found that our viewership, our links, everything was up 30% during the first 2 to 4 weeks of the quarantine, right? Everyone else was on lockdown in the world. And what were they doing? They're going online. So they're looking for what you have to offer. So whatever it is that's your specialty, your niche, you'll be surprised. There will be hundreds, there will be thousands, there will be millions of people looking for you. So there is no better time than now to start. Simon, you were talking about the YouTube live that we did when we chatted the other day on the show. And that's kind of what we were talking about, where blogging is not dead. Websites are not dead. I've heard people say that too, because they have a Facebook page, and that's great. But the people who do have a video sales letter, the people who do have a funnel, the people who do have a website will dominate and win, because the other people are saying, oh, well, that doesn't work anymore. Oh, blogging is dead. No, Simon and I had an hour-long show about how blogging is not dead, SEO is not dead, podcasting is not dead. And I've heard all of that where people are just poo-pooing all of these technology, and it's just not true. So what I love about the Groove Digital platform is that it's meeting the need and giving people a platform and a tool to use to start up your business fast, to start it up easy, especially when you watch, I have to actually go right there, David's videos. When you watch his videos, he'll walk you through like this GrooveAthon. We're going to have some guests. We might have a very special guest from Groove Funnels coming on in 2 hours, by the way.
Actually,
So
a
tune in.
couple of special guests right now. I'm messaging with them. So if you stay or if you join in, we will have a couple of very, very special guests today. So yeah.
I love it. I love it. And then David's been answering a lot of questions. So if you're just joining in throughout the day of this 12-hour long GrooveAthon, be sure to watch the replay on YouTube. This will be up. It may take a little bit to process, but you'll be able to watch it from the beginning because he was meticulously answering every question. Simon was in there answering in the chat. So bravo. I tip my hat if I had one to you, David. I love your energy, love your enthusiasm. And you're just so super helpful in this group. And I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Coach Deb, people love your tip on the coaching and putting in the name of the actual industry or the niche into the names. You were talking about the live streams, that people should start with doing live streams this year, like now almost. What would just a normal person that is just starting out and doesn't have a lot of followers, what should they or how should they actually start doing live streams? Where do they get the people to follow them, or what topics should they cover? Like, let's just say I just now start my own business. I have a bakery, or it's not even a bakery, something online. Let's just talk about, I don't know, selling stuff for bakery using GrooveCart. This is now my business, and what should I do? What should I do lives about?
Great question. And what I love is that if you're just starting out, it's the best time to do a live because there's a lot of people that are forgiving right now, first of all. And I mean, if you're just starting out, let's look at it. Your mom is watching you, your sister, your brother, your dog, maybe, right? Like not a lot of people are watching right now. So you can make the mess ups. You can flub up, as I say, figure out, get all the flaws out, figure out all the other things while you're doing it, because I think the first video is going to be your hardest video because in your mind, that's what's stopping you more than anything, right? I'm seeing Simon nodding. So yeah, right? Like when
my first video was for you.
That's
actually,
right.
At Mike and Donna's and Tom's event back in Baltimore in 2006.
Yes.
Crazy, September 2006.
Yes. Oh, Simon and I were talking about this on Skype. I think it was 12 midnight for me. I think it was 3 p.m. or something for you, Simon. And we had like this 2-hour chat and we were kind of catching up on the early days of this. And we were talking about that. And Simon's like, I don't know how you got me to do that video. I don't know how you did it. And part of it was just like, I would just get in people. So if you are going to seminars and you're trying to get video like reviews or whatever. So I just come off stage and Simon told me, he's like, this is great. And this is not in Simon's language, because I don't think he said it blew me away, but that's what I heard, Simon. This blew me away. And I was like, oh my God, I got to get that on tape. So at the time I had a flip cam. So I just whipped out the flip cam. I was like, and I think I already had it recording, by the way. And I was like, oh, could you say that again? But like here. And so that's a tip if you're ever at an event or if you're a client or a realtor and they go, oh my gosh, thank you for this home. This is great. Right away, go, oh, could you just say that again? And then, just turn on your camera and go, would you say that again? That would be great if like we could get it on video, and you could even like kind of pretend like you're not recording, because people will be much more natural when they don't realize you're going like this, or you get the big fancy camera and you turn on the lights. You never get the best content. You'll get the best content from your phone, right? And again, I'm a video guy or girl, I guess. Yeah, I do. I don't guess that. I know. It's early. Forgive me. See, make all the flaws in the beginning. People are forgiving, but cinema style, if possible. But again, if you're just, if you're there, you're kind of holding it. It doesn't even have to be crooked. You could change it in post. Get the content, right? Get the content. So Simon and I, he was talking to me. He was saying how he learned more than what he learned in the 5 years that he had at Google. And I was like, whoa, I need that on tape. right? And we called it Tape Them. So I literally just turned it on. He gave me this wonderful testimonial. We used it for years, Simon. Thank you. It's probably still on the site. And then when I realized it was my first video that I published on my YouTube channel, my face wasn't on my own YouTube channel until the 5th video that I did. Everything else was other people. It was Hawaii. It was the internet marketing cruise that we were on. It was the adventure. So it was more vlogging style, but I wasn't even in it. And by the way, selfies wasn't a thing back then because we had the camcorders going on. I don't even think the iPhone was invented right away. So don't work yourself up by the technology, the right camera, the right lighting. Just get your flip phone and record stuff. Right? You just go live. You literally just hit live, and your first live can be, well, this is my first live. Don't know what I'm going to talk about. What do you want to talk about? And ask your viewers, your clients, your members, your friends, fans, whatever you want to call them. Ask them, what do you want to talk about? And that's honestly how I've created every course to this day, is by asking people what they need and going, oh, there's a need for it, right? Even with GrooveFunnels right now. And I'm talking to you, Kerwin, Mackenzie, out there. If you're a travel blogger, he's one of my friends. We've been talking recently. I'm like, get your site up. And he goes, oh yeah, I got it a while ago, but I haven't started. I'm like, get it up now. Do your first video. So now I called you out, Kerwin. Now you're going to have to share a video for us and show us a GrooveFunnels. But that's the biggest thing for me to encourage all of you. Each one of you is to just start now, whether it's a first video, your first live, just start talking, turn it on, and get other people talking. The biggest thing too with lives, what I love is you've got the engagement. People will pop on and your lives go into the feed of your members and your fans and followers far more than anything you can post as a written post, as a picture, or anything else. So it goes in order. The live videos that you do will be shown to the most amount of people. The next one is video in general. The third is pictures. After that, it's posts and things like that. So the more movement you can get, the more engagement and live, the more Facebook loves it because you're getting a lot of people to use your channel. So go live, even if you don't know what you're going to talk about. But David, you were saying something about like, okay, well, if they do crochet or if they do real estate, just start talking about your day and tell them a story. That's the other thing. You don't have to turn it on and start teaching. That's for people who pay, right? You don't have to teach them a course in your lives. It's story time. It's connection time. It's asking them questions. That's probably the best thing you can do to get engagement, is just start off your live with a question. Recently, that was actually a huge question just recently that I engaged on. A thought leader in Silicon Valley was talking about automatic cars and that eventually we're not going to be driving. This makes me very sad. I'm a huge car fan. Actually, if I tilt up my camera and you'll see my studio, if I go the right way, let's see, you'll see that. I don't know if you'll see it, but that's my Porsche sign. Like, it's on my wall. Obviously, I'm a car girl. I found out I was a petro head and a gear head and all that on this thing. But I got engaged and really passionate. And it was probably a thread of 100 different comments back and forth because he was asking about, what do you think about the ban in California that no more gas cars? I was like, oh my God, I can't get my classics that I want to retire and put in a garage. Like, I can't do that. So it got me engaged. It was something I was passionate about. So the more you talk about the things that you love and you post and you share, right? So track days, I would share when I'm on the track. So then other car lovers would connect. The other day I posted a picture of the new studio that I was doing lighting and I was trying to play around with it. And I asked my friends, again, fans, members, clients, their opinion. What do you think? Which do you like better? What's your favorite color, right? And then someone saw the Porsche neon sign and like, oh, I didn't know you were such a car girl. Yes, I am. And it stirred on another conversation. So the biggest thing on social is you want engagement. And the reason why is because the more engagement you have, the more all of your posts on your page will be shown to your members. So you get more exposure. Remember, Facebook has taken place of all of the advertising that we used to do the old-fashioned way. Phone books, billboards, all of the things that no one can see now because nobody's driving, right? They're inside. Simon's inside. You're not going to see a billboard, driving along. I don't know if they have billboards in Malaysia, but in Jersey they do. Yeah, Hawaii, they didn't really have billboards either, right? So Facebook is the new billboard. Facebook is the new yellow pages, the new, I call Twitter the water cooler. It's where people just chat and they get engaged, but it's the party. So if you're not on those social sites, get on them now. It is not too late. Everyone asks me, is it too late to start a YouTube channel? No, it's not too late, right? The best time to start is when any platform comes out, right? So Groove Digital, Groove Funnels, Groove Pages, right? The best time to start is August of 2019 to become an original founder, right? The next best time to join Groove Digital platform is right now, right? It's right now. So same thing, video, when's the best time to do video? Well, when video first came out, right? The next best time is right now. So if you've been lingering and if you've been like, oh, tomorrow or next month, get a date, put it down. I love Post-its. I like to put like my Post-its. If you saw my screen here, there's all of these different Post-its on my actual desktop. Put a date right now of when you're going to create your first funnel, when you're going to, and the next one, when you're going to create your first video. And then I have a big, huge Post-it on the wall, and I put all of my video ideas on a Post-it, and then I just stick it on the wall. So that way, when I'm ready to do video, not like when I just woke up and barely brushed my hair, sorry. When I've like brushed my hair, done my makeup, get a dress on, and I'm ready to, perform on stage, I just go to that wall and I grab one of the Post-its. I go, okay, this is what I'm going to talk about. Because that's the other big thing is when I would do video, I'm like, okay, I'm ready, but I don't know what I want to talk about. Well, just have a list of Post-its. I also use Evernote as a cool app just on your phone, on your desktop. Anytime you come up with an idea, boom, you just throw it there. So does that help get you started?
Absolutely. Oh my God, this is huge. You could write a book on whatever you just said right now and sell it. And that's actually what others do.
I did.
Okay, very good. Smart girl.
I did 2, and then the third one's coming out this fall. But yeah,
Right.
yes.
I do have one question here from a Facebook user, and they asked, did some live, but I deleted it since I was embarrassed watching it. What would your reaction be on this one?
Facebook user, and I love your name, Facebook user. I think that's because it's probably coming through StreamYard, right? StreamYard, yeah. So Facebook user, I love this question. It is probably representative of the 99 other people in here. Yeah. If it's super embarrassing, go ahead and delete it, right? I mean, if you had a booger come out, right? Delete it. That's what's nice about it. If anything bad happens, you can delete it. It's not like live TV and the news clips are going to get it and then replay it, right? It's like, oh, this is what happened. So if it's super embarrassing, sure, just delete it. But I want to encourage you, because I think there is not one video that there's not something I don't like in it, right? Like just now, I didn't like how my hair was like, and then I might look a mess right now, but it doesn't matter. It's live conversations. They just happen to live forever, but get shared with more people. So think of it as, and I tell my realtor clients this a lot. They're like, oh, I want to sound really good and professional. I'm like, but that's not how you talk to them. That's not how you engage with them in real life. Like they're going to see you with all your flaws and all your mess ups, right? You don't have to edit out every little blip, even the ums and ahs, right? I work on people to get rid of a lot of them. But if every once in a while you say like or it's okay. It's normal speak. So don't beat yourself up. You're going to be embarrassed by something you did in every video. Don't delete every video, please. It's not worth it. If it's horrible, sure, delete it, especially if it was your first one. I've kept mine because I want to show people like how embarrassing it was in the beginning. And look at me now. It didn't kill me, right? I didn't die from it. No one came after me for it. In fact, when you do mess up, first of all, you'll go viral because everyone loves fails. Right? It's one of the most searched terms other than cat videos. When YouTube first came out, it was cat videos and people failing at something. People love it because it makes you human and it makes them feel better about themselves. They're like, oh, you're not perfect. You're just like me. And they connect with you more. So don't judge yourself so harshly. So that would be my question in a coaching session with you is it really embarrassing, or is it just that you didn't see this perfect whatever and you were human? Because if you were human and that's all it was, do not delete it, because you'll delete every video. I would, right? Do you feel the same way, Simon? And you came at video making because you're doing them a lot now. You said you were shy, which I didn't realize that at all. I guess I get shy people to just come out on camera. But what do you feel as far as when you get in front of you? Do you get nervous still?
No. I think probably the worst video that I have online is the one that's on your YouTube channel.
You're
right
going to
now.
say that, and I'm not taking it up because I don't have access to it.
You don't have access to it anymore.
I don't. I created that with a YouTube channel or a Yahoo address, Simon. I really don't even have access to that account.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Old school for sure.
Totally
but
old school.
but I would say seriously though, if you are to want to expect perfection, right? It's not gonna happen, right? Like I think even for me, yes, I have the numbers in terms of the quantity, but I wouldn't say that the quality level is anywhere near the ones that you produce, right? Because that's kind of like your niche or your niche, right? However you want to say. It's your thing, right? You're like the social media, you're online, you're doing the camera thing, and it's also what you teach as well.
Right.
For me, my focus was on live events for a very long time. And so my expertise or my comfort level even was never in front of the camera. It was never doing things the right way. And it wasn't until March of 2020, right? When a lot of things that we have to make that conversion online. We have to make different changes. Now I have some different practical lighting stuff in the back. Now I have some ring lights here and there, right? But before and in January of 2019 was when I made my first YouTube video after like a 2 or 3 year hiatus of recording videos, right? In the beginning, I did that flip cam thing that you were talking about, right? I was just doing a marketing lesson wherever I happened to be. Like if I was in Dubai or Vietnam or Macau or Hong Kong or China, I would just record like a marketing lesson specific to wherever I was at that time. And if you look back to those videos, the quality was horrible, right? It looked like it was like from the 60s or something. And I was doing the ahs and ums, and I was not comfortable. I was fumbling over my words, very similar to what I'm doing right now, right? And at the end, it just wasn't something that I would say is satisfactory in today's standards. But I left them up, they're still there because it's part of history. It's part of what I did. It's part of my growing process. So I don't have to say that whatever level I happen to be in terms of production, in terms of camera quality, in terms of everything else, 1 year from now, 2 years from now, if I happen to give that representation and I teach that even on the stage or through the screen, right? And people are saying, wow, of course, you have all these years of experience. And of course, you know all these different ways of making a quality video and you can speak and say, well, guess what? It didn't start that way, right? Everything is a learning process. The way that you speak, the way that you produce your content, before there weren't any ring lights and before there weren't any professional microphones or anything like that, you can see where I started. So my style is I like to be very transparent, right? I don't pretend to be somebody that I'm not. I'm not going to say that I've been an expert. I've always been an expert. I was born, just knowing everything. Yeah, right. No, actually, I was a newbie, just like you, if I happen to be talking to a newbie, right? The internet wasn't invented when I first got started. When we started doing internet marketing, there was no real like YouTube channels. Like you said, the iPhone probably didn't even come out until 2008, 2009, something like that. And we met 2006. It was a good few years before that time. In the beginning, how did we communicate? Good old fashioned SMS, right? There wasn't Twitter. It wasn't, we did that later on. It wasn't Facebook. There was no Facebook, right? There was MySpace maybe around that time, right? But we primarily did texting, right? We did texting. That's how we communicated. So make that progress. Show yourself, learning and progressing along the way. I can't take that video that I did for you, even if I wanted to, right? I can't take that video off. It's there forever. But guess what? After I did that video for you, there was another video that I did, and another video, another video, and another video, and another one that were equally or maybe even more cringeworthy, right? That didn't improve
Your first one, I
right
love
away. It was horrible, right? And maybe now I'm not gonna say that I'm super professional. I'm not, right? I got my hat on because it's Saturday night. I was expecting to go anywhere, and suddenly, hey, let's get online. I said, okay, sure. You put on a hat. I think Dr. Ron, I'm in the groove. I don't know if you remember Dr. Ron. He's like, are you having a bad hair day? I am having a bad hair day. That's why I have this hat on, right? Because I didn't wake up at 5 a.m. to do my hair like I did for our interview, which started at 7 a.m. for me. But but at the end of the day, right? All of us, we are going to have to learn and progress. And it's just my personal preference. I want to see my developmental progress, right? I want to see how bad I was before, and that motivates me to become even better. I want to go back and see all the negative comments, all the haters, all the trolls that said, you suck, you don't belong in front of the camera, you have a face for magazines or articles or whatever, right? And so I put on some makeup or whatever. I'll get some lessons from you on that.
Little powder,
my hair, whatever else, and some powder, right? But regardless, right? Use that as your motivation. I think the number around is between 50 to 100 videos that you need to do. And you need to get past that number. You're going to create 50 to 100 really crappy videos. You're going to create 150 videos that you never want to watch ever again, that you cringe just at the thought of looking at it, right? And that's why on my YouTube channel, you will see a bunch of videos where I don't show my face at all, right? And you can just hear my voiceover, maybe. Some, I don't even do a voiceover. It's just like text on the screen or whatever else, right? I don't like necessarily to step out of my comfort zone if I don't need to. But if I see it as an opportunity, right? Not just for me, but to share, to deliver value, right? I'll take that opportunity and I'll do it, right? Because not for me, but because of what we can do and to impact and to change the lives of others. And so I would say for those who are not comfortable in front of the camera, start without being in front of the camera. In the beginning, but eventually, if you are going to reach for the stars, right, and grab that brass ring, if you will, you need to step out of that comfort zone. If you're going to stick with things that you've been comfortable with your entire life, then what ambitions do you really have? How do you push yourself to become even better? Right? You can't. You need to start doing things that you've never done before. Otherwise, you will get the exact same results. And as they say, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting something different. If you want the exact same lifestyle that you've had for the past however long you've been living, right? Your entire life, then do the exact same thing. But like we said earlier, times have changed. If you are a career person and you've been jumping from job after job after job, if you've been in business that requires that face-to-face interaction, that requires the retail stores and shops and the restaurants or whatever else, right? Well, guess what? I personally see many different companies, many different businesses and restaurants that have gone out of business just because of their failure to adapt, because of their unwillingness to adapt with the times. I've seen many people who got fired from their jobs and they will probably not recover for a very long time because they are so stingy about continuing to look for the same jobs that they have been doing their entire lives. Where times have changed. If you're not going to adapt with the times, you're going to either fall way far behind or you're never going to catch up, and you're going to slowly but surely lose to everyone else who will adapt, who will step out of their comfort zone. And so if this is you right now and you say, I need to make that change in my life, I need to step out of that comfort zone, and maybe through your inspiration, Coach Deb, right? They want to become a YouTuber. They want to do videos, but they're not comfortable talking. They're not comfortable speaking. They're not comfortable being in front of the camera. Push yourself, set yourself a goal to make 50 to 100 videos, crappy videos
Yep.
in the next year.
Yep.
6 months to a year, right?
I do have
Just
a
do
question
it.
on this one. So we have a lot of users watching us from different industries. So I would like to get them a question of what industry they are in. So we have, for example, a live demonstration, for example, from Coach Deb, from you, Simon, both influential people in marketing and affiliate marketing and social media. Let's just get an answer on this one. What business are you in? And 1, selling services, 2, affiliate marketing, 3, e-commerce, or 4, selling products the other way, let's say funnels. So just type in a number, one of these numbers. If it is something else, just type in a number 5. And let's just try to get a real life example, maybe from Coach Deb, just to see how she would do it in case she would be in one of these. So we'll take the business or the industry that is the most common between you guys, and then we'll give it an example. Just let's see what do we have in the.
I love it, David. I love it. And Simon, you and I were talking. I think this was offline. I don't think this was during the show, maybe, but when you saw one of the shows that I was interviewing William Hung, remember?
Yeah.
So
she bangs.
That's right. We can do it right now. It's such a catchy tune. We always think of that. He now has dubbed himself as William Hung She Bangs guy. But you just brought up a really good point as far as getting out of your comfort zone. Right. And most people don't want to get out of their chair or out of the bed. Right. Maybe they're watching us in bed on their phone. Great. That's great. But, it's Saturday morning. But maybe you get up and you go into your home office, or you open up your laptop and you open up Groove Apps and you start a web page today. Maybe you do something like get on stage in front of millions of people worldwide and you sing your favorite song and you do a dance like William Hung did. He decided to do something that, first of all, he loves. Maybe he wasn't the best at it, but he did his best, and he did something most people will never do. He got on stage, he got out of his comfort zone, and he just did it. And look at the results from it. He wasn't the best singer, was he? He wasn't the best dancer, was he? Right? Like, he makes us smile. And that's one of the things that during the interview, I realized, like, that's his gift. He makes everyone smile because he was him. He was William Hung, right? Like all of us in the karaoke bar on the marketer's cruise, right? Singing our best out and our lungs, and the whole crew's going, oh my God, don't they know they're not, think of a new singer. Who's a singer that's really good? I'm going to come up with someone from the 80s. Bon Jovi, that's who you used the other day.
That was my example, yeah.
I was like, what's this Bon Jovi thing he's got on, right? But so he did it though. William Hung did it. And then what happened as a result? Well, first of all, did some people make fun of him? Sure. Okay, maybe the world was making fun of him on YouTube. But you know what? You know who was paying attention? Record companies. Ricky Martin. He winds up fast forward from him going on stage and taking a risk and doing something, right? And he wasn't his best, right? Or he wasn't the best singer. He was his best, but he wasn't necessarily the best singer who won American Idol. But who won the same year that William Hung competed with? Nobody remembers. Nobody even remembers the winner of the same person. Nobody remembers second place. No one remembers third place, right? We remember William Hung because he really put himself out there, and everyone else identified with it. You identify with it, wondering if you should do your video and is this embarrassing, right? William Hung didn't have the option to delete it. And thank God, because fast forward maybe 4 years later, 5 or 10 years later, whatever it was, he gets to live his dream and dance with Ricky Martin on stage in Vegas. And before that, he got a $25,000 record label. $25,000 record label, right? He became a performer, and he didn't even have to be the best singer in the world, according to the judges, right? He was just him. So if I can encourage you to bring out your William Hung and just put yourself out there, you never know what will happen. But I guarantee you, if you don't act like William Hung and if you don't put yourself out there, nothing will happen, right? Nothing. You won't get criticized, right? But you also won't get the accolades. You won't get the clients. It's amazing, Simon, right? That I think you were talking about this just earlier when you came live and we finally gave David a break for his water. You said something about how you're implementing what you preach, right? You teach the stuff from stage, and now world gets shut down. We have to do all of this from home digitally. All of a sudden, every one of us are implementing the things that we teach, right? I started my fresh YouTube channel, much better than the last channel, Simon, so I don't have to have all of those embarrassing things out there every time they visit my channel, but it was from scratch, right? I started at ground zero. I had the struggling pains of a newbie. And it's hard in the beginning because the first thing, like, it's not, you think the worry is, oh, it's going to be a horrible video. No, it's going to be, oh, I got 3 viewers. How do I get more viewers, right? And then it's, oh, I got 8 viewers, and then I got 20 viewers. And how many do we have now on YouTube and Facebook, right? Yesterday, 7,000 people signed up. But you don't get that unless you get your first viewer and your second viewer and your 10th viewer, right? So don't think I want 1 million subscribers. I think I want 100 really loyal people, because once I put myself back out there, all of a sudden, what do you know? Phone was ringing. People were sliding into the DMs. Can you coach me, Coach Deb? As a matter of fact, I can. I've got some free time, right? Simon and I were talking about that. Like, we're not going on stage live anymore. Events aren't happening. So we're doing everything from our home to you, practicing what we preach. So what questions have
correct.
been?
The worst thing you can do is not do anything. That's just simplified version, and I completely agree with this one. Like, even if it doesn't feel right, go out there and do it. I did the same. I never did a video before in my life. Before coming and actually doing the first live, I had to go to the toilet 7 times because I was so nervous. But
I know he hasn't gone once. 3 hours. I was like, dude, you need a break. Get Simon in there. What are you gonna do?
No breaks. But from this little poll that we just did with the banner scrolling below our videos here, most of our people that we have, there's a lot of people that are doing all 4. So kudos to you. But most of the others are in the affiliate marketing industry, from what I can see here. So Coach Deb, what would be your suggestion on how to start out? Let's just say now we're promoting Groove. What would be the best social media strategy on how to start promoting on Facebook, on actual social media, the product that is not ours?
So the question is, their first product or their first GrooveFunnels is promoting GrooveFunnels?
Yeah, let's just say that now I'm starting a new Facebook page, and I want to do a live. I don't have a product, but I'm promoting Groove. What is the strategy? What would I need to do in order to actually have some sort of a successful business promoting it?
I would master Groove, learn everything about it, watch all of David's videos, right? And teach and share your expertise. And this is the first question that comes up. Well, David already did it. He does videos, right? Simon does videos. Amy does videos, right? Actually, I connected with Amy because her videos were fantastic. Like, oh my gosh, this is great. You have a personality that is going to connect with people that I won't, that Simon won't, that David won't. You will have a different personality, and that's what people connect with. If people understood that above all else, like, you don't have to be the first, you don't have to be doing it like someone else, and you don't have to take yourself out of the equation because someone else is doing it. So that's the first thing. Let's get that question answered, because I know that's going to come up, right? Well, David does the videos. Yeah, but David's not you. Right. And we had a question on you, I think earlier this morning, feels like yesterday. It started at like 4:20 a.m. over here. But someone asked Portuguese, I guess it was translated in GrooveFunnels. And then they asked if it was going to be in French. And my answer was peut-être, because I don't know, like maybe, right? So maybe you speak French and you can share all about GrooveFunnels to people who also speak French and they don't speak English, or they don't want to read the translation, right? So perhaps it's a different language. Perhaps you have a different angle. Perhaps you have some type of entertaining talent that you bring in and that you teach us. Maybe it's Barbie dolls. We're going to go with that theme. You know that, David, right? Maybe it's a Barbie doll theme, right? Or maybe you dress up like Comic-Con. What's the cosplay, right? Maybe you have a cosplay, you have a wig, and it stands out. Like, think about doing something different. Think about being entertaining as well as educational. do it differently, but just do it and share it. So master the whole system, right? And by the way, don't feel like you have to master it right away. Just teach the first thing that you learn. Okay, I just learned how to do GrooveMail, and then you deliver it differently. Maybe you deliver it in the fastest way possible, right? Here is how to do this in 1 minute. That's a great idea, by the way. I think.
What if somebody doesn't want to actually be a coach, doesn't want to teach it, but want to promote it? What would be your suggestion on that?
So they want to promote it, but they don't want to teach about it. Yep.
If I would not be doing this one, I would definitely not be in front of a camera teaching. I would never thought that I could be a teacher. Okay, it turned out differently in my life. But let's just say that for the people that really want to promote Groove, but are not confident enough yet in their lives, at their point in life where they are, how to promote it but not teach it?
So then you just take advantage of the videos that are done. So I would create a blog, again, using GrooveFunnels. You can have like a sales page that it would be one of David's videos, this David, and you could just be the organizer. We call this curator of content. So one of the things that people did way back when blogging first started is they didn't even create videos themselves or put themselves on video. They just found other people's really good videos. So they were the curator of content. So they're on Google, they're on YouTube, they're doing a search. They might watch 100 videos, but then they find the best one. So they curate it and they put it on their blog. They put it on their website, and then you talk about it or you highlight it. So you don't even have to have yourself on camera. You don't even have to produce the video. In fact, that's one of the fastest and easiest way is to use other people's content, and you become the curator. So that's actually really how I started in the beginning with a lot of different things as far as curating information for marketing, right? I was like Simon, I wasn't born a marketing expert, but at course after course, Jay Abraham was my first course. And then I would share what I learned, or I would share something of his on my channel, or he had a free report that I would give away and then sell the course. Bob Bly, Bob Serling, all of these people, I bought different courses and then I resold it. And the nice thing about it is they had a sales letter, just like GrooveFunnels does, right? Like Mike Vilsame has the copy, the video, right? It's Mike and John Cornetta. You have the video, you have the sales piece. And that, by the way, is a lot of time and effort to put together. So you have all of the tools to promote it. You just have to create the site to then put all the pieces together, right? So that's, I would create my own site that would have the videos that I love of GrooveFunnels the most. And a question we get a lot too, David, for like the beginners coming up, I would put that. I also think there's a huge business for anyone who wants to build funnels, GrooveFunnels for GrooveFunnel members, because a lot of people don't want to do the hands-on work, right? They're a doctor, they're an attorney, they're a retail, they're trying to sell jeans on the road. They don't have the time to build it. So there's a huge opportunity for people who want to take GrooveFunnels to the next level, master it, and then do it for people too. So that's another thing. And by the way, you could also be the matchmaker. So you might not build the funnels, you might not create the funnels, you may not teach the funnels, but you're going to create the mastermind or the group of everyone who does it. So you find a designer, you find a GrooveFunnel builder, right? You find a GrooveFunnel educator, you put them all together, and then you sell their courses, you sell their graphic work, you sell their done for you, and either you get a commission, you work that out with these people, but you would get a commission just for bringing in the clients and bringing them and funneling them to the people that does the work. Does that make sense, David?
This is a very good point. So curating, not having your own content, not creating and teaching, but actually collecting the content and putting it in one place and one easy digestible way to learn from, and is just amazing. And this one, organizer, so curator, organizer, and teacher. So these are the three things that you could do in case you want to start affiliate marketing. And Coach Deb did a amazing presentation about this one. I do have one question about this curation, or actually what you said about the kind of a curation. So you said you were learning from all kinds of different courses, and actually you were teaching this knowledge that you learned from these courses your own way.
Right.
Did you ever had a feeling, and you, Simon, probably that you feel like maybe a fraud for reselling somebody else's knowledge. Like sometimes I read these books and I took a lot of these courses, but sometimes I feel like I shouldn't be doing this because this is not original, not mine. What would you say to this?
I love that question because, and no, because one, I bought the licensing rights, right? So like Bob Serling back in the day, he had this course. I was like, and again, it was like how to use the yellow pages. Like this is how old the course is. And I taught it with his authorship. So I didn't take anything off, right? And then I was their coach to walk them through that. So I was really serving as an accountability partner at that level, right? So they knew it was his content and I was their coach walking them through that, making them do it. Well, I don't make them do it, but I encourage them to do it, right? And provide the motivation, the gamification, the reinforcement. And every week they would have to come and report in. So that accountability made them implement it, as opposed to the people who buy it and then it's shelfware and it sits on the shelf. So that was the nuance that I brought to the table. So one, I licensed it. The other thing is anytime I've taught things from a lot of these thought leaders or a book, I'll literally get the book that is my favorite. I'll talk about the book, tell them to buy the book, and then I give them my summary of the book. So I always give credit where credit is due. And that's how you don't feel like a fraud, or you're not a fraud and you won't get copyright infringement, right? Don't take other people's stuff and put your name on it. That's not curating content. You're literally getting their video or their whatever and putting it on your blog, but the authorship and their name and their channel is still there. That's very important to make sure that you do that, or you will get crucified.
Absolutely. There are people that are saying I also feel that way. So I know when I started teaching, I wanted to do all this kind of marketing strategy and things that I learned from others. But I was like, I don't know if I should, because this is somebody else's idea. I could do something different, but it's still somebody else's idea. But the way you put it, to actually take out all the things you find and basically curate out from the whole course, you take out the little pieces that you find interesting and you do your own version of that actually makes sense. So I do agree with this.
Are you familiar with Cliff Notes, David?
Yeah.
So that was a big thing in high school or college, right? And there was a recent conversation with this whole homeschooling where some people are taking courses and then you go into it next. I was like, oh, they took the course, this month, you can get their notes for next month. And I'm thinking like, that's accelerated information. You'll learn the system before the teacher even teach you. And she's like, that's cheating. And I'm like, no, it's called Cliff Notes. They're just someone else's student notes, right? So it's about being clever and utilizing information. So that's kind of what you're doing, right? You're being the Cliff Notes. So I would be like the Coach Deb Notes, and it would be curating other people's content. But it's just like any book, right? Like I wrote 2 books, and especially the first one, The Secrets of Online Persuasion, the orange and white one behind me, that had a lot of content from personality marketing, right? I didn't, like Carl Jung, like psychologists, the greats that came, 100 years before me, 50 years before me. There's at least 100 things that I gave credit as reference, but my job was to get all of that together in a concise way to teach a point in the best way possible. So that's the author gift. And that's what you would be as an author from all of the experts that you learn. So you don't take a course and just teach their course. People have done that of mine, and no one likes that, by the way. So don't do that. But it's a matter of taking this, and taking the best out, right? So it could be, let's just say this hour with David, Simon, and myself, and you're like, okay, here's a quote by Simon, here's a quote by Deb, here's a quote by David. In fact, as Simon was talking, he said something really powerful, and I thought I wrote it on a Post-it, but I think I wrote it just on the comments there. And it was about history, right? Like we are part of history right now. And you said something brilliant. It's in the comments, so you'll have to look at it. But I did a quote. I wrote what he said, and then an end quote, and then I put Simon Leon. So that's another thing. You can quote other people, right? I've done that with Maury Smith. Like she'll do really good stuff with Facebook groups. I was like, oh, this is really good. Quote Maury Smith, right? So I'm sharing other experts. So that's a good nuance to specify, because you don't want to just repeat what somebody said, or you will get in trouble.
Absolutely. And while you guys are here, as this is a support question, we actually are doing this for a couple of hours. I wanted to give the users, the viewers of this video, actually a chance to ask their questions directed towards you. So there was a lot of people questions that I can answer during the week, but you guys are not there during the week all the time live. So now is the time, everybody, to ask your questions. Do you have any questions directed towards Simon about affiliate marketing, about marketing in general? Do you have anything about social media or marketing strategy that Coach Deb could help you with? Now is the time to actually learn this. What you have now is a one-to-many coaching session with two brilliant minds in marketing world. Use it. Like, if I would be in your case, if I would not be in front of the camera, I would just construct the list of questions, like when I ask them everything. You don't have to be on the camera, you can just type in your comments, and now this is your chance to actually learn. You probably had all kinds of questions in your mind, so here is your chance to actually ask them. So
I think we just became Saturday morning cartoons, Simon. We're like the Saturday morning show for adults.
Right. Yep.
Absolutely.
Well, Saturday morning, in California. We're the Saturday evening show in Malaysia, and then the Saturday afternoon show in Croatia.
Actually, I have no clue. I don't watch TV at all.
Oh, I thought you were going to say what time it is. By the way, someone asked this in your video the other day, David, or I think in our Q&A session. They said something about there's a C in your group. Is that for Croatia? Is that unique?
No, this is actually just a reflection of my lights. So I have a ring light in front of my face. As you can see, my hands probably up there.
Yeah.
So this is just a ring light. I have a light box over here, as you can see.
Yeah.
And this is a ring light. So it's not a C, it's just a reflection. But I don't know how to get rid of it.
That's kind of cool. He's made it really unique. See, you took Groove and you put your own spin on it, David, without even realizing it. Groove what? Yeah, someone asked that. And then I looked at it this morning. I'm like, oh, he does have a C on it. What the heck? Now we know it's not a C. The behind the scenes stuff you learn.
Awesome. There's a question here. Please tell us exactly what each of you do.
Simon, you can go first so I can have some water.
What do I do? That's a good question. I mean, what am I doing now? So what do I do? Well, I do many things. Right now, we're also working really hard behind the scenes on creating some really cool things for each and every single one of our members. Not everything is ready for prime time just yet, but just so that you know, whatever it is that you would need help on, whether it's to make more sales with affiliate marketing, whether it's to learn more about affiliate marketing, or whether it's just to get better results with the GrooveFunnel's amazing product suites, right? We're all working behind the scenes to help create that content for you to make sure that it is the most rewarding as possible. Now, for me personally, I do focus a lot on, as Deb mentioned earlier, executing a lot of what it is that I teach online. So I do a lot of internet marketing, right? I do promote Groove. I do promote other affiliate products. I launched courses on SEO and YouTube marketing. And so I create a lot of videos for those as well. So in terms of what it is that I think many of us do, as in what we are entrepreneurs. Right, we have our own businesses, but at the same time, we also leverage our expertise to make sure that we can provide the maximum value to all of our Groove members as well. So, in terms of that, I think not sure if that really answers the question, but I think in terms of so many more things that we wish that we can share right now, I think Mike is going to be making some pretty cool announcements, maybe in sections, right? On Monday, he's got something cool. I know for sure there's one or two things that I'm working on that is about to be announced. I don't know if it's going to be on Monday, but you will hear more from us very, very soon for sure.
Nice. Thank you very much. So Deb, just to repeat what you are working on, what you do.
So what do I do? It's a great question, Robert. I get to know you. That's my job. So I'm like Simon said, I love that. That was a great answer, Simon. I get to copy you. So like Simon says, touch your head, touch your, I'm sure you get that a lot, Simon. Yeah, so we are entrepreneurs, right? So I'm an independent contractor. I am helping them with their social media strategy, social media build out, and then managing it. So there's a team of people on the social team. So I'm just helping them, sometimes just organizing all of your questions on social so that we can say, hey, David, we're getting a lot of questions about XYZ, right? And then just getting to know what we call power users, the ambassadors in our group who they just love the system and they're there helping one another. So we get to know those people and make sure they get their questions answered about Groove so that they can then continue to help our members. So it's almost like making sure this one person knows this so they can spread it to that person and that person. I think of the shampoo commercial. Susie tells two people, and like the whole screen is shown with people. That's my job, to make sure that the social team is interacting with all of you as members in the social group and getting your questions answered, finding out what your needs are. So is it a webinar that we need to create? I think, David, you're in there and looking at it and going, all right, I'm going to create a video for that. Oh, you want to know how to do this? I'm going to create a video for that. So there's a big team behind that. My job is just to make sure the team is getting the support they need and that you get the support that you need. So anything video related, I'll answer. Social media related. So if you want to know how to grow your social media presence, you can ask that in Groove. And when I'm in there, I will answer. If not, the social team will let me know and I'll create a video or a webinar on it. And we'll do maybe another Saturday morning show.
Awesome. And
it's
I
not
do
like we can go anywhere, right? What's that? What's that, David?
I can summarize my job as I do videos and I answer questions in the group. So that's me. But very good question, though. I do have one directed specifically for Deb, and this one. Coach Deb, how can we start being a coach? I'm good at motivating people, but how can I do it in a professional manner? I have really helped a lot of people personally in their bad times, and all have said I'm really good at motivating people. Once saved someone from committing suicide.
So it sounds like you have a gift. And we were sharing in our water cooler on Skype, things people don't know about us, or a little known fact. And a little known fact about me is I was a social worker before I got into social media. So what you're doing is valuable. And it sounds like you are a social worker at heart. So you have that coaching spirit. So that's how I started as a coach as well. And I think the best way, and how I got started, I moved from New Jersey to Hawaii, but before I did that, I was still the social worker. And on the side, I started coaching people for free. I took 3 people that needed some coaching. Some were executives, some just needed motivation. And right now in this year, I've probably gotten more people asking, hey, do you still do some personal coaching? So I know it's a major need. People are struggling emotionally. They're juggling all of the uncertainty that they're faced with, whether it's their business that they have to keep pivoting, like these poor restaurants, right? Every time something happens, they have to pivot again. It's like, oh, just when this is okay, they have to pivot again. Like just here in California, they were open to say 50% capacity. They put all this plexiglass, so no one was really interacting with one another. And then boom, they get shut down again. They're like, nope, only outside. So restaurants are like, all right, I'm going to go on the roof. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to go in the street. So they kept pivoting and kept pivoting. So if you have that gift to help people see another perspective, and if you helped someone say, yes, life is worth it, then you have that gift to do that with a business owner as well, right? When they're struggling and it's hard. And it's, I would say this is the best time if you have the gift of coaching to start and just start offering your services. It seems like you came in from Facebook, just offer that service, offer a free session, right? Simon was just saying that this year he's starting to give people free consults because he's not traveling all over on stage. So we have a lot of extra time. Do the same type of thing, right? Hey, I'm offering a free 1-hour session with me, or maybe have one day on say Saturday, maybe tomorrow, post it on your Facebook and say, hey, tomorrow all day, I'm going to be available. Just book your time and you can have a Zoom call with me, right? And just start doing it. And I started 3 clients for free did several months, got results, asked them, like Simon, to give me a testimonial, and that's how I started. Simon, it was about, I guess, SEO, right? That's once I started speaking.
Right.
But yeah, so Simon was a recipient of the, hey, oh, you got something good, yeah. Tell me on video. But so that you do that, right? Like after you start coaching them, and you say, listen, free session, and the only thing I would like to ask is at the end of our session, if this was valuable, if you could share what you got out of it, and if I could use that as a testimonial for a client that would be paying me. And then you get their agreement, or they don't get free coaching. No, you get that agreement up front, and then you get their feedback, and then boom, you're off to the races. You've got your 3 testimonials.
That's a great answer.
Thank you.
There is another awesome question that I actually didn't think of, but I believe it needs to be asked. We can start with Simon. So it is this question. At Simon Leung at Coach Deb, what was the biggest mistake you made in marketing and learned the most from?
The biggest mistake I've made in marketing. Wow. I've made so many mistakes that I don't even know where to start. Here's the thing: if you're not making mistakes, then you're not growing, right? You're not taking that next step. You're not reaching that next level. It's all part of the process. And so I think that this kind of goes back into some what you were actually discussing before, right? About how you need to actually get started, how you shouldn't be shy, how you need to step out of the comfort zone, things like that. And it reminds me of the same, right? You don't need to be great to get started, but you need to get started in order for you to be great, right? If you don't start, if you don't do anything, then nothing's going to happen. And you know what? I let that stop me for the very longest time. It doesn't matter what you think of me right now. Maybe you think that I'm very outgoing. Maybe you think that I'm extroverted. Maybe you think that I cannot shut up, right? I just keep talking and talking and talking. In reality, I am the ultimate introvert. And we've hung out, with Deb, this about me. We've hung out so many places all across the cruises and LA and Florida and San Diego at your house back in the day, and just so and Vegas and a lot of times when we're not interacting or socializing, I'm kind of like in the corner looking at my phone or by myself or doing whatnot, because that's just who I am, right? And so my mistake was one of them was I wasn't outgoing enough. I wasn't meeting as many people as I should have. I wasn't taking advantage of the experience that you gave me by sticking that camera to my face. And my whole mindset at the time was, oh, I'm not comfortable doing this and I don't want to do it. And what am I going to say? And I was just trying every single opportunity to talk myself out of it, right? Even though there was no talking myself out of it, you wouldn't have let me off the hook, right? The camera was already rolling. Either I say something intelligent or I'll just be like, and that goes on YouTube, right? So,
that's right.
So if you were my accountability partner at the time to push me to do something that I wouldn't otherwise have been pushing myself to do in a million years, right? I should have taken that and over the years continued on with that momentum. I created my YouTube channel, the one that is the main one right now that I'm using for all the responses and things like that. That's my branded channel. However, it's not my main channel. I have a lot of other YouTube channels that I do in the background. I don't show my face. I don't talk. I'm anonymous, right? I'm just some behind the scenes guy. And for years and years and years, I used that method as one of the strategies to make money, but I never wanted to really make it a full-time thing, like once a week or a few times a month to get in front of the camera and record something. I created a channel in 2006, maybe throughout several years. I would have certain videos that did that selfie shot type of thing video, right? But it wasn't until last year, 2019, after many, many years actually, of leaving it alone and maybe only uploading some promotional videos or some presentations that I might have done or whatnot. I never did the whole YouTuber talking head style until last year. And now looking back, I should have done that. so long ago, right? And it's not because it's too late. Like you said, the next best time is right now. There is no better time than right now. But having had that opportunity back in 2006 to grow my channel, to step outside of my comfort zone, to become probably even better, 1,000 times better than what I could be right now, right? Had I just taken that time and making sure that I leveraged on that time and not waste it being negative, trying to find 1,000,001 excuses to not do something because there's something else that I should be doing, because it's a waste of time, because I'm not good at it, because I'm not comfortable with it, because there are other opportunities, right? The exact same reason why so many people are not taking action right now. I'm telling you, don't make the same mistake I did, man. Because what I did was I wasted time. I wasted time even though the opportunity was right in front of me, even though I had accountability partners like you do right now, all around me, teaching me, coaching me, providing at that time. If I needed a hand on something, they would have been there. Just like how David and Deb and all of our marketing team and support teams are there for you right now. I talked myself out of being somebody else that I could have been, not somebody else, but somebody better, a better version of your current self. Never try to be somebody that you're not. And that's another mistake that we can get into another time, right? But the main moral of this story is, if you're sitting there right now and you're saying, wow, there's a lot of really great information, I see the opportunity, but, and this is a big but, B-U-T, but not the other B-U-T-T, right? But, right? There's so much content. There's so many hours. I don't have that many hours in a day. It's 2-3 hours every single day. It's 12 hours a day. It's so many things to read in the community group, so many getting started videos. You're talking yourself out of the best thing that could possibly have happened. It's like the opportunity that I would have gotten back in 2006 that I walked away from. And you, if in 14, 15 years time, not even that, maybe in 1 year's time, because of how fast technology moves these days, right? In 6 months to 12 months, you look back, if you don't do anything with it now, you are going to be kicking yourself. And it's not cliche. It's not marketing talk. We're family here. I can be as transparent with you as I possibly can, right? Go ahead. Don't do anything. Probably statistically speaking, 95 to 99% of the people will never do anything. But you know what? Even if you do something, you do nothing personally to me. If I don't know you, it makes no difference to me, right? Whose life would it change if you actually do something? Yours. And maybe I would never know it, but it'll be yours and your family and those whom you love, who are the most important in your life, right? So it's nobody's loss except for you. Don't make excuses for yourself like I did. Don't talk yourself out of doing something spectacular, because everybody looks at people as a number. When we go to our Facebook group, oh, 100,000 people, that's a number, right? But if you are watching us right now, you are in the group, you have the opportunity to learn from Mr. David Lemon, right, Deb? Every single day, every single day. Why would you want to miss out on that opportunity? Because once you have that opportunity, it's going to be with you forever. You are in the minority. You are in the minority of most of the people who will never, ever see the light of day of what GrooveFunnels is all about, right? And when you're here, you're part of us. You are not just a number. Behind every single computer, if you're watching us with the computer, with the phone, or whatever else, we know that you are not just a number. You are a person with a dream. You are a person with ambitions, with goals. And we see you as a person, an individual. And we are all here to help you reach your goals as well. So that's why if you do anything but give it your all, that would be a mistake. Mind you, the exact same mistake that I made. back when I first got started, who knows how much farther along I would be at this point in time. I would be as good, half as good as Coach Deb, with her cool lighting and the makeup and everything. I would know better than to get on camera with a hat on, right? I would know better than to set this thing up the way that I'm setting this up, because I would have had that experience. So do something today that your future self will thank you for. Don't waste the time. Don't waste, everything, all the efforts, all of our efforts. Don't make excuses. Just do it, right? Take action.
Yay! Death clap.
Wow.
Yay!
That was a good one, Simon.
Yeah. Preach. I love it. I didn't know you were such a motivator, Simon. I could listen to this all day. I'm going to go to your event in Asia when they open up the world again and they let us come.
Yeah, one day.
I hope you live stream it, because I would definitely be there. So, Coach Deb, what's your biggest mistake that you made in marketing and learned the most from?
I love this question. And it's Darcy. Is it Darcy?
Yep.
Darcy Hall.
Darcy Hall.
And you had great questions yesterday on our webinar too. So I'll give you a virtual high five there. Love you already. I was writing this down as Simon was saying that, because I'm 100% agreement with him, is make more mistakes, right? Just make more mistakes. I think that's probably a regret. That's probably a mistake I made, is that I stopped myself because it wasn't going to be perfect, or I wasn't ready yet. So make more mistakes. In fact, about a week ago, I don't remember what group we were in. I feel like it was one of the content marketing groups where they ask what content are we working on? So every week I've got to report on it. And that was one of the things that came up as far as the mistakes we made, and how entrepreneurs probably make way more mistakes than anybody. And because we're risk takers, and we know that it's like the Einstein approach. He would not have created what we're all enjoying right now, electricity and light and all of this, right? Had he not made 100, 1,000 mistakes beforehand, before he created the brilliance, right? That we all appreciate today. So the only mistake is if you get punched. If technology takes you out, the mistake is staying down for longer than you need. Get up as quick as possible, make more mistakes, make more flaws. It's funny because Simon was just saying earlier, it's like, oh, I wouldn't put a hat on. No, I would have. If my hair was like a complete mess, I'd just put my hair in a ponytail and I'd put a hat on, because David's doing this thing and we're like, let's join him. Let's help him out. He hasn't taken a sip of water. He needs to go on break. Like, none of this was planned, by the way, right? Simon, I guess it's your afternoon. I was just up at 4:20 and I saw David's Facebook message. Hey, and I saw a Skype. I'm going live. And I'm like, I'm awake. Like, I want to participate. Let's see and I would just try to help out in answering some of the questions. Like this isn't, someone asked earlier what we do. This isn't any of our jobs. This is just what we love, right? I love this. I love the GrooveFunnels platform. I love it. It's going to change your life when you use it. When you use it, it won't if it sits in your computer as just another app, right? So I love it. I'm excited about it. I'm a coffee drinker. I love coffee. There are many mornings that I don't start without coffee. This is water. This is just water that I've been drinking because I'm excited about this, right? And making more mistakes is the way to go. So I barely brushed my hair. I kind of did like a finger comb, and that's why I've kind of have it to the side so it just doesn't look really messy. It's all in the back. But like, go for it. Go for it before you're ready. Don't wait to be perfect. That was another huge mistake. I was in Hawaii for 7.5 years. How many videos do I have of this majestic place? Not that many. And that makes me sad, right? Couple things held me back. I gained 10 pounds. I didn't like it. I was waiting to lose those 10 pounds. And then I was going to do my videos. Well, lost the 10 pounds. But then when I gained them back, they brought cousins. So then I was like, okay, well, I'm still not at my ideal weight. So don't let it hold you back. And I feel like each decade, my friends and I are like, each decade, new pounds come and they never leave. So I'm never going to be my high school weight. I was like a skinny rail. So I was self-conscious about that. And I was like, oh no, you can't do that. And then I think you're like, well, you're a coach. You're supposed to be perfect in your whole life. No, you're not, right? Just master what you are best at and don't worry about all the rest. And don't worry about the critics. So I think I also, again, I was a social worker. So that tells you I'm a high empath, and other people's opinions, critics bothered me, right? So I love I should get it on my wall about, it's not what the critic says that counts, right? I'm just kind of thinking about what that is. It's the person who's in the arena getting marred and bloody and beat up. Total summary, by the way. But you know the quote, right? It's not the critic that counts. And that is what I have to keep in the forefront of my mind, because when you do put yourself out there, when you do more YouTube videos, there will be a few trolls out there because they're losers and they have nothing better to do than just be on your wall and tell you you suck. I love the comment reply that they're like, well, why are you on the person's wall? If you don't like it, go away, right? William Hung got criticized a lot. A lot of people made fun of him, right? They said words that made it hurt. Like you saw the interview I did with him a couple of weeks ago, and he said it wasn't Simon's criticism. Simon, the American Idol guy. Yeah. I don't even remember his name because he's a total critic, so he's not my favorite. Yeah. So the other Simon, it wasn't his criticism that hurt him because he knew that was a character and that's what he's supposed to do. I was like, wow, that's a nice perspective. It was the people that made the comments and it stung. But the thing that hurt him the most is when someone said something that was a complete lie and it affected himself because it bothered his character. So he came out and was like, no, this is not true. And he responded to that. Otherwise, the rest of it, it's trolls, it's critics, it's people who aren't in the arena. Do not listen to them. Do you ever notice a statue to a critic? There is no statues erected for any critic because that's all they do is criticize. It's much harder to create. And all of us creators, and that's why there's creator support groups and GrooveFunnels, this group page, if you're on the Facebook page, this is your support group, right? Your creators, whether it's creating a funnel, a page, a blog, a video, whatever it is that you're creating. If you're in the retail business, if you're making sales, if you're a salesperson, you're a creator, you're doing something. So so for me, the mistakes were listening to the critics, stopping myself from giving my all to you. This morning, I could have said, oh, I'm going to sleep in. It's my Saturday. I haven't had a Saturday. I'm going to go to the beach. There's so many other things I could have done. Right. But I wanted to be here with you because I've realized my gift is to encourage you, to help David if you needed help in the chat, because it's hard to host if you don't have someone managing the chat. So my commitment is to be of service to people. And my mistakes are when I'm not of service to people, when I hold myself back because of some critic. So do more videos. Don't be like me and criticize yourself. I also worked with a perfectionist at the time, and we would just delete something if it didn't. And so there was so much content that just never came to the light of the day. Don't do that. Just get yourself out. If I teach you nothing other than put more videos out there, like Simon said, do 100 crappy videos, right? Do it, put it out there, and don't delete it. Just put it out there. A last thing before David goes and tells us about your mistakes. One of the things that I did with a realtor client. So one of the things I do is video editing, and I'll produce it, direct it, and then I'll get the editing done. And right during the quarantine in March, right, everything was shut down. Downtown, they were like banging pots and pans and the lights for all the first responders who are coming in and helping. And one of the things he did during that time, because we couldn't film, right? No one was allowed to gather. So I was like, well, we don't have content, but I do have a blooper reel of all the bloopers you've made throughout. And he was willing to put that out there. And it made people laugh at a time that they were stressed and worried, right? And a lot of anxiety. He made them laugh. He made them feel good about themselves, about their day. Like, okay, we're going to make mistakes. We're not going to be perfect. And he put himself out there. And once the market opened up, once all of a sudden we're able to do things, he got a client from his YouTube videos. And I can't guarantee it that it came from like his being really real, but I have a high suspicion that, and he started doing that at the end of every video. He put his bloopers. So put it out there, make those mistakes, and then celebrate it and go, oh, this is going to be a good blooper at the end of this perfect video. So make the mistakes and share them. And what I would like to propose is a challenge that this week in the GrooveFunnels page, I want you to post when you made a mistake, or when something didn't work out, or when there was a fail, or when you had a challenge of tech, and then celebrate it and how you are going to overcome it. So here's the frustration. Boom, here's how I'm going to overcome it, or here's how I overcame it. Because I think we need to have a culture where we celebrate more mistakes, more fails, more frustrations, and we celebrate it because, as Tony Robbins says in one of the UPW workshops that I went to, when you're frustrated and really feeling confused, you're about to learn something. So celebrate that frustration because your brain is making a breakthrough. So that's what I propose. We celebrate all of our mistakes. David
There you go.
Lebon.
Hashtag Groove Mistake Challenge. Let's do it. I will participate. I don't know about you guys, but I want to share all my bloopers because this is the best advice I actually got. I'm doing now recording almost every day a couple of these as I call them Groove Lemon Drops. These are like a small videos that are digestible videos that people can see and learn a lot from. And it is taking me a long time, and I know probably Simon has the same thing when you're recording, and then you get in the flow, and then you will say one word wrong, and then you're, oh my god, I had to start from scratch,
start over.
And it's like starting again and again and again, because I want to be perfect, because this video will be online for years and years. What this now got me thinking, what if I actually cut these out and put it in a separate video where, or in the same video just at the end, so that people see that this is not a perfect robot that is creating. This is actually a human being that is also having mistakes that I'm having. So hashtag Groove Mistake Challenge. I'll do it. Absolutely.
Yes, I love it.
So Darcy asked the question of what were the biggest mistake that we did. I wasn't in a marketing business for a long time, but I can tell you a mistake that I did. And the mistake is that I learned a lot from courses, from reading books, from listening to people on YouTube, I pulled in all this knowledge that I'm now able to share with you guys. But before, I still had that knowledge, but I didn't share. And without sharing it, I was feeling like I know everything, but I didn't know what to do first. So I had all the knowledge that I needed to actually do something, but I didn't know what to do first, because I know about PLF formulas. I know how to launch a product, and now I know how to create the lead magnet. I know how to create what to do first. So I actually didn't do anything because I had all this knowledge and I didn't know what to do. So a lot of knowledge and a lot of content doesn't make you better. A lot of knowledge doesn't make you act on something sooner. So even if you don't know everything yet, you just need to act on it. You need to get out there and then start. You don't have to teach it immediately. Find a group and just answer questions. This is how I got this job. Like, this is how I became David Lemon. Like, I had all this knowledge. I explored the Groove Pages system, and I was able to actually reply to comments, and this got me seen in the Facebook group. And this is how I'm actually sitting now with this neon sign above my head, talking to you, because I had the knowledge that I didn't use, and it was wasted until I actually decided to share this knowledge. Okay, so don't have to act on the knowledge that you have. Okay, I will start my business. You can go the other route as well, just to share it with somebody. There are loads of people that need what you have. If you don't give them, if you don't let them know what you know, it's just a waste of the knowledge, of your time that you invested in learning it. So just go out there and do something with that knowledge that you have. So that's just something. Buying new courses will not get you the action that you need. It's the action that you need will get you the action that you need. So that's the mistake I did. And hashtag Groove Mistake Challenge. Let's celebrate these.
I love it. I love it. Another quotable too.
Yeah. So actually, there's a lot more questions over here, but I don't know. I believe we would need to just spice things up. So what do you say we do something creative now? Let's just dive in. In the meantime, while the lovely Deb and Simon were talking, I managed to get on a couple of more people. So the build that I wanted to do, the full build using all the tools, all the platforms that we have, all the apps that we have, will probably not be done today, because I managed to get on board so many wonderful people from our company that wanted to join. So I believe this live build will be postponed to another time. But for the people that actually are here, that are live, that want to learn, what is the thing that is stopping you to actually get moving with Groove? Put this in the comments now, and let's just create something. Let's just see what is stopping everybody, what is stopping the most majority of the people, and let's just do it. Like, there is no time to delay things. We are here, we are live. There are professional people watching us from the company. There is Simon, there is Deb. Well, we are all together. Let's just join in and create something awesome. So, a question over here, I'll create a banner on it. What is the thing that is stopping you from moving forward with Groove? And if it's creating something, we'll do it. If it's something else, let us know. While we are getting the questions in, I want to share and maybe ask Deb and Simon the question that came up a couple of times from a couple of users, actually, and I would like to get your opinion on this one. Let me just find the question. It was done a couple of times. This one. How do you get over the fear about investing money into your business and the risks involved? For me, joining this program is a huge risk and brings up fear. What would you answer? Let's start with Deb, okay?
Oh, I was going to say, start with Simon.
Let's start with Simon.
What's up? So, okay.
Whoever wants to go first.
I thought you were like, yeah, go with Simon. I actually saw that question as we were scrolling. I was like, oh, that's a really good question. And my eye probably saw it because I can relate to it. I think every one of us can relate to it, right? Like Simon, David, you've bought programs before. Like, do you remember your first program? Might have been at the Timmy event, right? In Baltimore. So I think the biggest thing is when you know you're on a path, right? And you know what you want to do, there will be something inside you that says, I've got to get this. And you'll know which one is the one for you, right? I think that's where, and maybe this is a girl thing, but it's cool being a girl these days, and a lot of girl type of business intuition. And there's courses on this now of the intuition and the gut that we trust. And it used to be something that we poo-pooed. It was like, oh, you got to think about your mind. What about your gut? But when your gut and your spirit is telling you something, I've learned to listen to that more than anything. And that's another thing too, Darcy, as far as mistakes. My mistakes have been when I didn't listen to my gut, when I didn't listen to my instincts. And I'll think about it like for 24 hours. Like, there's been times that I've seen something, say in a store, someone said something to someone and I didn't step up for this other person. I still remember this. And it just gnawed on me for like a day, 2 days. I'm like, I wish I would have just said something, right? It was just someone being rude to someone. And there was something I just wanted to say to correct the person who was being rude, just to kind of cut them off and make them realize it's not polite. And it just stuck with me. And it's the same thing with whether it's courses or events. I know the ones that I'm supposed to go to. And there's a lot of events out there, but the ones that make me sleepless or make me wake up, like this one here, I just knew I had to jump on, right? This is not a planned thing. We didn't have an agenda. I just knew I had to be on. And during quarantine, it was the same thing. It was March. I had a headache. I had just taken my contacts out. I put my glasses on. I think I told you guys in Skype, I'm like, okay, I'll hop on and help David, but I got to put my eyeballs in because that's one thing I typically don't go in front of video. It's with my glasses. But I remember I had a blasted headache. I just wanted to go to bed, but I turned on my phone and someone was broadcasting and they're like, oh, Coach Dibbs here, get on. And I'm like, I don't want to hop on a live video. I just like took my face off and eyes out and all that. But again, something inside me was like, no, Deb, you've got to get on. And I did, and I made a connection that led to business, right? There's always something that I think comes out of when I listen to my gut. So if your gut is saying, hey, go for this particular, whatever it is, course that you're thinking about, I think the only regret is if you don't. And I think that's more risky. I'm not a salesperson. Simon might be able to give a little more sales copy of it. But to me, I think it's more risky when you don't go for something that your gut is telling you you should. And then I mitigate things. I balance out risk and I look at it and say, all right, well, what could I do to raise that, right? Back when I was a kid, going to, wanting to raise money for college, it was, okay, I'll take another babysitting job. I'll lifeguard and take more hours. When I came back from college, I worked for, it was like Walmart, but it was called something else in Jersey, but it was a retail job. I'm like, I'll work as many hours as possible. So I think the question would be to flip and say, okay, what could I do in order to raise the money for that course? And if the course will help you make the equivalent of it, for instance, GrooveFunnels, I became a backer last year and I was like, oh my gosh, if I sell a couple things and I know a couple people that will want or need the system, I'll make my money back very quickly. So if you can make money from the product as well, I think the bigger risk is not doing it. Like Simon was saying earlier, if you sit and do the same thing you've always done, you're going to have the same income you've always had. The risk for every entrepreneur is putting themselves out there and saying, okay, how can I grow and expand my wealth by doing XYZ, going to this course, buying this funnel system software or course or event when we're able to go to events or go to a live event, or hiring a coach. Someone was like, I've got a lot of accountability partners, but I'm not really getting stuff done, because they're accountability partners. They're not someone you've paid for that you're now really accountable for your wallet and say, I've got to get my investment worth. When I first hired my coach back in the day, when Jay Abraham was one of the first, and there was actually Rick Sheffrin was part of that group. And it was $2,000 a month for 6 months. And that's when I just moved to Hawaii. And I was like, this is a lot of money. Okay, but look at what this course promises and this delivers. And it was every week we were learning about digital marketing. And I'm like, this whole yellow pages stuff, this is not really the future. It's not the way to go. We need to learn this digital marketing thing. But it was $2,000 a month. So again, we thought about it. We weighed things. We looked at things. How could we make money? What could we sell, right? I think maybe it was like a car or something, or a bike. But it was hard. But at the end of 6 months, so the other thing is, I was like, what can I do for every month to get $2,000? The cool thing is, at the end of the 6 months, well, the $2,000 that I was generating from that in that 6 months, I kept making. Right. And then some. And then I made another $2,000 and then another $2,000. So the investment was really worth it. But I literally had the number of what my investment was on how much I had to make. And it's amazing how the brain works when you look at that. So if you invest $1,000 or $2,000, your brain will find a way to recoup that and make that, and then tenfold, because every month thereafter, the business just kept expanding. So that's my personal outlook on that. So I hope that helps. What's your thought, Simon?
My thought is, if you are going to be serious about changing your life, right? You're going to be serious about taking it to the next level and doing something different where it's going to be a bigger and better you. You need to get used to investing in yourself. Now, the reason I say that is because it's never just going to be a one-time investment. You will continue to invest. If you're going to be fearful of even making a small investment of 1,000 plus, I will tell you, you will have a very difficult time trying to get even bigger and better and taking yourself and your business to another level, even higher than that. When I first got started, I invested in a minimum of 5 courses a week at the time. I think it took me very, very little time eventually to exceed over 6 figures in investment. That was even before I even went to my first seminar. And this is something that I talked about in a recent video that I created, which was talking about Freedom Day, which is also something that Mike, if you go to Mike Fulsame's Facebook profile, you'll see the video for that. But my first big investment was in a gentleman by the name of Corey Rudel, and his course at the time. It wasn't really a course; it was a mentorship, but it included the course. I invested over $8,000. I think it was 8,000 plus some change, and it was a huge investment. Was I nervous? Was I fearful? Of course I was, right? But I did it. Now, the story with Corey was that, unfortunately, within just a few months of my investment, of my initial time working with him, we lost him. Basically, he's no longer with us, to a car crash in California. And so what's the moral of that story? Will all of your investments pay off? Probably not. Not in the way that you expect it to. But if you're willing to leverage on things, take things as a stepping stone, right? In my example, I lost my investment in the sense that the man that I paid was no longer able to coach me any longer. But I used that as my motivation. I used that as a continuation of my story. It's because of that led me to searching for other opportunities, that got me to finally going to my first seminar and meeting Mike and meeting Donna and meeting Tom Beal and all those guys. But you know what? Every single time that you go to an event, right? That's also investment as well. The first event that I went to after I quit Google was the Baltimore event, right? And that's where I met Deb. And I wasn't speaking. I wasn't selling anything. In fact, I was also there to continue to learn. Every single time that I made a decision that would ultimately be a positive impact, of course, there was monetary financial investment, and it was an investment of my time. It was an investment in my efforts. You need to get used to making investments. And it doesn't matter how long I've been doing it. Sometimes I would be very confident in what I do, because most days, because I'm not an extrovert, because I don't spend my time, if I don't need to, going out and socializing, right? I would spend my time on my computer, and sometimes I would watch YouTube videos. Sometimes I would continue to invest, even though I would be quite confident to say that I am very good at what I do in certain things when it comes to internet marketing. In fact, for things like SEO or things like making money online, affiliate marketing, there's going to be very few things that you can ask me that I wouldn't know the answer to, or that I couldn't get for you. But I will still continue to learn every single day. I will still continue to invest in myself. 20 plus years down the road, after I already started making money online for the very first time in 1997, I still continue to invest in my knowledge, in my education, in tools, in whatever it is that I need to do, right? Because even back in the day, I invested in Mike's product. It was called carbon copy marketing, right? And then butterfly marketing came out, and I invested in that. Yeah. And it's really funny because in due time, the funny thing about life is the more money that you make, right, the less that you need money, the more free things you're eventually going to get, right? And after a while, Mike started, giving me access to his things. And I think working with you, Deb, you also gave me some free access to your stuff at the time. And it was all very cool. So here's the thing, right? In investments, a lot of people make the mistake of thinking that if I need to pay, right, then I'm spending money. You're not paying. You're not spending. You're investing. So it's only a matter of time when you do the smart investing that you get that return on investment, right? And that's your main goal. That's your ultimate goal, is to make sure that whatever it is that you're investing in, you are on track to make that positive return on investment back. And I realize now more than ever, there is a huge danger of investing in the wrong things. And I started alluding to this earlier before, but I know all of us right now, I don't know where, maybe it's different in places where you live, but every time I scroll down my Facebook newsfeed these days, especially 6 months ago, a year ago, every single day I would see a brand new so-called experts, right? A new so-called guru. And now everyone and their moms and their dogs are an expert in something, right? And it's really funny for me because here in Malaysia, they were doing all these live events. And I recognize those people. They were my students, right? This guy learned from me last week. That girl attended my class 2 months ago. And somehow they are now the new experts on the block. We call them fake gurus, right? Because that's exactly what they are. So how do we know the difference between somebody who is a person that we can trust versus one of these fake gurus? A lot of times it's difficult to tell them apart, but one of the ways that you know is you ask them a few questions, right? Number one, how long have you been around? if they can honestly tell you that they've been around for a year or longer and they learned in an ethical manner, then that's maybe somebody that you can trust. However, I will tell you, the real experts are more often than not the real veterans in the industry, people who have been around for the last 10 years, 15 years or more, and are still around. So if you're afraid of investing, I feel you. I would be afraid as well, because I wouldn't know who to trust. I wouldn't be able to know if this person is legitimately somebody who can help me, or if the reason why they are teaching me internet marketing or teaching me how to make money is because I am the way that they are making money, right? And if you know somebody who is in that space, they've been around for a while, and they say, well, things are changing, but I'm not going to sell courses. I'm not going to sell my time. I'm going to be providing free education. I'm going to be providing, even for people who never invest one red dime in my company, I will still do whatever it is that I can to help them. Then you know that you're at the right place. And the reason why I say that is because that's exactly what we are as a community right here at GrooveFunnels, right? You have the best of the best experts. Not only that, but those who endorse the best of the best. Just a few weeks ago, right? Rich Sheffrin was interviewing Mike Filsaime on his Facebook, right? On his Facebook Live. And Deb also did an interview with Mike a couple of months ago as well. And so not only are the people that you see, do they know what they're talking about? Have they been around for a while? But more importantly, those who are proven to be the veterans, the other experts in the industry, do they support them? Do they endorse them? If the answer is yes, then you know that you've struck gold. Now, one thing that really stuck with me from back in the day when I started learning, this was before I even met Mike Filsaime in person. We were on a teleseminar, if you remember those days, right? A teleseminar. It's a telephone seminar, which doesn't exist anymore because we do webinars now. But
It's
it
a
was,
phone, right?
yeah, telephone, right? It was in one
Yeah.
of those calls when Mike was talking about building a list. He was talking about internet marketing and how you need to build a list and things like that. And he was saying, if you're gonna do business, you need to understand that there's gonna be a cost to a business. And in order for you to build that list, where everybody else at the time, they were saying the money is in the list. In order for you to even build that list in the first place, you need to make sure that you have the tools. And the tools, guess what? They are not free. Now, I'm not sure if we're supposed to be talking about other third-party companies or whatever, but this is one of the autoresponders that is integrated. There is an integration for it with GrooveFunnels, if that's a hint for you. But at the time, Mike actually invested in that company. I think he got their white label or whatnot. And at the time, I think it was called ProSender or something like that, right? And he said that if you have just started in internet marketing, and if you've just started to realize the importance of building your list, and you don't yet have an autoresponder, then you are one of the lucky ones. Why? Because if you've already wasted your time with other tools, if you've been building your list with all the other things that are not as good, what I'm about to tell you is going to waste your time. Because here's the thing, this is the tool that you need to use. And if you're just starting out for the very first time, you don't need to worry about making that mistake. You don't have to worry about now the trouble of transferring all that data into this new system, right? Because everything is already there. So here's the thing, right? If you are getting started and you're getting started on the right foot, which brings us full circle back to what we're talking about right now within GrooveFunnels, you don't have to change things, switch things over from other platforms or other education. You are probably better off than what many of us would have had to do if we were using other systems and then needing to figure out ways for integration or whatnot, right? So for us to be able to continue on in the right path, we need to make sure that for us, we are here to help you, as we've said many times over. But at the end of the night, right, make sure that when you're investing in yourself, invest in the right things. And I'll tell you, being right here in GrooveFunnels, you are at the right place. You are investing in the right one. You don't have to worry about unlearning many of the things that you've previously learned, undoing all of the things that you've previously done. And now you can basically get a fresh start, or once your integration process is over, after you've actually, made that change, if you happen to be in that position, starting fresh, starting anew right here at GrooveFunnels is all you need to worry about in terms of investments. So get over that fear of investing in yourself. You need to invest in yourself anyway. But just know that by being here, your investment in yourself have significantly shrinked, right? Because you don't need to invest alternatively in another website builder, or alternatively in another autoresponder, or alternatively into another video marketing software, or e-commerce software, or membership sites, or whatever else, right? We have everything here, including the education, at least enough for you to get started. If you want to, learn even more, go ahead and invest in yourself even more. I do, right? However, during that process of getting over that fear, just know that we're here to help you every single step of the way. If there are things that you are unsure of, should I invest in this? Is this reputable? I'm sure we have more than enough experts on this team, real veterans on this team, who would be able to give you a legitimate, honest review of what you should invest in. So that's yet another reason why you're at the right place, right? Because if you're afraid of what might be a wrong investment, a bad choice, we have more than enough experts in this community, in this family, to share with you exactly where is the best way, the best place to spend your time, your hard-earned money, and your efforts towards growing into your next level, essentially.
And I do agree with this one. You really need to start investing in yourself, and not only invest like I buy this course, I buy that course, by thinking, okay, if I buy all these things, I will be a much better person. It's not how it works. You cannot buy your way into things like that. You actually need to do something with what you actually invest. So it's not only investing, but doing something with that investment that changes the lives. But I know somebody else that changes lives, and I have somebody else here in the back room who is eagerly waiting to get on. So if he is ready, maybe we can get him on the camera. So I want to introduce you to our next guest, and he is one of the reasons why we are all here. So let's just welcome with a big applause, if I would say, Mike Filsame.
That's
Wow,
Hey, Phil DeMay.
Phil Samay.
David Lemon, great job. Simon, great nuggets. Deb, your energy is magnetic. Great job. So I have a little funny story for you all. So Deb, you were making a little joke about, oh, Mike doesn't need a shower. He can, nobody's wearing pants and all that, funny live stream stuff we say. So I did take a shower. You could tell I'm all, for my fresh Saturday morning, I'm all fresh, right? So this is a true story. So I'm enjoying this so much. Like I wake up, I get a notification, I click on it, I'm watching a half hour in my bed, listening to everything. And I start spamming the group. There's a StreamYard link and here's a YouTube link. And I'm telling everybody, hey, here you go and you can get in. And so kind of have like a big shower that has like a shelf. So I actually took my phone into the shower, but I shut off the stream. And I said, I want to listen to this so I know what's going on. So I'm going to be getting on in about a half hour. And so I go into the group and I'm like, okay, so here's the GrooveAthon group. There's a link in there and I click it. And I'm just showering, watching for about 5 minutes. And suddenly I got this horrific thought in my head. Oh my God, did I click on the StreamYard link instead of the YouTube link? Am I actually in the lobby right now? And then so I in horror looked and I grabbed my phone and I'm like, oh my goodness, thank God it's the YouTube. And I was thinking nobody would have seen other than you guys. And you would have been like, what the hell is Mike doing there? Showering in the lobby there. So that's a little one of those horror stories.
That would definitely be a world-class live stream.
Think of the views,
Yes.
Mike. Think of the views. We could have got more views.
Think of the memes. Think of the memes.
Memes.
Oh my, Groove would have had a whole new meaning. So yeah, so I think this is, a lot of fun, and I'm excited to be a guest here for the next whatever you'll have me, half hour, whatever the case is, and I might even have some other surprises for you later. I heard you guys were talking about Rich Schefren, Coach Deb. I heard you say talking about Rich Schefren. Simon, I heard you just talking about Rich Schefren, and that I was on his live stream just last week, etc., and a lot of different things. So Rich just hit me up and he said, hey, I'm coming over a little early. We're still on to watch the UFC fights tonight. Big UFC fans, both Rich and I, big fights tonight. And I said, yeah. And I said, oh, and by the way, maybe we'll get you on for 15 minutes and you can, pop in with the crew. So he might be joining us in a few hours if we're still on. We'll see.
That would be awesome. Great.
Mike, I have it on confirmation. He said he may be popping by. I was like, yeah, I don't know if I can announce that or not, but that's awesome. Cool. Yeah, I didn't know he was watching live. Again, you never know. We were just talking about earlier where you got to put yourself out there, but you never know who's watching. But yeah, that was life-changing, right? And I replied back to him. He goes, oh, thanks for the shout out. I'm like, oh, I didn't know you were watching, but it was life-changing. And my life and my whole everything right now is because I joined that coaching program, right? And it was learning digital marketing when it didn't even exist. That industry didn't exist anymore. I moved to Hawaii 21 days after 9/11, right? So this is almost 20 years ago, but I'm in La Jolla, California now. I'm running a digital agency, a video marketing agency, right? Like everything started from that coaching club. So I cannot recommend it enough that people get that accountability that is legit. Like Simon said, don't follow the fake gurus, like find the legit people. And then David, you were talking about earlier how there's so much education in this group alone. Like there's an academy that's free education here. So you almost don't have to buy another course again. You just go to, what is it? Digital Groove Academy.
Digital Academy.
Digitalacademy.com.
Digital.
Yeah.
And it's not buying new courses, by just asking, like, look, I need to learn this and I need to learn that. And for that one, we also have our platform. It's askgroove.net. And I will post it in here in the chat for everybody. If you are looking for a course, if you are looking for something to learn, we have a place where you can ask that, actually. Askgroove.net. Go over there and ask for this tutorial. I'm always in there and scouring what I can create, what I can take from there, and then actually teach out to the users. So it's you, the users, who are actually creating the content. It's not me. I'm on the camera, but it's you who are actually telling us what the content should be. So there's really no need to buy courses, because with the experts we have in our company, you have everything. Software knowledge, you just need to put in the action. And when we're talking about action, I wanted to ask you, Mike Filsame, how did you come to an idea of about tackling this software solution problem that is out in the world? How did you come up with an idea? I will do 15 different apps in 1 year. How can somebody think about something like that?
Well, I would love to tell you, that it's all a grand strategy, but it's really not. It's more fortuitous. There was a lot of things that happened in good fortune that allowed us to double down and parlay and double down and parlay. There was not a grand vision to have a company, Groove Digital, led by Groove Funnels. Not even until probably 4 months after we decided to do Groove Pages. So, so I'll give you a little history though, and very, very short. The fact that I thought that I knew it was possible when the opportunity was time to be seized was because I had created Webinar Jam, EverWebinar, and Kartra. Those, especially the first two products, prior was Evergreen Business System, which was an SaaS. And so I had created the second largest webinar platform in the world, and the largest automated webinar platform in the world. And then we were creating Kartra, and as just to be frank, partnerships are like marriages. There are good times and hugs and a lot of love to go around, and everything needs to to really work well. And unfortunately, because of the dynamic of me being a person that was in the car business and left the car business for two things: financial freedom, but also the freedom to create my own vision. When I brought on a third partner into that, that company, I already had Webinar Jam in the works, and Evergreen Business System, and Deal Guardian, which was already being morphed into Kartra. And when I brought on a third partner, I ended up becoming a third partner in that company. Which is all fine, but the control factor that I had in the last, at that time, over 10 years running MikeFilsame.com, and being able to say, hey, this is what we're doing, and pushing things to the limit so much that it would scare people in my company. Oh, you're moving too fast, you're doing this. And I'm like, no, this is the vision, this is how we're going to go. There was a new dynamic now. The late great Andy Jenkins, he passed away. And Andy was also a force of nature of his own. He was a brilliant marketer. And there were essentially two CEOs, and I had a vision for the way that, imagine, you've heard these stories a million times. There's a person that writes a screenplay. He wants to be the writer, the director, and then all of a sudden he gets to go to make the movie, and Hollywood is saying, no, we want to make it this way. And and then, somebody says, this is no longer my vision. This is no longer the way that I want it to be. I no longer have any power here. And, those types of things, led to, me getting a buyout. I said, this is no longer fun. This is no longer my vision. I took a buyout. I had a 2-year non-compete. Now, at that time, when I sold the company, it was devastating in terms of production for me. I had built an incredible development team in Romania, people that were with me since 2003, and that had developed into an incredible development team. And I also had some incredible people that were part of MikeFilsame.com that got absorbed into that company. So when I took my buyout, it was great. I had 2 years to come up with a master plan to conquer the world, and think what you want. That's not the case. Here was the case. There was a 2-year non-compete that was so strong that I joked. This is the joke that I make, that if I had a dream about internet marketing, I would have violated my non-compete, and I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize getting my my buyout. At the same time, if I was to speak at an event or a mastermind, I had to ask them, do me a favor, this cannot be recorded. We had to tell people in the room, please don't keep this recorded. I didn't know if anything I would say would violate my non-compete. So I disappeared for 2 years. And 2 years is a long time. At that point, from 2016, the buyout, to 2018, ClickFunnels was on the rise. I'm out of the scene for a while. And quite frankly, transparently telling everybody here, I went through when I look back now, I went through a major state of depression. And that's why, if people ask, hey, Mike, this is your dream. Are you the type of person, there's a lot of different ways that people have been talking, about our company and me as the CEO, that Mike likes to start things and abandon them, which that is totally not the case. I mean, you look at my track record, that's never happened. Nothing was abandoned ever. Webinar Jam, Webinar Kartra went on to do some incredible things. That was my vision, very much like Steve Jobs had with the Macintosh, the Lisa computer and the Macintosh, and then found himself, because of a power struggle, outside of his own company, and he created Next Computer. So Groove to me is creating next computer, and I can promise everybody here. I've spoken with my partners about this. We have these types of talks. Would you sell for 100 million? I'm like, no. I mean, we're worth more than 100 million now. How about $250 million? How about $1 billion? Would you sell for $1 billion? I said, would Steve Jobs sell for any amount of money? That's the question. I mean, literally, could you have walked to Steve Jobs when he's sitting there and he's in the boardroom and he's leaning back and he's going like this? So this is the first prototype of the iPhone. This is great. Let's make it do this. And somebody walked in and said, Steven, here's 15 suitcases, each filled with $1 billion. Do you think that Steve at that point in his life, probably, 53 years old when they were first starting to come out with the iPhone, which is my age right now, would have said, yeah, let me take all the money. I have everything that I want in my life. I make very, very good money. You know what I drive? We have one car, not two cars. We have one car. It's a 2018 Honda Accord, fully loaded, a nice $40,000 Honda Accord. But I don't have a second vehicle. And I'm looking every single day to buy one. But you know why I don't have a second vehicle? Because I work from home and I don't need one. The car sits in the garage most of the time. And we love it. So I've traveled the world. I've had Nissan GTRs. I've had Corvettes. I've had Hummer H2s. I've been to Iceland and Dubai and Malaysia and Sydney and New Zealand and Hawaii and Fiji. I've done everything there is to do in life. And what I do know is that what I love every single day is the team that we have, partners that we have. It's creating what we have in Groove. And I have no intentions. This company is built to last. It is not built to flip. I have zero desire to get a buyout. And one of the things I can tell you why, when I said I had went through a depression, you want to put an entrepreneur into a state of depression, give that person money and tell them they can't work. That's essentially what happened to me when I got my buyout. I got a very, very good buyout, and I was told I couldn't work. So I was the guy that could tell you shows deep in Amazon Prime. Hey, have you heard of this? Yeah, I've heard of this. I stopped watching it after 3 episodes. It's not as good as it. I knew everything about every show. I became a loser that was staying up until 7 a.m. in the morning. Picture it, literally eating cupcakes from Hostess and Twinkies and Doritos. And I took up smoking, and I was going through, am I going to be able to be relevant again? And now there's a year left, and now there's 3 months left, 6 months left. And then at that time, Andy had gotten cancer, and I've got 6 months to go before I need to start my own company. And I'm like, okay, time to shake off all this stuff and let's get going here now. And I get a phone call from Andy, and he says, hey, brother, hey, how's it going? And listen, there's something I want to tell you. I said, listen, Andy, I know that nobody knows that you have cancer. I said, but I do know. And he laughed. He goes, oh, you do? How's that? I said, I was talking with Donna the other day, and there was just something wrong. And all I did is I said, what's wrong? And she burst out into tears. And he goes, oh, cool. So, well, then I don't have to tell you, So I said, yeah. So I know that you've got your surgery and you're recovering. And basically he was going to the 5-year remission. And he said, listen, right now, Mike, I look like Jim Carrey, and everybody knows me as this big Andy Jenkins, and I'm doing better, but we're not sure if I want to go back out on camera. And Hector's not the type of person, that can get in front of the camera. So I'm wondering, would you want to come and do the Kartra launch for us? Now, I wasn't even part of the company anymore. Nothing to do with it. I'm getting my buyout. And we never made a formal announcement. Every single time I'd walk into a room, people would say, how's Webinar Jam doing? I said, well, technically I'm not part of it. Really? How come I never heard? So yeah, we didn't feel we needed to go out there and make an announcement. It was just something that, I silently walked away from the company. It wasn't a secret. We would certainly tell people, but it was nothing that we went out of our way to make an announcement. So I said to Andy, Andy, I've got 6 months left before I got to start my own company. And if I do this launch, people are going to associate me with Kartra, and I'm going to be using a lot of my cachet to reach out to people like Jeremy Gislason, who was our #1 affiliate for Kartra. I said, I'm going to be asking all these people, and then like months later, I need to start doing something for myself here because my buyout ends, and it's time for, I've got 6 months. And I just heard him go, oh, well, and then I said, what am I doing? My friend has cancer. He's asking me to help. This is my first child. You know what, Andy, don't worry about it. I'm going to help you with it. So I come back and I actually do the Kartra launch, and I'm doing the JV videos, and I'm actually in video one. And there was some weird things that, happened. Frank Kern was possibly going to come into the company and buy into the company. And he ended up being in video 2 and video 3. And then at the very, very end of that, I'm at Omar Martin's event in Orlando, and there's John Cornetta, Matt Serralta, and they see me, and I'm this, the star of the show. Mike's, here's Mike. He's, I'm, it's like Joe Biden, right? I'm out of the basement, right? I'm out of the basement now after 2 years, and I show my face, and everybody wants to come, and they want to talk to me, and I'm on stage, and I'm kind of like the star. It felt great. And John Cornetta, who I know, and Matt Serralta, who I've never met before, come up and they say, it's a great job what you did with Kartra. Too bad you're with Kartra. We would love to have you to do something with our e-commerce platform. And I just said, there were some people around. I said, well, I'm not with Kartra. And they just looked at me like I was crazy. I said, and then I explained the story. So I brought them up to speed on what you all know right now. And they said, so you're not with Kartra? I said, no. And they said, what are you going to do right now? And this is 100% true, folks. I believe that Kartra had everything in my brain, and it took 7 years to compete, and Webinar Jam and EverWebinar, right? Now I'm Mike Filsaime. I have no programmers. I have nobody. If I need to build a web page or install a WordPress blog, I have to do it. I have 0 people on my team. So I say to John and Matt, well, I think that, Kartra, ClickFunnels, Webinar Jam, EverWebinar have the digital marketing space. By the time I do something, it's going to take me 3 to 4 years. They're going to have another 3 to 4 years. That was my thinking at the time, right? So that's why I wanted you to know it's not something that I would have been that bold at that time. So I said to them, what I think can be done is every industry has a Coke and a Pepsi. So I try to look at somebody that there's a Coke in the marketplace that has no Pepsi. And right now, I believe Shopify is the Coke without a Pepsi. So I'm going to develop a Shopify competitor. And they lost their mind. Oh, my God. We have something called Ultra Fun Cart. Let me take a look at it. I said, okay, look, I'm flying home. Let's do a call. We get on a call, and we do a demo. And my knee is like tapping with nerves as I'm watching this. I'm like, oh, my God, this is the base of the start of a company. And I say to Matt, I said, let me tell you, first off, this user interface sucks. And, this is the most horrible user interface I've ever seen. And number one, I don't like the name Ultra Fun Cart. No. And, I said to him, let me come up with something that we can build a brand out of. And he didn't even hear what I said. Look at that logo behind David. Look at that logo right over here. This is a brand, right? And this is something that I said to myself, we have to go out. We're going to create a brand. So I'm not kidding here again. There was nothing that was strategic about Groove. Again, completely fortuitous. It's when we've all done this before. We're like, male chimp. Okay. Chimp, monkey. Oh, that's taken. How about orange gorilla? And I'm joking, right? I'm coming up with stupid ideas, but there is no domain name in the world that you can get today. They're all taken. We've all done it. You come up with this idea and you're like, okay, nobody. Who in the world has that since 2009? Right? That's what we do when you can't get a .com anymore. It's nearly impossible. So I looked up GrooveCart.com. They were selling it for $2,500. It wasn't something I was going to convince the partners to spend $2,500 for right away. So we bought GrooveCart with a K, K-A-R-T. And the reason why I brought GrooveCart is because I saw that GrooveMail, GrooveCart, GrooveSell, Groove, all of these things, I'm not going to say they weren't available. There was nobody using them. And they were for sale or they were parked. And I said, okay, I'm going to silently go out and start buying these domains. We've spent over $125,000 on domains for the Groove brand. We bought Groove Funnels. We bought GroovePay for $5,000. We bought, Groove ads. Somebody right now wants 10 grand for GroovePlex, because we want to put it on the top of our building. And I'm like, dude, I could get the .net for $8. Have a nice day, right? But and it was purchased recently. I think I had mentioned GroovePlex, so I don't know, who might be trying to get 10 grand from us. So essentially, I was secretly going out and campaigning to the partners. I'm going to spend $2,500 today. We just made some money on GrooveMail, but I'm going to buy it over 12 payments, $250 a month. And we have all of these different domains that we were paying, $250 a month. So at that, you could say, yes, I had this vision that that was coming. But so let me bring us back now to the conversation with Matt and John. Now understand this, Matt's been working on GrooveCart for 2 years. He's got the code base to a shopping cart that can compete with Shopify. It doesn't look good. It's going to need a lot of help in the user interface, a lot of ideas, a lot of branding. And by the way, I think he had 6 customers in 2 years, right? Because he's a developer, he's not a marketer, and that's why he's showing up at events. And if we can learn anything about why we need to step out of our comfort zone and do networking, go to events, because you meet people. I met people that changed my life. Matt Zeralta changed my life. He brought an opportunity to me at the right time, and I certainly changed his life, and John Cornett as well. So at this point, we get on a call, and now it's time to talk business. And now picture this from Matt Zeralta's point of view. He has a company that he has 100% of. What do you think he's probably willing to give up in his mind? 40%. So I said, I probably have an idea what you're looking for, Matt. Why don't you tell me? And he said 60% for him and 40 for me and John, and I would get 20 and 20. And he doesn't know me from a hole in the world. Well, and I said, well, here's the deal, Matt. Here's what I've done. I've created Webinar Jam, EverWebinar, and I'm going to create the next Shopify, and I'm going to have 100% of that company. So there's no way that I'm going to do something where you're going to have 60% and I'm going to have 20%. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to do something that to you is going to seem ridiculous and to me seems more than fair. I'm not going to do this unless we're three-way partners. We're going to put some things in the contract that protect me with CEO and control, because I'm not going to let happen what happened in my last company, because I'm not a majority shareholder. That doesn't mean that I can't have voting rights and different things like that. So I said, I want to be a third partner. I saw him go, well, no, I cannot give up 66% of my company. And I said to him, here's why you want to do that. You need to go research who I am, what I've done. There's an expression you've seen on Shark Tank that you'd rather have 33% of a watermelon than 60% of a grape. Here's what I'm going to bring to the table. I've done this before. I'm going to do it with or without you. Can you say the same without me? I'm not asking for a penny more, and I'm not asking you to take a penny less. I want to be equal partners, because here's what's going to happen. I'm going to do so well for this company that if you're making more money than me, I'm going to come to resent it every single day. And I'm going to be talking to my spouse about it, saying, you know how much money I'm making for this guy, and you don't want that. And he says, I don't think that we're going to be able to do it. I said, hey, look, we had a conversation. It's great. Let me let you sleep on it. John called him back and said, dude, you're crazy, an opportunity to work. But no, he had this, you've seen it on Shark Tank, right? He didn't understand the full potential. And look, and I'm talking a lot of, smack right now, right? I'm saying I'm going to do this, but at the same time, I've also got my own little things talking in the back of my head, like, hey, this is not going to be easy, but I got to get at least a third, right? I mean, when you look at it at that point, you're like, that would be insane for me not to have that. I'm hoping, those of you that know me are saying, hey, that was a good deal for everybody. So Matt calls me back the next day, completely excited. What am I doing? I'm crazy. Yes, let's do it. Cool. 2 days later, I'm in Boca Raton. I meet John. I meet Matt. We officially form the company GrooveCart LLC. On Simon, I'm going to let you say this date. What was that date?
August 5th, 2019.
2018. So here's why that's significant. I quit the car business August 5th, 2004. Simon Leung quit Google August 5th, 2006 when he heard my story. John Cornetta's birthday is August 5th. And just by chance, GrooveCart LLC happened to be formed on August 5th of 2019. So August 5th is a pretty big day in our company. So now, to answer your question, David, and those of us just joining, Mike, how did you come up with this idea for GrooveFunnels? So now we've got to launch GrooveCart. There is no GrooveFunnels. We're doing GrooveCart, and I'm seeing that we have the ability to basically make like the Amazon checkout process or the Shopify checkout process. But if you want to sell a drone, you can't sell your drone on Amazon with 6 tiles, images, a little video, little description, and an add to cart button. You actually need a website. So the thing that really came to me to explain this to my partners and to everybody, and what I did a lot of demos, was when you look at a company like DJI, who does the stocks and the drones. DJI has, now they're competing with GoPro. They actually have a website with rich content like Apple. But when then you go to buy something, you go to store.dji.com or shop.apple.com or store.apple.com. So there's a checkout process, which is the Shopify process, but there was nothing to actually build a website with. And you can't build a full branded website with, something like ClickFunnels. So you were going to need to either integrate with WordPress and build a website. And nobody was doing that. Nobody was really doing that. So I told the partners, we're going to name this thing GrooveCart. What's going to make us different is that we're going to have this page builder that you could actually build a page builder. And they said, where are we going to get that? We started talking to different people. And Simon, can you mute there if you don't mind? We're getting a little clanking and clicking. So, or if you're ready, it's all good. So I said I'm going to go out and I'm going to see if we can acquire some page builder technology for rapid development. And this is what leads to Groove now, right? So I remember when we were looking for Kartra to create our page builder. Hector wanted to do it all in Bootstrap. Bootstrap was all the rage back then. So I kept bringing him some page builders that I found on Code Canyon that we could have a starter drag and drop. That's what we needed. We needed an interface. And everything I brought to him, he said, no. So I finally found one and I brought it to him. And I said, let's see if we can buy it from this guy. We get the guy on the phone. His name happens to be Matt now, so I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. This is 2013 or 2014. With the previous company. And we get Matt Nouse on a call, and I'm on that Skype call, and I say hi. I don't have much to talk to him. I'm not asking him to become my partner or anything. I'm asking basically if we can buy the technology. He gives me the Heisman right away. I'm not selling. So Hector takes over the call, asks all the question about technology, and then Matt Nouse basically says, I won't sell you the technology. I will license you the technology. So Matt Nouse licenses the technology to Kartra. I'm going to fast forward a little note that I like to say with a smile on my face. When we brought Matt into our company, we bought that intellectual property. So now I own the intellectual property that I now license Kartra's technology to them. And I like to say that. It's like my little win. So Matt basically says, if you hire me, you must hire me. I want a 2-year contract, and I'm gonna develop Kartra pages for you, but I retain the rights to the software, and I can do what I want with it on the end. So what Matt was doing while he was developing that, he started planning an idea for something like his own Kartra pages. I had no idea about this. So now from 2014 to 2016, he's with Kartra. His contract is up. I don't know if they asked him to stay or whatever the case was, but basically they said, hey, can you find your replacement? He ends up finding a front-end developer who actually has more, Matt will tell you, actually, when it comes to the development end of it, was a wizard above Matt's ability. Matt was really impressed by this guy called Finn. So Finn finishes Kartra pages over the next 2 years, 4 years of development in Kartra pages. So now, fast forward back to GrooveCart. I'm like looking for stuff, and all of a sudden I come across this site called PageStead. And for $2,500, they are selling you basically, this is Matt Nouse. Instead of starting a competitor to Kartra and ClickFunnels, he created a company that says, build your own SaaS, build your own Groove pages, build your own Kartra pages, go out and compete. He created the software to allow you to have your own page builder. I saw this and I said, this is great. I'm going to buy it. And immediately we called it GrooveCart Studio. And then Matt had this list of all of this stuff, and I'm researching. He only has 2 or 3 developers. One of them is doing support. He's got this list of stuff that needs to be done. I know what needs to be done more than him in my head. Like it needs this, it needs countdown timers, it needs pop-ups, all the stuff that it needed. And I'm seeing it in the wrong places in the timeline. So I have a choice. Do I fork the code and start developing it? And then he starts developing it. I like what he's doing, but I can no longer merge because that's called forking the code. So I start talking the partners into, we're going to fork the code. And so, David, to answer your question, this is where the idea for Groove pages came from. Nothing else, just Groove pages. And at this point, I'm like, we could take this code and make it Groove pages. But I don't know that we're going to be able to compete with ClickFunnels. If many of you know GrooveCart Studio, it was cool. But it wasn't necessarily a page and funnel builder, and it wasn't going to be Kartra pages, not for a while. So I had the idea, maybe we'll sell for $497 a year, right? So my thing is, this has nothing to do with Matt Nouse at this time. My thing at this point is, I'm going to build this brand, and it's going to be good for about 6 months to a year, and then we're going to get exposed. GrooveCart Studio, Groove pages, somebody's going to show up one day and go, Mike Filsame didn't create Groove pages. You could buy this at pagestead.com for $2,500, and anybody can have a Groove pages. And I started thinking, oh, this is going to be bad, because even now that I'm going to fork the code and I'm going to have 2-3 years of development into it, people are going to look and say, well, that's the base of it, and I can buy it for $2,500. And I actually saw a threat to anybody else having this code if I built this thing to be too big. So I call up Matt Nouse. I researched for 3 days trying to find out who this guy was. He went by the name Chili Orange online. And I was fortunate enough to find this one thing where there was an email address, and I basically wrote him one of these. Matt, I'm not sure if you remember me, but here's blah, 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 blah. And I basically said, if I'd like to get on a call and explore opportunities to either buy PageStead or see if you want to do a partnership. So I called Matt Nouse and I told him straight up, you did the wrong thing. Creating a SaaS is not allowing you to focus on building the page builder. You're building the back end and cron jobs for people's payments and upgrading members. He goes, I know, and I think I did the wrong thing. And I said, so here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to bring you in as the 4th and final partner of GrooveCart, but we're going to start a company essentially called Groove Digital. And GrooveCart will be on e-commerce, and Groove pages will handle digital marketing, and we're going to compete with ClickFunnels. And I basically did the same pitch now, and now I'm starting to get excited. I'm pitching him the way I pitched Matt. Do you know who I am, what I've done? Yes, of course, Mike. Yeah, well, look, the reason why Kartra is this, because these were my original ideas. I had Deal Guardian, and we were going to call it Deal Guardian Enterprise, but we rebranded it to Kartra. But then, there were other partners that had come in, but Webinar Jam, EverWebinar, these were my ideas. And he said, so what are you saying? I'm saying you're going to go from 100% of your company down to 25%. You'll become an equal partner with me, John, and Matt. And we are going to take your technology and we're going to compete with ClickFunnels. How much of a company do you think they are? And he says, I don't know, probably 5 million. And I said, no, ClickFunnels is $100 million a year company. And I remember hearing him say, bullshit. And I said, excuse me? He goes, no, I'm not saying that you're bullshitting me. That was a reaction. He was like, no way. That company, I heard of them. They're a $100 million company. I said, yes. I said, so there is huge potential here. Hey, Michelle. And he says, but how are we going to take on a $100 million a year company? I said, don't focus on them. Look, there's Coke, there's Pepsi, there's Snapple, there's Dr. Pepper. Don't worry. We don't have to be number one. We can compete. We can have our USPs. And trust me, I know how to market. I know how to brand. And I have some ideas what we can do with the software that can make us stand out. So he ends up saying something along the lines of, I have 3 things. Let me think about it. He calls me back the next day, and I'm nervous because I really want to do a deal with Matt. And I know asking him to come in to go from 100% to 75% from people he's never heard of before is a big ask. But again, you see from my point of view, people are like, are you kidding? You gave this guy equal partnership with you, Mike? but for me, I've always told people like my father, like, yeah, how come, your partnerships? And I'm like, Dad, we're in the business of making chicken noodle soup. I may be the chicken, but the other partner's the broth, and the other partner's the noodle. And if the industry wants chicken noodle soup, I can't make chicken noodle soup without these people, even if I'm the protein. And I don't even look at myself as, quote, the protein. I look at myself as equal partners with my partners. They're wonderful people. So now Matt now says 3 things. I need 3 things in order to make this done. And I swear to you, the first 2 were so inconsequential. I'm going to joke. It might've been like, we need to use Slack. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. It was like the first 2 are so ridiculous. I don't remember. The third one was just simply this. I need to meet you. I cannot be partners with people I haven't met in person. So I want to fly out and meet you. And he was in Florida 3 days later. And when I picked him up at the airport, I said, you've been to the States before? He says, no, this is my first time. So he had never even been to the States before. In 3 days, he came down, he met me, Matt, and John, and we formed Groove Digital. Now, 2 weeks later, as we start talking about development, we start talking about Kartra. We don't know each other that well. And I don't know the history of the Kartra pages. And I'm like, oh, so you weren't there for that. He says, no. I started PageStead in 2016 after I left. I said, so who picked up Kartra pages after that? He says, oh, a brilliant programmer, a guy named Finn. And I said, what's he doing? He says, we talk every 6 months. Let me hit him up. I believe I think his contract may be ending soon. I said, well, look, maybe, if he's going to be leaving Kartra soon. So he hits up Finn, and it's like, hey, Finn, how are you doing? Finn's response is, my contract ended with Kartra 2 weeks ago. I'm looking for a job. If you know of anybody that's looking, let us know. So Matt tells me, you're not going to believe this. He says, Finn's not cheap. He's going to come with a good price, but we need to get him. And I said, okay, let's get him. Hurry up before anybody else talks to him. He might be talking to people on another site. Let's lock this up. So they start working together, and about a week later, Mike, we want to have a call with you. Okay, cool. Let's get on a Skype call. What's up? I'll do my Matt Nouse impression. Listen, I can't do a German accent or a Dutch accent that well, so I'll just talk. Finn and I were talking, and we want to scrap the code, drag it to the recycle bin. Essentially, that's what I said. No, we're not trashing the code. Matt, I partnered with you because you have this intellectual property. He says, no, we want to start from the ground up. And I literally, guys, I'll do my impression. I was like, guys, don't do this to me. Please, you do not know what you are embarking on. We have a code base. Do not do this. You want to start like from scratch or reinterpret this? No. Start from scratch. Okay. Talk to me. Well, this was built on Bootstrap. You know how Kartra, when you build a big page? Yes, I do. And you know how that breaks. And now I'm like, now they're selling me. And I'm seeing what Groove Pages is today. They're telling me this is what we can do. And Finn or Matt said to me, Mike, and this is in our original Kickstarter video. One of them said to me, Mike, you can either be another Me Too page builder, or you could leapfrog anything on the market today. There'll never be anything like it. And I just smiled. And I said, okay, guys, new technology, Vue.js, Tailwind, publishing pages, SSL, all this type of stuff. I said, okay, it's a page builder. It can do this. It's going to do this. And now I know when you start dreaming big about software, that's really, really scary. So I said, you guys can't do this alone. What is it going to take? Well, we've already spec'd it out. On top of us, we're going to need $25,000 a month, and it's going to take us about 4 months. And I said, 100 grand. You know, guys, it's not going to take 4 months. If it's going to take 4, it's going to take 8. And if it takes 8, it's going to take 10. And 10 is going to be 12. It's a 1-year project. And no. I said, guys, I've done this before. You all know we're going to dream bigger, and it's going to become something bigger than what it is. And we're going to come up with ideas. So here's what I'm going to do. Give me 24 hours. I'm going to talk to the partners, because we're going to need $50,000 a month to do this. And quite frankly, that's about what Groove Card is doing right now, $50,000 to $75,000 a month, $50,000 a month in profit. It's going to take all of our profits. So unless we're going to get one of us to invest into the company or get an investor, I need to think about this, because if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. So I call the partners, and we go through all the stuff, but we finally agree that it needs to be right. And I said, here's my idea. Let's do a Kickstarter. And I'm not talking about what we saw happen. I meant we're going to go on Kickstarter. And then we said, maybe we'll do Indiegogo, because you get the money if you don't meet the thing. And I said, we're going to do a video, and we're going to raise the funds like a Kickstarter. So I wrote a Kickstarter script. And the only reason why I didn't say Kickstarter, I swear to you, the only reason why I didn't say Kickstarter, and I said, so become a backer today. This was supposed to be at Kickstarter, was because we were looking at Indiegogo. And we weren't sure if it was going to be Indiegogo or Kickstarter. We said, don't worry. The where it's hosted, we'll tell the people it's a Kickstarter. The video just needs to say, become a backer today. So we go to do a Kickstarter. And I say at GrooveCon last year, May 5th, May 3rd, 4th, and 5th. On May 3rd, I say, you guys want to see the video? Here's the video. Are you not happy with your current website, landing page, and marketing funnel builder? No? Well, neither were we. And that's why, and then that video, I've heard it 1,000,001 times. We sold just Groove pages for life for $497. Become a backer today. Help us back. Here's the thing. We had a table rush. We sold every single person in the room. It was like one of those things, like you like in a movie, everyone's around us going, hey, Mike, what about this? And how about if you build future products? So you get a buyer's order, you get a buyer's order, you get a buyer's order. And we went back, we called Matt Naus, and we said, Matt, you're not going to believe what happened. The entire room closed. Before we put this on Kickstarter, let's take the money and just put it in our bank account. It's a hit. I'm going to go put up a little page, and we're going to mail our Groove Card customers. I think we did $400,000 in 3 days. And so now it's like, okay, maybe we don't need a Kickstarter. This thing is quote unquote a VSL in and of itself. So I go out to a couple of my friends, Ricky Mateka, Jeremy Gislason. They crush it. We're up to like $700,000. I was a backer, says Dwight. Thanks, Dwight Perry. So now it becomes this thing that we're going to do a launch for it. And now, because of the launch for Groove Pages, we end up doing, I don't know. I really don't remember, guys. I think 1.3 million, 1.1 million, but then we did it again a couple of months later. It might have been 1.7 million total. I do forget like the actual number. The bottom line is it gave us a war chest. And I remember John Cornetta saying, what are we doing with that money? And I said, Jeff Bezos, baby, Amazon. It's a 5-year plan. Invest, developers. If anybody knows that joke. So I said, we're going to go out and we're going to get developers. So there was another fortuitous thing that happened at that time. Martin Bodeker, I love how lean and simple you kept anything. True inspiration. Thanks, Martin. So at this time, I've got my friend, Matt Ford, who's helping us do our Facebook ads at the time. And Matt says, hey, this is for sale. That's for sale. This webinar company is for sale. And I'll be honest, at this time, David, your question, the grand vision hadn't come together. I was looking to maybe partner with people and say, hey, partner, what, like I did with Matt, maybe we'll take over your shopping cart. Then after looking at it, we didn't like it. And there was a webinar platform and I didn't like it. So Matt Ford, coming to me with all these deals that I was just not impressed with, said, I know a brilliant programmer. And I was like, well, for what? He goes, well, you wanted to buy a webinar platform. He could build you. And he said, you could call it Groove Webinars. It wasn't really on my radar just yet. After 3 weeks, Matt's like, so listen, you want to talk with this guy or not? He's brilliant. He's and I'm like, who is he? He's done this and he's worked with a lot of marketers and Warrior Plus and JV Zoo. So I get on with him. This guy's name is Unroop. Many of you know him. For everything that Finn and Matt Nouse, or I should say Matt Nouse and Finn are for Groove pages, the rest of the platform now, and Matt Soralta for Groove Cart and Max and Hosney over there, the rest of the platform, Groove Sell, Groove Affiliate, all coded by Unroop, and then Groove Mail, Groove Video, GrooveMember. This was all Unroop managing that part, what we called Groove Apps. It was Groove Pages and the rest of Groove Apps. So he starts developing Groove Webinars, and I'll be honest, just going to talk openly. Matt Nouse is very, very slow to hire, diligent. I give him a test. I want him to program something, and I'm already cutting a deal with Unroop. Like, hey, we're going to do this and this, and so I'm not even telling Matt that I've already committed to him. So Matt's like, it sounds too good to be true. He's talking a lot. I'd like to see his work. And so Unroop's like, so are we going to do this? I said, look, he wants you to do a test first. Why don't you do this? And Matt, truth be told, Unroop comes back a week later and shows Matt what he did. And Matt calls me and he said, this seems too good to be true. The only thing I need to ask him is if he did this by himself. That's how good Unroop was. And I'm going to just tell you, like, Unroop is the best developer I've ever seen. And there's no argument to that. He writes without bugs, and he was developing Groove Webinars. And then I told him, after Groove Webinars, we're going to do something called Groove Sell and Groove Affiliate. It's going to be like Samcart and Pay Kickstart and like Kartra. The whole plan hadn't come together. I bought the domain name Groove Apps because, hey, we're going to have more apps. And let's just make everybody log into one place. I had to tell Matt Nouse, don't develop it at Groove Pages, put it at Groove Apps. And now I'm negotiating with the guys that own Groove Funnels, who are an agency since 2014 when ClickFunnels came out. They'd be a groovy funnel agency, but they never did anything with it. And they went their own way. So I'm negotiating with them to try to buy that domain. We essentially did. So this is all the stuff that's happening. So now I tell Unroop, hey, Unroop, I want you to get off of Groove Webinars. I just realized if we're going to launch Groove Pages, I don't want to launch on Pay Kickstart. I don't want us to later have Groove Sell and then people will be saying, so why is my billing saying Pay Kickstart? So I said, I want you to start doing Groove Sell. And by the way, do you have any more talent that you could get hold of? Because we have some money I want to start developing. And then it was like, Unroop, do you think you can manage a tent pole for each one of these things? Get somebody working on Groove Mail. How many people? 3. Get people working on GrooveMember and get people working on Groove Video. And then I want to do something for Groove Webinars, Groove Desk, Groove Blog, and all these different things. But that's going to come later. And then what ended up happening is we get Groove Funnels. We launch with Groove Pages and Groove Sell. COVID hits. We do the freemium model. The freemium model allows us to do, the upgrade offer. It starts bringing in so many people. I'll let you guys do the math, but when you bring in 2,500 people a day, at 10%, you know how much that is. So if we're converting 5% of those people on day one, $1,397, we start making an insane amount of money on April 7th. The company changed on April 7th. It changed in March when COVID hit. We were in San Diego getting ready for Traffic and Conversion Summit. We had a $20,000 booth. We had an office at WeWork. I was going to be there for 6 weeks. We rented 6 Airbnbs. The entire company was coming. And we rented a club called Sidebar, and we were hosting the TNC after party. And the staff starts saying, I don't want to come. This is starting to look dangerous. I think they're going to cancel the event. And sure enough, it canceled. It became a pandemic, a national emergency. And I'm back home and we're like, well, there goes our launch for GrooveFunnels. So we see Uber conference. Matt's giving me a new link every day. Appear in, Whereby, Slack, Skype, Zoom, GoToMeeting. Every day is a new link. Today it's Uber conference. Matt, what's with this link? Every single day. Well, I'm trying out different services, but they're giving us a free Premier account with no credit card. It's $299. I'm like, all right, whatever. Let's do the meeting. And at the end of the meeting, it pops up. Uber conference message from the CEO. Because of COVID, lots of businesses are struggling and need to go virtual. We're doing our part. No credit card required. These little things started hitting me. I'm like, okay, so instead of launching in July with a $1 trial, ring 9 people on Skype. All right, guys, here's what I want to do. I want to take GrooveSell. On Roop, can we snap it off and we'll take GrooveSell.com and it's basically like Pay Kickstart, but we're going to give it away for free. And John will shoot a video for free. What do you mean? Well, are we going to make, no, for free. This is the way it's going to work. If we do anything wrong under COVID, we're going to get accused of being opportunistic under COVID. This needs to smell like a rat and come out like a rose. People need to be like, this sounds too good to be true, and it's got to get better and better and better. There can be no one-time offer. There can be no upsell. We've got to give. There can be no transaction fees. There can be no, I see what you did there. So what happens if this works? That's what we started saying. What do we have to lose? So we do GrooveSell for free, and we start getting ready to do this on April 4th. We were going to go live, April 4th or April 5th. And about 10 days into it, I'd ring the same group again. And I said, I got another idea. What do you want to give group pages away for free? They laughed. And I said, yeah, no, you're going too far. You're going too far. There's no reason. I said, listen, we're not going to give group pages away for free. We'll give group pages away for free, but they don't get a custom domain, but at least now they could use it. And it's an onboarding model. And they can't use coachdeb.com. They'll have to use coachdeb.groovepages. And that's going to hurt a little bit, but we'll give it away for free. And who's going to complain? All right. 3 days before the launch. Yeah, what's up? Okay. I was thinking about this. We need to give custom domains. No, you're crazy. All right. Okay, one's not going to work. We're going to do 3. You're crazy. So what we ended up doing is we did GrooveSell, and we didn't tell them they were getting Groove pages. We made an upsell where the URL was groovesell.com/not-n.upsell. And it looked like an upsell page because we wanted people to smell like something's not right. You're giving us, there's got to be a catch. So as soon as they signed up, boom, there's an upsell page with me standing right there. And I go, what are we doing here? Why does this say this is not an upsell? Well, listen, this isn't an upsell. What we've decided to do is give you our flagship product, Groove Pages, for free as well. Now, it's not completely free. You don't get unlimited domains. We're not going to give you 1. We're going to give you 3. And so when people signed up for that process, they were like, "Oh my God, this is crazy!" And everybody was saying, "Mike, how are we going to upgrade people?" They didn't get what I was saying. I said, "MailChimp is $100 million a year company. How do they make their money?" I was like, "I don't understand. What are you saying?" ActiveCampaign is a $50 million a year company, maybe more. How do they make their money? What you're saying? If all we did was sell email, we could be a $50 or $100 million a year company, but think of what we can do to the competition by giving this away for free and this and how many users. So we said, look, it's an experiment. We could pull it down like after a week. Now, April 5th, we were supposed to go live. I'm up now for 2 days straight. And this truly happened. I called Michelle and I said, I'm not feeling well. I'm feeling numbness in my left arm and that's a bad sign. Call the partners. We're not going live today, and stand by. I need to lie down, or I might need to go to the hospital. I was working myself that hard, literally, one of these types of things for 2 days. Just we didn't have the team that we have now. David wasn't with us. Simon wasn't with us. Deb was. It was basically the dev team, me, John, Matt, and Donna. That was it. Like we were doing everything. If something needed, and of course Joe, and other people, but and support, and John Garcia and stuff. And now I feel like I need to name everybody. They're going to be upset, but we get it. It wasn't the team we are today. So April 5th, we're supposed to go live. We don't, and it's just us. There's no affiliates. April 6th, we're supposed to go live. We don't make it. I'm just running out of gas. We're not going live again today. No, we're going to go live tomorrow. I think so. I'm going to have to be up all night to get this done. I'm doing this. I'm editing that VSL video. I'm putting everything up, making a one-time offer video on a whiteboard. Got bags under my eyes. And if you upgrade to this and in the future products, blah, 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 blah. Basically, we're setting up what became known as, basically everything everybody saw till April 1st. And we're setting up the butterfly marketing. And I got to make the affiliate video. And everybody's got their stuff to do. But I've got to publish these pages. Donna will laugh how crazy this sounds now, but all this stuff had to get done through me. And I'm building it. It's April 7th. It's 9 a.m. I call everybody. I'm like, and I look like shit. And I'm like, all right, guys, we're live. And John goes, how do you think we're going to do today? And I said, well, John, almost everybody on our list is probably a backer already. And, we don't do a lot of opt-in marketing. We've got a list of, 3,800 people plus my previous list. So, I mean, what are we going to get? 700 opens to an email, and 700 opens means 1/3 of them we're going to take. Only 1/3 of the people. I said, yeah, not everybody is going to, just because something's free, like, you can't get 100% opt-in rate. So let's say 35% of the people or 25% of the people want it. We're going to be looking at 300 people that are going to sign up. 300 people that will sign up, not buy it. 300 people that will sign up in 24 hours. And I remember John saying, and I said, well, John, this isn't a launch. We're just releasing something with our list. If it goes well, we'll get the metrics. We'll go to the affiliates. I said, so don't expect anything. I said, if we close 10%, let's hope that's 30. We'll do good. We'll make $30,000, $45,000 today, but it's not going to happen when we hit the cart. Don't start hitting refresh. And I don't want to set your expectations. I don't know that we're going to have that by tomorrow. But look, I got to get some rest, and do me a favor, guys. I haven't slept in like 4 days, and I'm shot, and I'm really not feeling well. Do not wake me up. I'm going to sleep for about 24 hours unless there's an emergency. All right, Mike, make the page live, go live, and I'm done, and I'm out. And I literally do one of these, like Wally, if you've seen Wally, and I get over to my bed, and I'm out before as I'm going down, I'm passed out. That was 10 o'clock by the time I hit the bed. At 2 o'clock, I feel something touching my hand. And Michelle's standing in front of me. I'm like, what? And she's like, they need you. And look, guys, I was cranky. I probably F-bombed. I said, you're F. I can't even get some sleep. Oh, my goodness. Is there a problem? Is it 911? They're saying there's a major problem. There's a problem. And I'm like, oh, my goodness. My effing laptop. And I open up my laptop and I see something that freaked me out. We were supposed to have 300 signups. We're 4 hours into this thing. I log in and there's 13,000 signups. I'm like, that's not even possible. We don't even have that many people on our list. Now I go into the Skype group and I'm seeing, oh my God, they're talking about it in this forum. They're banning people in this forum, in this Facebook group. Everybody's talking about it. Look at the reviews. It's going crazy. There's already people making YouTube videos about it. There's a Reddit thread. It's going crazy. We just had 1,000 signups in the last half hour. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Let me check the shopping cart. Oh my God, no sales. This is a major, major flop. This is a flop. This is a complete complete flop. We gave away too much. We gave nobody any reason to log in. Let me get on. All right, guys, what's going on? Well, there's good news, bad news, all this type of stuff. But why aren't we making any sales? We don't know. Everything is going through. We have Unroop looking at it, but we just found out like a few minutes ago that there might be a problem. I'm like, yeah, no, I guys, I hope there's a problem, because if we have 13,000 signups and nobody upgraded, we're in deep shit. And so I'm looking, and all of a sudden I go, guys, you're not going to believe this. Let me share my screen. What? We're in draft mode. We never made the product live. we never made the product live. People were checking out and getting free upgrades. They just automatically just, hey, look who it is.
It's Rich Shepard. It's
I'm
Rich
gonna finish the story.
Shepard.
Over to Rich. I didn't know Rich was here. He says he's been listening the whole time. So this is where it wraps up, right? So I said, hey guys, hold on just a second. Let me just make this live. So how did we get 13,000? What's going on? Oh, they're talking about it here, and this is happening, and they're banning people in the competitors' Facebook group, and everybody's talking, and it's just going crazy. The butterfly market. Hey guys, in the 3 minutes that we were just talking, we just made three sales, 4 sales, and then I'd be talking 5 sales, 6 sales. The second we started making money. Okay. Is she in the house?
No, she's at Publix.
Oh, she's at Publix. All right. No, somebody's calling me. I just need to text them. Yeah. Oh, okay. Somebody here that needs to come in on the outside. Is that it?
No, I was outside, and the woman in the Range Rover let me into the property.
Oh, okay. Could you let her know? I think she's the one that's calling me. Her name's Michaela. That I'm doing a live stream, and I'm on camera. I can't take her call. Sorry about that folks. We have a very, very large 5-acre farm here, and there's a lot of workers and gates and all that type of stuff. So just to get back to this very, very long story here. So we start making money, and then I think everybody's done this in their life, right? You know, you're like, if this continues to happen over the next 24 hours times 365, hey, that's how much more we're going to make as a company. You know, we started getting excited about the math, but that's when the company changed. On April 7th, we started making an insane amount of money, and we basically grew the company from $100,000. You know, I think $100,000 a month to probably $700,000 to $750,000 in overhead, and about $500,000 of that is employee salary. And about half of the employee salary is developers. And we have close to 70 developers now, maybe more. I'll have to get an exact count. And once that started happening, we reached out to a company in India. We started an offshore development center. They have a dedicated building, a dedicated team of people. And myself and Matt and John and Matt and Unroop basically got together, and we worked with them. We put a spreadsheet down of 37 different positions that we said we wanted. We want an iOS developer, an app developer. We want 2 people on the SDK, 3 additional people on GrooveMail. We need 2 additional UI experts. We need this, and we need this, and we need somebody for GrooveCart. And we're gonna now we can finally do this with GrooveCart and all these types of things. And then, folks, there are things that we didn't even, that haven't even been announced yet. We're on schedule. We're trying to now add to GrooveMail, GrooveSurvey, GrooveDesk, GrooveBlog, and GrooveCalendar that are all, going to be coming out. Those are the products that will be left. You can now add onto that Groove funnel mapping. So you're going to be able to do like with Funnelytics, not the analytics part, but the funnel part, drag and say, I want this, and there'll be an up page, and then you could link that to a Groove page, and then we're going to have your analytics basically tell you how many opt-ins and conversion rates. You're going to see it in a mapping software. So that's going to be coming. We're adding a pipe drive style component. We're calling it Groove Pipe CRM, so that people that have sales floors will be able to do call center type things. We also have a big announcement coming Monday. We're going to be doing a live stream. We've become a major investor in a major software company. That's all I'm saying. A big announcement coming on Monday on that. We can't wait to let the cat out of the bag. Contracts are signed. It's a done deal. It's going to be adding a lot to the company. Groove itself, the Groove Digital company itself. We're excited to talk about that, and there'll be some great things for everybody that's already a member of Groove that you're going to be excited when that comes out. So David, if you're still there, I see you off. You're probably catching up on Skype and checking in. But as you're coming back on the camera, to answer your question, now we bring it full circle. How did you come up with this idea for Groove Funnels? It was only because I had created Kartra, Webinar Jam, and EverWebinar before with other partners, and saw the good and the right ways to do things, and learn from the mistakes. And the Steve Jobs metaphor, I'm going to do Next Computer, and we're going to do it bigger and better. And they actually bought Steve back, and Next became what we know today as OS X. In that sense, we were the whatever it was, 1992 Olympic basketball team, the dream team, the best team ever assembled, with you folks that are here right in front of me, David, Simon, Coach Deb, and with my partners, with Joe Jablonski, Donna, Finn, Matt, and John, our incredible support people, our incredible marketing people, our incredible social media team, support of the entire team, our advertising team, our media team. We have become an unstoppable force due to the team, our dedication to our customers, and of course our incredible customers and affiliates that believe in us. We don't take that lightly. There is no Groove without customers. You folks reach into your wallet and you vote, with your wallet. You basically say, I have faith in you. We made a promise to you that seemed unbelievable. And it's one thing to dream, but we couldn't have done this without capital. And we decided not to raise money with investors. We decided to raise money with our members using a formula called backers. And everybody on this stream that's upgraded or will upgrade has helped us build the dream team and build this incredible company. So I think, right there, that pretty much uses my hour, but I think it was a great use of the time to bring us down, memory lane here and talk about how Groove became a company.
I do have one question though for everybody. I've seen this a couple of times in the Facebook group, so I would like us to answer it live so we have it as a official answer. There's a lot of people that are saying that if you try to do a lot of things at the same time, you are not doing anything correctly. Not even one of the things come out correctly. So what would you say to the people that are saying like, yeah, Groove is trying to go after this email service, go after this page building service, after this e-commerce platform? What would you say to those people?
Well, if they're not Groove Funnels users, I could care less, what people are saying about. Like I said, there's Coke, there's Pepsi. The market will decide. We are going to let, our job is to serve the community. Our job is to wake up every day, put our feet on the ground and say, how do we create the best software platform in the world? My job is to look out for my employees, my team, my partners, and my family, and my father, and the people that are important to me. And by doing that, it's saying, how do I provide value to people? And so I'm not concerned about, and nor should I be concerned about Pay Kickstart, Samcart, ClickFunnels, Infusionsoft, Kartra, or Thrive Themes. Why should I be concerned about them? They don't wake up every day thinking about us, and they shouldn't. They should be concerned about their customers. We do not wake up in this company looking to put anybody out of business. But I'm going to end it basically with this, just for a little bit of perspective. If anybody wants to, say that, we're competing with, ClickFunnels, because of the name Groove Funnels, then they don't know my history. I'd rather be accused of ripping off myself than ripping off ClickFunnels. I've created Kartra before. I've created Webinar Jam, and I've created EverWebinar. My inspiration to create GrooveFunnels was to create a better Kartra, a better ClickFunnels, and a better Webinar Jam and EverWebinar. The same way Steve Jobs created the Lisa and the Macintosh, and when he found himself out of that company, he created Next Computer. It would be silly for anybody to say to him, look at him, he's trying to compete with Apple. He was Apple. He was Apple. And if people don't know about me, I'll let them know. I am not a marketer. I'm a software developer. Everything I've ever done online was software. I created the first pretty link tracking software the industry had ever seen. It was called Power Link Generator. That was copied into what we know today in WordPress as Pretty Links, or I think that's what it's called. Is that what it's called, Pretty Links?
Yeah.
We created Viral Friend Generator. We had the first Tell a Friend software for marketers. I created Butterfly Marketing, which was the first dynamic website building content management system, CRM, and one-click upsell in the industry. It was awesome before its time because WordPress came out, and that was probably the better way. And I didn't develop that for WordPress. I created Evergreen Business System, and the reason why it has Evergreen here, my friend Rich wrote a report called EEDM, and I think it stood for Evergreen Event Driven Marketing. And he had the word evergreen there. So that's why there's Evergreen Business System. And that's why there's EverWebinar. And that's why the word ever is tied into evergreen. It comes from Rich. So I did Webinar Jam. I did Deal Guardian. I did Kartra. So I'm reclaiming with my partners and our team what was ours, what we set out to do. If somebody thinks that I woke up one day and I saw ClickFunnels and I said I'm going to compete with them, they don't know history.
Mm-hmm.
Deal Guardian, Webinar Jam, and EverWebinar were out before ClickFunnels. Kartra was in development before ClickFunnels. And this is history. I'll say it with a smile on my face because we're all allowed to compete. But Russell came to us and said, hey, can you help me launch ClickFunnels? As he did with many other affiliates. And he spoke at our event at Genesis, Marketing Genesis Live. And somewhere, I'm not sure where I have it, somewhere around here, I have an award that says #1 ClickFunnels Affiliate of the Year. And we were the #1 ClickFunnels affiliate because we did $250,000 in sales or commissions. I think it was commissions. And we have a plaque for it. And a free car, 2 free cars that we never claimed. We felt it would be a little cheesy. So when we were doing Kartra, Russell was sitting at Andy Jenkins' backyard with Todd, showing us ClickFunnels and asked us to promote. And he said, will you guys help us get this off the ground? And Andy Jenkins said, listen, we're doing Kartra. And Kartra was just going to be selling your products and email marketing. That's what it was going to be called, Deal Guardian Enterprise. And he said, we're going to help you do it, Russell, but you're just going to be a page builder, right? And you're not going to sell products and have an affiliate platform. And Russell says, no, we're just going to be an affiliate. So we got behind it, and we did it because we didn't see a threat, because he was going to be a page builder and Kartra was going to be just email and products. And we did $250,000 in sales. And 3 months later, Russell announced Actionetics and Backpack. And Hector showed it to me, and I said, oh my goodness, he's actually selling products and an affiliate program in email marketing. And he beat us to the market, and we helped him launch it, and Kartra's not going to be ready yet. So I went to Andy, and I was scared a little bit, to be honest, because I was closer with Russell, and I brought that in, and I said, Andy, take a look at this. And Andy went like this. What are you showing me? And I said, he's going to be competing with it. He said, well, he has every right to do what he wants to do. He's got his own shareholders. He's got to do what he needs to do. What did you think we could hold it against him that he can't develop his software platform? That wouldn't be right. I said, oh, I'm glad to see you taking it so well. And Andy said, well, boys, you know what that means? I guess we're in the page building business. And I said, oh, I like where you're going, Andy. I like where you're going. And that's why at Kartra, we reached out to Matt Nouse, because Russell gave us the permission to create Kartra pages when he decided to compete with Kartra after he said he wouldn't. And these things are smiles. These are things that we'll laugh about and tell these stories, at events. These are fine. But if somebody thinks that after I've done, Evergreen Business System, EverWebinar, Webinar Jam, Kartra, and all of these different things, that one day I woke up and I said, I see what Russell's doing with ClickFunnels, I'm going to compete with him. They don't know history. They don't know history.
So. Well, and the other thing too, Mike, because I hear some of these thoughts of, oh my gosh, you can't create that because that already exists, or someone else has this and you can't create it. Competition is good in the industry. It keeps everyone accountable to keep upping the level for the user. Well, otherwise, what you have is a monopoly, right? What's that?
Who was first? Who was first, right? Before GrooveFunnels, there was ClickFunnels. Before ClickFunnels, there was Lead Pages. Before Lead Pages, there was Optimized Press. So this can go down the line, and people can say, oh, they did this from here and they did this from here, but they could have said the same. When it comes to Aweber, there's GetResponse, there's MailChimp, there's ActiveCampaign. Right. There was one shopping cart. Then there was Infusionsoft and Entreport. The beautiful thing is when there's the iPhone, there's Android. And let the market decide. The market, the competition breeds better innovation.
Yeah, because otherwise you get lax, and then you don't up the level and perform and say, what else can we provide for the members, to compete? So competition is good, but I think we're in an industry you're a pioneer, right? You're in an industry that you started in digital marketing. Yes, there's going to be competition, right? I mean, again, and before all those was QuantSite, right? That was the first ever automated.
Before social media, you had coined a different term. You were on it so early, Deb. What was your term for social media?
Well, it was just new media, because it was traditional media, right? And then it was called new media, and then social media.
I see John Fornetta in there, guys. I see, and I'm 7 minutes into his time, so I'm gonna escape out of here and turn it over to John. I've got Rich Sheffrin right here, literally behind the camera. David, I know you have Matt coming at 2. Rich has to get back to Rich. When did you want to hit the road? Because I want to try to find a time for you to sit in here and give the members a half hour. Rich has a nice new haircut too. Look at that. So, David, what's a good time slot for Rich? Looking at everything you have here right now.
I believe 2:30. I believe we can have the next guest on finished in the next 30 minutes. This is just my best guess, but let's just have
all right, we'll shoot for 2:30. All right. So I'm gonna turn it back over to you, David. And as when you bring on the next guest, I think you can only fit 4 people in, so I'm gonna have to let you X me out.
I think it's more now. Actually, Mike, I think you can do at least 6, if not more.
I'll give John his well, I gave up the guest, but I'll give John I'll give John his full time to shine. I've hogged up the mic here a little bit. I'm gonna go say hi to Rich Sheffrin. And so yeah, guys, I'll turn it over to you. You can bounce me out. Hey, team out there, the Groovesters, we love you guys very, very much. A shout out to David Lemon for putting on this GrooveAthon, and for Simon and Deb deciding to crash in and help him out, because these things can be enough, and not everybody can do 24 hours like Rich, who now wants to do 48 hours. So David, great job. Rock and roll, guys.
Thanks
John
for
Cornetta, rock it out.
So I want to bring on the next guest that we have here, and he is also one of the other founders, one of the co-founders, and he has a lot of experience as well that he could share with us. And he is not always in front of the cameras, and we cannot get him on situations like this where you are in a position where you can ask him questions. So let's just bring on John Cornetta. He is one of the co-founders, as I mentioned, and here he is, one of the first live streams where he comes in front of you guys, the Groovesters. So welcome, John.
What's up, everybody? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you sound great.
Hey, Debbie, what's going on, Deb?
How are you? I haven't seen you in a while. This is kind of nice. We get to all reunite on StreamYard.
Yeah. What's up, Simon? Hey, David.
Hey, John.
Hey.
So, John, I wanted to actually get the Groovesters to know you. We have a lot of new members in the Groove digital community, also watching us on YouTube that didn't jump in yet. So let's just start out, because you're not usually on camera and you are working on other things that are related to Groove. So let's just introduce yourself a little bit. Let's get the Groovesters to know you a little bit better. So who is John Cornetta, what he is doing, and what we can see him doing in the future?
I don't know what he's doing anymore. I'm wearing a big shirt. I'll leave that one there. It's a little joke that didn't go over well. Listen, now you get it, huh? So my name's John Cornetta, and I've been an internet marketer since about 2009, and I've been in business for myself. I think since I was probably 14 or 15. I've held only very, very few jobs. I've always worked for myself. And in 2009, I got a little interesting story. I think I usually share this one. People might have heard of it, but so I was in another business from 1990 till about 2009 or 10, and I moved to Atlanta, Georgia, and I moved with $700 to my name, and I slept on the floor for 2.5 years. And I built a company that ended up doing $12 million a year. I employed 300 people. I had 12 to 14 various locations, and I did really, really well. And then in 2008 and 2009, I started partying a little bit too much, and the financial crisis hit, and I was way overextended, and I ended up selling my companies at kind of a fire sale and was looking for the next thing to do. And at the time, I got approached by a network marketing company, and they were like, "Can you help us?" I'm like, "I don't do network marketing. I'm not doing this stuff." And they're like, "No. This is all online." And I was already doing some of the online stuff for my companies. I had just learned how to build web pages, and I knew how to email. We're talking, from 2000 into 2009 or 10. And while I'm doing this online stuff, a guy is teaching me this who had launched some ClickBank products. I had no idea what that was. And he's showing me around, and he starts showing me this video of these guys playing foosball, and they're having a good time. And he's like, "Oh, this is Michael Same." And he basically said the words like, "Don't worry, don't, like, he's like the biggest there is. You probably won't ever even meet that guy. Just like lower your focus." And the kind of person I am in all the industries I've ever been in, that doesn't fly well with me. And I feel like, oh, okay, watch what happened. So the next thing I saw was the Marketers Cruise, and that the Marketers Cruise was coming up, and I wanted to get on that cruise somehow. And it was sold out. And so for the next 6 or 8 months, I just worked on what I was doing, and I built during my first 14 months online, I built an email list of 400,000 subscribers in 14 months, and didn't know really that was special at the time. And I built this big list, and I was starting to sell traffic. And I'm going to round 2 stories here. So what happens is, about a week before the Marketers Cruise goes off, my sister, who happens to work for Carnival, says, "Hey, there's an opening. There's a room. You can get on the ship." And I'm like, "Get me in there." So I snuck into all the rooms where Mike and Lou were, and nobody had any idea who I was. But Mike, prior to this, had just started buying some traffic from me, and he found me. And so within the span of 14 or 15 months of coming online, not only did I do this first thing, building that list, but I take action. I sneak onto the cruise. I'm a stowaway, basically, on the Marketers Cruise. And Lou busts me, made me pay like $400. But I got to meet Mike, and just within a few weeks, Mike was on stage at an event for Trey Smith, mentioning that he bought traffic from me, and my traffic business was already doing really well, and it went even crazier. So I got to meet Mike, and it was from 2009 or 10 until 2014. I sold traffic, and I sold traffic to some of the top names in this industry. I know list building really, really well, and I sold a tremendous amount of traffic. I had just Rich, who's probably listening right now, I've sold traffic to, and Mike and Matt Basak and just a bunch of other guys. And I was their back behind the scene guy that could send them over the top on some things. And then in 2014, I kind of got bored with that and decided that I wanted to sell physical products. And the thing was, it was really, really hard for me to explain to people what I did for a living. It's hard to explain it now, right? And I take these sites and then I build them and I get people to come in and I sell that visitor back to somebody else. And it was just very hard. So I said, let me just try to sell something. And I was working with Frank Salinas, who works with Groove now. And we decided we were going to start selling t-shirts online 2014. And we had like 23 losers in a row. We couldn't sell a t-shirt to save our life. And we were like getting frustrated at each other. And we're like, let's split up. You know, we're friends, but you sell your shirts there and I'll sell my shirts here. Like, all right, fine. And then my next shirt, I sold like 50 shirts. And I was like, wait a minute, this can be something here. It's still not enough to replace my traffic, but this can be something. And then throughout that year, I ended up selling $1.7 million in t-shirts on Facebook. And are you guys still here with me? Because I just see myself. I'm like, am I just talking to myself? You guys are okay. Good, you're here. Okay.
I'm here. I just wanted the guys to have full attention on you because your story is amazing.
So 2014, thank you. 2014, I'm selling shirts. I'm selling them Frank in the beginning, and I start selling them on my own. And I guess around 2015 and 16, I move into other print-on-demand items, right? Mostly sneakers. And so I'm still doing email traffic. I'm still building some lists. I got sites out there. And when I went into sneakers, I built that up to I was doing $30,000 to $50,000 a day in the sneaker sales. I was selling 500 pairs of sneakers a day online, and it was like, you know, it was really, really good money. But not only that, I got to learn e-commerce, and just like everything else that I've ever learned, I never really went and took a course and followed step by step. Never in any business I did. I just said, I'm diving in, all in. I want to make mistakes. I want to learn from those mistakes and see where it goes. So that became my e-commerce. And then during this time also, I was creating software. I created the Click Maximizer with Frank Salinas, which was like the rotator IP-based, cookie-based first one on the scene that would take traffic and move it from one buyer to the next. You could send out an email. This was revolutionary at the time. You could send out an email and the subject line or the actual product flunked, and you had 400,000 emails out there or 100,000 emails, and you were done. The email was already sent. But with this software, we could change the link in the email after it was sent out, and we could do a bunch of other things. So we developed that, and then we developed one that would actually get people's first name from databases. So you could just use the email address on an opt-in form and then let the software find their first name later. So you could still use the first name tag, but you can increase your conversions by having just asked for email. And so a couple other ones. And then I started doing some coaching. You know, I was doing some e-commerce coaching and list building coaching and all that stuff. And there was an event in Tampa in 2015 perhaps. And at that event, I met Matt Serralta, and Matt was there, and he was kind of, you know, he had e-com background and a software background, and he was just learning a little bit more about e-com, and he was working for another company at the time, and we met. It was no big deal. And about 6 months later, something kind of fell through with those guys that I was working with, and I got a call from a guy named Frank Boddicker, and Frank said, "Hey, Matt Serralta, would like to talk to you, and the guy you met in Tampa." And I said, talk to Matt, and I said, "Hey, I'm going to fly to Atlanta. I got some business to take care of in Atlanta, and let's have lunch." And we had lunch, and Matt and I actually began the process of what Groove Card is today, and that was, I think, 2015 or early 16. And we were just kind of, moving that along, and we had some ideas for what our print-on-demand app is now. That was a different name back then too. And we started kind of doing that. And then I think Mike, I kind of caught the end of Mike's story. I was always talking to Mike over the years, and Mike and I always were buddies and did a little bit of business here and there. And then Frank Salinas calls me up one night and says, "Hey, John, there's this software company for sale. And I really don't want to buy it. I just want to kind of broker the deal. Can I introduce you?" And I cannot remember the name of this. It's going to kill me, but maybe Frank will message it in here or Mike will remember. So I look at it for a second and I'm like, you know what? I could do this. It's like 25 grand they wanted or something like that. But do I want to do this alone? So I just saw Mike at Omar Martin's event where both Mike and I were speaking. And I call him up and I'm like, "Hey man, this thing is for sale. And I just want to get your opinion on it." And about halfway through the conversations, Mike says, "So are you asking me to be your partner?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's do it." So I'm all excited. We're gonna, 10 years, right? 10 years of me working with Mike and knowing Mike, and maybe we're gonna partner. Finally, the guy that I was never gonna meet, right? Like I didn't want even to meet this guy, and so we do a video, a Skype call or something, and we see the software. And I get a phone call like an hour later from Mike, and he's like, "Hey man, I don't want to disappoint you or anything, but I'm gonna have to take a pass. And the software is never going to be what Kartra was, and I was really looking forward to working with you, but just can't do it." And I'm like, okay, all right, so whatever, this is not going to happen. And then Mike called me back, and he's like, "Man, I still want to do something with you. He just opened the door again." And so that's when I said, "Well, you know what? There's something else. Let me show you what me and Matt Serralta have been working on. Mike, for the last, whatever it was at that time, 3-4 years, I've been doing e-commerce. Let's take a look at this." And he said, "Yeah, okay." So I called up Matt and said, "Look, I'm going to introduce you to this guy, Mike Vilsame." I started explaining who Mike was. And if he likes it, Matt owned 100% at that time, right? I was in for a little piece, and we're going to have to, cut this pie differently. And so me and Matt and Mike and Joe Jablonski got on a Skype call, and we demoed to Mike at the time, which is now GrooveCart. And Mike calls me afterwards and said, "This is it. This is the thing that it needs a lot of work, and we got to change this stuff up, but this is what we can build from. We can do this." And so over the course of the next few months, we discussed it. And then Mike flew out from San Diego here in Boca Raton, and Matt came out from Atlanta, and we all met at the Embassy Suites, I guess, real early 2016. And we formed what today everyone here knows as Groove. And there you have it.
That is an awesome story. Like people loved it. They're saying, "Wow, awesome story," and things like this in the group chat. So what I wanted to ask you actually is, you are the e-commerce guru in our company. So we have a lot of people that are starting out their stores and they don't know where to start. What would be your recommendation for everybody that is starting out their stores, or even they created their stores but they don't know what's the next step? What would you suggest in those cases?
Yeah, so this may sound a little philosophical, but this is what I used to tell my students. I would say, walk into a mall. It's a little different now, this COVID, I get it, but walk into a mall and you see these carts that are right in the middle of the mall, and the people have 1 or 2 products, and they're stopping you along the way and shoving stuff in your face. And then along the sides of the mall, you have these really strong store brands. And then on the ends, you have these anchors, right? You have Dillard's and Macy's, and used to be J.C. Penney's, Sears, things like that. And those people that are on the end sell everything. You can walk into a Dillard's or a Macy's, and you can buy perfume for your girlfriend, and you can buy a dress, and you can pick up a hand tool, and you can buy a pair of jeans, anything you want. And they have the money and they have the brand name to do that. And then along the sides, you'd start to notice they sell a little bit less, but it's still, you can get a variety of things. You can walk into a candle shop and you can get a candle, but also a piece of jewelry. And then you might be able to get a cigar box, and it's kind of the same theme, but it's a lot of different products. But down in the middle, you have, usually it's one product or one product type. And there's a reason for that. And it's budgeting and it's space and it's eyeballs. So when you're starting out, unless you're going to fund your online store like a Macy's or a Dillard's, you don't need to have every single product under the sun. And if you have about a medium budget and you have a business plan where you can go ahead and you can stretch it out over a period of time, you might do some multiple products. But what I recommend to most people is pretend that you're that cart in the middle of the mall and come up with just 1 or 2 or 3 products and go all in. And if it works, great. And if it doesn't, easy. Clear the shelves of that little cart and go with 1 or 2 or 3 more. Now, there's now another layer to that. Here's the big mistake people make is they just try everything. And I'll fill up the whole store. And there's nothing there. It's not the time that you bring the customer in the store that makes you money. It's the time that you bring them back. And it's the other things that they buy while they're there. And if there's no rhyme or reason to it, you're not going to win in e-commerce. So that's my first piece of advice. My second piece of advice is to find something that makes someone go, wow, I really need that. Wow, that's me. Or wow, I've been looking for that my whole life. Okay, so how do you do that? Well, you don't. What you do is you find that need, you find that person, you find that niche, and then you find the product. People always go out and look for products to build an online e-commerce store and then go find their customer. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. Go find your customer, go find the avatar, go find, most importantly, the Facebook targeting and the advertising targeting, know that you can get to that customer, and then find out what that customer needs. See, I want to sell snow shovels to people in Alaska. I don't want to sell snow shovels and then open a store in Fort Lauderdale and think, why is no one coming into my store? Why? Because I targeted the wrong product to the wrong customer to begin with. So if I can give them anything, it's find that avatar, find that person and what they need, and then go find that product and sell it. Really important, man, is I've never started a store. I never sold a product that I didn't go on to Facebook first and go find the targeting and nail the targeting down and say, there is a market. It's not being served. This is the niche. Now I'm going to go create or find a product for them. And when I do that, it's game over every time. That's the best piece of advice I can give you in e-commerce.
That actually makes sense. Find your audience, find their problems, and sell them solutions. So what would you say about the we get this asked a lot, how do I start finding my products? Like I don't have a product. I can start in drop shipping. I can start with print on demand. How do I find my customers with either drop shipping or print on demand? Like I get with the drop shipping, it's now easier with your analogy of this mall and everything. But for example, I want to start a print on demand store with t-shirts. Who are the customers? Would it be the same thing? Would it be the same mindset that you would apply there as well?
Yeah. So look, I love print on demand and I love drop shipping, and I think that they work hand in hand. And you can find that product that you would drop ship. You would find that person first, that target audience. You would find that product that fits them that you can drop ship. And then you can build all around that kiosk with print on demand items for that item. Give you an example. So I always like to do when I do print on demand, especially t-shirts, is have 2 to 3 layers of my targeting, because no one wants a t-shirt that says, I'm cool. I'm cool. Okay, I can get that t-shirt anywhere. I get it. I'm cool, right? But I am a cool Italian Irishman who lives in Florida. Now I'm like, wait a minute. That's me. They just called me out on their advertising. And Facebook will allow you to do that. They'll allow you to target people who like Italian and Irish pages, who live in Florida and who think they're cool. So now I create a print on demand product around that. But let me go one step further. Let's say that my drop shipping idea is for firefighters, and I have a tool that every firefighter needs. I'm making this up, and it's a small little thing that they stick in their boot, and it takes away all the moisture from their boots. And every firefighter in the world needs it. Like, I found that product, and I'm going to drop ship it. I'm never going to leave my store there. I'm going to lead with that. But when they hit that page, they're going to have every single firefighter pin on demand item I could possibly have. Why? I want to make it fun for them. I told you earlier, it's never the first product they buy. It's the second, third, and fourth. And print on demand costs me nothing. It doesn't exist until the person buys it. So getting a person into your ecosystem, getting them into your store, into your digital space, anything, that's just half the battle. It's monetizing them throughout and servicing them throughout.
That's a great answer, actually. For the people that wanted to start out with with e-commerce funnels, have you tried something with that? E-commerce funnels, like selling e-commerce, but in a funnel type of a way?
Yeah, I've done that on Shopify, and I've done that in GrooveCart. I mean, look, it always is, right? I'm not going to sell you a sneaker without selling you a pair of socks, and I'm not going to offer you I'm not going to offer you the shirt. And there's another little trick here. It might be slightly off, but people don't monetize their data. They just don't. Okay, so I sold all those T-shirts for all those years, right? So I had a list of all my buyers. This is just one little hack I'm going to give you that shouldn't be me coming up with this crazy hack. Well, do you think if I knew the customer and I sold them a T-shirt, do you think I knew if they were skinny or they were heavy? Yeah. Oh, I did, David. If they bought a small shirt, I was pretty sure they weren't heavy. And if they bought a triple extra large, I'm pretty sure they were heavy. So I took everyone who bought extra large, double X, triple X, and 4X shirts. I separated them into an audience, and I went to a CPA network, and I bought weight loss products, and I sent every single one of those people an email for weight loss products. Had nothing to do with the T-shirt, but I knew what my data needed. So, having an online store is not as simple. It's simple, but it's not as simple as saying, I'm going to put up a product and it's great. And oh my God, everyone's going to want this pumpkin because it's Halloween time that my wife put on my desk. Not that simple. But if you do buy that pumpkin, and they buy that pumpkin, perhaps they like pumpkin seeds. And so I'm saying it's just a never-ending thing in ecom. You got to dig into the data, make sure that you're selling people multiple products, servicing them, but it all starts again with finding that niche first and then finding the product. People always want to find that product first. It's never the product.
That's actually a great answer, because there are people, for example, I don't know who this Facebook user is, but do you have your own print on demand? Mind if you share? I believe what people are looking is for answers and shortcuts, but what you're talking about is there are no shortcuts. You need to test and actually dive into data to find what works for the audience that you're targeting, I believe. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yes, David, that is. And if people go into the Groove Academy, they'll see early trainings from me where I teach print on demand and I show my winners and why they were winners, and it will open up their eyes and give them thoughts. I will tell you this, it's the great equalizer. E-commerce is the great equalizer. Mike has said this many times. You don't have to be on camera. You don't have to say stuff. You don't have to talk. You don't have to be a celebrity. It's a great equalizer. So if someone else is doing well in e-com and you're not, you're just not putting in the work. You're not taking these steps, and you're not willing to fail enough. I told you, Frank Salinas and I think it was 22 in a row. But who stays with something for 22 times? We lost like 50, 60, 80, 100 bucks. Just lost it. It would have been very easy for us to say, this is not working. We got to go back. And it was just the 23rd one that worked. And when it worked, we didn't change anything. I didn't change anything after that 23rd time. Yeah, we changed it along the way a little bit, but after the 23rd time, we saw it work. We both went like, oh, we can do this. And we had this newfound confidence, like we started to expect it to work, and it worked. And so the person that wants to see my print on demand, no. When we started Groove, I decided I was going all in on the software, and I don't have stores up. And I built actually one for my son and my daughter. They have a store right now, and it's just they sell some flags. I think we've sold 2 flags, right? So it's not a big thing. I wanted them to just kind of get the bug a little bit. They're 10 and 6. So no, but if you go into Groove Academy, there's tons of training and tons of things on e-com.
That's great. I do have one question that I would like to get your point on. So this is a strange one maybe, but how rich can you get from e-commerce? Is it capped? What would you say to this?
I would say how rich is Jeff Bezos? He's in e-commerce. It's what he does. He's the richest man in the world. So I don't know, as rich as Jeff Bezos. Seriously,
So-
he started. He didn't start e-commerce, right? But he started out selling books, and realized, what did he do? He started selling books. Then he realized that what his data was, what these people. He did exactly what I just said to do earlier, and he scaled it and he scaled it.
Now, what would you say about branding on a store? Is branding necessary when you're selling print-on-demand products? One design is this way, one design is that way, and a lot of stores do this. But do brands, in your opinion, matter when you're new? Should people be going out there looking for logos, looking for their brand colors and things like this? Is this something that you would point out as a necessary thing on the beginning?
No. And, I'll tell you why. One, it costs a lot of money to be able to use those brands and things like that. And when people are doing print on demand, they want stuff that's cool. And let me tell you something that somebody, and I'll give you some hints here, some things that people can never trademark or copyright. A country. You put a country flag and name on a sneaker in a unique way, and only target people from that country that don't live in that country. This is important. So they're expats, right? They're from the Czech Republic and they're living in Germany. They're probably even more patriotic. They want to show their patriotism, and you target those sneakers there. So what I do is instead look. So what branding does is it creates an anchor inside of people for a product and a service, and they spend more money than you can. So people are used to it. They see it. They want it. But that is also true in a lot of other ways. Your nationality, your race, your religion, just start to think about the things that are branded organically to people and target them that way. This Italian girl loves New York on a T-shirt. I'm making that as an easy one. I feel like I repeated myself from 10 years ago, but this Italian girl loves New York, and only target Italian women who are living in New York is just as powerful as selling something with a brand on it when you build it really nice. That's how print on demand works. Print on demand is making the item that they're about to print on demand so unique to them that it's no longer buying, it's a necessity. I have to have that. Is me. I gotta have that.
That's an awesome answer. So just to summarize for the viewers, what John just said is it's not necessary to brand it yourself like David Lemon and then I do some kind of crazy stuff. It's easier to start with an organic brand like religion and ethnicity and things like this. This is already branded. People already feel a part of these things, and if you market to that, it's not something you have to create. It's already created. You just target those people, and this is actually brilliant. I never thought about that. So thank you very much for that.
Sure, man. Sure.
I do want to ask, what do you think the number one reason why people never reach success with e-commerce is? What do you see in this industry? Why people fail?
Well, I kind of read that question there from Angie Norris. Angie, how you doing? Didn't say e-com on the end, but I'll make it e-com or anything else. And I don't know, Greg, because I'm not successful yet. And so I think that me always having that attitude that I'm not successful yet, some people might look at me and say, hey, he's pretty successful. And so I'm always humbled enough to know that, David, you know more than me at something. And so does everyone else that's watching this. But I don't know. Look, I continue to work. I have coaches that I meet with. I have people that I go to and learn from, and I read, and I constantly listen to audiobooks. And I just don't think that people want. I used to tell all of my employees and students at the time a saying that nobody liked to hear, and it was so true. And that is, being broke is easier than the road to success. It's so much easier. It's so much easier to just say, I'm good. I'm just going to watch TV and I'll just chill out and I can do my thing. I'll get to that later. I'm not going to the gym. I'm not going for my walk. I'm not going to put in that extra time. I'm not going to build that extra thing. It's just easier. And so, and look, no judgment. Go for it. Enjoy your life if that's what you're enjoying. So the frustrating part for people is I'm not successful, but I don't want to put in the work. I asked my son today, I said, hey, I went on a 5-mile walk this morning. And when I got done with 3 miles, I came and grabbed some water. I said, do you want to do the next 2? And he goes, nah, and that's okay, right? It's okay for him because he's going to be 10 years old. And so most people just say that they want certain things. And then when they realize the work that's involved, listen, I wanted to be a professional football player. And I played high school football, and I played semi-pro football, and I got knocked down so many times. And I said, I don't want to do that no more. I did it for 5 or 6 years, and I don't want to do it anymore. And it doesn't mean I'm not successful. It just means my goal changed, my value changed. So I think my short answer in e-commerce or anything else is they've underestimated the amount of work that it takes, and they've also underestimated the allotted time. There is so much time. Like so much time. I'm already 35. Okay. So you have 20 years and you'll be younger than me after those 20 years. Yeah, like it's so long. Like if you just incrementally did it, everyone wants microwave. I'm going to put this in the microwave, set it for 2 minutes, and I'm going to eat. It doesn't exist. It's very rare. And so what you need to do is you need to get a slow cooker, a slow pot, and slowly build it up and just build it up and build it up. And remember, another thing I'll tell you, it's always about relationships. It's always about how you treat people. It's always about the information you can draw upon. I couldn't have helped start Groove if I didn't have 10-year relationship with Mike, if I didn't have a 2-year relationship with Matt Seralta, if I didn't have an e-com background, if I didn't have a background on all the times that I was in lawsuits and suit and all those other things, this wouldn't be here. And it wouldn't be here if they didn't have their experiences and their relationships as well. And so it's so important to do that. And guess what? People want to hang out and be friends with other people who are into what they have, into what they're into, have knowledge, and are working something. So even though you think you're not successful, you are successful if you just stay in the game and keep pushing. That's the key. You have all the time in the world.
That is actually true. If you think about it, like everything you said, I believe this needs to be a poster. It makes so much sense. I do have one big question though, and I believe everybody watching this one will benefit from this. You made money with GrooveCart, yeah?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You made money as well with Shopify.
Ton.
So if you take the two platforms, what are the benefits and how do you see and why people can they actually make money with GrooveCart? And you as a professional user of both platforms, I believe you can do an honest comparison between the two. So what would you say about what actually people have now inside Groove?
Well, I'm biased, obviously, but you have to understand that when what is GrooveCart today started out with Matt thinking how to make e-commerce better, and then me meeting with Matt saying, I wish at Shopify I had this, and I wish Shopify would do that. And Matt going, yeah, we can do that, and let's do that. And then Matt going, I wish it did this, and going, yeah, let's do that. So GrooveCart was built with an e-commerce person in mind. I was paying Shopify $1,000 a month for my Shopify store because it was ridiculous between apps that some I needed and some I didn't need, and their fees and their price per transaction. I was paying $1,000 a month. I thought this is ridiculous. And I didn't have all of the things I needed. Like, for example, I needed to be able to change my checkout page, and it was an impossibility. And I needed, a countdown, and I didn't want to rely on people for apps. And so what they have with GrooveCart, it would take them $1,000 a month, easy with Shopify. Oh, no, Shopify is $29.99. Really? Okay, go publish a page with Shopify at $29.99. You can't even hit publish. Okay, well, the next plan is $79 a month. Great. You have no apps. You can't collect an email address. You have no countdown timer. You have no coupon code. You have nothing. Oh, well, I'll do the $249 plan. Great. $249. Now you're still going to pay them X amount percentage of every single transaction, period. And you're going to be spending $1,000 a month if you do any volume. This is a fact. So if it was just head to head, financially, it's better to use GrooveCart. But I'm telling you, all of the tweaks and the little things that are needed that you would ever need as a marketer are in GrooveCart. In fact, too much so. In the beginning, we put so much in that it was almost overwhelming, and we've kind of scaled it back. And there's now kind of a beginner version, a pro version, or how we want to word that. But it was too much. It was too much for me after a while. Like I don't know. I went away for 3 weeks and came back, and when oh God, I'm lost in GrooveCart. And so we've kind of scaled that back. But GrooveCart, Shopify, two different things. Shopify, cares about one thing right now, and that's getting more people onto the platform so that they can continue to have those crazy high stock prices. But they're not, they're not e-com guys.
That is actually a good thing, because a lot of our users are looking for an honest comparison of Shopify and GrooveCart, and a lot of people out there are actually promoting one or the other of the platforms. In case you just Google Shopify versus GrooveCart, obviously you will find an affiliate link or two in there. So coming from somebody that made money with both of the platforms, and the way you put it, the money savings and the apps and basically the things that benefit you. It's not only you join Groove, you don't only have a GrooveCart, but you also have Groove pages and things like this. In Shopify, you would need to pay hundreds and thousands per month for that one. So I believe parting with your money is not necessary anymore with all these platforms. So John, I really have no other questions for you. If the people want to learn e-commerce from you the way, on a level that you are at this moment, what would they need to do? Will they need to actually spend years in testing? Could they learn this from a course? Or what would you suggest for them to actually do?
I would say, look, go invest, get a GrooveCart store, or and there's a lot of training I have on both digital and e-commerce. Go into GrooveCart Academy and start to read and listen and read and listen. And don't just read and listen from me. There's other things in there from Mike and Matt and from yourself, David. And just look at when I first came online. I sat at a desk similar to this, in a chair similar to this, for 18 hours a day. It's funny, you think today's, I think it's going to be 18 hours. I did 18 hours a day. I ate pizza over here. I barely got up. I considered putting a bucket here to use the restroom. I swear, that's how intensely sick I was. I would go to the restroom. I'd come back here and I'd go to sleep for 6 hours and I'd come back. And I did that probably for 6 months straight. And all I did was read and read and watch and watch and watch. And if you really want huge success, you've got to be able to dig in and do that. And look, I paid the consequence that I gained 100 pounds sitting at that desk. I took it off, but put in the work. But right now, the simpler path is to follow someone else who's already done it. And if you sign up for a Groove digital account, you guys are already here, probably you already have that, or a Groove card account. Get into the academy, learn, ask questions. I'm always in the Facebook group. I'll answer them when I can. If you have a product or something and you want a look at it, don't PM me the product. I won't respond, because if I'm going to, that's one-on-one coaching, which I don't do. So if you put it in the group and you want to show people, I'll be glad to go in there and give you my opinion. I'm going to leave you with one bit of e-com parting advice, since this kind of went the e-com route. You come up with 4 versions of a product and you're not sure which product to sell, or you come up with 4 dropship items and you're not sure which one to sell. Easy. Take an image of them, have all 4. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, like a square, and put a number next to each one. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then go to your target audience, because I know you already have your target audience already ready, because you wouldn't have a product if you didn't. And run a campaign for $10 or $20 to that, and ask your customers, and put 4 links in there and say, which one do you think is best? I got news for you. All 4 are in your store already with prices on them, because you want even the worst one that somebody likes to be able to go buy it. But you will find out which product you want to continue to promote, and it may be all 4. Okay, so I'll leave you with that. Don't just ask and get tied up on it. Go do it.
This is actually simple, but it's not something that people think about, because, oh my God, like, I should know what I want to sell and what I think is the most important. And they actually don't listen to what people say, what they want to buy. A lot of times when I'm setting up the store, it's my store and I want to sell this, but it's is completely the opposite is the important. So this
Yes.
makes complete sense. So John, you actually dropped value bombs, like and even people are saying, John, we need to have you more on here, because what people can learn from you is just amazing. But as you guys heard, John has a lot of courses, not courses, but videos where he actually built out stores, and he's working on the stores inside the Groove Digital Academy. And if you've logged in on the Groove Card part in Groove Digital Academy, you've probably seen that there is a loads of videos. If you scroll down from the bottom, John and Matt and Mike were the people that were starting out creating the content and the courses, and this is where you will be able to learn from John more.
All right, David, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
No problem at all. Thank you very much, John, for listening in, and then have a good day.
Don't fall asleep.
No, I will not. Thank you.
See you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of Groove. Thank you.
See you, John. So guys, there you go. This was the e-commerce part, and basically one of the co-founders that started in e-commerce but went on to be one of the founders, one of the big players inside the digital world. And there's actually no limit. Once you start, you get connections. There's no stopping you, in case this is what you are doing and if you actually take action on it. But when we are talking about taking action, one of the first people that started the whole thing is just here waiting in there for me to put him on live. So let's just welcome one of the first people that started this whole shebang, if we call it like that. It began with him. So big applause, and please welcome Matt Serralta.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Hey Matt. Hey.
How are you, David?
Good. How are you, Matt?
Good. So my son Sam wanted to come and say hello to everyone. So
Awesome.
Guys, Sam is an integral part of the Groove Card team. He works in the background, and he wanted to say hi to everybody. So Sam always wanted to be on TV. So there's a hello from Sam.
Hi Sam. It's good to have you on here.
Oh, bye.
All right, well, I'm very thankful for being here. Thank you for this event. I'm putting this together, David, and the rest of the team. I think this is really, really cool. I'm looking forward to have many more of these. And cool. So I was obviously listening to Mike, heard a lot of cool things, listening to John, a lot of great things, listening to you guys, on Coach Dave and Simon, and did quite a bit of learning myself today. So one of the things I wanted to answer a couple of questions I've seen in the past, right? And I've seen some people say, well, what is it to be successful? And, what keeps you from being successful? And I think the question was specifically in e-commerce. And I hate myself for doing that, because I know you guys heard that about 1 million times, and I feel like I'm going to repeat something you heard so many times. But when I'm telling you guys that I fell and I got up so many times, I tried over till I found the right solution. There's a lot of truth to that, right? One of the things Mike said is, when I saw the first version of Groove Card, it looked like crap. Yeah, I was somebody that was always, centered on features, right? What can the software do to help somebody make more money? And I was pretty much using it for myself. So I wasn't really worried about how good it looked. I was worried about, what can I do to get more traffic on my website using the software? What can I do to increase the conversion rate, right? What can I do to increase the average order value? What are the things I can do within the software so that people come by and buy, more and more and more? By the way, these are the trick to e-commerce, right? Increase traffic, increase your conversion rate, increase your, average cart value, get people to come by and buy. These are kind of my big 4 things to be successful in e-commerce. So I was worried about that so much, right? What can I put into the software that's going to help increase that conversion rate and all that stuff? And maybe I wasn't too worried about how it looked, right? So it's one of the things, right? So I was there trying to create this software, and that's an example of, how much I was maybe going the wrong way for such a while. Teaming up with Mike and John changed everything, right? The first thing they said is, hey, Mike, Matt, we love your software, but it shouldn't quite look like that, right? People are not going to want to use it, right? So don't be afraid to fail, but keep trying. Don't be afraid to reach out to people who have experience, right? I reached out to John, needed help with marketing. reached out to Mike together, right, and said, hey, let's do this, right? So you're not expected to be the best at anything that you're doing, but surround yourself with people that are really good at it. And also, even if it's a spouse, a child, a parent, a brother, or sister, if somebody tells you that's a bad idea, I think the more somebody tells you something is a bad idea, the more it's likely to be a good idea in most cases. and I really believe that, right? I don't know how many people told me, well, you're trying to go up against Shopify, and you're trying to go up against ClickFunnels, and impossible. Well, so don't always worry about what people say. If something is in your heart, follow it. Try to get better every time, learn from everything. And I know you've heard that a million times, but I really felt like sharing it today. I know a few years
we cannot hear you, Matt. Stop. We cannot hear you. We just have a little snafu with a microphone, and he is on mute in StreamYard. I'm trying to unmute him, but I believe his mic isn't connected or something. But anyway, Matt is one of the co-founders, and as you've listened to Mike's and John's story, when they actually met, Matt was the start to the whole idea of getting an e-commerce software up there. And then from this idea, as Mike explained, Groove grew bigger and better, and so far it's grown to be a massive company, and it's still in the founding period. So let's just give Matt a little bit of time here to prepare, and then I'll bring him back on. What Matt is responsible at this moment in the company is he's overviewing GrooveCart, as this is something that he created from the beginning. He's also working with the people in GroovePay. So if he is ready, I can bring him on back, and we can maybe get him on to speak a little bit about GroovePay, because there's a lot of people that want to learn about that. So if you are ready, Matt, I can bring you on. 3, 2, 1.
Not quite. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
I am sorry. I got this AirPod that never failed me, and now that I'm live doing a webinar for the first time in forever, I guess that's not working. So I even had the backup pair, but I guess it's something to do with the computer. If you hear me well, I'll keep going like this. Is that okay?
We can hear you nicely, yeah.
Cool. So I lost my train of thought, but anyway, I know what I said was very cliche, but guys, this is very true, and so keep track of that. And so so I know that some of the folk. One more thing, I'd like to push on something that John said, because I love what John said earlier when he was talking to you guys about the New York T-shirt for the Italian girl, right? I used to work at Office Depot in e-commerce in my past, right, prior to doing my own e-commerce. And you guys would not believe the amount of investment that a company like Office Depot, like Amazon, and many other companies are willing to do to position themselves in certain keywords, right? They would do whatever it takes in order to win certain position. Like Office Depot wanted to be number one in ink, paper, printers, that kind of stuff, right? So they would throw a lot of money in advertising. So if tomorrow you want to open a e-commerce business selling ink, paper, printer, you're competing against the big ones, right? Including Amazon, right? And all these companies. So when John explained the whole thing about the T-shirt, about the print on demand, I think the real idea is you want your buyer to do an impulse buy purchase. If tomorrow you want to sell a product that somebody's going to get up in the morning and is going to search for, it's difficult to make it, right? Because personally, if I want to buy some food, like certain specialty food that I cannot find in my local supermarket, I'll go on Amazon, right? If I want to buy a mouse, I go on Amazon. Heck, if I'm looking to buy a window cleaner, I go on Amazon now, right? I'm always, and I won't go to Google and search for it. I'm going to go to Amazon.com. If I want a pair of shoes, I go on Amazon.com. That's how bad it's gotten for me personally. I know it's not the case for everybody, but I tend to just go on Amazon. I know I'm going to get the product in 2 days. I know the price is going to be right in a lot of cases. So what really works, what Amazon doesn't know how to do, and we can do very, very well in e-commerce using GrooveCart, is we can do impulse buy, right? You want your buyer to see the product and be like, wow, I need this right now, right? Just like the Italian girl in New York sees that shirt, she doesn't think she's going to be able to find it on Amazon. She didn't get up that morning thinking she needed that shirt, but she saw it and she's like, wow, right? So one of the clues in trying to find out what product you're going to sell is definitely try to create that wow factor, right? Try to get into a point where your customer is going to be like, wow, I need this. Create that impulse buy, right? And like John said, it's all about your funnel, right? If you're going to sell a pair of shoes, make sure you got the upsell for the socks, right? And if you sell the socks, there's maybe a reason to try something else, right? So big things to remember. If you can be in a niche, if you can create this wow factor, this wow, I need it right now, or create an ad that is very, very powerful, right? Like somebody see a certain pillow and you're like, wow, I got to sleep on that. Like what's his name on TV now every night, the pillow guy. You want to create that impulse buy behavior on your e-commerce business. I would say that it's a lot easier to get in and you can be successful fairly fast doing that.
This absolutely makes sense. Thank you very much, Matt, about that. For this, I mean, you are the creator of an e-commerce platform, and if you are saying this must be true, guys. So you can learn from this one, and this is something you would need to test. So at this moment, we are losing everybody that is watching us on Facebook. So guys, in case you are watching it and you, so John, Deb, Simon, Donna, everybody that is watching it, please just post in the Facebook group that the 8 hours is up and the Facebook crew is just lost the stream. We can try to bring them back on.
I didn't mean to scare everybody off, I promise.
Facebook allows us 8 hours. In case you're watching us on YouTube, you are in for a treat. There will be no stopping us from you. But Matt, I wanted to actually get you to talk a little bit about GroovePay and how GroovePay became GroovePay and what is GroovePay and how people can use it and why they should use it. So is this something that you would be willing to talk about at the moment?
So look, I think one of the biggest challenge in e-commerce is definitely to get a merchant account, right? I don't think GroovePay is a business who we're dying to get into, like merchant accounting, right? Or getting merchant account. But we know that a lot of companies are very difficult to deal with to get merchant accounts. Sometimes I feel like most processors are blickety blank, and I don't know if I can say that, right? So we knew merchants to be successful needed a good relationship for merchant accounts. And so we worked really, really hard in GroovePay in trying to provide that service to our merchants to really help them out and give them a leg up. We have an approach to merchant account that is different than many of our competitors, not to mention big ones, but you're going to find it maybe in a GrooveCart platform and in a GrooveSell platform. But people suffer from a lot of different things that get them in merchant account. One of the number one phone calls that we get in GroovePay is going to be like, oh, I got shut down by Stripe, or my merchant account got shut down. This happens over and over and over again, right? And why does that happen? Well, because maybe Stripe wasn't the right processing solution for this merchant, right? Stripe is a company that is, if you ask me, pretty adverse to risk, right? They want to get the easy merchant account, the stuff that is not too risky, right? Merchant account can actually be very risky for a processor. And I get this question all the time. Why can merchant account be risky? So first of all, what is merchant account? It's the ability to take credit card on your phone or your website or your GrooveCard, right? So the ability for you to be able to take Visa, MasterCard, and American Express. And what happens is there are a lot of people out there that either don't know how to manage their stores, right, to the eyes of the big company, or maybe that even there are enough people out there that might be fraudulent, or they might face false claim, right? We've all seen those websites that says if you take this product, then this is going to cure cancer, right? Or lose weight, no exercise in 10 days, right? We've seen a lot of promises like that. And so sometimes customers will buy it, right? They'll make a merchant very rich because he's going to sell a lot of those lose weight product. So merchant is like, wow, I sold 1,000 lose weight bottles, and I'm going to go out and buy a Ferrari, right? So he takes all the money he got from merchant processing, buys a brand new Ferrari, has a nice success story, and then people are not losing weight. So the first thing they do is they pick up their phones, they call, their banks, their Chase, their Bank of America, whatever it is, and say, you know what, this charge is bogus. This charge was not true, right? I never lost weight. This was a false claim. And the processor is actually responsible for refunding the money, right? And so at the end, a lot of processors, become responsible for this charge because the buyer is going to get his money back because it was fraud from the get-go, right? And so the processor is actually the person that's responsible for that loss that took place because of the merchant making false claim. Sometimes the merchant is super honest, right? The factory shuts down and he's unable to ship product, right? All kind of things can happen, right? For example, in the travel industry with COVID-19, all of a sudden, all the hotels are shutting down. They took all these reservations or travel agency. And so consumers are able to call their banks and cancel a transaction. That's called the chargeback, and the processor might be responsible. So what we do a little bit different in GroovePay is we ask you a few more questions in the process of signing up. And because you are also our customer via GrooveSell and GrooveCart, then we also are able to work with you closely and help you out and see what you're doing, make sure your terms and conditions are good, your refund policy are all right, everything makes a lot of sense. So we work with you up front, but we get you a merchant account that, one, is going to be cheaper than Stripe, for example, or the competition, right? And number two, we do all the work up front so that when you start processing, you can rest at night that you're not going to be shut down. Because the way Stripe does it, for example, is they're going to accept just about everybody. And then if you start going volumes, then they're going to start that underwriting process. They're going to be like, what kind of product is he selling? Is he selling maybe a software, or is he selling, a T-shirt, right? What is he selling? And they might shut you down because they don't like your business model. You didn't do anything wrong. They just don't like your business model, right? Or they're not even allowed to do your business model. So as soon as you do a little bit of volume, then they're going to do the underwriting process. Us, we do it a little bit differently. We do it up front with you. We get your website ready. We make sure you're ready as a merchant. We make sure you understand what chargebacks are, and you're good to go. And you're going to be able to sleep at night. And you know that whenever you have your launch, whenever you start selling your New York T-shirt for the Italian girl, your credit card processor is going to work and it's going to get the transaction through. We do it at typically a lower rate than Stripe. Of course, if you're doing something that's a little bit more risky, then the rates might be adjusted a little bit. But, for the most part, regular e-commerce, regular T-shirt, all that stuff can be done up front and at a better cost. And you got a pretty good experience as well. So,
GroovePay is something that people need to apply to, but how does it tie into the whole Groove funnel system? Why should they actually choose to process with GroovePay and not with their own existing Stripe accounts already? Will it be easier to actually process payments through GroovePay, and will it be better? Will it be more integrated in Groove than other systems?
Yeah, so one of the best things about GroovePay, like I said, number one, we do all the work up front, so you can rest at night. You're not going to get shut down. We got better rates. For example, Stripe says 2.9% plus 30 cents per transaction. But then if you click on pricing on their webpage and you scroll all the way down, you realize there's a lot of extra charges that apply to your transaction. I can tell you that I had a customer yesterday that called us. We took the number of charges divided by the fee that she paid, and she was paying 4.2% on Stripe, right? So really, your real price is usually not 2.9. So then you get pricing, right? Then we pay you the next day, right? We don't hold your money, right? In most cases, you get paid the next day for your transaction. And then within your funnel here, very soon, you're going to have a little portal where you'll be able to see all your credit card transactions and everything that happened, right? So basically, you're dealing with us, which also gives us a good insight on your business and what you're doing in your website. So that gives you security, that gives you somebody you can call, right, all the time. And that gives you also the peace of mind that everything is going to be all right, with your transactions for the most part. And we got some critical features that you don't find with big brand merchants processing. For example, we're going to have an entire interface that's going to help you fight your chargeback. Another thing that we do is we can actually provide the merchant with something really, really cool. We have a relationship with most of the card issuer in the US, and we can actually tell the merchants, the seller, right, before a chargeback is about to happen. Not all the time, but most of the time we can. So it could be something like, hey, David Lemon, this lady bought this T-shirt. She's really unhappy. She's about to do a chargeback. You get 24 hours to issue a refund and try to fix it. And that keeps you from getting the actual chargeback. And again, the way you get a merchant account shut down or charged to nothing, nobody can do, because that's going to happen at the level of Visa, MasterCard, and American Express, is when you get more than 1% chargebacks. I mean, if one customer out of 100 customers says, hey, this transaction was BS, then you might lose your merchant account, right? So that's why it's important to have good refund policy, an easy way for customer to contact you, everything to be done up front, so that we help you not get to that number. And so one good thing about GroovePay is we haven't had to shut down a merchant account yet.
I understand. Yeah, it makes total sense. There are a lot of other things coming to GroovePay, like GroovePay Pro, and GroovePay will be a payfac service. Would you be able to talk a little bit about that? It's not a lot. It's not often talk about topic. Myself, I don't know a lot about it, but now we have an expert that actually knows everything about it. So, would it be something that you could share some juicy rumors with us?
Right. So you get GroovePay is already a payfac. We're registered with ProPay, right? So if you get an email from ProPay, our partners in being a payfac, basically ProPay is a relationship with the bank to actually move the money, but we are the processor. GroovePay is taking the risk, and typically, this is what I described a few minutes ago, right? But being a payment facilitator, that's a technical term. But really, what we do is we give you a merchant account. We take care of you. We make sure everything is working and get your money, all that kind of stuff. Now, GroovePay Pro is a little bit of a different service, right? Here, we're talking for a very special kind of processing, what we consider to be high-risk processing. Not me personally, not GroovePay personally, but the industry in general. For example, because there has been some bad stuff happening in processing. So, for example, supplements, there's nothing you can do. Supplements will always, at least for the foreseeable future, be considered high risk. And the reason is because there are enough people that created some vitamins or some product that says that they will cure cancer. You'll never have a divorce, and you'll have 5 children if you take it weekly, right? And so when it's not true, it creates a lot of chargeback, right? A very high risk could be a product like CBD as well, right? Because we don't really know how it can affect the body. We don't really know a lot of things. CBD is new. It's a big hype. So that can create to be considered very much chargeback. Along with that, you have stuff like, for example, adult is definitely considered high risk, right? Why? Because maybe a spouse might be buying a bunch of product online, and the other spouse looks at it and say, oh, what is this money? Who purchased that? And the other spouse said, well, that wasn't me. So the spouse calls the bank and say, that credit card charge is not valid, it's fraud. And it creates a chargeback, right? Travel industry and so on. So GroovePay Pro, we help sellers that are considered a little bit more high risk, not because of them specifically, just because of the niche they're getting into, can be considered high risk. SEO is considered a high risk, or and sometimes digital marketing as well. Why? Because there are so many SEO agencies that says, hey, I'll bill you $3,000 a month and you'll be number one on Google. And so companies, buy it for 90 days and they buy it for, 120 days, and they still don't see their ranking being number one on Google. But the SEO company says, hey, guess what? Just hang with me one more month, and I'm sure you'll be in a top spot. And so the customer will pay another $1,000. And then after 6 months, the customer feels like, I've been ripped off. I spent $12,000 and I'm not number one on Google, and they call the bank and do 6 months of chargeback. Very high risk. And there are a lot of honest SEO companies. Unfortunately, so dishonest people will ruin it for everybody else. So GroovePay Pro will help get some very high risk account taken care of, or some medium risk or more complicated stuff. All that still has the best rate available, right? That's the beauty of having this platform, right? We have so many merchants with GrooveCard. We have so many merchants with GrooveSales that we're actually buying bulk. And so we get the best pricing we can possibly hope for. And the next thing we're working on is going to be GrooveSale Payments, right? GrooveSale Payments is going to allow us to help international merchants, or merchants that are otherwise might not be eligible for getting straight up merchant account. We're going to help them out. We're going to process the transaction for them. As long as they sell their product on GrooveSale, right, we'll be able to get that going for them as well. Really opening many doors and many situations, and truly helping the merchant from A to Z. So again, the idea behind GroovePay is that you can have a launch, you can create your product, know you pay a good rate, and you're not going to get, it's the worst thing that could happen to you. At 2 a.m. in the morning, you get shut down. I'll tell you one thing with us, right? I'll tell you guys a true story. So we are processing, obviously, with GroovePay. We're processing for our product, we're processing with GroovePay and GroovePay Pro. and we're trying to build a relationship to Stripe so that maybe we can do something good for our users. So Stripe reached out to us. We really want to be part of your platform. So we said, okay, guys, we can work something out. What can you do? They said, well, how about if you send me some transaction for one weekend, and we'll see what we can do for you guys, right? And we'll see what kind of rates we can offer. We'll see what we can offer your customer. We'll see what kind of deal we can work out. So we said, okay, well, just one thing, make sure you don't shut me down if I'm going to send you some traffic. And they said, yeah, no, don't worry about it. Now we're talking about an upper manager in Stripe. Like, okay, you sure, right? You're not going to hold my money. And so boom, we processed one weekend with Stripe, and on Monday morning, sure enough, here is a reserve, right? Then they're holding about 15% of our revenue. And so thank God I was able to call them, and I was able to say, hey guys, we made a deal. No, yeah, I'm sorry, somebody in risk did that, right? It was resolved within second. But I would not be in GrooveCart and have this relationship with Stripe. This would have been very difficult to resolve. And guess what? The same thing happened with PayPal. PayPal said, hey, we want some of your business. We'd like to process for your customer. We'd like you to facilitate the process of your customers to accept PayPal. Give us a sample of your traffic. We did that for one weekend. And on Monday morning, I kid you guys not, couldn't withdraw the money from PayPal, couldn't pay our affiliate, in all kind of nightmare. And that took, even though we had a commitment from them and nothing would happen, it took an entire week to get it resolved. So those companies are not doing anything bad, right? They got a great service, but they do what's called reverse underwriting. Is it wait till you give them traffic to go be like, oh, wow, I'm wondering what this guy is selling. Let's take a look. Oh, he's doing a software. Oh, he's got a recurring membership. Oof. Okay, we better ask for bank statements. We better ask for this. We better ask for that. Description of the product, right? And so this can be very difficult very fast. And so what we do with GroovePay, we do it up front. We ask you a few questions. We even get a copy of your driver's license and body check. And we know down the road, Visa, MasterCard is not going to be able to ask for that or shut us down or anything. And it assures good processing working for a long time. It just takes a little bit more work to get it going, but then it's solid.
Absolutely. No, I mean, having your own payment system inside a company like this and offer it to the customers creates so much relief in the future for everybody that wants to actually start selling and not have any issues that you or Mike or John Cornetta and others that actually were starting out were having. So it's just an extra security that others don't do. Like other competitors of ours, they don't have this system, and this system alone could be sold for a lot of money, but it is.
It took a couple of years to get there too. You guys have no idea how much paperwork we had to put together to become a payment facilitator. One is we almost have to guarantee every single one of you guys and say, yeah, I know David is solid, I know Marcus is solid, I know Bob is solid, I know they're not going to do anything wrong, right? Then it was a matter of they investigating into me, Mike and John and Matt, and they looked at our background, they looked at what we did in the past. Then they've asked us for SOPs. How are you going to verify that a customer, is not out there to defraud Visa, MasterCard? How are you going to make sure the product is real? I mean, the amount of work we had to do to become a payment facilitator is crazy. And but we got it. We are allowed to be a payment facilitator. We are allowed to issue merchant accounts now. And not only that, but we have a very solid team at GroovePay that understand the business, that's out there to help you out. And but yeah, you're right. It was a lot of work, but we needed that, right? We needed our users to be able to process in peace, and we want our users to be successful with GrooveSell, with GrooveCart, and being able to remove that pain point was huge for us. It was a huge milestone that we're very proud of.
Absolutely. And the last thing I want to ask you about is, because you are one of the people overseeing the development of GrooveCart and GroovePay as well. And when both things are tied together, this is when magic happens. And this is when we allow our users to have unlimited free stores because of these two systems. So would you be able to share something with us about those systems and when users will be able to create those free stores?
So it is around the corner from happening, right? It's going to be announced very much sooner rather than later. But yes, the fact that we became a payment facilitator, the fact that we're working on this relationship with PayPal and Stripe as a backup if something goes wrong, right? In terms of for people that don't have other options, for example, then we go out and our in a position where very soon we're going to have an entire version of GrooveCard for free, as long as you can run your transaction with GroovePay, right? Because at that point, we're able to work with you guys, make sure everything's happening smoothly. So there will be a version of GrooveCard that you won't have to pay a monthly fee, and it will be entirely free with the use of GroovePay, right? And we'll be out there to back it up and make it work. And it's going to have all kind of really, really cool features. So we are in the final stages of getting that done. We're actually doing some testing now, and it's going to be released very, very shortly.
And by very shortly, is that 1 month, 2 months, 3 months?
I use the word very shortly to avoid a possible commitment here, but I'm hoping here, yes, within a month should be happening.
Within a month. Okay, so we'll not, guys, everybody that is watching this one will not hold up pitchforks and shovels and run after us if it's not out in a month. This will be huge, and huge tasks require a little bit of time for development. So we appreciate everything that you're doing, Matt, and I thank you for jumping on here. I really, really love what you're doing with the payment system and basically the Groove card. This is something that others don't have, and with us being able to offer funnels, websites, blogs, stores, payments, is just a one circle of life, one circular system for marketing that people actually need. So thank you.
Very cool thing about Groove Card, right? I don't know if people realize that. I have not seen another platform where you can totally drag and drop your page, right? The business model of most other platforms is we're going to give you a pre-made template. And if you want to spend money and you want to get a different template, you can, right? For $80, you can make your site look like this, or you can go to the community and you have different options. In our case, we give you the opportunity with the use of a mouse and a keyboard to create your own template. You can change your look from your landing page, from your home page, from your product page, your checkout. Everything can be done by drag and drop, right? You can say, hey, I'm going to have 3 add to cart buttons. I'm not sure why you would do that, but I'm sure there's a good reason for some people, right? If you want to change a word from add to cart to, order now, or, free shipping, or whatever you want to do, you can really do it just using drag and drop. So that means that you can give, just like, Groove Pages is for your static page, you can create as many pages as you want, as many look as you want. And that's extraordinary, right? Because your funnel might be a little bit different for a supplement than it would be for a t-shirt, right? You might want to present the product differently, right? The other thing that you got is you also have the opportunity to do one-click upsell, right? The customer puts in their credit card number, and then you can say, guess what? If you purchase another t-shirt in the next 10 minutes, then I can do this for you, right? And you can even say another product and another product. So you can create full funnels with Groove Card, and I haven't seen that with any other solution. Not only that, but you can design them to look exactly the way you want with drag and drop, mouse, page builder. And that's revolutionary, right? Because if you understand a little bit what to do to increase your conversion rate, you can do anything, right? You might have a product where the picture is really what's going to help you sell it, right? Whether it's a nice piece of jewelry or whether it's clothing, you want to really emphasize the picture, right? But if you sell an insurance, that's just a one-click button, buys the insurance, you don't want to emphasize a picture. So your funnel might be completely different, right? So with Groove Card, on some product, you can emphasize the picture. On some product, you can emphasize maybe the title or the text or the benefit, right? And so that's the power about being able for each one of your product to create a different look and feel. On Christmas, you might want to completely change the look of your website. And now you can do it in just a few clicks. Change the color, add some snow, add some red, and a couple Santas, right? So a lot of opportunities with the ability to change the look and feel of your web page by page builder, right?
And may I add, without the need of buying templates.
Right.
There are companies out there that are making thousands from you by buying templates. If you want to have a Christmas theme, buy a template for it. Here, actually, you will be able to just drag in images, replace the previous images, and have a different theme without the need of buying. That's the whole thing, that the systems are so different, and it makes it easier for you to not need your wallet anytime you are building out a product page or anything.
Doesn't require one piece of code, right? I mean, I know when I used to use Shopify, if there's something that I can do, I need to get a coder, right? And it was the same when I used other solutions like WordPress, right? So now you can literally just change the look of your website with never having to write a piece of code. So other solution, you can customize the look and feel of your website, obviously, if you know HTML, if you know Java, or if you're willing to hire somebody to do it. That's what's huge, I think. Now you can really let your creativity loose and create your website and create your own success.
Absolutely. So Matt, thank you very much. I know you are a busy man, so I don't want to take any way of your time. So
Very happy.
thank you really so much. I believe users needed to hear whatever you had to say about GroovePay, about GrooveCart, because these platforms are not well marketed at this moment. We don't have a lot of information because these are systems that are still being developed, and so much is going on that we are not promoting it well enough. But I believe that once it is basically seen by people will not be able to adore, not be able to stay away from these systems, because this is something that is needed, and no marketing will be needed in order to sell it, because once people see it, they will just be like a magnet. So Matt
says that, but it's pretty badass.
Yeah. So Matt, really, thank you very much one more time, and I really wish you all the best in creating this software that people will be using once it is out. There is no stopping this. So one more time, thank you for your time. For now, guys, I'll bring on Coach Deb back on here so that we have a little bit of conversation with her, and then we have a special guest that we want to show and basically bring on this GrooveAthon, the first ones. So I will bring on Coach Deb to talk about this one. So hi, Deb, welcome back.
Aloha, bonjour.
Bonjour, bonsoir.
Bonsoir, it's evening now. Bonsoir.
Already 8:30 where I am. So, Coach Deb, give us a mystery description of our next guest on here.
Okay.
Without giving out the name. So,
okay,
a short overview.
Let's see. What can I say about our next mystery guest and not spill the beans? First, I just want to congratulate you, David Lemon, for 8 hours and 26 minutes and 24 seconds that you've been live. And I've seen you take a sip of water once and take one mini break. Otherwise, you actually came back in. I feel like he came back in mid-chew. I don't know if anyone noticed this. I was very impressed. You are a pro, David. I love the enthusiasm and your energy. And yeah, I feel like he was like, I have to swallow this, but how do I swallow this without showing anyone on camera? So were you mid-chew?
You know what? I'm actually a small player in this long-term game. Our next guest is leading this industry of long-term streams. So I will let him come on and you take the lead.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so here is our next guest.
Our next guest is someone I actually hired when I first got in the business. I left the New York, New Jersey area. I flew to Hawaii to start my business. We had the Dell laptops and desktop computers set up and shipped when we moved there, but that was it. We didn't have furniture. We didn't have a bed. So this is pretty much complete startup. My desk was a box, and all I knew is I needed coaching, and I needed to know what this whole internet marketing thing was, so that when I would hit the power button for my computer, I would meet clients and money would come in and people would hear about me. Before then, really, and at the time, really all we had for advertising was Yellow Pages. Yes. And for any millennial that thinks that is just a doorstop for like a thick doorstop for any door, it's actually a place where we used to put our name and info and sometimes take a full page ad, kind of like LinkedIn or Instagram ads. But that was really all that I knew about marketing on getting the name out of my company and what I can do. And this next guest, I almost said his name, but this next guest taught me how to get online, how to use digital marketing, how to influence and sell when I would meet people online. So, and then just the coaching in general, as far as business systems, was super helpful because I was a complete newbie. I was a social worker before I started a marketing business online. And I wanted to know, how could I get my coaching out? How could I let more people know about Coach Deb? And this next guest helped me do that. I said this earlier this morning. I invested in a program that hurt. It was a lot of money, especially as a startup, but I knew that if I could match the income that I was paying out and investing in his services, I would reap it. And of course I did. 6 months later, when the coaching was done, I kept reaping all of the profits that he taught me how to set up and systemize my business. So if I can get a drum roll, let's bring on Rich Sheffrin.
Hey,
the one and only. There he is.
I am in Mike Filsane's office. But yes, it should be, right?
Yeah.
Came over here to watch fights, and now I'm on the stream, but I got to watch the stream, or listen to the stream rather, on the whole way over, and been listening in the background here as Mike and I have been just going over things. So excited to be here.
Dave and I, here, I could do uppercuts. He can do some type of roundhouse, if that helps. We're still doing some fights, right?
Yeah.
Who is fighting, by the way? Is this a major fight?
Big fights. Israel Adesanya versus Paulo Costa. That's for the middleweight championship, and then Jan Vahovic or something like that versus Derek Reyes for the light heavyweight championship. That was John Jones's belt that he just vacated. So 2 championship fights tonight. So it should be fun.
Nice. And then when's the main event?
Well, the main card starts at 10, so it probably starts sometime at around 11:30 or midnight. So like the main event, we got plenty of time.
We'll be wrapped up by then.
Yeah.
2 middleweight champions here, so I will just jump in the bag and have a sip of water. So,
knock him out. Go ahead, Rich, knock him out. Knock him out. He'll get off our screen.
It'd be the other
that
side,
way.
right?
It's opposite. Yeah, it's opposite. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. There we go. We're going to knock out David. Boom, he's gone.
Down for the count.
Guys, everybody that is watching, you are in good hands, believe me, and enjoy, take notes, and learn. I'll be back in a moment.
Boom. Let's see. Oh, we did it. Boom. We did it, Rich. Yeah.
Yes, we did it. We knocked him out. We get the belt now.
Oh, yeah. We need the belt now.
Said hello, so that's cool.
Claim our championship.
Yeah, Mike doesn't have the belt here.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about your background. You've evolved since you started out in the internet marketing business. So tell us a little bit about you. I know you're in Boca now. I actually went to school down there. So what's that?
I said Delray, but next town over. Yeah.
I'm going to be Seinfeld. Del Boca Vista. That's the new town that you are from. my college roommate's mom actually was in Delray, so we would drive there every weekend and get wonderful home cooked meals. So I was a lucky college student. But Palm Beach University is where I went. So, and then yes. So what are you doing now? Strategic Profits. Are you still working with people systemizing their business? And how are you using Groove?
Okay. So, well, it's actually really interesting. So just, I'll give you like a quick back history, I guess, because that's where you started. And then, and then I'll get to the present. I was offline for years, had a clothing business, a music business, and a hypnosis business, not all at the same time, but different times. And then I got online, struggled for a couple of years, figured out that offline business was like online business, or online business is like offline business. And so then I just approached it how I approach my offline businesses, and I started to succeed and started helping people, started coaching. And one of the first programs I did was with Jay Abraham, and that's the one that Deb was talking about. And then started doing my own coaching and coached people like Mike Filsane and Ryan Dice and, Russell Brunson and so on and so forth. And then about in 2012, wrote a bunch of reports that, introduced a lot of business stuff to the internet marketing world, you could say, from process mapping and things like that. And then so that was in 2000, you could say, like, launched my company in 2006 with coaching off a free report that I wrote called the Internet Business Manifesto. And then that went viral and has had a couple million downloads at this point, and that really launched my company. And then I'm trying to think, in 2007, I'm just hitting highlights. We were the first company to stream a seminar. In 2007, we streamed the first hour. We had about 10,000 people show up, and then the rest of the seminar was free for our coaching clients. And so we opened up the cart, like you could watch the rest of the seminar if you were a client, and you could become a client right now. And so we sold it really well. That live stream made us a lot of money, but we had to like snake ISDN lines through the hotel because this is way before there was even a streaming platform. Yeah. And then in 2008, we invented the automated webinar. And that's when I gave like Mike the software and that report that then went on to become EverWebinar. And, but like we were crushing it in 2008 because we were the only ones that had an automated webinar, and everyone assumed that they were live, but they weren't. And so our show up rate was really high and the conversion rate was really high. So we had a nice run there. And then in around 2012, I decided to leave the internet industry, kind of semi-retire. I wasn't like playing golf all day, but I wasn't working either. And I kind of took my business and took it to a skeleton crew. Had some private clients still, like Agora and a few other companies, but didn't really do anything in market. And back in like 2017, 18, Agora needed more of my help. And so I decided that if I was going to do that, I'd also want to get my company back up and running. So I brought my company into Agora. They purchased it, or a part of it. And then I got busy on the Agora projects, finally launched, skipped something, just a cool thing. Did in 2008. So this was during the time right before we invented the webinar, our very last launch. I did a 24-hour live stream, which I think was the first of its kind at the time. It was on Ustream, and we had about 30,000 people show up that day, and we beat John McCain, and it was in October, you know, in that election cycle. So it was kind of cool. Nice. That we had the highest populated live stream of the day. And then in February of this past year, we did a launch for a product that we were really proud of, because we want to take strategic profits and we want to turn it into a multi-guru business. We feel like there's a space for that online, that, you know, you have brands like Digital Marketer, right? But you don't really have like what we have at Agora in financial and health, where, you know, for those that don't know who Agora is, it's about a $1.5 billion company. I've been with them since they've been about a $100 million company, and all we sell is information. And so, but we do it in health and finance, and in health and finance, we have a ton of different gurus, right? So there's nothing like that in internet marketing. And Mark and Bill, the two owners of Agora, asked me if we could build a $100 million internet business. And I was like, yeah, sure. That would, you know, if we have a few gurus, we could do it relatively easily. And so that was the original plan. And so I wanted to have a front end that worked with that. And that's called Steal Our Winners, which is just each month, like 8 to 12 interviews of industry insiders who have a marketing tactic that is working right now that nobody knows about, that when you hear about it, you want to rush to your computer and use it. And so we launched that in February. And due to just dealing with legal, which like at Agora and a bunch of other like bureaucracy type of things, I realized that I'm not really going to be able to do what I wanted to do at Agora. So I just last week bought the company back, still a consultant to Agora, but no longer a business partner of Agora's. And we will be now starting to promote Steal Our Winners pretty heavily. And then that will be the front door of the business that will ultimately be a multi-guru business. And so that's kind of the plan there. And I might be, like we've been talking about it, one of the things I'm talking to Mike about is doing a like look over my shoulder type scale course where, you know, I'm taking this asset, Steal Our Winners. It has no real monthly recurring revenue at this point. And I'm going to turn it into 6 figures and 7 figures and then an 8-figure business, not necessarily 8 figures a month. And so like watch over my shoulder as I do that, taking something that has 0 and grows into something big. And so that I might do that. I was going to do a whole scale course just separately, but I really want to focus on growing Steal Our Winners, and I won't be able to do both. And so I might make the course kind of an over the shoulder, watch me do this as I teach you these things. But that's where I'm at this point.
Very
and
exciting.
Groove will be a key part of our platform. You know, we use Infusion right now, but we don't really have like a primary page builder or any of the things that, you know, Groove has already gotten really rolling. And so we're using that. And then we'll be using more of the services, you know, as Groove grows and as we grow.
What I liked and really popped out is how you were talking about in 2007, I think it says, or 2008. I was scribbling down as you were talking. You did the, first of all, 24-hour live stream and then the automatic webinar, but your live stream with Ustream, I think they may exist. It was this exorbitant platform, just so that if anyone's listening, you're paying like several hundred a month just to stream some of your content. I think I had a client that was paying $700 a month. I was like, dude, there's YouTube. It's free. Move your content over. So talk a little bit about live streaming, because it has become, since March 2020, it has become the most searched for, the most used platform and software and way to communicate and reach people. So I feel like this year, 2020, has accelerated this digital age, has accelerated everything we've been doing for 20 years. Now all of a sudden everyone realizes, oh, you can do stuff online and you can stream, as opposed to getting people together. Now, I love getting people together in real time, face to face, but you can't always do that. And it's far more economical. So talk a little bit about that, because I think there's going to be a lot of people listening either now or in the future when they watch the replay saying, I need to stream. How do I do it? And let's go over some of maybe mistakes or things that you learned that now it's a lot easier. But share a little bit of the plight as well as how it can benefit your business.
Sure. And I don't know if this is just me or if, you know, so I'd be interested if you like, if you ever have this, but I hate doing like recorded video. I never feel like, I just never like, is it good enough? Did I do it right? You know, if I make a mistake, blah. Whereas with live video, I have none of those issues. Like it is what it is.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. Like so I can't worry about it. And so I am so much more comfortable doing live video than I am doing recorded video. So I say that because there could be a lot of people that can't imagine themselves doing live video because they get nervous in front of the camera, like recording stuff, but it's actually a lot easier because you're talking to people, right? And there is no expectancy of it being absolutely perfect. And so you're kind of relieved of all those things, which for me was a big deal, because since I don't like doing pre-recorded video, the fact that this was so easy for me just made it like, oh, okay, cool. And so actually Gary Vaynerchuk and I used to be really close. Like he actually did some of my he wasn't in my programs, but like created a Maven course, a course on being authority in your market. And that was me and Jay and Gary. Cause like back in 2007, I wrote 2 reports called the Attention Age Doctrine 1 and 2. And that was where Gary's head was and is still. Like attention is the name of the game. And so, you know, we kind of synced on that. And, you know, Gary was doing a lot of pre-recorded video. And what's really cool for also anyone who's a little bit uptight, like in the beginning, if you watch, I'm sure they're still out there, Wine Library TV, like his original episodes, he was horrible on video. And it just took time. But when you do video every day, you get much better. And he took, you know, his dad's liquor store, which was like a $2 or $3 million business, and he brought it up to a $60 million business. And that was on the power of, you know, a video. And live video is just that much more powerful because people stay on much longer. There's like something about live that, you know, something could happen. You know, that it just, whatever reason, makes it more interesting for everybody. And so, you know, we did, I bought like a live stream setup because I recognized that I felt more comfortable doing live streaming from Mars. Mars came into my office and set up this sick live stream setup. It cost me like, I think like 40 or 50 grand back then. This is like now in 2011 or something like that. And we did a live stream to our customers as soon as it was like ready to go. and we gave them like advanced access to purchase this product at a discounted rate. And that day we made $180,000, and we only paid $50,000 for the live stream stuff. So I was like, wow, that was fun. Let's do that more often. Yeah. So I would, what's interesting though is that what makes good live streaming often does not make good video, right?
True.
Like, right now I do a live stream twice a week in our group, right? And it's a free group, Strategic Profits on Facebook. And I take those videos and I put them over to YouTube, right? The whole video. But what makes the live stream good is that I'm talking to the people on the live stream, right? And I'm pulling their comments in and we're having a conversation. That's kind of boring. Like, it's not just solid content, right? Like, of a video. So there's some editing, like to take a live stream if you want it to really resonate after the fact. And we've done that. Like we've done that at least on a promo level, where we've taken live streams that were 8 hours or however long, compressed them into like the greatest hits of the only hour and a half. And then people watch it like as good as live. Right. So I'd say that the biggest thing is just interaction more than anything else, I'd say. And getting people to interact is incredibly important. And it's obvious. The more what I've noticed, at least with live streaming, is at least on any of the platforms like Facebook, that the more that you get people, and this shouldn't be that like shocking, the more you get people to comment and the more that you get them to emote and even get them to share, the more that Facebook will then also share it and get it out there. And I also I found that I did a live stream on this like about, I don't know, like maybe 2 or 3 months ago, because we decided to we would promote the live streams after the fact, right? Like, we'd pay to promote it and you'd get views for like ridiculously cheap. Like, you can get them for like 1/10 of 1 penny. And so we went and spent a couple of grand, got millions of views of the live stream, but it just didn't pan out. Like, as opposed to like a 5-minute clip of the live stream would totally outperform, get people to watch longer and stuff like that. So like the idea of just taking a live stream and then reposting it, it's not valuable, but it won't get you the most, right? So you kind of have to make a decision when you're getting on the stream. Like, what is this for? Am I doing this so that I have this great thing after, or am I doing this so that I resonate the most with the people on the platform who are watching me right now, and then hopefully get more people to share, because all those things are taking away from the after, like the after of the video, right? Like, asking people to do these things. Right. Yeah. So that I would say is something to be cognizant of. And then, I try and as much as possible, try and make things a dialogue, not a monologue, because, it just gets boring, for one. And then 2, I'm an introvert. And so it's actually kind of nice that I get to spend time talking to people, even if it's virtually. So it's like, I do it twice a week, and I look at it as like, oh, I get to talk to like people. Like, it's not like, oh, I got to go do this thing. It's more, oh, great, I get to do this, and I get to like have conversations with people in my market. And, this is kind of a tangent, but I see it as really related. In the private companies that I work with, one of the things that we always try and do is have some element of coaching. And it doesn't have to be a big element, just some. Depending on the company, right? But the reason why is probably not the reason that most people would think. The reason why is that you will never get better marketing information than being a coach, because people have to open up to you in order for you to help them. And so when you have lots of people opening up to you so that you can help them, oftentimes what happens, pretty much every time, is that you start hearing the same thing, and it's not the things that people are speaking about in public, because they're kind of like, they're not sure if they're the only one who's struggling with that or not, which is why I always say, like, that which is most personal is most general. The things that people hide about themselves. Everyone's hiding about themselves.
Right.
So by doing live streams, it's not the same level. I wouldn't say that you get the same intelligence, but you do get a lot more intelligence as far as what are people asking you questions about? What are they struggling with? What are the obstacles that they perceive in their path to get the outcomes that they want? And by having that information, everything else you do in marketing gets better just because that is like, that's in here as you're thinking about your next promotion or you're thinking about. And so it's like, when I was thinking about the scale course, like the first time I mentioned it on a live stream, what was interesting was that most people correctly actually felt like they weren't ready to scale. And so like that was good information to know, right? And that they associated scaling with a lot of more work and maybe not making any more money and all these kinds of things. I wouldn't know that if I wasn't doing live streams, right? So there's this great, like, you get this information back, but I'm hogging the mic. So I'll pass it back to you.
No, this is great. Well, so one of the questions that I had for you is follow up with going live versus doing the pre-recorded. I find you're able to produce more content. And then when you go live, you have way more people tuning in because especially now where there's no live events in person, we have only live digital events. And right now, everyone here in I think Facebook relaunched it because we ran out of time for the 8-hour long GrooveAthon. And then it kept going with YouTube. But like everyone here is in a community as though this is the side talk in the hallway. And I think it was one of the conferences that I was at that you mentioned, and you said something about you got more value from the side conversations and the hallway conversations than going into the workshop. And that was at the time when you and I had started speaking, right? So it wasn't like we were total newbies. As a newbie, we just need to absorb the content. But then after, we would go to all these events, and then people will pay you to go because you're either doing their social media for you're getting a lot of publicity, or you're speaking. So there's like that exchange, but more involvement and learning and connections are in the hallway. And I feel like the chat here, when people show up and they engage and they ask questions or they answer somebody else's question, that's their hallway conversation. So do you find that that's the other part too, when you provide a platform that they get to know one another, they show up more, and then more people come to your live stream?
Yeah,
like giving them that
and
hallway.
It works on and it works on so many levels, right? Like it works in the exact way you're talking about it. That those side conversations being so valuable. And even at the highest levels, right? Like it works the same way. And what I mean by that is that, when we did our live stream February, like in February, everybody flew in for that, right? Like Russell flew in, Mike, Mike drove in, right? Like, everybody came. And and there was so much side conversation where lots of people got lots of affiliates, right? There was a lot of benefit. We did a mastermind, so much so that like I would be foolish not to try and do that now every year. Like to command, to command that, right? Like so that we can do these live streams, but everybody getting together to foster business deals and stuff like that. So, whether it's at the guru level or whether it's someone who's just starting, it doesn't really matter. Those side conversations are very profitable for everyone. And that's
it's where the business deals get done, really, when you're making the connections with people who are like-minded. I even find when I attend other people's lives, like Gary Vee, for instance, I'll hop on, or Pat Flynn. I love both of their style and their content, and it's very different. One is completely PG, like Pat never curses, and Gary Vee is my Jersey style, and he uses a word that I use all the time, right? So it's very comfortable for me. I don't even notice it, but some people do. But I love it because the people I meet at their lives are people that I connect with. Right. So that's the other thing too, is if you're participating here, chances are the people that are also here are like-minded. Chances are they are doing something similar that you can learn from. So friend people up, like make those connections. Don't just only connect with the speakers, but learn from one another and contribute. So that's the other component. What is something that maybe you had a major mistake or something that happened that didn't go well in a live stream and you somehow recovered and are fine and you survived? Like, is there anything that you can encourage people when tech goes wrong, or did it go smoothly and perfectly?
I've never had really like a huge tech problem. I've had some self-sabotage problems, which I'm
tell us
glad
about
to share.
that then. Yep.
And then I also want to share a strategy that I learned from Molly Mahoney about live streams that I think would be really beneficial for everybody. So the worst experience I ever had on a live stream, which was also the worst experience I've ever had on stage, and really ranks up there as just one of the worst experiences I've had, period, was that when I started doing, when I wrote the manifesto, right, I was hoping to get like a dozen to maybe 30 clients, but really I think I was hoping for a dozen. And when it went viral, I was just like, oh my God, like, so I had to build a business and like, it was a lot. And, and so the very first time and it came with, my coaching program came with 2 seminars over the course of the year. And these were not pitch events. These were completely just educational. And so the first time I found myself not as prepared as I'd like to be, because it was me the first time, just straight for 3 days, talking to clients who had been listening to me every week. So like all my stuff, so I had to have other stuff, and I wasn't as prepared as I'd like to be. So the very next one, which is when we did the live one, I decided that I was going to be uber prepared, and I was going to I had 14 presentations to give, and I was going to try and make each presentation a very desirable front end product. And so when the seminar was over, I was going to have 14 new front ends. That was a little bit too ambitious because I'm somewhat of a perfectionist. So I ended up with 14 half-done presentations and had to have my team finish the rest of the presentations, which meant I didn't even know what was on the slides. Like once my slides were done, their slides came, and I didn't make their slides. I also didn't sleep for 3 days trying to get it all done myself. So I literally got on stage not having slept for like 60 to 72 hours and not knowing like what the final slides would be in any of these presentations, except for the first presentation, which was going to be that live presentation to 10,000 people, plus, I guess, close to 1,000 people in the audience. And right before I was about to get on, I'd say like 15 minutes before I was about to go live, Jeff Walker, because he was there, and Brian, who ran my company, pulled me to the side and said, "You can't give your new presentation." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? This is what I've been working on." They're like, "We don't have enough confidence based in your current state that you will be able to give that the new presentation well. We need you to do your old presentation." And I'm like, I've just spent the last 3 days working on this new presentation. Like, so I was very reluctant. I ended up conceding and doing the old presentation, and I literally was hallucinating on stage. Like, I had to not move that much because like it felt like the stage was moving, but it wasn't. It's just I hadn't slept in 3 days.
That'll do it.
Yeah, so that was the worst weekend of my professional life because it didn't end with that webinar. I mean, it didn't end with that live stream. And now I had another still 2 full days of presentations in this tired state, not sure what's coming in the next slide. After that is when I moved my slides to all images so that I wasn't constrained by what was ever on a slide. But, I would say something and then the very next slide might contradict what I was saying. And I would have to laugh and be like, well, apparently my team thinks this, but this is wrong. And let me explain why. Right. Like, so, that was that. Being in front of 10,000 people online and about 1,000 people live and being totally unprepared would be pretty bad. And so that would and I might have post-traumatic stress from that, which is why like now whenever I get on stage, I'm working on my presentation until the very last minute. Just
over-prepared.
So that maybe over-prepared. So that would be the worst. The tip I got from Molly Mahoney, I just want to tell you this because I think it's such a great live stream tip. Unless you want to ask me a question, do you want to something else? No,
I just wanted to interject and let you know that something what you were talking about earlier, the hallway meetings. Someone from Facebook, it doesn't say the name. It says, "Love the hallway meetings at events. Love it now with virtual events to be able to do this easily and meet like-minded people." And then it looks like Kisha Fox is already taking us up on connecting with other people because she talks to Angie Norris and says, let's connect on this. And then Angie Norris is responding. I love her comment. Kisha Fox, I've been watching for over 6 hours. So much great stuff. Love you. Thank you for those comments. And what we also want to do, as Rich is going to share this one tip from Molly, but we want to tell you guys, like, you guys can ask Rich questions. I don't have to be the only one asking. So again, just like we're at a live event on stage with you here, please ask us the question. And that's your most pressing question. And I think, Rich, that is the benefit too of this type of live format versus on stage, because on stage, it's really hard to do that other than walk up, get in front of a mic, and that intimidates a lot of people, right? Whereas here, you can stay behind your computer and just ask a question on your keyboard. So any question that you have and you want to ask Rich, whether it's about live streams, about video, about systemizing your business, pop it in the comments. And I think Donna is showing them on the screen. So I will ask whatever question that pops up. So share your tip, Rich, from Molly Mahoney.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is from Molly, and she gave me this about live streaming, and it was that instead of, like, you can use with your live stream, you can also use a messenger app, right? Like, ManyChat, any of these messenger apps, and you can have people. She walked me through a process. We used it like twice, and I just have been lazy, but I really should be doing this every time because we got so much out of it, where people can type in, like, you put up on your, whatever platform you're using, you can put up like a bottom third or top quarter or whatever. To get the notes of the live stream, just click, like, type in get notes in the comments. And then when they type get notes, then the messenger bot takes over. And then, like, we had it set up so it invited them to our group. So we had more people join, and then give us your email and we'll send you the notes, right? So now we have their email address, and like, we turned a live stream, and then we offered them a bonus if they share the live stream. And so we had a ton of shares that day. We had a ton more comments, and because we had those shares and those comments, we got thousands and thousands of extra viewers because Facebook saw that it was getting popular and they pressed on the gas for it. So that was a strategy I learned from Molly Mahoney. And I don't do it every time because I'm lazy about my notes. I generally don't have any, and I'd have to make them after the fact. But for anything important, anything that was critical, like related to marketing, growing my business, I would do that strategy. I would set it up and get it, but if you're doing separate notes for each live stream, I'm doing two a week. I just didn't want to create that much.
Yeah.
Right? It worked, and it works great.
Yeah. It's a great tip. And 20 Kevron on YouTube says, get notes. Yes, exactly. And I love that someone asked where you got your chair in the studio, and it's Mike Bill's same studio, but it's great. From Janet. Thank you for asking that. And then I love Darcy Hall, who replies to her. So that's what I love about the community is that someone can ask a question and then someone else can reply. That's the power of the community for lives where you can't get that type of experience after the fact, right? It's like you're watching it from the future, but you weren't here now. And the other thing is, the more lives you do, the more other people get FOMO, and they're like, oh, I'm not going to be part of something. You're not going to be part of this moment. Follow-up question from 20 Kevron, what led you to join GrooveFunnels? And Rosemary just has a comment. Rosemary Russo says, Rich, for an introvert, you come across very well. So that's good feedback for you.
Well, it's funny, that question about Groove reminds me of something I showed Mike when he got off of the live stream earlier. So in the webinar that I have for my coaching program, which we don't market right now, but but in the webinar that I used to use for it, Mike is one of the case studies. And in the case study, I was showing that Mike's main strength was automation of software, like software automation. Even back then, and this is going back, and it was that combined with internet marketing that was his true passion. So he was commenting about that he's always been involved in software earlier, and I showed him that slide. He's like, "Oh, you should bring that up on the live stream," because I know Mike as software that combined with marketing. Not just I've never thought of him as a marketer, just pure marketing. So
Yeah.
I've known Mike since like when I first started coaching Mike, he was working from home, didn't want to have a business because he had all these like thoughts in his mind that if he built a business, it would be like the car dealership that he worked at. And, over time he changed his mind about that and eventually moved way beyond from there. But that's how long I've known Mike. I've known Mike since 15 years ago. And I have a lot of confidence in Mike. And when Mike puts his focus on something, it's always going to lead the industry. And so based on everything I know about Mike, based on how I see how excited he is about this, more excited, in my opinion, than any project I've ever seen him involved with. And I've known Mike and his online career for a very long time. Right out of the gate, that gets my attention, right? But then looking at the platform and looking at everything that is being done and how well it's being done is so impressive to me that I'd be a fool. I'd be a fool not to jump on the bandwagon.
Yeah. Laura Gonzalez asks a question. What is your favorite thing, Rich, that you love to do each day, personal and professional? So we have a habit question for you.
Yeah. So I would say that what I love doing daily is writing in my journal, but I'd be lying if I said that I've been doing it daily lately. It's more like every couple of days. I wish I was still doing it daily, and I hope to get back to it. But that's probably the habit I love the most. I work out on an elliptical machine for an hour a day. That I never miss or almost never miss.
Wow.
I don't love it as much as journaling, but I'm a very much more away from motivated person. And having been fat, Mike has seen me fat. Mike has seen me at 250 pounds. Having been fat and struggled with my weight my whole life, I so don't want to be fat that that
motivates you away.
Yeah, that motivates me. And I read on the elliptical, so I kind of kill a bunch of birds with one stone, right? If I want to read that day, I got to get on the elliptical, and I'm going to get on the elliptical, so I might as well read. And so most of my reading happens there. So speed reading on the elliptical is I enjoy writing in my journal more, but I speed read on the elliptical without fail. And I enjoy it, but I enjoy also the not having to wear 44-inch waist pants with a 30-inch. I want the numbers to be closer together, my height and weight. So
someone was asking what machine, but you repeated it and said it was the elliptical. We have a question from Darcy Hall, one of our wonderful contributors in the comments. Thank you. Rich Sheffrin, to go back in time, would you have stuck with your original presentation, gotten more sleep, or left the experience as was to learn from? Good question.
Okay, stick with the original presentation, gotten more sleep. I think if I would have stuck with the original presentation, I would have been fine, just because it was so fresh in my mind, because I had been working primarily on that presentation. But I probably wouldn't change it. Obviously, at that time, I would have changed it. I was humiliated and embarrassed. But but long term, it really didn't hurt me. And that's another, I guess, big learning experience. You have a much longer memory of your own stuff than anyone else has of your own stuff. Like, people forgot about it a week after, right? Like, I didn't forget about it ever. It's now 13 years later, and I can still remember the feeling.
No one remembers it. Yeah.
So I wouldn't change it, because I think all of the mistakes I've made in my life have helped me in more ways than I can probably imagine. So if it didn't kill me, like, now I guess I can get on stage and be like, what's the worst that can happen, really? Like, I can have no idea what I'm going to talk about. Yeah, I've done that. So now it's only up from there.
Yeah. Earlier in our GrooveAthon, we are going to do the Groovester mistake challenge. So this is fitting in with that, where we're going to advertise our mistakes. We're going to share them, because as we get through them and make those mistakes, we learn and we progress and we get better. And it's okay. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs make mistakes. A lot of entrepreneurs make mistakes. There you go. Proof, right? We make mistakes. We make it every day. We just don't post about it. We don't celebrate it. And then everyone else goes, oh my gosh, am I alone? Am I the only one making this? No. So that's why all week. This week, go ahead, try to break the Groove platform, try to build a funnel, go and do a VSL, create a video, and tell us what are challenges that you faced and then overcame. So this is a quick reminder, and then use hashtag Groove Mistake Challenge anytime you share in the group, and especially how you overcame it, right? You got punched, right? You're going to watch the UFC tonight. You got knocked down, but how'd you get up and keep fighting and keep in the game, in the ring, right? That's the biggest thing that is important. We've got a bunch of really good questions. Someone asked about...
Before you ask the question, though, I just want to say to what you just said, because it's so true. And I was with friends last night, and we were talking, and we were talking about their writers, and I've been a writer at times. And it's like, if I could figure out a way to write a second draft, I would, right? I certainly hate writing the first draft because I know I'm going to toss it. It's garbage. I'm just writing this so I can figure out what it is I want to say in the next draft. And I hate that I have to waste this, what I perceive as wasted time, because I'm writing something, working on something that I'm going to toss. It's just like, it's garbage, but I can't get to the better thing unless I do that thing. And so much of online is like that too. Like, you gotta like get your hands dirty and just be okay. Like, that first funnel you make is gonna be crappy, but you don't get a better funnel like sitting on the sidelines, like just like watching more, studying more. You get better by watching and studying, and then applying and recognizing where there's holes in your knowledge and what you need to learn next. And so it's so important to be much more free with making mistakes in the beginning, because you're going to make them. And if you're worried about that, you're not going to make progress. You're not going to learn. Like, I don't want to go back in time and learn front page for like, because when I like put up my first websites, I was using front page.
Oh my gosh,
but
I remember that.
But that at least makes me understand HTML. And, you know, I wouldn't have understood it at all if I didn't. So
totally.
You know, it's just good to dive in, make mistakes. You'll learn as you go.
Agree. And I think everyone is all in on this Groove Mistake Challenge. So I love it. And then you can celebrate it and then not feel like you're beating yourself up because you're alone. There is a question from Jeet Shah. For a beginner, what skill is the most important in marketing?
Well, okay. So can I expand on that? Because I think I got a few things I want to offer there, right? So I would say that the skill probably most important in marketing specifically, I would say, is copywriting, probably. Because if you're going to learn copywriting, you're also learning psychology. And while you're learning psychology, you know, you still have to be able to communicate it, whether you're doing it live or you're doing it written or in any other format. And so understanding what causes a sale is critically important in marketing, because marketing is about trying to make selling superfluous. And if you aren't really clear about the sales message and what you need to make superfluous, then you're not going to be a good marketer. But if you don't understand like what even is involved in crafting a good sales message, then how can you be a good marketer? So I'd say that is kind of like front and center as far as the specific answer to the question. I would add two other things, though, that I think most people aren't that familiar with, but would be valuable to hear. One is that I'm a huge fan of the lean canvas and the strategy behind the lean canvas. And for people who don't know what that is, it's a one-page, you know, document where you document your business model. And the reason why this has become such a popular kind of growth strategy in Silicon Valley is the recognition that when you're starting a business, you have to make a buttload of assumptions. You have to assume that you're going to get customers from this channel. It's going to cost you this amount. These customers might be worth this much. They're interested in the segment that you're going after is interested in solving this problem. And so if you recognize that a startup is just an experiment where you have a bunch of assumptions that right now have not been validated, but they haven't been invalidated either, then your goal is actually to validate the assumptions of your business model as quickly as possible or pivot. The reason why most entrepreneurs don't succeed, period, and then even the ones that do don't ever get that business that they really wanted, is that once you get past failure, you're not failing, right? There's
Mm-hmm.
still your business model. Your business model more than likely is flawed.
Mm-hmm.
Plan A for every big business out there was pivoted from Google to Facebook to everyone. And so to think that your plan A is actually the plan is just a fallacy. It doesn't happen for anyone. And so using a lean canvas, I would say, is critical. Like when you're just starting out, it would be very helpful to recognize the assumptions you're making and therefore be able to validate or invalidate. So I'm just a big fan of that. And then the other thing I would also share, and this is, you know, because I started coaching, well, I think I was like the first business coach online, but because of that, so many of the things I taught have like kind of gone into the mainstream, right? And that's cool. Like I think that. But there are a few things that haven't. And one of them I think is critical, and I don't know why it hasn't, so I want to share it. And hopefully at some point this becomes mainstream and I'll talk about it and people will be like, oh, I've heard that 100 times. That's nothing new. So, you know, I've always taught people to build a business around your strengths, and everyone kind of gets that, right? Build a business around your strengths. That's going to be your competitive advantage, especially when you're first starting out. That's the only competitive advantage you can really have. But just as strongly as I feel about that, I also feel you should build the business to make your weaknesses inconsequential. And what I find is that most entrepreneurs, they design their business around this fictitious, mythological entrepreneur that they're going to be one day. Right? As opposed to recognizing that they have flaws. We all do. And how is this business going to succeed if these flaws just stay flaws, right? Like, so I'm a perfectionist and I tend to procrastinate, right? If I had to create a course in a vacuum and then go sell it, the course would never get done because I am a perfectionist and I am a procrastinator. Now, I could make my life goal to overcome the procrastination and perfectionism. And that might be a good idea, but I shouldn't put my business success on whether I achieve that goal, because there was this great book that came out like a decade ago, Change or Die. And, and people are faced with the conclusion of whether to change the way they eat or die. 90% choose not to change and they die. So right. So when I talk to an entrepreneur and they tell me that they're disappointing their business, more often than not, it's because that business was not designed correctly. So how I overcame procrastination and perfectionism is every course I've ever sold, I sold as a live coaching program so that I had to show up and it worked for me in lots of ways. I'm also not money motivated. A business needs to be money motivated, right? Like, so I can either become money motivated and make that an aspiration of mine. And then hopefully for the business, I become that, or like maybe I don't have a business, or I could do what I did, which was I instituted a really aggressive profit sharing. That, you know, I had that the whole time when Tom Beal was running the business. Like, he was involved in that profit sharing, and every month, like 50% of the profits would come out, right? 20 would come to me, 10 would go to Tom, and 20 would be spread out amongst the rest of the team. And Tom and the rest of the team were meeting every week with the financials, figuring out, like, you know, how can we maximize profit this month? Because the next month they all got checks based on the profit of the previous month. I didn't have to go to those meetings. So my point is that, like, instead of thinking you're going to be different, which is what most entrepreneurs make the mistake of doing, pretend you're not going to be different and figure out how the business succeeds even without you changing. And most people don't think that way. And because they don't think that way, they don't build a business where they can just be who they truly are. They have to be someone better than who they are. And it's a recipe for struggle. And so understand what your weaknesses are going into the game and figure out how to make those not important.
Yeah.
That would be,
I feel like you taught me those two things in your coaching program when I first started, because that's how I run my business. And I'm sure you taught it. I've never done a course first. I've always done a live coaching program. And then I've pitched it as, you're going to get the most out of it because you're going to get live coaching. And then I'm going to sell the course. So I love this tip.
And you're going to make sure that everything that is the right stuff. Cause like I have my own ideas about what should be in it, but a lot of times I have
Yeah.
to move because people are interested in that or
That's
that.
right. Even right now, hey, we've got, things you want to share and questions, but we want to know, what are you watching on YouTube or Facebook? What do you want to know? So that's why this is really like an online course when we do it, right? You ask the question and you direct the course. It's funny when you talked about change or die. I have the book Differentiate or Die, and it might have been the same. And I was looking for it on the shelf to like pull it. It's one of my favorite books. And if you think about it, right? Yeah, change or die or differentiate or die. There's probably it's red and black.
Die is like a red. Yeah,
red and black.
Change or die is white and black, but
white and black.
Differentiate or die is red and black.
They changed the color, right? Yeah. Well, and I think about that and the someone's asked me like what my favorite business book is, and it's Who Moved My Cheese. And I learned that way early on as a social worker, and realizing change is going to happen. You need to adapt. Stop going to where the cheese is, right? The mouse kind of goes and keeps going, and no, the mouse is moved and wonders, and he starves because he doesn't know who moved it. Well, go find the new cheese. And 2020 has been a thing where we've had to go and adapt and find out where the cheese moved. So understand that change will always happen in business, I think, is a really important concept. And Kisha Fox asked a question a little bit earlier. I want to pull that up because it's really good, especially about the struggling online aspect. So I'll read it and the team will find it. Rich, perfect. They found it. Rich, you mentioned after struggling online a couple of years, you decided to approach online like you approached offline. And that's when you started to succeed. Offline, we created a unique environment where people could come and dream out loud. Tell us what they'd never tell their boss. We encourage them to look introspectively and find the winner within and do that. Struggling to bring such a unique, intimate experience online. Do you have any tips to do this online? Great question, by the way.
I'm curious what exactly they were doing offline, like a little bit more context so I could actually give that person better advice if that's possible. And if not, maybe we just throw that question back on the screen and like we can analyze it and come up with our best answer.
So I'll read a few others. Yeah.
Okay, one thing I would say though, and I think this is, before you do that, one thing I would say that's really important for people to realize also, because I kind of take it for granted, and I don't know that it is something that most people would take for granted. If you don't get that this is the best time to get your business either off the ground or additional momentum, then I don't know what rock you've been living under. Like, there are more people buying stuff online than ever before. That like whole generations have been forced to do this. And so they become more comfortable online, and people are spending more time online. Like, it's like, if it's like being out in the gold rush era and you could open up a store selling shovels, like right at the moment where everyone is moving west. More people are coming online to buy every day. And if you're not seizing this advantage, getting your stuff up, using all the great features that Groove has, when you're older, you're going to tell your grandkids that you could have started a store at this time and you just sat on the sidelines, or maybe you'll pretend something else happened. But like, this is the moment. And so, if I just want to make sure that people recognize that there has never been a better time to get something going online.
Seriously, never better, because there's more people and they have no options. So there's more people here online. There's more people searching for what you have to offer. And a lot of their options were completely eliminated when people were forced to stay home, right? Simon's telling us in his country, he can't leave, right? The country's closed till at least 2021. So you still have a huge window of opportunity to launch now. And if you don't, yes, you'll get left behind. Yes, you'll miss out 100%.
Yeah. And when they go back to their real lives, right? Like when this ultimately passes, because I don't believe that life is going to be like this forever. Some people are going to start doing more stuff offline, but they're going to still do stuff online with the ones that stood out to them. Yeah. And so now's your chance to get into their world, right? Like The Power of Habit, that book talks about how the most desirable place, right, that you want to advertise to people is when they're changing their habits.
Yes.
because when people's habits change, you could be locked in as the new habit, right?
Yes.
And so
Yes.
these are periods of change right now, and to get into someone's world is easier. And if you get in, the likelihood of staying is also higher. So that's why it's a good time.
Yeah, like now is the time people are changing their habits, and everyone is doing it. So you don't have to find the people who are changing their habits. Everyone is. So be the new habit. A couple comments I love on here that just make me laugh because it keeps coming up. They want to know where you got your chair, and then they're realizing, Darcy's like, yeah, it's Mike Filsame's chair because they think you somehow found his chair and you have the exact same studio. So this is just cracking
I
me up.
love Mike so much. I wanted when I set up my studio, they were like, "You want Joe Rogan set up or Mike Filsame set up?" And I said, "Give me Mike Filsame set up." So this is a replica of Mike Filsame's office.
Yep. The doppelganger office. Oh, this is a great question.
In fact, call me Mike. Call me Mike.
Mike Filsame, what do you foresee Groove in 2 to 3 years from now? Great question.
I see it getting new entrepreneurs on a daily basis, new online marketers on a daily basis through a host of free services that then lead people to the best paid services out there online, the best page creator, the best email platform, the best shopping cart system, etc. Right? And I think that it will eclipse many of the others that are currently out there. And because I'm close with other people, I don't want to mention names, but read between the lines, and I'm here. So I think that says what I think of Groove.
Agree. And remember your mic, so you can channel him and say anything you want.
Yeah.
Now, do you do impressions like Mike?
No, and he's really good at them, isn't he?
Very good.
I'm envious of how good he is of making fun of everybody.
Yeah, it's very entertaining, and he gets people spot on. He said in the cruise once, I'm like, he's like, what am I like, this robot? You go, do this one, do this person. I was like pushing a button on his chest, but he would do them so well. He would, very entertaining. Darcy Hall, I love this. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad this is all recorded. Such great flow of content. I can't thank David Lemon enough for having an inspired GrooveAthon idea and running with it and making this happen. And David did this like 3 days ago. He's like, I'm going to do a GrooveAthon. Well, okay. Awesome. So this is, again, something that someone had an idea and then they went for it. And if more people did that, right? If those of you are online and you're coming up with ideas, but you're sitting on them, you're wasting opportunities. So just go for it, just like David did. And then look at what just came out of it. Rich, you didn't think you were going to be on a GrooveAthon this afternoon, did you?
And I didn't know all of Mike's story either. So it was cool to hear the whole story. I've heard it in bits and pieces. Mike sighting.
So you got his background. I love the video bombs that we keep getting from Mike. These are great. We never know when we're going to get them. And anytime you see a Mike sighting, put hashtag Mike sighting in the comments. And then when people watch the replay, they'll know when to look. What's that?
He might be broadcasting from the shower later. That's what it said.
That was a great story too. If you've just joined us, we had some interesting stories from Mike Filsame about 2 hours ago. So rewind.
And he sings in the shower. For those of you that don't know that, he sings in the shower.
How do you know this, Rich?
I've heard it.
Oh,
I've heard it.
A neighbor across the way.
from many rooms away. I've heard it. He sings loud in the shower
when you're in the house.
Yes.
Good. We've got some Mike sightings from Darcy, from Simon Leung. Oh, and Eldon was asking about the chair, but also, my comments just flew. Eldon asked question, Rich, all sounds good for those who have enough. Oh, this is going to be a good question. Who have enough money so they can pay for live events. A lot more can't. What can be done to help coach or assist all of us? We want to build and grow too.
But anyone can do a live event. I mean, you mean a live event like in person as opposed to a live event online?
I'm assuming, but that's the changing of the habits, right? So now, I mean, right there, Eldon, like now adjust, just like Rich is doing now. He's not doing a live event in person. It's just, this is live, right? It's just not in person.
Right.
So that's,
And I mean, like like I said, I'm doing it twice a week, and I didn't need any setup. Yes.
This is great.
Wow,
oh
I
my God,
I
it's
feel
the
so
biggest head
small
ever.
all of a sudden.
That'll happen. You'll feel small compared to Mike.
I brought that from my house. I was like, this might be good for today. I have that big on my wall in my office.
Do you have a convertible that you threw in the back of the car? How'd you get it over? And we've got David Lemon. Did you have dinner? Did you enjoy your evening while you got a bit of a break?
I was actually here the whole time, but it was great. Yeah, I actually enjoy your conversation with Rich. It was awesome. A lot of notes, a lot of interesting comments in there. So I'm very happy with everything.
You know, David, it looks like, and I don't know if I should call attention to it or not, but it looks like there's the Groove logo has a little C behind you. There's Michelle.
Yeah, so people are
Big
saying
Michelle
that
face.
Selfie sighting.
Is that your
oh
ring
my God,
light?
it's beautiful.
it's a ring light. Yes, it's a reflection of the ring light. We'll need to work on this one. Donna already reached out to me. This will be fixed.
Got it.
But people say that it's like a small C. It's like a Groove Creations, so which I like.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
could be a great
We were
domain.
like looking at it and we're like, wow, what is that? Michelle called it though. She said, I think that's a ring light.
Yes, she's good. And David, this came
Yeah.
up several times. I feel like it's a good curiosity thing here. And then we'll have people in the know to be able to answer them. It's a ring light. Good job, Michelle. She won the guessing contest of the moment. Oh my
That's
gosh,
her
we
big
all need.
head on our behind me.
Yeah, I was gonna say we all need the big giant mic face for our video backgrounds. Simon Leung is saying, I agree.
Send it out to the team.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, and Lee Clo is saying, I took a lot of notes. Thank you. Darcy Hall says, Rich Sheffrin, it's C for Croatia. So we're all going to come up with some creative groove neon site. I love it. I love it. Okay.
Very cool.
Do you have other questions?
Any more
final
questions, or should
thoughts,
I
Rich?
hand back the mic to you guys?
The mic, literally.
Yeah, up to you guys.
We have a couple of questions that I'm interested in as well. Let me just find them. There were so many that actually I scrolled through. This one, a follow-up for my other question. How do you decide when to take advice of others? They said, do your old presentation versus stick with your guns. You say you've done better fine with the presentation you prepped. When do you take advice and when do you actually do your stuff?
It's an interesting question because this has been something that Mike and I have talked about in the past. Because generally when I do something, I do go out and solicit a lot of other people's opinions, including Mike's. And, you know, when I've done that with Mike, he's always like, you know, I should do that too. Like, I don't know why I don't do that, because I will ask lots of people's opinions, but then I have no problem overriding everyone's opinion. But a lot of times when people share their opinion with me, it's something I haven't thought of before. It's something that I didn't realize was as big of a deal to others as it isn't to me, or any of those things. And so I think that more often than not, I want to hear other people's opinions, and I want to hear how other people would see it. And I think that's partly because I have confidence in what I'm doing, but I also have had so many times where a comment was said that totally changed things for me. And I'm thinking of one in particular right now where, and then I'll come back to the answer and answer it more specifically, but I was working on a course on theory of constraints that I wanted to teach. And this was back in 2008. And theory of constraints is a complicated process. It takes a lot to learn, and it's cumulative, like algebra. Like if you miss lesson 1, you're screwed by lesson 4. And so I was going to turn this into like a year-long program, and I was going to teach theory of constraints. And when I told Mike Filsain that, getting advice from him, he's like, a year-long program? Who the hell wants to buy a year-long program like that? Like, they want the result like a lot faster than that. And I was like, crap, okay, I'll do a 30-day program, and I'll do it every day for 30 days. And, you know, we did the launch and everything. And I always, whenever I did a launch, I'd always have this like pretty intense survey that would take like 20 minutes to fill out, that you had to fill out to get access to the content. Like that was the gateway to the portal. And when I asked people, like, what was the number one reason why you chose this course, more than the majority, the most popular answer was that it was 30 days and I could stick with anything for 30 days. And that it wouldn't have been a 30-day course had Mike not said that in passing, like a year-long course. That's ridiculous. So I think it's oftentimes like, one, it's how certain do I feel about what I believe, and where's the advice coming from? And, can they spot better than I can? So with my team, they didn't know what was going on inside my head, but they could see how I looked and how I was coming across. And, when you're tired, you're not talking maybe as quickly, you're talking slower, and, et cetera. Right. So I think that, based on the fact that they were able to better judge how I would come across on camera because they're watching me, I defaulted to their opinion. And I think it's really just comes down to, one, how strongly do you believe about your thought in the matter? And could the advice be more accurate? Could they see something you couldn't see? And, I'd be lying if I said that sometimes sometimes that raises conflict because like now you're in a dilemma, you're not sure, but more often than not, it's still better to get other people's opinions and still like carry forward, because at least you have that information that later on, if you do need to pivot or something like that. What is it? It's strong opinions weakly held.
I like that. Someone was actually asking about the critics. So you're talking about opinions. I think it might have been Darcy. How do you handle the critics in this space? By Angie Norris. Great question.
I guess the easiest way to talk about that is when I have a client that wants to be a guru, when I used to do more of that, you could say. One of the first things I'd always do is I'd take them to, I'd tell them to go to Amazon, pull up the 4-Hour Work Week, and take a look at the reviews. And I don't know if it's still like this, but back then at least, half of the reviews were like 5 stars and half the reviews were like 0 stars, right? And I would tell them, like, choose the 0 stars, read that, and let me know if you're okay with that stuff being said about you, because this is a best-selling book. The whole world knows about this book. Like, you got to be prepared, like, for that if you want the other. And so that's always been a test for me, because I don't want to get someone public if they're going to kind of cower. For me, the only criticism that hurts is criticism that's accurate and true. So yeah, you cannot be public facing and not be criticized. However, most of the criticism is going to be superficial and whatever. I could care less about that stuff. When someone makes a criticism that, in fact, when I look at the criticism, I'm like, oh, they might be right. Like, those are the ones that hurt because they're true, but they're valuable too. So yeah, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about critics. And I guess I've been fortunate, knock on wood, that I've had less than most, doing this for like 20 years and still, like, I think at least in 2012, like when we did a promo, I was able to have a button that searched Google on the promo page and said, like, instead of telling you all about myself, just press that button. My name will come up in quotes. There's like, I don't know, maybe now there's 60,000. Back then there might've been 250,000 pages about me. Go read about that. Like, go, you'll see what I've done. You'll see who I've helped and anything else that's out there. And if, that, like, a strong statement of proof. Right. And, so I've been fortunate, but yeah, the people who like to criticize are generally the people that are, keyboard jockeys that never do anything on their own and just sit behind the anonymous name. And anytime someone does criticize you, go spend a minute if you wanted to for fun looking at what they're doing. Don't comment, but just look at what they're doing, and you'll see why they're spending more time criticizing than doing.
Exactly how I feel, Rich. And no statues have been erected for the critics and the people who don't do anything. So ignore them.
Right.
And we have a final question, but a lot of people are loving this, saying, great advice. Thank you so much. Pierre Newell says, if I really don't like what someone is saying to me, that means I'm being coached. Oh, that's a good point. Janet Arsenal says
That's very true.
There will always be a critic in every room. Some people thrive on making others uncomfortable. You can't always please everyone. Human nature. What were you going to add?
Yeah, I think it was either Marianne Williamson, the one who ran for president, right? Is that the one who wrote the book about the shadow? And is that she from California? It was either her or it was Ken Wilber, one of those two, talking about shadow work and stuff like that. If like you see something and it informs you, you got no problem with it. If it affects you, like AFF, it affects you emotionally, that is projection. There's something there that actually like is like bringing up your own shit. Anyone bothers you, doesn't inform you, there's something on your end that's making that happen. You know, if someone comes over to me and tells me I'm 2 feet tall, like I'm not hurt by that. I know it's not true. They think I'm 2 feet tall. Fine. Right. Like there's no emotion. When emotion comes up, it means that there's something in it, that there's something that you need to look at. That's what I think that person was referring to, which is very true.
Yeah. Sunshine says jealousy has been around from the beginning of time. Yes, indeed. And we have one final question. Everyone's loving your content. Thank you so much, Rich, for your time. But as we wrap up this hour, I want to add this one final question because it's so important. And I think it really sums up something like this, where you're getting a lot of really good experts and content. And David was teaching us all of the step-by-step this morning. I think it was 3 hours. He was asking answering one question after another, the technical question. Darcy Hall says, a question for Rich Sheffrin and Coach Deb. Please speak to how to balance between learning and doing. Today, for example, I could have spent the day promoting Groove, but I'm learning so freaking much today, being on this live all day. And I learned the best on lives where I have the best have the opportunity to ask questions and engage rather than the replay. I agree. So how do you balance between the learning the information and then doing and implementing? It's a great question to wrap this section up.
Yeah, I would say that it's like, I'm going to give a totally weird analogy and then try and bring it back to life.
I hope it will involve Barbie dolls, because that's been a theme, David.
Oh, okay.
No, go ahead.
Well, you know, we could talk about Barbie dolls, but we could substitute something else in for Barbie dolls. I don't want to play with Barbie dolls every day. That might change my personality. So I want to play with Barbie dolls every once in a while because it's fun playing with Barbie dolls or other things. And so I have a rule that I'm not going to play with Barbie dolls 2 days in a row. If I play with Barbie dolls on a Friday, the next time I can play with Barbie dolls is on a Sunday. And that's just so that I never develop the habit of playing with Barbie dolls daily, because it wouldn't be good for me. Maybe not Barbie dolls, but maybe other things. So when you're learning, right, like this opportunity comes up and you have this opportunity to learn and you think you're going to learn stuff that it's a different type of learning, like being on a live stream like this. Although if you're getting your questions answered, it can be both. So let me explain what I mean by that. This kind of learning, for other than people who are getting their questions specifically answered by David or by you, Deb, when they're getting their specific questions answered, that oftentimes is just-in-time learning. They're learning something like that they want to do on Groove today. So that's just in time. Then there's just-in-case learning. For a lot of people who are watching this is just in case learning. They didn't know what they were going to learn on this live stream, and they're learning stuff and they like that stuff, but it's not necessarily what they need to know right now to take the very next step. And so what I say is, don't do that more than 2 days in a row, right? And make sure that if you do some just-in-time learning, make sure that there's some application that you do before you do it again. A lot of times, though, what I will just add, even though this wasn't part of the question, is that a lot of people are unsure of what they need to learn next. which actually presents a problem. And that's where like a lean canvas can be really valuable, because you know what assumptions you still haven't validated in your business and what you need to validate, and the process of going about doing that. So if you're like, so, and what I mean by that is I would ask sometimes people who show up at a seminar, like a live seminar in person, like, why are you here? What are you hoping to learn? And no specificity on what they were hoping to learn. And it was more like, there's stuff missing in my business, and I hope Rich kind of just magically talks about those things, and then I magically discover those things, and then I magically go back into my business and apply those things. And that generally is not how life works, right? Like, you need to know what it is that you need to know next. And so if you know what you need to know next, and you're not going to be doing that, then just don't do it too frequently, and make sure that you apply something that you've learned before you go to the next thing, right? Like that would be what I would say.
I love Mike's comment here. They do not boo people on the bench. Keep that in mind if you see a critic out there. Got to get in the arena, like we were talking earlier, David Lemon. And by the way, David Lemon, you are prohibited from having another GrooveAthon tomorrow, because everyone is going to get implementation. Who said this? I saw a comment. Was it Sunshine who said that? I love it. Yes, that is, yes.
But I would say to that, Deb, that David could do another live stream tomorrow, but that people shouldn't necessarily, who are on this live stream, shouldn't go to the next live stream. And I'm reminded of that because, like, so I explained Steal Our Winners before, right? And my goal is to find stuff that is so sexy that people want to rush back to their computer and do it. And when I was talking to Alex Jeffries on a Zoom call, he's like, oh, I checked out Steal Our Winners. And it's like, thank God I have a framework, because there were so many good ideas. I would have spent my whole weekend just doing all those different things that were not really on my plate. And I was like, you know what? That's a really good point. Let's do an interview about that, so that people recognize that it's my goal to find really great stuff that will tempt you to go do a bunch of other stuff, because I'm just finding great stuff. You have to come into this knowing what you need, so that you're not pulled in 10 different directions every month. But I'm going to put stuff in front of you that is so good, you're going to want to be, and just pick the ones, though, that are in line with what it is that you're going to do. So, you know, same here. It's like, just because David's going to do another epic live stream doesn't mean that you got to attend every single one. You know, maybe David starts doing live streams every day, you know, and you know, if you have the time, great, show up on them all. But if it's going to cut into your time of actually applying, then balance, right?
So it's the rule of no Barbie doll playing 2 days in a row. No Barbie doll playing 2 days. I love the analogy.
People can use their imagination of what Barbie might be in my life.
I just want to say, good thing with live streams is you don't have to show up live on my live streams, to be honest. There is a replay. So if you don't want to play with Barbie dolls on Fridays, you can play with Barbie dolls on Sundays, because there is a replay. So in case you're not there for the live, you can still watch the replay. If you are into learning how to use the GrooveFunnel suite of tools, everything that we stream, even this live stream now, will be staying live on YouTube, on Facebook, and everywhere else where you can find our content. So there are people that show up on every one of my live streams, and sometimes I see those people even purchase a lot of extra courses and things like this. And it's not the thing that you don't have a lot of knowledge and you don't know what to do. You know what to do. It's just that you don't know when to do it, because you're all the time into consuming this content. You just need to focus on creating content. So shift your mindset, and this will get you out of that. I need that.
There's one other thing that I don't remember if it was Molly Mahoney who told me this or Kim Walsh Phillips. One of those two gave me another suggestion. I've done it a couple times, so I share it with you guys just because you might find it valuable too. At the end of the live stream, Mike is going to play some guitar for us. At the end of the live stream, do a recap of what you covered, and then separate that off as a separate interview. You know, so that this way you can recap everything that was covered. And then people can watch that 8 to 10 minute or 20-minute recap, and then decide, based on everything that you recapped, whether or not that video is what one that they should be watching. And, you know, it's never going to be more fresh in your mind right at the end of the live stream of everything that you covered. And so, like, it's just a really easy thing to take the last 10 minutes to be like, okay, so let's recap. And now that becomes a standalone video, because you'll get a lot more people to watch a 10 or 20-minute video, right, that has some content in it, because you're recapping, and then just link back to the longer one.
That is excellent advice. Yes. And we're going to grab your Barbie doll analogy clip, Rich. That's going to be your quotable for Instagram.
Don't play with Barbies 2 days in a row.
I like how you just went with it when I just threw Barbie doll. It was good improv, and it was based on something David was saying earlier. It cracked me up. It's like 4:30 in the morning. He's doing the GrooveAthon. He goes, something about Barbie dolls, and he's like, and I don't know why I thought about Barbie dolls, but I don't play with Barbie dolls all the time. And I literally cracked up. I was like, that is I loved it, because it was just flow, and you made me laugh. It was very personable, and you don't expect David Limon to talk about Barbie dolls, right? But we talked about Barbie dolls, and then we got Rich Sheffrin to talk about Barbie dolls. So now it's a theme. I like it. That's the theme of this GrooveAthon.
It's
Rich,
Barbie.
I would like to thank you for joining in. I would never have thought in my life that just an idea that I had day before yesterday would bring in so many awesome people. I really expected that I will come on live, answer questions, do a live build, then answer more questions and do a live build for 12 hours straight. But I believe this spiced it up like a lot. Having all these internet marketers from the high places,
From the old days.
Exactly. The gold medalist in the marketing world is just something that I would never have thought. So thank you very much for joining in, and I really appreciate you being here. So thank you one more time.
My pleasure, and great to be with you guys. So I appreciate both of you. Happy, Deb, that you're part of the team now. That's exciting. So good for Groove for getting you.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I was telling Donna the other day, I'm like, I seriously first of all, I love the software, because as you know, it was during the coaching where we developed the first like automated WordPress platform and software. And it was hard, right? Like working with software and developing it and adding to it and it's hard work. So I wanted someone to take it and run with it, but no one was quite ready at the time. So I feel like this is Quansight like realized, right? And the vision that I had in my head, and then Mike just takes it to the next level with all the technology and the marketing genius that he has. So I'm so excited about it. And I'm like, it literally gives me goosebumps. And it's the thing that I'm most excited about, that I think my friends, fans, clients, family are like, okay, stop talking about all this groovy stuff. I'm like, but it's the best thing ever. Grab it. Like if you don't grab the lifetime deal, I can't be friends with you anymore. I just can't. So super excited to be on the team. I was talking to Don. I'm like, how can I help you guys? How can I support you? Because this has to get out to all of those small business owners who are either whether they're struggling or they had to pivot. It's the best thing ever. And there's Michael. I want you to do karaoke later, Mike. Oh, what you doing?
Mike's
you're going to borrow a... Oh,
Just taking one of my ears.
He did take one of your ears. It's Mike and Mike. It's the Mike and Mike show. Wow, you guys are like doppelgangers.
No, I said I was you.
Everyone... Mike, everyone thought that Rich bought your chair.
Yeah. I'll get a link. I don't even, it's hard for me even like to have this weird letter here that I don't know if it's Russo or Muso or Muzo. It looks like M-U-Z-Z-O or R-I-U-Z-Z-O. I'll try to find out for you.
It's Mike in a different language. It's just Mike. That's all it is. Just figure out what to translate. Oh, and by the way, I wanted to...
I've got my Groove gear starting to come in. My mugs have started to arrive, and we are going to be opening up a Groove store coming soon.
Sit down for a second.
Okay. I've got my...
on his lap.
I've got my merch. Oh, Rich put this chair very, very low. Thanks, Rich. We've got our merchandise store coming. So I've ordered about at least 150 different sweatshirts and hoodies and collared shirts and button downs, and all these different types of things are going to be coming very, very soon. So you'll never see me in a non-branded shirt again. And then the staff will have it, and then we're going to be opening up that store for everybody that just wants to have really cool gear. So I'm gonna let you guys get back to the show. There is something exciting that Donna and I were talking about. I'll tease just a little bit about it. We don't know if we can make it happen, but we've had so much fun with this. Donna,
Of course.
I'm going to let you, Donna. This is all you. I'm gonna get out of here. You guys can get rid of me. Turn this over to Donna. She's going to tell you about something really exciting that's going to go on for 12 days straight. All right, peace out, everybody. It's Donna.
Mike.
It's all yours. I'm going to go watch on the big screen. Bye-bye.
See you, Mike.
Take care.
We were having so much fun with this that we decided that when we launch on October 6th, we're just going to be live for the entire launch. We're going to go live when we kick off the launch, and we're going to be 24 hours around the clock for 12 days. And at first it seemed like a big, hairy goal, and now it just seems like a whole lot of fun. We pretty much work around the clock during a launch anyway.
That's right.
Around the clock. It's hard to stay out of it. This gives us an opportunity to share our excitement, but we'll be bringing in experts. We'll be having people from all over the world join us and talk about Groove and doing some builds and answering some questions and having some interviews and special guests. And we've got so much fun planned already that has just come into reality within the last 2 hours. Mike and I have been watching this as well as working behind the scenes. So super, super excited about that. Can't wait to plan it. Deb, that's going to be on you because basically you're going to run a television show for 12 days during the launch.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, Deb. I didn't want this for you, but
nothing like announcing it live when she can't say no. It's
That's
like,
right.
okay,
Exactly.
that's good.
But of course, you're not.
I love it.
You've
Love
got
it.
like the amazing Groove team to support you. John Garcia is in the green room. John, you're going to be doing part of that too. You're going to be building some live builds on Groove Cart. So no one knows, but everyone is going to be helping us out during that 12 days. And so I'm gonna go. I just wanted to tell Mike I was excited, but I do want to point out one thing that I came to play.
Oh, she got her Barbie doll.
Wonder Woman Barbie doll.
It is one of many Wonder Woman Barbie dolls that I own. So I'm here to support these two.
I like that it's in a box, and I don't know how Donna plays with the box.
No, I sometimes buy two. So
play
with one and look at another. So I
actually never understood.
That, but yeah.
I never understood the people that purchase these toys and just keep them in the box forever.
Yeah,
play with them.
That's why I like two. I'm greedy that way.
That's my opinion on cars. Like, how do you just keep that in the garage? You've got to drive it, right? You got to play with your toys. And yes, Byron, at here, no sleep for Coach Deb. I have the song "No Sleep Till Brooklyn" in my head right now. So yes, apparently no sleep.
No sleep till cart close. All right, I'm out of here. I'm gonna the stage.
Well, this will be absolutely revolutionary for the launch, and we will need some strong backup in the backend system. So I would like to bring on somebody that could help us with that one, and this is somebody that is running the backend systems of our company, which is one of the very strong legs every software company needs to have. So let's just bring on somebody that is working closely with us also on our live streams, and this is Mr. Garcia. Hello, Mr. Garcia.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Hello.
Hey, Dave. How are you? And everybody that is following us today. Dave, great job. And I know that me coming in right now to talk, a lot of people don't know who I am, but let me just introduce myself. I actually run the support department, and I also one of the coaches that teach Groove Card every Thursday at 6 p.m. I see that a lot of people are following us, so that's great that you guys are here because you're learning about the history of the company, you're learning about the process, and it's going to be a tough act for me to follow because right after having Rich Heffen, Mike Filsame, John Cornetta, Matt Serralta, it's going to be tough to follow up because we got to give you guys the information that you want to hear. But out of everything that we're taking on today, I'm also a learner. And I'm taking all this today because I've been sitting here also most of the time for the past 8.5 hours doing the stuff that we need to do. I'm also learning. And just like you guys out there watching this live right now, we're all learning. Everybody's learning from somebody a little bit more every day. And what I want to cover is pretty much any questions that you have for Groove Card, and I'm going to talk about a couple of things. And also a little bit of advice for everybody out there. because I've been following Mike Filsaime for years. I know Matt Serrata personally for so many years. I know John Cornetta. I met John Cornetta when we actually got together at GrooveCon, and it's been a blessing. And these moments should be considered blessings because you're learning the past of a history. Like when David came to the company, when all of us as a team are coming together, it's a learning, but it's also a blessing. So being very blessed to be part of the team, sharing with you guys every Thursday for the past year and a half. And it was just like somebody just mentioned earlier, the moments that you take is the opportunities. And Mike Filsaime gave me an opportunity a year and a half ago. Wednesday, it was actually a Thursday afternoon. I remember it was maybe 1 or 2 o'clock. And he said, John, are you willing to actually do the GrooveCard webinar? And by this time I was just helping out with the support team. And of course I know the software. And I said, yes, let's do it. I mean, the first thing is, am I going to be in camera? And he goes, of course, you're going to be running a webinar. So like, let's do it. I mean, I am not very camera friendly, but let's do it. So I did it. And I've been doing it for the past year and a half. And I have seen the progression from the software that it was to what it is now. And I'm looking at what it's going to be. And it's going to make a lot of difference in a lot of people's lives. So very excited. Mike Filsaime, John Cornetta, Matt Naus, Matt Serrata, they just combine a force that is going to be reckoned with in the next couple of years. And the company is going to explode, and we're driving that force. But enough about the history. I think we have talked about a lot. We have seen and hear great people. Now, what we're going to do is just talk a little bit more about GrooveCard, and then actually I want to talk first about support and then about GrooveCard. Support is an area that, as I said, we get a lot of questions daily. We get a lot of interactions. We're growing as a company, so we see a lot of stuff happening. We're releasing new programs, but we're getting ready for it. We're getting ready to get a world-class team going around. We're training our staff a little bit more. We're enhancing our staff because of you guys, because we want to make sure that we provide the best service possible when it comes to answering the questions. Yes, there are challenges, there are a little bit of delays, but that happens in every single company. Or try to put a support ticket for Amazon, see what happens. They all have challenges. We all have challenges, but we're overcoming them, and we're going to make sure that very soon we're going to be a world-class service support team, and it's going to be for you guys. So, and I see already a couple of people that follow us on Thursdays. Darcy Hall is here, Sandra Soto, Peter Newell. Great to have you guys here. Great that you're expanding your Saturday with us, because as I said, this was a great opportunity. And not only that, it's a blessing. Just think about that, guys. So David, I don't know, like with you on Thursdays, should I change my camera and put the picture that I used on the last Thursday webinar? Okay, cool. I thought so.
Actually, people were saying that your camera and your microphone is really nice now. So I don't know what happened, but here
this is what happens when.
Congrats.
Yeah, I'm actually at a it's a secret place, but I'm in a different laptop, and now my sound is properly configured. So I'm glad that everybody's hearing me clear and loud. So that's awesome. But
Absolutely.
so I'm gonna just go ahead, David. Sorry.
So I wanted to bring on John so that he talks about some things that are not usually talked about inside the Facebook community and on YouTube, and I don't speak about them in our videos, but we need to mention it because we don't want to just put everything under a rag and just hide it because this is shameful. Actually, support is one of the strong legs that a company needs to have in order to be able to support the development, the growth, and things like this. So I wanted to just ask John about the most frequent issues and the solutions that are pretty easy for everybody to understand, so that we can actually, myself and also you guys, because you're doing a lot of community interaction and helping each other in the Facebook group. So John, what would be the issues that the people that come to you are most like that happen most of the time? What is this about?
And I think the biggest issue right now that we're having is, where do I start? how do I start my cart? How do I start? What can you tell me? Of course, the technical aspect is important. I mean, you got to understand that for everything there's a learning curve, but also we are providing you with a lot of resources. A lot of people that write to support, they don't know that we have a YouTube channel. They might not know that we have a Groove Digital Academy. They don't know that we have you leading the pack in Facebook with all the lives and what we do also on Tuesdays with Tom Beal. They have not access to that. So if we keep the community tight, informed, we all can use those resources. We all can go into YouTube. We all can go into the Groove Digital Academy and start working with those elements. Because one of the things, and this is a question that I get all the time, is like, but how do I start? How do I get a product? And I think John Cornetta touched in earlier. How do I start my store? What can you recommend? Can you coach me? Can you teach me? Unfortunately, in the support, we are trying to answer everybody, but we have to actually just make sure that we focus on the technical aspect of every single question. Make sure that everybody gets the right answer, what is timely. And so just to give you a number right now, our average response time is between 18 to 23 hours. Our goal is 24. My personal goal is actually to decrease it to maybe 11 hours in real time. So that's coming soon once we actually do and take certain things in effect. But what we needed to do was change the pace of the question, because some questions are more on the line of, how do I do this? And I'm doing this, but it's not working. So in the back to the case of, how do I start my store? Simple. Take a look at the old trainings that we have in Groove Digital Academy. When John Cornetta mentioned, how do you start promoting? How do you start? And use your passion. Use the techniques that he's teaching and try to find your own. Trying to find your own story. Trying to find your own narrative and create a content and create a product. GrooveCart supports digital products, tangible products, your own products, print on demand, also drop shipping. So pick something that actually is aligned with you and go for it. Do it. Just run it. And another point that I wanted to make is, and this is kind of correlated with the question of how do I start my store, is, and I know a lot of people relate to this, is it's not working because you're not networking. And this is a concept that I've been working for a long time, because a lot of people, when they start a store, they just like, oh, I don't want people in my office to find out that I'm selling mugs on the side because I don't know what they're gonna think. Don't do that. Go for it. Tell to the world that if it's not working, if you're tired of spending money in ads that maybe you're not well prepared to actually just craft and prepare, like just John said earlier, learn it. But while you learn it, talk to people, network. That's what we have to do in order for our stores to progress and, of course, get to the point that we want to get them. So if it's not working, it's because you're not networking. So go out there, talk to the people, tell the world that you are actually just getting your store out there and start it. That's all that you have to do. We are there to help you. We're there to answer your questions. And yes, as we grow, there's going to be momentary delays. There are going to be maybe more questions than answers, but we're here for the long run. We're actually here helping all of our customers in such a way that we make them feel like family. I mean, we are trying to make sure that our community is precisely that. It's not just a ticket number. I have developed personal relationship with a lot of people here that are in this moment here because I talk to them. I've been taking the time to connect, because as the head of support, you need to know your customers. So we're here for you guys. And how to start your store? Find your niche. How to move forward is start learning. Go with the lives. Use the resources. So take a look at the resources that we have, and it will be so easy for you guys after that.
This is awesome, and I agree with this one. In case you don't know where to start, there is two things you need to do. First, try to find a solution for yourself. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to do a website? Then look for an answer, or look for the keywords. website, building website, creating website, and things like this. Second, in case you didn't find anything, I believe it is time to ask somebody. The best way to do that is in the Facebook community, and even there you can search for answers. If you are trying to start out with your store, trying to start out building out your websites and things like this, the support is there, but the support is there better and can assist you even better when you get stuck, when there is a problem and you just need a little bit of push just to get over that issue. So this is what the support can do, and what John and his team are doing a lot of different things at the same time. Sometimes there are delayed tickets because of them trying to assist everybody. There are trainings, and trainings can be found on Facebook, YouTube, through Digital Academy, and we do a lot of trainings. Almost every day there is a training, and not only me, there are others that are doing trainings on. Just type in Groove pages, Groove cards, something like that in YouTube. Inside the Facebook group, you'll find a lot of other people teaching it as well. So not knowing where to start is just not knowing yet where to start. There are answers out there. It's just looking for it. So John, you explained it very nicely. What I wanted to ask you about is people that are jumping in and having questions about the actual product GrooveFunnels. What are the usual products that people are not aware of and that they are not familiar with? Do you get questions from people before they buy, and what are those?
Well, since we are still developing the whole set of tools, a lot of people that, especially the early customers, they actually said, "Oh, I only got access to this and to Groove pages or to the Groove cell." But once they realize that they're being grandfathered to the whole set of tools, now it's like a whole world open for them, and that's when the questions start. And a lot of people don't know, but they actually joined us maybe back in the early 2019 or the late 2018. And once the original, I'm going to call them backers, but that was what everything started. They actually didn't realize that up to now, a year and a half later, they are being benefited with more tools. So I have been receiving cases that, okay, John, I actually bought back in early 2019. What do I get? What am I paying for? Well, guys, you're paying for anything that is being developed, because you actually told, and I think it was Mike that mentioned earlier, you reach out to your wallet and you gave us the opportunity. So now you're going to be taken care of. You're going to be here with us and you're going to have all the tools. Oh, but what are the tools? Well, we have Groove Card, we have GrooveFunnels, we have Groove Pages, Groove Cell. Now, recently released, we actually have Groove Mail, Groove Video, and all those tools are going to be at your disposal. All that you need to do is just log in into your backend and start using it. Oh, how do I use it? Go to the resources or reach us out. We have several ways to reach us out. We have support at groovedigital.com or Groove Answers. We have many ways that people can reach us. But at the end of the day, you are enjoying every single tool that we have developed. And that brings questions. So if you have a question, look it up first, reach it out, and just learn with the process. I mean, I have a saying, and I kind of just say it all the time: we roll with the punches. As a growing company, we are learning as well as our customers, because part of the big process, and this was being discussed in several areas of the company, we want to hear from you. What other options you want to add in the software? It's not us telling you what we're going to put in there, but we're listening. As a support department, we listen to the questions. So the tools that we're putting together, some of the features that are right now in the software were features that were requested a couple of months ago, thanks to you guys. So yes, we get questions about all the tools. How can we mix in? Depending on what your business is. We have lawyers, we have doctors, we have people that sell digital courses, and they can take advantage of every single piece of the puzzle according to their needs, having in mind that they're backed up by a good team of people, a good team of experts, and they can just do what they need to do. So, as I said, get to the resources, get to the things that you need to get. We have plenty of those, and use us as your, second line of defense. Is like, okay, if I have a question, you can reach us out. chat with one of our guys. We were there now where we're trying to extend. We have now people working on Saturdays. Currently, we work from Monday to Fridays, and Saturdays and Sundays we have with a couple of people that are right now actually helping some of our customers. I was just chatting with somebody maybe 20 minutes ago, right before I came in, because that's what we do. We want to make sure that everybody gets an answer and that everybody's well taken care of.
Can you said something about getting support by email or through the website and chat. Could you tell us a little bit more about the chat? Where is it? When is it? And what kind of questions are going into the chat there?
Correct. Let me just, David, if I can just share my screen for a moment.
Absolutely.
Let me just, instead of telling you, let me show you, that will be a normal interaction. So I think for everybody that is out there and they don't know how to do it or how to just get it on, let me just see if I can share my screen. Let me just share one of my other tabs here for a moment, because I am working in a single screen right now. So let me see. Application window. Give me just 1 second, because I am working at.
I don't know that we have live chat, and live chat is good for certain things, but certain things not. They cannot be. Some things can be sorted in a live chat. Some things cannot be sorted in live chat. So I just wanted John to expand on that one. When to use it, how to use it, and where to find it. So this is something I wanted the users of GrooveFunnels to know, because I believe this is something that is big, and we believe we would need to know about this.
Yeah, David, if you can just please help me out to show my screen, because as I said, I'm working in a single monitor right now, so I won't be able to switch it. But if you are able to do that right now, you guys can actually see our support portal. Right now it's support.groovedigital.com. Perfect, because I am not looking at the channel right now at the StreamYard, because I am just, as I said, working a single screen. But guys, whenever you reach us out to support.groovedigital.com, you're gonna find this. And you're gonna have popular articles. We have a bunch of stuff that you might probably find useful. I'm sorry?
Well, you're not sharing your screen. Could you trigger the screen share again? There you go.
I just did. Okay, how about now? Did it trigger, guys? David?
I believe we lost John.
John, I hear you. I hear you. I see you, and I had your stream.
Now, you had my stream, Donna. Do you,
I had your screen. So share it again.
Okay, so let me just share it again. Let me just see if we can do that. Let me just click share my screen, and let me just share my application window here. Share. Now, can you see my screen?
Yes.
How about you, David?
Oh, I think we don't have David.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
there's David.
My browser froze from some reason. I don't know why.
Got it. All right. So you're good now. Your screen is showing, John, and we have David, and everybody's good.
Awesome. Perfect. Thanks, Don. I appreciate it. So as I was saying, this is where you guys come in to ask us questions. You know, support.groovedigital.com, and you will find the most popular articles. And funny enough, one of the most important ones is how to contact support. So how do you contact us? Right down here, you can have all of our questions and answers, and most of our questions and answers have screenshots, and some of them have videos. Actually, most of them have videos as well, because we want to make sure that you get the information as easy as possible. We have searchable videos, so you can see. So if you have a topic, just go in there. And how to build simple pages fast on group pages, for example. There's the video, and there is actually everything that with a timestamp. So you don't have to look through the whole video to try to find something that you might want to learn. So this resource is one of the most important ones, because we have these videos everywhere. We have it in Facebook, we have it in YouTube, and of course here in our own knowledge base. And right now we're working a huge project within the support team that we are compiling all of the questions that we have received in the past maybe 8 months and trying to convert them into searchable documents. because we know that maybe the questions that our customer asked 6 months ago, somebody else will have them in the next 3 months. So it will be a good resource for us to have and to deliver our answers faster. So this is where everything happens, guys, at least for support. This is where everything starts. But now, as David said, not a lot of people knew that we have a chat. We do. All that you have to do is right here in this, I think it's a life raft jacket thingy or one of those life rafts. You actually can find here some questions. So you type in, what do you need help with? Oh, I need to know how to set up or affiliate question. Let's just say affiliate questions. So you see connecting affiliate pixel. So you will find articles about affiliates, principal wages and group pages. Anything that has that word will actually show. So there's actually there's a whole series of articles that you can get the answers first. But now let's say you don't want, or maybe none of your articles that are seen are making sense. So you can ask answers. You can ask, click the login here, and then you find the email to email. And I believe that in the chat we'll have somebody here in the chat whenever we are active. I believe our chat room, one of our agents should be jumping in a second here. And of course, get in with the question. So these are the tools, guys. The tools are there, and we can use them to answer any questions that you have.
And what kind of questions should go to a chat, and what kind of questions should be answered in email? Is there a difference, or it is the same for you guys?
They're actually different. The biggest difference is like in the chat interaction, you're dealing with another human person that is going to research the answer for you. Right after we have tried to provide you with the AI information with, hey, this is what you might think that you can help and can actually solve your problem. If that doesn't work, then you jump into the chat and you interact with one of our agents. And yes, there's some things that might not be able to be done immediately in the chat, but I would say that a good 75% of our content and our results are driven from chat, because then we will get the question from the customer, put it through the right channels, and say, hey, let's say my password is not working. No worries. The agent will go into the system, activate everything for you, and you'll be done in a couple of minutes. Or maybe, how do I actually do this? I couldn't find none of the videos in the articles. No worries. Let me point you to the right direction. Here is the video that you need to see. That's how the interaction changes. That's how everything shifts. That just comes from the machine learning to the human point of view. And then you can engage in a conversation. And what I've noticed is that once you engage in a conversation with somebody, you start thinking of more questions. And that is perfect for us because we're learning more about what you guys need. So whenever you have a chance to jump into a chat, try to maximize the time in the chat, not only for us, so we know what you guys need, but also so you can actually get the responses that you're willing to get. And as I said, of course, there's going to be times and situations that we might not have their answer right away, because we might not. But we're going to make everything possible and get anything in our power to make sure that you get the answer soon, so we can actually get that done for you.
And you know, guys, what is interesting? A lot of apps and software as a service platforms that have a freemium service, they don't offer support. Like, try to get in contact with Google support in case something went wrong with your Gmail password, or try to contact Facebook in case they blocked you, or for some reason. There is no way to get in contact with anybody from the company. Okay, so these are two huge businesses with multi-million users. I don't even know how many millions they have, but this is support is not usually offered for the people that are free, but we are doing we're doing exactly the opposite. We want to offer support because we think we can help people, we can help them get up and running, and the more you know, the more you can provide help to others as well. And as John was showing, there is a chat option now. It's just didn't show up for the first time.
Yeah, I had to refresh for some reason, because again, I'm working in another laptop, and usually my laptop, everything that it comes to the support team actually activates. And right now, so guys, sorry Dave to cut you off. This is the two ways. You can send an email, which you can type in your question, your name, your subject, and then anything that you can add. You can actually add files or images of your problem. You can send us a screenshot, and everything is here. So all that you have to do is just go into that little icon and interact with us. Now, this is one way to do that, but let's say you want to talk to somebody. So if I click here, automatically it's going to detect somebody here. And you know what? Let's just see who's available. Hello. I have a question.
Hey, John, while you type that to the support agent, I just wanted to jump in to echo what David was saying about how it's really hard to get support in other companies, and that usually, especially with free services and free software, it's really hard to get some support on that. Just want you guys to know that at a kind of an executive level in the company, we talk all the time about different things that we could charge for and different ways that we could make money. And inevitably someone says, well, we could charge for support. And we always shoot that down. Always. We always say, no, I don't want to charge our users for support. Every single time it comes up, and it comes up a lot. It comes up our ad agencies, our consultants, like every person that talks to us about the company says, you know, there's a gold mine there and for a paid level of support. And we keep shooting that down because we want to support you, and we don't want you to have to pay extra to support the software. So that's an expense that the company continues to eat. I'm not saying that at some point in the future there might not be some high level of done for you service where you sit down one-on-one with the person. That could happen in the future, but right now we shoot down every single suggestion that comes to us about charging for support. So know that that's a top-down decision from the company. We want to be able to support you and don't want to put any blocker in the way of doing that. So I just wanted to throw that in. I'm out now.
Thanks, Donna. And no, that is perfectly fine, because you see, we don't want to just do things how other companies do it. We have to do it with our own style, with our own flaws, and with our own issues, because as we grow along, we're learning about it. GrooveCard and Groove Digital will never be in the position that it is now because we didn't learn from the mistakes in the past, and we'll keep growing. I mean, right now, for example, Alexis is there on a Saturday afternoon because of you guys, because we want to make sure that you guys that have that side hustle, that, hey, I'm going to start on my side. I'm going to start with my Groove funnels. I'm going to have my product, my craft, my art sold on the internet, but I don't know how, but I just bought this marvelous package of softwares that I don't know how to use. So that's what we're here for. And Alexis right now, I think Alexis is looking at us right now. So like, this is pretty much what we do. It might help you. If we haven't heard from our customers in 2.5 minutes, so guys, you know, we do have to let you know that, hey, if you don't talk to us in 2 minutes, we have to actually release the chat. Why? Because more people are waiting for us. So be very proactive as well as a customer with us, so we can actually provide the best information for you. So I'm going to tell Alexis, thank you, but I find my answer, and I'm going to close the chat because I know he might be busy. Thank you, but I found my answer. Have
this is a good point that a lot of people ask questions and they just basically they open a chat and wait and wait and wait, and if the chat ends after 2 minutes, you have to go again because your time is up. It's like when you're standing in the bank. Imagine coming up to the bank, basically to the till where you're speaking with somebody, to the customer service agent or the bank agent or what do they call them, and there's a huge line behind you, and you just stand there and then you don't talk.
Yep.
but people are waiting behind you, so that this is delaying things. So know your questions and then ask them with the support agents, because they have a lot of other questions waiting for them as well, which is a good that you tell her. Thank you very much, Don. Tell her
Yep.
that you shown. John, I wanted to ask you, with this new launch coming in, is there something that is being done to support the new people coming in? Is there any update on what we will be doing when working on for more people joining in?
Yes. As a matter of fact, and maybe I'll talk about this a little bit, but I cannot reveal a lot because we do have to follow certain principles, and you know this, David. So you put me in a very cool position, but don't worry, I'll take on you on Thursday. We are going to have now 3 levels of support. We're going to have 3 tiers of support, and this is how we're thinking to take our support team from what it is now to the world-class level. Why? Because we are finding the needs. So we're going to get more people in. We're going to actually have some sort of areas of triage where if you have a technical question, it's going to be directed faster to somebody else that is the expert in that area. And then if you have a little bit more of a trouble with that same question, we're going to take it up a notch and take you to the final saying, which will be probably to the levels of the dev, and make sure that you guys get the right answer. So we'll have that in this.
Yeah,
go for
ahead.
David.
No, so I wanted to say that there is a reaction, something like an allergy, when you're sick about something, then you feel bad and things like this. Here I just saw our lovely Donna Fox has a reaction on the word world class. So when I heard you saying world class support team, she was doing this like that. And actually, this is the reaction that she gets when this word is used, and for a good reason.
And let me tell you why. And Donna know this because Donna and I have been working closely together for the past now 9 months, close to 10 months. When I took over the support team back in early 2019, it was actually Gladys, myself, and a couple of the people, and we saw the challenges. And when Donna came in, she said, "John, I know the challenge because I have run support teams in the past, and I know that I wouldn't have your job." That thing motivated me to, hey, I want to make sure that within a time period, I can say we have worked so hard to lead the team to make sure that when people say, hey, I love to call support, or I love to interact with support of GrooveFunnels, because we're getting our answers right away. And believe it or not, right now, out of 250,000 customers that we have, our approval rates, it's 82%, which is unheard of anywhere else. And we can actually say that 80% of our customers are happy with the interactions. Why? Because you, David, know this. You've been helping us out with the training of our own staff, because that's what we do. We train our staff. Once we have the software ready, and even beforehand, we share the stuff with our internal customer, which is our support team or marketing teams, and say, hey, guys, let's make this better. Let's make the process better for our customers, so we can actually just offer actually faster answers and what people need to know. So world class is the goal, and I'm hoping to get that team within the next 4 or 5 months. So at the ad portals of 2021, we're going to say, hey, we work with a company that can actually answer your question in a matter of minutes. And it's a dream of mine. It's a personal goal of mine. And that's why a lot of people are asking right now. They're mentioning, hey, I didn't know that John was head of support as well. Yep, that's what I do on the shadows. Not only that, and as Sandra said, Sandra is actually very dear to my heart. Another couple of customers that I have seen here, because they have seen the process. They have been growing with us. Sandra is one of the early adopters of GrooveCard. And she's been, and Sandra, I hope that you don't mind saying this, but she's been letting us know, hey guys, these are your challenges. I'm having a problem with this, I'm having a problem with that. And that's the kind of interaction that personally, I believe makes us grow as a company. Because if we hear our customers, that means we're heading in the right direction. Not only to offer better support answers, but also to offer better products. And when you combine that, when you combine the expertise of such, as you mentioned, gold medalist in the marketing world, the software world, like Matt Naus, Matt Serralta, John Cornetta, Mike Filsame, when you combine that with a good experience in the support, with an excellent product, then it's a winning product. And that's why everybody wants to get involved. That's why everybody wants to, oh, let me just become an affiliate. I know that we have also a great affiliate team. I know that Joe Jablonski is working really hard to make sure that we all do that, and we offer that to the affiliate, to the people that want to have an opportunity to make that extra money. So it is important that we all know that, because if I ask right now, how many of the audience right now know that we have an excellent affiliate program, I get a couple of no's. And what we need to know is that everybody is aware of the many things that we're offering as a company. Like if I ask right now, do you know that GrooveMail is already online? You can use GrooveMail. People say, oh, really? Let me click on it. Because we learn, we are animals of, just passion, or how would I say it? Not really passion, but we're driven by the shiny new thing. And if I see new things, I'm going to just start to play with it and learn it. And we have a process of, oh, I'm going to click here to see what it does. So explore it, go for it. That's what is there, so you can actually learn it. But it's been a great process to see that. And Donna will share this, and I'm sharing her happiness, because world class is our goal, and I'll make sure it happens. And I'm committed to that. And as Donna might say, and I'm not saying this to toot my own horn or anything, but I have calls with Matt Serralta, with Mike, with John, with Donna. Hey, it's 3 o'clock, go to bed. It's because we want to make sure that everybody is properly served, and all the questions are answered.
Yeah, so John, thank you very much. I believe we covered support, and this is what I wanted to talk about. People, when they are trying to promote as an affiliate, or when they're joining in a company, there is a lot of people that do this. So first thing they do, even before trying out the software, they go and test the support. The support means a lot in a software world, and I do understand that. And with a rate that we grow, it will be harder and harder. But with the plans and the base that we have for the support team, and the team that we have in the support team, I have no doubt that we can support this much, and even 3 times more people with the systems, with the projects that we have going on and coming up. So I wanted the users of GrooveFunnels, a suite of tools, and everybody that will be joining in, I wanted them to learn about what we are working on as in the support team. And then, as you said, there are loads of things happening, and putting in more levels of support, which is very important. So this is something that, first, our affiliates need to know, and second, our users can learn, just to calm down a little bit. Like, I invested this money, and where will I get support now? They probably feel a bit easier on their investment. So this is basically what I wanted to talk to you about. Is there anything that you want to mention to the users?
Right now, well, what I will definitely mention is, like, we do receive many requests. So, and as Senthil said, your support is numero uno. We would like to be and keep being the numero uno. And we're going to have more people. We're going to have more training. We're going to have more and more and more and more. Why? Because you guys deserve it. And again, you guys reached out to your wallets, and you just put the confidence in us. And we're not only holding the company name, but also our own names in the industry, because we want to be well known for one single thing: best products, best support, and a best community. And that's what makes this process such a blessing, because at the end of the day, we are trying to improve ourselves. Like every day we get better. every day we learn new things. Like I know you, David, you'll be helping us out with my team internally, doing some coachings and some trainings, because we want to make sure that we're ready for you guys. So, and we're gonna keep doing that. And well, I think we're gonna wrap up right there. But now let's just hear from the audience. And I think it's important that we interact with them. I have seen a lot of names. GrooveCard, as you know, is getting a makeover. Is getting a lot of changes. We have a lot of exciting things coming up. We have rolled out a lot of the issues that, a lot of the features that you guys want, like pagination. We're gonna have the stock control coming up in a couple of days. Also, the multi-language functionality. So just to wrap up and to talk about a little bit of GrooveCard, because I know that Matt covered it earlier, and who best to cover that, because I mean that's his baby. I worked with Matt in the early days of GrooveCard, trying to just modeling and do stuff with a previous venture that him and we had, and it was when actually everything started. But seeing that happening to what we have now, seeing that evolution, I just feel so lucky to be chair as part of the process. But I'm looking at the new changes, the new challenges, and I think we have one question, David. I think I believe it was Dwight. He said, "How is GrooveCard going to connect with GrooveCell?" Dwight, there's many ways that you actually can connect your GrooveCard with your GrooveCell, because in GrooveCard we do have an area that you can create your shopping buttons and move them to your store, actually to your funnel pages. So if you don't want to go the route of the GrooveCell, you can actually just do it the route of the GrooveCard. So I believe we did a video and we did a training on that, and you can actually. I'm gonna play now the technical support, John. You can go on YouTube and actually just take a look at the video. We have a video there for that process. So what else can I tell you about GrooveCard? As you know, there's going to be a lot of changes when it comes to announcements. It's not in my position right now to say anything else, because that's ultra secret. And but I know that a lot of people are going to be really happy once the model changes. And when it comes out, guys, I want to give probably 5 minutes of advices, and then I guess Donna, if you're ready, we can jump in and just continue with marketing and everything else that you would do for the company. But once you have the opportunity to work on something and the model changes and things are going to happen, focus only in one thing at a time. I am victim of my own problems that I like to take 10 things at the same time. And that's the problem, because we see that we can have, but we don't have the time to do those things. So focusing one thing. One of the things that I always say in the webinars on Thursdays with GrooveCard is find one idea that you feel passionate about and run with it. But if you're gonna have one store that sells painting, one store that sells mugs, one store that sells t-shirts, one store, you're not gonna do anything. You're gonna concentrate and focus in one thing. And I know that the people that know me say, like, but you don't do that. I mean, you try to grab a hold of everything. And I do that on a daily basis. I'm with support, I'm with GrooveCard, I'm trying to help and try to do this. But you learn to manage it. But when you're starting in e-commerce, it's important to only focus in one thing. Find one passion, run with it. If that passion is successful, continue to do it. If it's not, change it. We had recently in our 60-day challenge with GrooveCard, because by the way, guys, those of you out there that don't know, we do have a challenge that starts every week. I mean, every 8 weeks. And recently we ended up one with Christine Cates, which is an amazing woman, an amazing entrepreneur. She had so much fun with us working through the process of how to create your store. So this is part of what we do as a community of professionals to tell you, here, you're gonna have 8 weeks to complete this challenge. And we covered a lot of topics. We covered what you're doing with e-commerce, what can you actually select as a product, how your store can look, and what things you add to increase the conversions and the functionality of it. So all that is important, but just focus in one store, because I know that when the model changes, you guys are going to love it with all the improvements, but focus in one thing. The only other nugget that I'm probably going to throw out there, and it's, I always say it, and I'm going to take just this opportunity. When you start with e-commerce, Don't go with your gut feelings. Don't go with your hunches. Connect everything to analytics. Take your time, connect your store to analytics, connect your funnels to analytics, because you have to know who is your customer, who's coming to visit your website, who's buying from you. The more you know, the more you actually know facts of the customers, it's easier for you to make decisions for your advertising, make decisions for your storytelling. So analytics is where it's at. I firmly believe in that. And I know that a couple of us earlier, like Rich did, and Deb has been mentioning Gary Vaynerchuk. I am one of the, I believe, one of the older fans from Gary from the beginning of his career. And one thing that he always said, and this was in one of his books, The Thank You Economy, is like, reach out. Because once you know your customers, once you know that you have a customer that you follow him on Facebook and he has, let's say you sell pottery, for example, and this guy, a friend of yours or maybe a customer, he does have a store in Oklahoma, for example. Reach out, ask him, hey, I see that you have a store. Can I send you a sample? Can I actually just send you something so you can interact with me? But get to know your customers. Why? Because once you get to know your customers, you can interact. Then you can start your storytelling, you can start your narrative, you can start your process. But those are the little two things that I wanted to mention. And I hope you guys have been are having fun, because David, you did an amazing job today. My hat's off to you, my friend. You always help us on Thursday, but today you kick it out of the park. It's amazing that you have the strength to go 9 hours. Well, I've been here maybe 7.5 hours in and out. But it's amazing, the idea, I mean, working together, and it just became as it was because, as Donna said earlier, it's just in the past 2 hours, a lot of things happened, but it's great to see all the company coming together. I know we're missing a couple of people, but it was amazing to see the interaction with all of us. So great job. And
I do have one question, and this is a juicy secret that I would like to ask you. For a lot of our users, they are they're saying, oh, but GrooveCart is not working. Nobody's actually selling anything. And I would like you, as the person that has insights to each and every store on that platform, could you tell us the number one selling store, how much they are making per day, per month? Just a ballpark, not like correct.
I would love to, but unfortunately, I can't disclose that information for obvious reasons.
Approximately 6-figure, 7-figure, 5-figure, 4-figure.
I'm gonna just and I'm gonna tell you the reason why. Because even though we are right now in progress to make certain changes with the process, right now you can actually follow in your own store how much are you selling. But I cannot provide that information. But just a guesstimate, it will be between, I would say, maybe 3 to 4 figures. Actually 4 and 5 figures, I should say. But there are people making money. I gotta tell you. I gotta let you know
5 figures daily or monthly?
Monthly, I should say monthly. Yes. We have people making money. That's not a question, because otherwise we will not have that we will not have the success that we have as people getting their stores ready. So, but as I said, that's what we can release right now. Maybe further down the road we can probably discuss that more about that. But and I don't have the details as they are. So, but it will be definitely nice to learn more about that. But so far, that's what we have to keep it up. Okay.
Absolutely. I thought I will try, but I see that you are very well keeping the privacy. And as you can see, guys, this is also something like whatever conversation you have with support, this is private and nothing is going out, as you just saw. And this is why we love this company. Whenever you have a conversation with support, and whenever you have a conversation with any of our staff members, this is not something we are going to be talking around.
Correct.
About.
Of course, because everybody wants to know that's big. Make sure that everybody keeps their secrets. We don't want to say names or stores because they might be using things that they don't want to release. So it's complete privacy, and we need to respect that as a company, and make sure that they have everything covered properly. But
Perfect.
All right, David, I think now if Mrs. Donna Fox is ready, I think my time is up. It's been a pleasure, and I hope that everybody that just shared with me the past 30-40 minutes have gotten a lot of information. And let us know if you have a question at support@groovedigital.com.
Thank you very much, John. And at this moment, I would like to bring on the two ladies that are responsible for the marketing of this company. So I would like to bring in Donna Fox and then the lovely coach Deb. Let's marketing talk. Like yesterday, we already started. We can just continue here. So one more time, John, thank you very much. Ladies, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the marketing and things that Groove did that nobody else did. So we have very strong leadership of this company with people that wrote books literally on marketing. So the things we are doing differently than others is very, very noticeable. So can we talk a little bit about those decisions and why we are doing that and why we think this is the correct way and the way that others are doing is not as successful as what we are doing?
Wow, that's a big question.
That's a big question.
I'm wondering who killed my dogs because the doorbell just rang and there aren't any barks.
That's not a good sign. Go check.
Yeah. I don't even know how that happened. There they are.
Well, there they are. They're alive.
Live.
They were sleeping.
I really felt like I was
That's
in
not
some
normal.
sort of weird time warp there for a second. That is definitely not normal.
They just knew you were on a webinar, Donna,
huge,
and they were being
huge
respectful.
Question. Yeah. What we're doing different and why we think what our approach is different. I think part of it is that at least, I mean, I can really only speak about the marketing side of things, the marketing team side of things. I had zero to do with finding and recruiting the amazing development team that we have. I had zero to do with finding and recruiting the amazing leadership team that we have. But I had a whole lot to do with finding and recruiting the amazing marketing team that we have. And we do have an absolutely incredible marketing team. We just set a big, hairy, audacious goal to do a 12-day, 24-hour live stream. Like that just happened an hour ago or 2 hours ago. I mentioned it as an almost I thought about this as a joke kind of to Mike. And then the more we talked about it, the more we thought we have to do it. That would not have been possible. I wouldn't have even considered it without the amazing people that we have on the marketing team. And I think it's partly because we have been in the business for so long, and there are a lot of entrepreneurs out there, like me, I'm an entrepreneur, that prefer to work with a team and prefer to work with a bigger team. And I think that when internet marketing kind of got started, if you will, as an industry, we were all out there creating our own businesses and doing our own thing and figuring it all out. And we all had various levels of success.
We're both trying to show the comment and we were negating each other. Sorry, David. Keep going.
Producer action there. We were all starting our own businesses. So what we have here is a marketing team that is built of people who have run their own marketing businesses that have just gravitated to us. So Simon Leung reached out to me and said, "Hey, do you need any help with Groove?" I went, "Yes, absolutely. Come on." Deb did exactly the same thing. She sent me a text literally last Friday, like 8 days ago, sent me a text and said, "Hey girl, how can I support you with Groove?" And I said, "As a friend or in official capacity?" And she said both. And she was hired basically right there on the spot. So I think that is a big part of why the Groove marketing team has been so successful, is that we are in a position now where talent is gravitating towards us, that where we don't have to look for people. Good people are finding us because they want to be a part of this movement. And every single time we do a live like this, somebody says, "I want to work for Groove." And that's how we pick our talent. We find, I mean, David was plucked out of our users group as a user who got it.
Yeah.
And we convinced him to join the team, and he put all
There
of
was no convincing needed. I actually was like, please hire me, please. Yeah.
And we're so glad you did. So we are in this very unique position right now where we only hire the best. We don't have to hire just to get bodies that breathe. We can hire the best. And that is a beautiful and such a precious, unique position. I also want to speak to that question about world class. And I did, like when John said world class, I went like this. So I have been just so blessed and privileged to have been given a lot of latitude to help develop the kind of company culture that I want. I want to make this company the company that I want to work in. And part of that is setting standards and then repeating them to the team. So, and anybody who is around that was around in the kind of webinar jam ever webinar days when I built and ran the support team for those companies and Kartra, will recognize that expression, world-class support team, because that's what we start out as. That's our standard. And the way you reach a standard is by repeating that standard. It has to become part of the mentality. So to hear, and I said early on with John, and I've been kind of mentoring John all along. I've obviously been in this business, since dirt was clean. And I've been mentoring him all along on being a good support leader. And I said, you have to raise their standards and you need to develop a world-class support team and say that to them, because if it's up here, it's not any good. It's got to be communicated to the staff, communicated to our members. That's the goal. That's what we're setting. Are we there? I don't know. That's up for you to decide. But we're on our way there. And that's standard. So to hear it just repeated back like that is just, it warms my heart. It's like I said, I told Mike earlier today, I sent him a screenshot of a website that's being developed for Groove Magazine. And I showed him the screenshot and he said, oh, this is just fantastic. He praised our designer, Fernandez, you're amazing. And he said, I love that we own this color. It looks like our site. I see black and white and grayscale and pink, and I know it's ours. And I went, thank you. Like that's the stuff that makes me excited. That when you see black and white and pink, you think Groove. That when you hear a world-class support team, you think Groove. And I think that that's a big part of the success of our company, is that we are consistent with our messaging and have some of these memes that we share both internally and externally. So I think that may answer your question about what makes us different from other. Absolutely. World-class support team, world-class marketing team, world-class development team, world-class software. And when we hit world-class, we'll go universe class.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask, and many people are interested in the numbers. So as a marketing team, we are focusing on increasing the sign-up rate and increasing the people getting into our software. So let's talk a little bit about the numbers. Do we have some sort of numbers that we can share with the public? How many people are joining in daily, monthly, weekly, or how many people are signed up for the free? How many people actually purchased this software?
We have roughly 1,500 people a day join Groove. So about 45,000 people every month. When we did the launch, that number was higher. And even though that was an internal launch, we were still getting a lot of leads because of our marketing strategy. It's freaking brilliant. And I am not tooting my own horn there. The reason why the marketing strategy is brilliant is because it's based on butterfly marketing. And the reason why our system will succeed when some others won't is because we take that strategy, that viral marketing strategy, very, very seriously. And that is the reason why every time we get users, they immediately turn around and start singing the praises of Groove because they get such a high value freemium. So that's what creates the virality. It's not anything that I am doing. I am not a brilliant marketer. We just have a brilliant offer. Truly.
Mike was speaking today about the situation when he actually proposed to have the software given for free. Were you one of the people that were like, no, oh my God, what are we doing? Or are you the person that was like, this is what we need to do?
I jumped in with both feet. One of my big frustrations working with our previous company was the lack of a free account. Like, there was no love given to, we need a free account. And I remember many times we needed butterfly marketing built into our system so that we could promote our system. And during the Kartra launch, like, we argued for butterfly marketing. We need to make people affiliates right away, but we had a CTO in place that wasn't in line with that vision. And we never had a free version ever of any of those softwares. And I believe that that is a big secret of our success, that the easiest way to create a raving fan is by making it easy for them to become a raving fan. And a free account, especially a strong free account like ours, is the way to do that.
I completely agree with this one. And for example, if somebody else, from the user's perspective, somebody that is watching this live stream now, if they would decide to go and run a campaign similar to what Groove is doing, what would they need to do in order to actually have something like this? What, in case that would be you using the Groove funnel software, what kind of freebie would you offer? And what would you be actually giving out? And how would you create that sort of system so that a person that is not running a software company would have like extraordinary success with a launch when giving a freebie?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that there are two kind of ways to go with freebie, but I'll start with a question back to you. If I had this piece of paper, how much would you pay for it?
I don't know, probably nothing. Probably just a couple of cents.
If that, right? Maybe if my autograph was on it, you might pay a little more.
Absolutely.
What if it has tomorrow's winning lottery number on it?
10% of the winning lottery number.
Right. Like, the value, this is the same piece of paper. The value just went astronomical in your mind. And the only thing that changed was the information on it. And the only thing that changed was the way I communicated about the information on it. So what you provide as a freemium isn't as important as the value that someone gets when they consume your freemium. So it doesn't matter if it's a single piece of paper, single Post-it note, or a full piece of software, or anything in between, book, course, audio, 5 minutes with you. If it's life-changing, it's a good freemium.
Darcy wants to know what is on the other side of the paper. Maybe she'll pay high dollar for that.
It's a reminder to me to call my insurance company to get new insurance cards and find out about out-of-network reimbursements. So no, you're not going to pay for that one.
Important note.
That's right.
I think this is the value. This is like the best quotable. When dirt was clean. I don't even know what that is. That's just great quote. That's like a Southern Perry Belcher quote. When dirt was clean. I was like, that's a Donna quotable.
That's nice. Donna, so now we know how many people sign up to the software. Do we have a ballpark of how many people upgrade? What's the percentage of the upgrades?
Yeah, so roughly 5% of people upgrade. And that doesn't seem like a lot when you kind of hear about it, because you hear people talk about 20% and 30% conversions and 50% conversions. I think 5% based on a free account that's getting 1,500 people a day is really good conversion. And here's why. Primarily, we do not push conversions. We really don't. In fact, we're currently rolling back even the small amount of buying pressure that we give people in the one-time offer. We're rolling it back and releasing a kindler, gentler one-time offer pretty soon, where we just want to show people how much value they have in the free account. And we want to demonstrate the value of the lifetime offer, but we don't want to pressure anyone into taking it. Not really. It's there at least for the next several months when you're ready for it. We saw a tremendous amount of conversion when we did apply that pressure. When we did apply the pressure during the internal launch, we changed the offer of what people were getting before and after September 1st. And that was demonstrated in our $1.7 million day. That's what happens when we apply buying pressure. But most of the time we're not applying that pressure at all. We want people to upgrade when they are ready to. We don't want you to buy and refund. And this is also why our refund rate is ridiculously low, incidentally, because we're not giving you that buying pressure. We're letting you wait until you've gotten in there and you know that it works and you can see it working for you before you make that upgrade. And for the next couple of months, there's really not going to be any pressure on you to upgrade. Well, that's not entirely true. I mean, during the launch, we're going to add some pressure. So there are times where we add pressure. So during the launch, we're adding some bonuses that are going to be available. They will be given to everybody who purchased previously. So don't worry. We always do the right thing when it comes to our customers. So everybody's getting those bonuses, but we're going to be announcing some bonuses during launch, and then the bonuses will go away after launch. So everybody that purchases and everyone that gets a free account between the beginning of time to October 19th will get those bonuses, the ones that apply to their account level. And by that, I just mean free versus paid. Don't trip. I bought this. Do I get that? Yes. The answer is yes. If you are free, you get the free one. If you are paid, you get the paid 5. Okay. So that's another little nugget there. 5 free pieces of software coming to you. And then that is an example of us applying buying pressure, and that will increase our conversion on that given particular piece of time. So that's what we're doing.
This is a great answer, actually. People need to learn this for themselves as well. What Donna was talking about now, how our company is succeeding, is by giving away a very, very strong freebie, by getting the people in. As people like to say, the money is in the list. When you actually have a list of people that you have in your system, in your company, in your membership, or anything that you're actually providing, you have a way to actually communicate again and again with those people, getting them again a new offer and something else and something else, even affiliate offers. They know, like, and trust you enough to be there, and they will listen to you and listen to your advice. That was the first thing, if you were listening to Donna. The second, what she said, is about the bonuses, and the bonuses are very important. And adding on bonuses when you're actually giving a big push to your marketing, it increases conversions like drastically. So these two things you can use in your marketing promotions for when you're promoting Groove. When you are doing promotion for your own software, when you're promoting any other affiliate promotion or anything, actually, when you're doing marketing, these two things is what we are doing, and this is what is getting us so much success. So there's some gold nuggets for you. Now, I do have a question about something that Mike and you mentioned about this 12-day 24/7 launch. I know that this was just a crazy idea that sparked this just a couple of hours ago, but I would like to see, you are a very creative person. We have Coach Deb also here, 2 people that are just like, they have ideas flowing from their ears all the time. So I would just like to know, what could people be seeing during those 12 days? What were the original thoughts of doing in those 12 days during the whole day?
I think it was David and his doppelganger, right? Just building out funnels. I don't think it was anything else other than David Lemon and your doppelganger. Right? Someone said they think you have a twin because you haven't
David
left.
Lemon and David Mellon, yeah?
Yes, yes. That's what they have in mind.
Evil, bizarro world, David.
Yeah, I'm really interested.
Darcy.
Don't kill David. That's a theme. Darcy said that earlier. Let him drink water, have him go eat. Don't kill David. They love you.
We already have a spreadsheet in place with every hour of the day on it listed for 12 hours to start filling in blocks of time. So here are some of the things you might see during those blocks of time. Interviews, all of people all over the world, all of our friends, all of like my friends and Deb's friends and Mike's friends, and basically anyone that we know that breathes that can bring value. We will ask them if they want to come on and have an interview. And so really fantastic content there from some of our marketing experts and friends. There might be some live builds that David will do. I'm going to twist John's arm, even though he'll be super, super busy during launch, to do a live Groove Cart build. I think that there will be fun. We talked a little bit about maybe having some props for everyone, interviews, discussions behind the scenes, like, who knows? You might tune in and see Mike making dinner one day. Like
Showering.
Yeah, well, almost, right?
Brings new meaning to live stream when Mike brings us into the shower.
Exactly. Maybe we'll take you for a walk. Someone will take you for a walk and walk with them. Like, who knows? Lots of surprises. What we do have is an incredibly creative team that is not afraid to talk, as you can tell by, what hour are we on now? 11 hours of Groove members just blabbing. We love to talk. We love to talk about the company because we're so freaking excited, and we want to share that excitement with you. You might see an occasional commercial thrown in to give us all a little break to be able to step away and say, okay, for 15 minutes, this video is going to play. We may do something like that. And you probably give away some things, maybe books. I know lots of people, we know huge numbers of people that have written books. And, maybe we'll do some giveaways during the live. I mean, who knows? We really are just thinking about it. And we have all of the brilliant, talented resources in the world to share with you. So
we've got a lot of requests too. I've been showing them on the screen as you've been talking. You guys keep the suggestions going. We will vote on which one is the best, if not many of them. I like this one about Pierre. Mike feels same karaoke, please.
Don't encourage it. And we'd be happy to.
I believe Donna, as a marketing expert, can immediately say that our sales will go up drastically.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why we're doing this, right? That's ultimately why we're doing it. One, it's fun. Two, I mean, all I had to do was appeal to Mike's ego. I said to Mike, I kind of want to do this 12-day, 24-hour marathon because that lets us be, have bragging rights. And he went, yeah, let's do it. Like, all I heard was, no one's done it before. Let's do it. And I love that attitude in our company too, is that it hasn't been done before, challenge accepted. Mm-hmm. And we go and do it. And that's kind of what we're planning on doing. So I would not be surprised if you see Mike singing karaoke, or like I'm painting while talking about marketing or something along those lines. Like, we've got people that are talented and interesting, and we want to share that with you. I also would expect some of you Groove members that are on the other side of this screen right now to be joining us on this side of the screen. So during those 12 days, maybe we'll pick some people to help build their pages and do some live builds for you and with you. Maybe we'll interview you about your niche or what you're doing that's interesting. Maybe we'll show off Christine Case and her jewelry, or, they're just all sorts of cool people in this company, both in the company and as Groovesters. So I don't think we'll have any trouble making a very, very interesting show for 12 days.
And we now have it official. Mike Filsame has agreed. He will do 1 hour of a karaoke show. That's a promise. Start the playlist requests now. So go ahead and drop your playlist request in the comments. We'll screen through. By the way, speaking of your world-class fabulous team, if I could throw fabulous in there, right from the beginning of David Limon doing all of these question and answers, we were getting a lot of really, really good questions from you. And I think it was John Garcia, who is copy pasting all of these questions into a Word doc. So that's going to be fun, compiling 12 hours of all these different questions, the technical questions, and it'll help for people who want to watch it on the replay. I was just really blown away and impressed, because here's the other thing that I like about the company, is why I'm so excited that I'm on the Groovy team, is that everyone that I've seen since I started, Tuesday, is you take initiative. Like, I'm so impressed with you, David, right? You took initiative. You're like, I have an idea. I'm going to do an all-day GrooveAthon, 12 hours. And you did it like 2 days later. It wasn't like, oh, well, let's sit in the planning community and team meeting and everybody get your heads together and, run it up the flagpole. Like that's how corporations do things, right? Had an idea, love it, let's do it, execute it. Mike, Donna gave it the thumbs up, and we're like, okay. And then, hey, if you need any help, we'll help. And meanwhile, you've recruited all of these people, including Mike himself, who popped on, and that none of that was in the plan. So that's to encourage every one of you. Like, don't get stuck in the planning stage. Sometimes just get an idea and go for it, like David did, because this type of stuff is what happens when you take action quickly on your ideas. Just like this 12-day thing. I wasn't awake for that or in any meeting agreeing with that. That was just as we were here live. They're like, oh, by the way, we're going to do this again for 12 days straight. And we agreed, right? So I love that it's a super agreeable team. And I'm going to repeat what I wrote into the Skype the GrooveAthon that David set up for this day. He's like, hey, I'm going live. I think you might have thought you were by yourself all day, David, but we have such a freaking amazing team. And I put the comment, I'm just going to read it so I don't forget a moment of it, that I just freaking love Groove Digital, the company, the culture, the community, the software, the system, the platform, and the people, and you, the members. You make this team great. Like the comments in here, and those of you in the Facebook group, like Dex is the first person that comes to mind, because he was this person that just constantly answered. I'm like, oh, who's Dex? Is he on the team? No, he's an ambassador of the program. He's a user. He loves it and he loves helping people. So when I was telling friends and clients, like, hey, you've got to get on it, and they're like, well, what's the difference between Groove Digital and this, or this? I'm like, it's the team, it's the company. They are super helpful. This community is all there. You don't even need support for many of the things. People will ask questions, and the community, you bump in there and jump in there. See, mistakes, we just bloop over those in live shows, right? You jump in there and you support one another. And that's what I've seen with this entire freaking team. So I'm super excited to be here. And I wrote this down as Donna was talking, as far as what do I think is awesome marketing. This is what I see as Groove Digital. It's a freaking transparent company. Like Mike has been on some of these lives. I'm like, does he realize the public is listening to this? This isn't just a team meeting, and he just reveals stuff. Donna does the same thing. She did that in our question and answer yesterday. Very transparent. And David, like, if you didn't know an answer to something, you're like, I don't know that. Again, we'll look into it. We'll find out. But no one's trying to build up the hype of, oh, this, right? You're transparent. I don't know about that. Or we don't have that. We'll have to look into that. So I freaking love that. And then the other part is integrity, educational, and then the final, do the right thing. I think that's what stands like this. That's what this company, the whole team, stands for. And I love it. So that's my soapbox. I'm excited to be here.
That would be actually a great ending, but we're still 45 minutes away from 45
minutes. 45 minutes.
I'm actually not looking forward. I'm actually not looking forward to the end. I actually love this.
We can keep going.
Each and every founder. There were a couple missing, but that's understandable. It's Saturday and people didn't plan this because it's just a crazy idea that just came out of my head.
We love it.
But I you know what I was thinking about? Like when this came to my head is like, do a longer Q&A session, then do a live build. Then after that live build, just answer questions again and do another live build, and then answer questions again, and then probably get something to eat because I would starve to death, and then answer questions again in the meantime. But this one is so much better because I can do live builds any day. And people were saying, oh my God, I'm so disappointed. I was hoping to see the live build. But live build I can do any day without the need of Coach Deb, without the need of Donna Fox, without the need of John or John Cornetta or Mike Filsame or anybody else, Matt Seralta, sorry. I can do the build without them, but you cannot see Matt Seralta on a camera answering people's questions. You cannot see John Cornetta and Coach Deb and Donna Fox and John Garcia like this in a conversational type, or how do I say it, a conversational type of a live stream where everybody is just chilling and we're laughing and we're talking about how Mike had a stream almost in the shower, and then we had the Barbie analogies and things like this. Like, this is not happening in companies that are normal, like brick companies. This is something that is out of ordinary, and I just love this. So yeah, and I can say that this is not a normal company. The marketing is not normal. The members are not normal. The members are fantastic. I'm a member of a lot of lifetime deals, and I can proudly say that I've never seen a community so active and so helpful as this one that we have. The other ones are just slagging each other and just basically they are using the group to. Oh my God, Dex is here.
There's Dex! Yay! We love you. We're just talking about you. Oh, yes, Dex Williams, our fabulous ambassador in the community. Other companies have Groove has a family. Yes, we love you. Freaking superstar. Oh my God, it's just awesome.
You see, this is why Groove is not normal. And if anybody says this is just another software company, I would just slap them.
It really saddens me, actually, to think that there might be a day when the company grows so large that I can't feel this much of a connection with our members. Like, that is a sad thought to me. I'm going to fight that from happening. I don't know how much Steve Jobs felt connected to all of his Apple users. I don't know if it's even possible to be this connected when you grow that large, but I'm going to try.
I'm just giving lots of love to Dex here. Everyone who loves Dex. Anyone who's been helped by Dex Williams in the support community in Facebook, just drop hashtag Dex, like Mike just dropped in there. That's the new hashtag of the day. I think we have to have like a Dex celebration party somehow in this 12-hour marathon. He's just freaking awesome. And there's a lot of them, right? There's a lot of others like that. But I remember when I was looking and someone asked like, oh, who works? They're like, well, I think Dex works for the company. Like, nope. Dex is just super helpful. And I've heard so many community members give him a shout out. So,
and you know what, Coach Deb, I want to tell you, I'm a man. And when I heard Dex actually
shocking news,
you told me. That's nice. I didn't know.
When I heard Dex actually talking in a video, and I was like, oh my God, that's such a good radio voice. I even wrote out to Donna, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. I think he needs to do our videos. His voice is sexy radio voice. You know, the deep.
Yes. Now I see why he said I'm a man before that, and I'm understanding now what's happening.
Weird very quickly, and I'm thankful that it didn't. And he is probably blushing just right now. So yeah, Dex, you deserve all the praise.
I've not heard his voice, so I think we have a vote for Dex. I think we've got to bring him on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't know I could blush well until now. Love y'all. I love it. And y'all crushed it today. Yeah, Dex. Donna, what was that?
He definitely needs to join us live during the GrooveAthon, right? The
100%. Yes. Yes.
I love the hashtag David is a man.
This is the kind of brilliance you get on our live streams.
Let me just reveal this. Here we go. This needs to be seen.
We kept pushing it at the same time, Dave. I feel like we share a brain wave or something because we kept highlighting it and then we were canceling each other out. It was like showing and then disappearing. It's because we were both like, oh, that's a good comment. And then we cancel it out. David is a man. That's the next hashtag.
You know how Siri has a woman's voice? I would love to have Dex's voice on my phone. It's just so calming and so professional. And it's like, yeah.
That I wanted to highlight. Hey, you just took it off.
Oh, sorry. Hands off. Hands off.
And I think I am in the right place. Thank you. I enjoy your style. Thank you, Michael. And we are kind of edgy and a little crazy. And if you don't like it, you're in the wrong place. And we're not afraid to say that. We're not going to be anything but who we are. And like attracts like. And if you like us, you're in the right place and welcome home.
Oh, David Lemon is not a Ken doll. I'm getting some ideas here. I'm going to have to talk to Donna after this.
No idea.
Why did I bring the Barbie analogy? That's what he
needs,
say.
like reposable groovesters, right?
Yes.
At the very least, some bobbleheads.
Yeah.
I always wanted a bobblehead of me, so.
We are family, Eric Strickland. Yes, good to see you on here. I love a lot of these familiar faces, and then lots of new people. I love it. Dex. I love this.
So that settles it. We need Dex on there. We need Dex in our live launch that is going for 12 days. Oh my God. Even when I say it, it sounds crazy. But
you turned 12 hours into 12 days, David. It's your fault. We're going to blame you. You know this, right?
Yeah. I was thinking about this. This GrooveAthon is something like the COVID virus that happened. It was totally unplanned and it changed the course of the future, I believe. So
it seriously has, because over the last few hours, we've decided to not do a couple of the videos that we were planning on for launch in lieu of a whole live experience. So yeah, you did change the course.
I love this. Oh, we are a tribe. You're posting them so fast. I'm posting it, and then the next one comes up. We are a tribe. Yes, Marvin. David Lemon is a Ken doll. Yes, I'm appreciating this intro to Groove family. Love your clarity around who we are, Donna Fox. Love a bit of brand personality. Keep it real. Dean Richardson. Angie, yes, we are. There was another one here. There was a question. Do you have an air horn, Donna Fox? It may be fun to set a countdown timer. And David Lemon has to finish hashtag live build in under 10 minutes on Let's Go. Oh, she's dropping a challenge. Oh,
I did a 90-second live build on a webinar last week, David.
What?
By using a template.
Yeah.
Oh. I like that. I like this. This is, UFC, Rich, Sheffrin, and Mike, you're missing out. This is the UFC fight going on. Like, yeah, you could do a template, but I can do a live build in. How quickly can you do a live build, David? Well, I see a challenge coming in for the 12-hour.
Do we want to see?
Right now? Is that what you're about to do? Sure. Let's see how fast you can do it without using a template.
So the fastest one I can do is, I will show you.
And I think we want to bring Mike back on too. We're going to have to We're going to have to do the finale with him, and maybe he'll sing a song for us. Maybe.
Okay. So how do we count from when I'm in the builder or before I went in the builder?
You can go in the builder. We'll let you go in the builder and into Groove Pages and start from there.
Okay. So I'm starting from scratch.
All right. Wait, let me get a timer. Got to time you.
Yes, Mike is going to join us after David Lemon does this, so that will be another treat. I like this. I like where this is going. This is great. We're going to need music too for our 12-day GrooveAthon.
I'm gonna hit the timer in a second, but let's talk about what done looks like. Done.
Oh, look at her. She's setting expectations.
Of course, I'm setting expectations. You know me better. Done means a page with no lorem ipsum copy on it that serves a purpose and is published on the internet.
Can David do it?
All right.
You said 90 seconds?
I did it in 90 seconds. So let's see how
Okay.
long it takes you. Ready?
Gauntlet.
Set. Go.
Go, David. Go,
Okay,
David.
so I'm going to not talk with this one because it takes me time. Let's just do wireframe.
We're gonna have to pull some non-copyright music, Donna, for the 12-day.
That's right. All sorts of old classics.
Jeopardy. Near.
Yeah, I think that's pretty copyrighted.
Yep.
Oh, he's getting a video too. Look at you, girl.
Whoa. Did you have a video on yours, Donna?
I did not.
Look at him go.
I know.
What? Dude. And no Lorem Ipsum. You really threw that gauntlet out. Gee, I would have been a little nicer. No Lorem Ipsum. Donna. Boy, world class. Oh, and we got Big Head, Mike. We have to have this. We have got hashtag Big Head.
Mike heads.
It's gonna be like Silicon Valley hashtag Big Head.
60 seconds.
People have been telling me I have a big head.
You stay focused, David. Don't let them distract you. You keep building. You keep building.
Pay no attention to the fun that we're having, David.
No, none. This is like trying to sabotage poor guy. Although I've been very impressed at his multitasking ability has been very impressive throughout this entire thing. Did he just do it? Publish. Did you do it? What's the time? Was it done?
See the page. I need to see it.
Was it? Did you time check? What was the time check? Oh,
stop. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Go, David. Go. What's the time check?
1 minute, 43 seconds.
43.
But did you stop it when he hit publish?
But you know what, David? I didn't put a video on my page, so
he did a.
What kind of page is that then?
A lower converting.
It's not a real Groove page if you don't have a video on it. I'm with you, David. I'm with you.
I actually did the heading, the video, and the link.
Yeah, what happens when you click? See, I went right for the link. Look at that. That's how long it takes you to create an affiliate page.
Dude, nice job.
Some people make plans while others make excuses. And that's a perfect example of that. David, just
I'm gonna do post it on. Bravo! Yeah, we have Mike in the house. Oh, we've got the picture-in-picture infinite loop there. David, bravo. So, okay, I think that the final lesson is that you can build a Groove page in a minute and a half if you use a template, and it will take 13 seconds extra if you do it from scratch, like David Lamont. So, bravo, David and Donna.
Yeah, so this is not hard. Like really, this company made it simple for everybody to do this. It is not hard. It is just deciding whether you want it or not. When you put up the questions like, or when you say it's not working, it has a bug, oh my God, it's so frustrating. These things are something that you yourself let yourself be frustrated about. It is working. It is buggy, but it is not something that is not working. So will you do excuses or will you succeed? It's all on you. So yeah.
Love it.
As a lot of people have said it today, Rich Sheffrin and even Simon Leong, Coach Deb, Donna Fox, everybody's just saying the same thing in different words. You need to take action and then you have basically done it. That's it.
This morning, Mike said to me, I can't even believe that this is happening and I didn't even know it. Like that this was just happening in the company. We are going forward at lightning speed, and it's so impressive that the original plan for this was David was going to be on, I was going to come in and help him out, John was going to come in and help him out, and just mostly have conversations with our users today. But so many of the people on the Groove team got wind that it was happening and wanted to be part of it, and Mike is one of them. He could not stay away. So
it was when the Skype group was created called GrooveAthon, because prior it was like, hey, David is going to live cast for 12 hours. And I was like, the poor guy. And then all of a sudden there was something called a group. Then there was something called the GrooveAthon. and then Simon's showing up and Deb's showing up, and I'm like, I'm jumping in the shower. You'll see me at noon. It was just exciting.
I'm like, I don't need a shower. Jump on.
Exactly.
I definitely didn't shower for this. I literally threw a shirt on, kind of finger combed my hair, put some lipstick on. I was like, all right, let's jump on. I think David had to use the bathroom or water. You needed something. I just had to jump on. What, Mike?
Oh, I was just going to say, this looks like kind of like one of those, puzzles when you're a kid, one of these things is different than the other. And it's like, pick out, it's like, oh, she doesn't have her Groove G. When are we getting, Deb, when are we getting you your Groove G? It's got to be in the works, right?
Michelle actually Skyped me, but I was doing a live, so I answered her after. So she is sending me a Groove. Otherwise, all I have is the little, I have my Porsche neon thing. Let's see if you can see it. I don't know if you can. Oh, it's so weird how you have to go the opposite way. Where's the Groove?
And I noticed
there it is.
I feel bad. I was supposed to get John Cornetta his Groove G, and so instead of shipping it to him, I said, "Oh, I'll just bring it because we live 5 miles away from each other." So
you could personally deliver my G. I'll let Michelle do that for me. I'll take the G.
Oh, I will. I have a friend called UPS. He's
excellent. I've heard of him. I know him. I see him all the time. He's I think a twin or a cousin. FedEx, I think, is his other. Yeah. I think I know them.
Donna, we have so many people asking about this Groove G. You had mentioned that you knew that there'd be people asking that you want to put it in a store. I think I'm about to go rogue here. No, that's one of my favorites. So David Congreve, who does our magazine, said, "Hey, you're not allowed to answer this question, but what is it? Everybody else needs to answer. What is it? What is something that that somebody would say about you?" And then we started talking for everybody, and mine was. I don't think I'm supposed to say this, but I'm just going to go rogue here. So that's something I guess I'm famous for leaking secrets out that are supposed to be coming in a few days and stuff. But I think Donna, for the 24-hour Groove Stream, maybe we should have 12 additional Gs that we give away at a random time or something during the day for whatever it might be. I think that'll just be a cool thing that we can announce. Okay, at 5 o'clock on today, we're giving away a G for whatever that's going to be, so we could order maybe 12 additional of those. I think that'll be something really exciting.
I like that.
I have a feeling they're going to be very popular once we release them into our Groove store. I think I ordered maybe 5 or 6 extra just to see if we could prove the concept if people wanted to buy them. And I know
Donna,
that
what is our cost? What's our cost? I have an idea.
They're $255 without shipping. So,
okay. So I think what we should do also, obviously, this can't be something like, hey, sign up, and put your first opt-in, right? But gamification and badges and things like that. I think it would be really cool that if we come up with something where we have people do some type of an achievement. There's different awards, in different companies have, and something I think it would be cool if we have people that are just showing up just on random streams, and then somebody saying, "What's that G representing in the back?" Oh, I got that from GrooveFunnels because I achieved XYZ, and I think that just might be cool if there's just hundreds or thousands of people out there with a little Groove G. The neon company's going to love it.
On a G being 1,000, like once you make your first $1,000, you get your first 1,000 subscribers or something like that.
No, it's getting right
Rich has no idea. Only David and Donna know how difficult it is to center that G to make it flat. Now watch how it's just going to roll. And
you have this side up so that it is keeping the G, because normally it looks like this.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Is it okay if it's a little twisted? Because I feel like if I was gonna, mine would be like this.
Manufacturing defects.
So part of groovy, yeah.
The hole was put in the top of this plastic piece versus where the top should be.
Yeah, it would be weighted. Yes.
So this is why you don't order 500 when you get started. You order a few of them so that now we know that when we order them again,
weight it
exactly where to put the hole for the hat.
Because there's the extra neon in the G that pulls it off balance from where they put the hole in it.
Yep.
So let me just ask the viewers, guys, now you have 4 people here that are kind of a representatives of this company. Is there anything that you would like to know? Now is your chance to ask it. There is no better time than this. We are in the mood. We are in the groove. We are just happy to be here. We're coming up in a couple of minutes. We are ending a 12-hour live stream that was completely unplanned. So if you have to say or ask something, now is the time. So please, let's just hear it from you guys.
David, is there a question that you wish our users would ask?
I actually want to know for myself, because I just love surprises. I want to know the juicy secrets of what was thought about. Like, now we have these apps that we are planning, and there is always additional features that are being added on. But were there any like complete software apps that were maybe thought of for the near future? Like, now we have Groove Calendar and Groove Blog. Were there any other like these apps that were planned maybe sometime in the future, or just thought about as a crazy idea?
That are planned or that are not yet planned, that are hidden, even that we're not sure if we're doing?
Both.
Well, okay, so I think when you look at everything that we have, when we did our original video, when we said the future products, it was basically the core products of Groove Pages, Groove Sell, Groove Affiliate, Groove Mail, GrooveMember, and Groove Video. And then in the previous company that I had, there was Webinar Jam and Ever Webinar. So we said, why create separate products that people have to pay for? So we would do Groove Webinars. And I know, Donna, in your copywriting, you put Groove Evergreen or Groove Webinars Evergreen. So so we basically said there's 2 products there, Groove Webinars for live and for automated. And then we saw what we're doing right now with StreamYard and Be Live, that was something that people just want to be able to just hit a button and be able to do live production with different cameras, bring people in, which obviously is working, because everybody's doing these now. So you got to hand it to StreamYard. And so we said, hey, we already have that technology built in. I mean, it's just removing certain features like a registration page and just going live. So we said we could create GrooveStream. And then one of our people in the Facebook group said, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we could pre-record a video and then stream it? We were like, oh, GrooveStream automated. So 4 products came out of that. And then there were a couple of things that we weren't going to be doing. And obviously the future products were the webinars, the blog, which was always there, the survey and the quiz software, the calendar, and the help desk, right? That was something that we've done before, and then really wanted people to be able to get away from WordPress. So we thought we could really differentiate there. But then we drew a hard line in the sand, and people had asked, "Are you going to do something like a CRM?" And we'd be like, "What do you mean? We have GrooveMail." And they were like, "No, what we mean is like literally a customer relationship management tool." And then we realized what they were talking about was something like Pipedrive that uses a Tandem system. Is it Tandem or Tandem system? I believe.
Kanban.
Say that.
Kanban
okay.
system. A-N-B-A.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. A Kanban. Okay. I'm probably still saying it wrong. But it kind of like what Trello is, where you can move people through a pipeline process, and then it goes from maybe like a salesperson to a manager to a technical person, and somebody moves across. And we originally thought, hey, for $14 a month, how many salespeople are you going to have? 6? We'll just integrate with a company called Pipedrive. But as the company started growing and we started seeing the talent of our development team, and it really became, if we can dream it, they can build it, right? We were like, hey, we've learned how to really separate these different tentpoles into little mini project managers and developers. And the real difficult thing is the user experience, which we've nailed. the login, the authentication, and all these different modules already done. So every time we want to add on a new product, 80% of the product is done, and then the hero version of that needs to get done. And if we have a true understanding that we use it in our business, so when we decided to do the GroovePipe, the GroovePipe CRM, like Pipedrive, Matt Seralta was the first one to come in and said, "Can I help manage that?" Because we use Pipedrive in GroovePay to manage the flow of customers. So we're definitely staying within our wheelhouse. And then I think the next one was a lot of people were asking about like Funnelytics. And the thing is, they have a free version already. In fact, we use it. But so we kept saying, but they have a free version. We can just maybe integrate. But then when we started thinking, and then we saw what we could do with our sequence builder, with GrooveMail, where you can just drag on the canvas, we basically looked at that and said, oh my God, that's funnel mapping right there. We just have to change a couple of things. So we said, let's put funnel mapping on and let's do something audacious and try to get it out by New Year's Eve this year. It's not even, I don't even think either of those two are on the infographic unless they've been upgraded from the time they're there, because we have enough things that we're going to be late on by a week or a month. Why give more tar, sticks, and torches to come at us? So if we could come up with some unadvertised bonuses, we'll sneak and talk about it. But yeah, we're going to be adding funnel mapping like Guru and Funnelytics, and then we will later be able to get real-time data and things like that. But look, we have so much going on. I think, Donna, you said it before. We've learned to curb the hype. There's so much good about Groove. It's selling itself. We want to focus on the touch and the feel and the hugs of the customers, and have a great staff that continues to build a community as we build the app. It would be foolish for us to go out there and really start saying, this is the best thing since sliced bread right now, rather than saying, you see what our vision, come in, take a look at what's happening, come on board for what's happening. It's happening sooner than you can imagine. And I think that message is resonating better with people than over-promising and under-delivering. There's enough for them to come in with just Groove pages. If we were just that, I think we'd be fantastic.
That is a great answer. I believe a lot of people will be happy, and this will help them also with marketing and getting other people on the platform. Will Groove have this? Will Groove have that? This gives a kind of an understanding for our affiliates and for our users of what is in store for them. So this is awesome.
And I think the really exciting thing that Groove will have that opens the door to everything else is our software developer kit. Is that even if there's not something that's in our plan, that maybe we don't see the vision, or we don't want to use it, or we want to focus on other things in other directions, as soon as we open up our software developer kit, which is the ability to let developers come in and create things based on our code. So they can go create software that will plug in or be an extension or an app that works with Groove based on Groove's code. And what that does is it opens up the world to Groove, so that there's nothing that Groove won't be able to do, because we'll have app creators. So like imagine a browser without an extension, and imagine your phone without an app. Like it's almost inconceivable.
WordPress.
Things work.
WordPress.
Yeah, WordPress
is WordPress because of their plugins and their themes, and so that's exactly what we're going to be able to do.
So if you have a dream to have like a 3-tier affiliate program, which we will never do, and I will say we will never do it ever, ever, ever.
Nope.
Create one using the software developers kit, and then you can either just use it for you, or then you can sell it on the Groove marketplace.
As Groove MLM, and then people can pay for it separately.
If you want a task management system built in, we don't really have any plans to have a task management system, although I would love to design a project management software, just as an aside. We have no plans.
All right, let me go get the domain, Donna. Groove Tasks. Hold on.
But you would actually have that, don't we?
I think we do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
somebody else can go do that and create a task management platform that integrates with Groove. So that's the thing that really is going to open up Groove to anything that you might want to do with it. Literally, there is no limit to the possibilities because there's no limit to our imagination.
I'm excited about that.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe as much as anything. Not excited that we're doing it, honestly. I'm excited of the prospect of what it might actually become. When I look at the Shopify marketplace and I see that they have over 10,000 different website themes and apps that are free and can be put in, when we see, well, I was showing, Rich Sheffrin something that I had the other day as a Chrome extension. And he's like, what teleprompter software do you use? I said, oh, there's I think it's actually a Chrome app, and it was called Teleprompt, T-E-L-L-Y prompt. And that's just for Chrome. And I have, dozens of extensions, there's Grammarly and so on and so forth. And then you look at iOS, you look at Android, you look at WordPress, and the thought of what a marketplace can do for a company, to me, is just completely excited. So that's something I think that I don't know if it's ever going to be as big as those things, but if it is, it will make Groove unstoppable at that point, because it's surprising that many companies haven't, in our industry, haven't looked at the power of a marketplace and what that does to allow other developers. The iPhone couldn't be what it is today without it'd be 16 apps, but the iPhone, you get it because of the different types of apps. And I think that could really open up something for us. So I'm hoping it's as big as those others.
You know what we didn't talk about? I just pointed it out on one of my videos that is not a lot of people watched it. We had this meeting, Donna, Mike, and we also had Lucius on about our marketplace and what is coming in store for that. So maybe we can talk about, just point it out a little bit on that one, what is coming, because a lot of people don't even know that we are planning something like Fiverr with Groove.
Yeah, Groove Marketplace is going to be very exciting. You can go there now, groovemarketplace.com. It's live and it's up, and it allows you to post all sorts of things that it's basically the Groove Cart Marketplace at the moment. But you can post your designs in Groove Cart, your drop ship designs. You can post products and services that you're selling. But we want it to grow to be so much more. We want it to be a place where Groovers can post their own, like a kind of a public profile to talk about what they do and can do on behalf of other Groovesters. So not just help building a funnel, but all sorts of things like, coaching services and professional services. We want it to be a place where Groovesters can do business with other Groovesters. So you'll be able to list your designs, list your products, find affiliates. Affiliates will be able to go there to find products to promote. And
so
to
it'll be like
up
a ClickBank marketplace, which we have. Yeah.
A shopping system. So you'll be able to sell your products on there and not just, find affiliates, but also sell your products to people who are shopping. The SDK marketplace will be there. So the apps and services that are available through our SDK program.
Upcoming webinars.
Absolutely, webinar listing. So you'll be able to sign up for other people's webinars. So you'll be able to see
yours.
Live webinars, promote yours. We really expect that to be a hub of the commercial activity that's happening.
Oh, themes, Donna. Templates.
Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh, yes. Themes and templates. People can create entire done-for-you funnels is part of the thing that we're talking about, including creating widgets to be able to help you implement some of those things. So we have great, big, huge plans for that marketplace. I'm very, very excited when we start working on it and rolling it out.
Yeah, we have somebody that's going to lead that. So that's not just what Donna just said. It's not just like a dream. We literally have somebody on the team that's being promoted to run what we're calling the marketplace division. So we're having so what you're seeing now, where it says Groove Marketplace, that's the old version. We're having a whole new UI that's going to match the company, and you're going to go in there and you'll see print-on-demand designs, as Donna said, apps, plugins, themes for GrooveCart websites, funnel templates, regular website templates, products, webinars, like everything you can imagine to either promote your brand, your product, yourself, your image, your agency, or find products and software and things like that, and find affiliates. It's going to be something really. It's like merging lots of different marketplaces ideas into one.
You know what, Mike? You could also mention those little franchises that you talked about with the partner contracts, with the share funnels and partner contracts. If you could mention that one.
Yeah. So here's what I want you to imagine. It's not that big these days anymore. Maybe it is. Maybe I just don't, hang around in those forums and see those types of things. But Donna, Coach Deb, you remember when we started out, you couldn't do anything without, like, one of the questions would be, does this come with resale rights? Right. And there was resale rights, there was master resale rights, and everybody wanted to know if when they bought the product, they could go out and not just use it, they could resell it. So basically, folks, what resale rights is when you create an ebook and the sales page that sells it, and the thank you page, and the upsell, and the graphics and the images, and all of the intellectual property around this particular product, you can take a look at it as a business in a box. Now, the course or the product may be, let's just, for example, how to do Facebook ads. 101 ways to do Facebook ads better. That's your product. And now somebody may want to buy that for $47, but back in the day when we were doing this, we would say, well, either as an upsell, but let's just say at the same price, not only do you get this product, but for $47, it also comes with full resale rights. That's right. You not only get this product, but you have the rights to sell it. We'll give you the web page, the thank you page, the upsells, everything. And the profits are yours to keep. And then you would buy it and just list it up, on any place that you could sell it with a PayPal button. So the person would say, oh, this is a great idea. I could actually buy this product and use it, and then I can go sell it and actually make a profit. So keep that idea in mind. So what we're going to be doing with partner contracts with GrooveFunnels is allow you to create a business opportunity, quote unquote, like, let's say like a franchise or something. We don't want to use the word franchise, but I want you to see it as a model. So basically how it would work would be this. You might be somebody like Coach Deb, and you might want to say, I'm going to certify you in the Coach Deb such and such system. And so when you pay me $2,500, I'm going to give you 2 months of training. And then when you're done, you're going to get a certificate, and you can go out and you can actually sell this system. And now in GrooveFunnels, what Coach Deb would do is she would create a marketing funnel with the pages, a brand website, a landing page, a tripwire, an upsell, a downsell, put people onto a webinar, all these different things. Then she would go into GrooveMail and she would set up sequences. There'd be an opt-in form on the Groove pages, and then emails would go out based on certain actions. She would then create the product in GrooveMember, and all of the modules and the courses and the trainings she would build. Then she would have pre-made videos that would sell the products, maybe but with a hired spokesperson, a vanilla spokesperson that anybody could use, and that would be in Groove Video. And then she would set up the products in GrooveSell with upsells and downsells and price points, set up the affiliate program in Groove Affiliate, and then even set up some automated webinars in Groove Webinars. And then once Deb is done with that, she will then have a link, if you're familiar with ClickFunnels, where you could share a funnel, right? Just the pages. Well, GrooveFunnels is going to allow you to share the entire marketing campaign. The person could click that and literally import